My name is Lin Weiwan, and I can't believe how my life has come to this. It all started when my mother-in-law slapped me, accusing me of infidelity and wanting a divorce. I tried to explain, but no one believed me. My face was swollen, and the house felt so cold and cruel. Even though I married into the Zhou family, I've always been an outsider. The whole family turned against me. They blamed me for ruining their reputation, even though I discovered love letters between my husband, Shin Shirley, and Zhou Rongrong, the adopted daughter of the Zhou family. They've been secretly involved for years, and yet everyone defends them. When I confronted them with the evidence, they dismissed it like it meant nothing. My husband has never even touched me in our 3 years of marriage, but they twisted everything, accusing me of being unfaithful. This family has used me from the start. They begged me to return to the Zhou family after my grandfather died, took my job, and even my kidney to save one of their sons. I gave up everything for them, and now they're calling me ungrateful. When I tried to leave Shin Shirley, he sent thugs after me. If not for strangers saving me, I would have lost everything, including my dignity. I returned to the Zhou family for help, but instead, they accused me of having an affair with those thugs. They threw insult after insult, and when I said I'd go to the police, they attacked me. My eldest brother slapped me so hard I hit a cabinet and passed out. When I woke up, they were locking me in a room, calling me insane. My mother-in-law even kicked me while I was unconscious. Now I'm trapped, betrayed by the people who are supposed to be my family. I don't know how I'll escape, but I can't let them destroy me. I have to fight back, even if it's just for my dignity. I woke up and stood by the window, staring at the courtyard of my old home. It had changed so much since the Zhou family moved in. I barely recognized it. I knew I had to find a way out of this place. I felt weak, dizzy, and drained, probably because I'd been running myself ragged for 3 years, taking care of Shen's entire family after donating a kidney. Just as I was gathering my thoughts, Zhou Rongrong walked in, holding a bowl of food. She looked smug and proud, her beauty blossoming compared to her plainness in the past. She mocked me, laughing and taunting about how I had fallen from being a high-status daughter to this miserable state. Her words were cruel, but I stayed silent, watching her as if she were crazy. She gloated about how Shin Shirley, my husband, truly loved her and only married me because of an arranged agreement between our families. She even flaunted the love letters I had found, confirming everything. Then she dropped a bombshell. I wasn't even the biological daughter of the Zhou family. They had only wanted me for my kidney to save their youngest son. My heart sank as I thought of the lies and betrayal. Before I could react, Rongrong grabbed me and pushed me toward the window, pretending I was attacking her. We struggled near the balcony, and suddenly we both fell over the railing. I hit the ground hard, blood pouring from my mouth. The Zhou family and Shin Shirley only cared about Rongrong. They rushed to her aid, ignoring me as I lay dying. She pretended to be gravely injured, enjoying all the attention while I was left to die alone. Even in my final moments, they treated me as nothing more than a nuisance. No one cared that I was in pain or even acknowledged my suffering. All they wanted was for me to disappear. After I died, I didn't move on. My spirit lingered, stuck with Zhou Rongrong, watching as she thrived in life. She became a successful businesswoman, married Shin Shirley, and lived a luxurious life. The Zhou family prospered, each member gaining wealth, power, and happiness. Even my kidneys served their youngest son well. I remained a helpless observer, forced to witness their perfect lives while my own existence faded into nothing. My life had been stolen, my sacrifices forgotten, and my pain ignored. All I could do was float in the shadows, powerless to change a thing. When I woke up, drenched in sweat, I realized something unbelievable. I had been reborn. I was back in 1974, the day after the Zhou family moved into my home. Anger surged through me as I remembered everything they had done to me in my past life. But this time, I wouldn't let them ruin me. Hearing Zhou Rongrong's voice from the door made my blood boil. She was already flaunting her smugness, acting like she owned everything. In my previous life, I watched her use my black jade necklace, a strange, magical item that could store and retrieve things like a hidden space, to gain wealth and power. This time, I was determined to get it back. As I went downstairs, I saw the Zhou family sitting around the breakfast table, pretending to be a loving family while secretly plotting against me. They waited for me to eat with them, likely hoping to manipulate me into agreeing to their plans. Zhou Rongrong's performance began, with fake tears and sweet words, as if she cared about her sick brother. I silently ate my meal, watching their antics with cold detachment. Then I saw it, the black jade necklace. It was hanging around Zhou Rongrong's neck, the very item they had stolen from me under the pretense of borrowing it. My anger flared, but I stayed calm. Instead of letting them lead the conversation, I cut straight to the point. "That's my necklace. Why is it on your neck?" I asked, my voice sharp. Zhou Rongrong froze, her hand instinctively moving to the necklace as she tried to hide behind her mother. The fake kindness and concern melted away, revealing the fear and guilt beneath. This was just the beginning. I would take back everything they stole from me, starting with that necklace. When Zhou Rongrong clutched my black jade necklace with teary eyes, claiming it was a gift from Mom, I felt my anger rise. That necklace was mine, something I had worn since childhood. I stared her down and demanded she return it. The others jumped to defend her, Zhou Bei standing protectively in front of her and Zhou Mother trying to smooth things over with lies about borrowing it. They tried to shame me, saying it was just a necklace and not worth making a fuss over. But I wasn't the same weak person I was before. I saw through their manipulation. Calmly but firmly, I pointed out their hypocrisy, how they claimed I was their beloved daughter, yet they let an adopted girl take what was mine. Their excuses only fueled my resolve. Finally, Zhou Mother ordered Rongrong to return the necklace, but she hesitated, clinging to it like her life depended on it. Tired of their games, I yanked the necklace from her neck. She cried and tried to grab it back, but I slapped her hard across the face. The room went silent as they stared at me, stunned by my defiance. When Zhou Bei stepped in to confront me, I slapped him too. His shock turned to rage, but Zhou Mother stopped him before he could retaliate. I made it clear, I wasn't going to tolerate their behavior anymore. They couldn't walk all over me. Leaving them speechless, I went back to my room, locking the door behind me. I couldn't trust these people. They were snakes. With the black jade necklace finally back in my possession, I examined it carefully. I had always known it was special, but now I was determined to unlock its secrets. Cutting my finger, I let drops of blood fall onto the jade. At first, nothing happened, but then I felt a sudden dizziness and everything changed. I found myself in a mysterious, serene space, a grassy area with a small, clear spring. The air was fresh, and the place felt almost magical. This must be the hidden space Rongrong had used in my past life to store items and build her fortune. I drank from the spring, feeling a rush of energy and clarity, but then pain hit me like a wave. My stomach twisted, and I broke out in a cold sweat. Moments later, I found myself back in my room, reeking of a foul smell and covered in a layer of sticky black grime. After cleaning myself up and taking a long shower, I looked into the mirror. I was startled by my reflection. My skin glowed with a newfound radiance, and I looked younger and healthier than I had in years. This jade held immense power that I would use to take back everything they stole from me. I wasn't just going to survive this time, I was going to thrive. When I looked into the mirror, I couldn't believe my own reflection. My skin was radiant, smoother and whiter than ever, and my features were delicate, almost unreal. My hair, still damp, framed my face, giving me an ethereal, almost fairy-like look. Even my strength felt different. I accidentally snapped a wooden ruler in half with barely any effort. I realized that the black jade bead wasn't just a piece of jewelry, it had changed me. The bead had disappeared, leaving only a small black mole on my finger, but I now understood its power. I tested it by thinking about the space I had seen earlier. The image of the clear spring and grass came to mind, and I knew the bead had hidden itself within me. I opened my locked suitcases, both of which contained remnants of the life my grandfather left for me. One was full of neatly bundled cash, a massive sum of 6,000 yuan, a fortune in these times. The other was packed with valuable ration tickets and official documents, including property deeds and records of my family's sacrifices for the country. These treasures had been stolen from me in my past life by the Zhou family. This time, I stored everything safely in the hidden space the jade bead had created. After securing the items, I decided to investigate my grandfather's old room, where I found a letter he had left for me. I remembered this letter from my past life, but I had been too weak to read it back then. In the letter, my grandfather warned me about a hidden treasure in the basement. He told me to guard it carefully and never let anyone take it from me, as it was a priceless inheritance meant for me alone. Standing in his room, surrounded by his belongings and memories, my heart ached. I whispered, "Grandpa, I'm back. I miss you so much." Tears welled up as I thought of everything he had done for me, only for the Zhou family to exploit and destroy it all. This time, I vowed to protect what was mine. I wouldn't let them take anything from me again. I would uncover the secrets my grandfather left behind and use them to reclaim my life. This was my second chance, and I wasn't going to waste it. May my Wanwan live a safe, smooth, and healthy life. Lin Weiwan hugged the letter, but couldn't stop crying. Every word was her grandfather's care and love for her. Her grandfather passed away suddenly, and she was always sad that she couldn't see him for the last time. After checking the room again to make sure there was nothing special, she put the letter into the space. After locking her grandfather's door and confirming that no one else in the family had returned, Lin Weiwan strode to the back kitchen. After moving the large water tank and pottery jar away, Lin Weiwan found a brick and knocked it open. After digging up the soil underneath, she saw an iron ring. Lin Weiwan pulled the iron ring and heard a click sound. A section of the red brick wall was directly recessed, and Lin Weiwan turned on the flashlight and walked in. The flashlight shone downwards, and there were stone stairs below. After a long time, Lin Weiwan walked down the stone stairs to let the air circulate for a while, so as not to. There is a lack of oxygen inside. After walking up more than 20 stone stairs, there is a stone door, less than 1 meter away. Turning the door handle, the door opened. Under the light of the flashlight, even though Lin Weiwan was somewhat prepared, he was dazzled by the gold in front of him. After walking down more than 10 stone stairs, he stepped on the ground. Lin Weiwan came into close contact with the gold bricks. Looking at the gold bricks stacked to the top in front of him, he adjusted his breathing several times. His slender white jade hands touched the gold brick wall and began to spread them on the grass in the space. After half an hour, the entire underground space was empty, except for 6 half-person high wooden boxes leaning against the wall next to the stone stairs. The entire underground space is more than 60 square meters and more than 2 meters high. The 6 wooden boxes were opened, and they were full of jewelry, jade, calligraphy, and paintings. Imperial green jade bracelets, Tianhuang seals, Hetian jade bracelets, gold bracelets inlaid with jade and filigree, filled 2 large boxes. Various blue and white porcelains, various exquisite plates and bowls, and a sky blue brush washer filled another 2 large boxes. There were 2 more boxes of sealed calligraphy and paintings. Each of the 6 large boxes was covered with a thick layer of white mist. Lin Weiwan was a little puzzled and put all 6 boxes of things into the space. He looked around the empty basement before going out, restored it to its original state, and cleaned up all the traces, leaving no footprints. Thinking back to the fact that these treasures had been taken advantage of by Zhou Rongrong in his previous life, Lin Weiwan cursed in his heart. What kind of female entrepreneur is this? She could become the richest person in a place just by giving these things to a beggar. The treasure in the basement is the smallest one. The real big treasure is hidden under the rockery in the yard. Glancing at the time, Lin Weiwan found that it was already 10:30. It is not suitable to take it out now. It is estimated that the Zhou family will be back soon. Passing by the small storeroom in the kitchen, Lin Weiwan took out the key to open the storeroom door and put all the dried fruits and jams he made in the cabinet, 2 bags of 50 kilograms of fine grains, a bag of 50 kilograms of flour, and a bag of 100 kilograms of cornmeal into the space, and let the Zhou family buy food by themselves. Only the less than half a kilogram of fine grains and a small half bag of coarse cornmeal on the surface of the outer kitchen were left. Lin Weiwan returned to the second floor. Seeing that several people had not returned, he stopped by the room of Zhou's father and mother. He pushed open the bedroom door of the Zhou couple and quickly searched. Originally, Grandpa Lin and Lin Weiwan lived in the Lin family villa, and there were not many things. Now, except for the things in Lin Weiwan's room and Grandpa Lin's room, most of the things in other people's rooms were moved by the Zhou family. The Zhou family moved the original beds, furniture, and cabinets, and built a few stools. There was a double bed, a large wardrobe, and a desk in the room of the Zhou couple, and nothing else. Lin Weiwan opened the closet and looked carefully. He only found a bankbook with 800 yuan and more than 10 big unity notes in the drawer. Lin Weiwan checked it carefully again and was surprised to find that the thickness and height of the closet were wrong. He measured it with his hands and found that the space inside was much smaller than the outside of the closet. Lin Weiwan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, which meant that the closet had a mezzanine. Sure enough, after a closer look, there was a wooden board that could be moved in an inconspicuous place. Lin Weiwan pushed the board away and saw bundles of big unity neatly stacked in the whole closet. He reached out to put the big unity into the space, but found that he couldn't put it in. Lin Weiwan was stunned for a moment and checked the space with his consciousness. He found that the white mist on the items in the box that had just been put into the space was flying towards the spring. He tried again but still couldn't take the things. Lin Weiwan quickly returned to his room and took out 2 large canvas bags. He quickly opened the bag and put money in it. He filled the entire canvas bag. Lin Weiwan wanted to carry the bag, which should be very heavy, back to the room. He found that it was not as heavy as he thought. The compartment behind the cabinet was empty at this time. Lin Weiwan pried open the compartment under the cabinet. He found 2 flat iron boxes, one large and one small. He opened the box and found Zhou Weihai's small account book, a passbook, and some letters, as well as a flat box of small goldfish, about 50 or 60 of them. Lin Weiwan quickly flipped through the notebook and 4 letters. He couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Zhou Weihai to look honest and upright, but he was so evil. He resold the scrap parts of the machinery factory, sold his job, and gave gifts to his superiors. He opened the passbook and found that there was still 10,000 yuan in it. The money deposited each time was not a month's salary but 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, and the big unity in the iron box was a full 5,000 yuan. Lin Weiwan thought for a moment, tore off a few pages from the notebook, took 2 of the 4 letters, put the things into the luggage bag, put the notebook, 2 letters, and the passbook back into the iron box, and put them back in their original places. Lin Weiwan put the money and a box of small goldfish into the bag. Zhou Weihai, the deputy director, couldn't tell how much money was in the passbook alone. After groping around for a while, he found a cloth bag in the sundries box under the bed. It looked like Zhou's mother's small treasury. There was no passbook in it, only 2,200 yuan and various bills, 2 gold rings, a gold bracelet weighing 30 grams, and a mutton fat jade bracelet. Lin Weiwan picked up the mutton fat jade bracelet and took a look. This was the best Hetian jade, so she put it all in the bag to avoid wasting it. Lin Weiwan did not touch the change in the small boxes in the closet and drawer. She turned around and walked out of the house with the canvas bag and closed the door. It was a pity that the space could not be used now, otherwise the whole house would be emptied at once, leaving nothing for the Zhou family. Only the superficial things could be left untouched for the time being, so as not to be discovered and difficult to explain. Just as he walked to the stairs, he wanted to go downstairs to see the old lady of the Zhou family's room, but he saw Zhou Weibei opening the door and coming back. Lin Weiwan quickly retreated to his room and locked the door. He looked at the space consciously. At this time, the mist in the box had been almost absorbed by the spring. Lin Weiwan tried to put the letter in his hand into the space and found that it was possible. Only then did he feel relieved and open the canvas bag and put everything in. He opened the canvas bag full of big Unity notes again and threw bundles of big Unity notes into a corner of the space, counting them as he threw them in. A bundle of big Unity notes was worth 10 yuan, and a bundle of 100 notes was worth 1,000 yuan. Lin Weiwan threw all the money in the canvas bag in and was surprised to find that there were 120,000 yuan in this money alone. Zhou's father was the only one in the Zhou family who was an old employee who had worked in the machinery factory for 10 years and was now the deputy factory director. As far as Zhou Weidong knew, he served in the army for 5 years before becoming a platoon leader, and he had never sent a penny home. Zhou's mother had never worked, including the old couple of the Zhou family. Zhou Weinan, the second son of the Zhou family, had been working for 2 years and was still an intern doctor at the first hospital. He had not been promoted to a regular doctor, so he did not have to pay his salary home. That money must have been embezzled by Zhou Weihai in private over the years. I didn't expect that a person who looked serious and honest would be so bold. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Outsiders would never have thought that the Zhou family, who had been squeezed in the tube building for so many years and lived a frugal life, would have so much money. Now the space can be used again, but it seems to have changed. The originally small space has become much larger. Lin Weiwan now understands that the mist on the precious jewelry and old calligraphy and paintings can upgrade the space. In other words, this is a growing space, or it can be understood that the original space energy is not enough and slowly shrinks to this size. No matter what it is, Lin Weiwan is very happy to take back the things that belong to him. But if you want to upgrade the space, you need more treasures. As long as you can see anything with white mist, you have to put it in. Lin Weiwan opened the closet and took out a few sets of clothes and stuffed them into the space and put the mask, scarf, and hat in. He took out his shoulder bag, opened the drawer, and put more than 10 tickets and 360 yuan into the shoulder bag. Locked the door of his room. Prepare to go to the black market to try to see if you can find more old things. Zhou Rongrong ran out of the house, feeling very upset. She always felt that her things were taken away, and she was very sad and heartbroken. He touched his trouser pocket and couldn't help frowning. Although the Zhou family had a father who was the deputy director of the factory, an elder brother who was a captain in the army and ate public food, and a younger brother who had just entered the hospital for internship, the conditions were really not very good. Zhou's mother was stingy and calculating. She could squeeze out water from the money in her hands and break a penny into 8 petals. In the 10 years that Zhou Rongrong had been in the Zhou family, she had saved only a little more than 1 yuan and 20 cents. The main thing was that the money could not pass through Zhou Rongrong's own hands. After thinking for a while, Zhou Rongrong went straight to the textile factory. Zhou's mother and old lady Zhou were queuing in the department store. The endless queue made old lady Zhou gasp for breath. If you ask me, just buy it at the supply and marketing cooperative. Why spend more money to come to this department store with so many people? Old lady Zhou muttered beside Zhou's mother. Looking at this daughter-in-law, she cursed in her heart that she would spend her son's salary. Mom, Shaowan already has a good life. The fabrics in the supply and marketing cooperative are too ordinary. The fabrics here are more beautiful. We still have to coax her to agree to that. Zhou's mother was reluctant to spend more money to buy fabric for Lin Weiwan. But what happened in the morning broke her original plan. If she did it again in the evening, the effect would definitely not be so good. Lin Weiwan found an empty alley and changed her clothes. She put on a silk scarf and a cotton mask and went to the black market. The man at the intersection looked at Lin Weiwan and said, "Buy or sell." Lin Weiwan was wearing a gray cloth dress and a basket on her arm. 5 cents. Lin Weiwan paid the money and walked into the alley. Lin Weiwan was brought to this black market by Zhou Rongrong the day before yesterday to see the world. There were people squatting or standing on both sides selling goods. There was almost no food. Even if there was, it was quickly sold out. Lin Weiwan walked around and saw many people guarding a cloth stall, which was filled with sundries, bowls, pottery jars, and some wooden products. Not far away, Lin Weiwan saw a familiar figure, none other than Zhou Rongrong. Seeing Zhou Rongrong buy a black bracelet from a stall and leave quickly, Lin Weiwan raised her eyebrows, knowing that this person was still thief-minded and was still thinking about the black jade beads. Lin Weiwan walked over slowly, and Zhou Rongrong had already left the black market. When he walked to the stall, he saw the stall owner took out a few more things from the rag bag behind him and put them on the stall. One of them was the same black bead bracelet that Zhou Rongrong was holding. Lin Weiwan's eyes twitched when he saw the stall owner's operation. Where did this person get the goods in bulk? When he walked to the stall, Lin Weiwan saw the man in front of the stall clearly. He was short and thin. He was one of Zhou Rongrong's lackeys in the black market in his previous life, responsible for cooperating with Zhou Rongrong to sell some items. Yuan dadu, small bottles and jars, wood carvings, mostly modern things, and some jade pendants of average quality. The dark beads were almost blending into the black cloth, and the dark areas were even more invisible. Lin Weiwan squatted in front of the stall and picked up a few yuan data coins. "Boss, how much is this?" 5 yuan each. Lu San leaned against the wall casually. He had come across curious girls like this on the black market before. Lin Weiwan picked up a few yuan data coins and picked out 2 of them. Cheaper, 2 together. While talking, Lin Weiwan looked at other things on the stall, picking and choosing. He found a small, dark, rough wooden sculpture as big as a small pillow and a string of black beads. He couldn't help but feel excited. When he approached, he found that the white mist on the wooden sculpture was as thick as white porridge. Just like the jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings in the basement, it was covered with white mist. It was probably a good thing, and must be bought. Pushing forward, these 2 together. Lu San sat up seriously. He didn't expect to meet a serious buyer. Looking at the 2 things the girl pushed to the middle, these 2 black things were things he bought from an old man in a pile. He sold a lot of them and only spent more than 10 yuan on a pile. These 2 are 8 yuan, and these 2 are 10 yuan for you. Lu San felt that he could go a month without opening the store after selling this order. Lin Weiwan took out 2 big unity notes and held them in his hand, and took out a foggy lever from the wooden box under Lu San's feet and pointed it out. "This is a bargain. I won't bargain with you." Lu San felt that he seemed to be getting less. Why did he want a bargain? Looking at the 2 big unity notes, he became ruthless. "Take it, take it." I threw the few things I picked into the cloth bag at random and left the black market. I found a deserted place, took off my scarf, mask, and straw hat, wiped the sweat off my head, and quickly walked through the streets. At a corner, Weiwan quickly changed his coat. The white shirt and black pants did not stand out in the crowd. Weiwan entered a famous Western pastry and candy store. This store has been open for more than 20 years. It has changed from private to state-owned. The taste is still good. Weiwan occasionally came here to buy some food. I took out money and candy tickets and asked for 2 pounds of milk candy, 3 pounds of assorted fruit candy, 2 cream cake rolls, for peanut crisps, and 2 red bean paste rolls. Because the price is too expensive, except for candy, everything else is sold individually and many people are reluctant to buy. Even if they buy, they only buy 1 or 2. Weiwan paid the money and tickets, bought a bunch of things, put them in the cloth bag, and carried them away, attracting many people's attention. I found a deserted place and transferred the things in the cloth bag into the space. I walked home slowly, and there were big red words on the walls on both sides of the road that read "Production first, life later." Lin Weiwan felt that life was good on the busy streets. Lin Weiwan walked around and returned home at around 4 p.m. When she entered the house, she found that the Zhou family had returned except for Zhou's father and Zhou Lauer, who had not yet finished work. When Mrs. Zhou saw Lin Weiwan, she thought of the fabric, candy, egg cake, and peach cake she had bought for Lin Weiwan in the morning for more than 20 yuan, and she was angry. What's the appearance of a girl who doesn't stay home all day and hangs around? Zhou Rongrong honestly wiped the dust with a rag. She was very happy that her grandmother scolded Lin Weiwan. When she looked up, she was a little surprised to see Lin Weiwan with a haircut. It seemed that something was different. Zhou's mother heard the sound and came out from the kitchen. When she saw Lin Weiwan coming back, she said, "Xiaowan is back. Why did you cut your hair? You must be hungry. The meal will be ready soon." Lin Weiwan sneered in her heart. When the house is emptied, We will see how you can still show off. She rolled her eyes and went upstairs directly, ignoring the people downstairs who had their own thoughts. Look, who is she looking at with such a stern face? How come I, as a grandmother, can't say anything to her? Zhang Jingshu pointed at Lin Weiwan's back and complained to Grandpa Zhou. Zhou's mother cursed her mother-in-law, the teammate who was dragging her down, and turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zhou Rongrong tried to get out of Zhang Jingshu's sight, thinking about finding an excuse to find Lin Weiwan and take the opportunity to exchange the black jade beads. Grandpa Zhou sighed and ignored the old woman's words and went back to the house. Lin Weiwan returned to the room, lowered the curtains a little, and took out a few things that he had collected at noon from the space. The wood carving was the only thing that Lin Weiwan didn't put directly into the space because the fog was too thick and Lin Weiwan was afraid that the space would be locked again and couldn't be opened. The dark wood carving, the black jade bead bracelet, a starched ring, and 2 yuan data coins. The black jade bead bracelet was free of mist. Lin Weiwan untied the rope and picked out 3 beads that looked most like her own. She put them through ropes and put one on her neck. Lin Weiwan picked up the dark wood carving with the heaviest mist, took out a handkerchief and rubbed it vigorously. She found that it was also black inside, and could not see anything. The wood carving was the Lu among the 3 stars of Fu, Lu and Shou. The whole carving was not exquisite. It looked rough, but there was a sense of natural flow. But the mist was so thick that it seemed to cover the whole wood carving. Weiwan raised the wood carving with both hands and shook it. There was no sound. She tried to twist the head of the wood carving, but there was no sign of looseness. Why was Lu carved? Or there were several such wood carvings. Lin Weiwan took the ring and looked at it. He wiped the dirt off it. The whole ring was a milky white. It was a Hatian jade ring with a few small patterns on it. The mist on this ring was much less than that on the wood carving. He fiddled with the wooden sculpture that looked like a small pillow, turned it around twice, and then his fingers found a place. Click. The sound of a mechanism snapping was heard. Lin Weiwan stared at the dark wooden sculpture in his hand for a moment. Upon closer inspection, he saw, in the middle. He pulled the 2 sides apart. Even though Lin Weiwan had seen several boxes of jewelry and piles of gold bars, he was still shocked by the 3 huge sapphires embedded in the dark groove. Even without sunlight, the 3 sapphires, which were the size of pigeon eggs, seemed to have their own starlight and still shone with the taste of money. When the gems were taken out, something interesting happened. The gems had a thick mist. The mist on the wooden sculpture was still very thick. He put the gems back into the slot and snapped the wooden sculpture. Lin Weiwan wanted to put the wooden sculpture into the space. It would be a disaster if such a valuable thing was left outside and lost. Just as he was about to put it into the space, there was a knock on the door. "Xiaowan, can I come in?" Thinking that the space would upgrade to lock after absorbing the mist, Lin Weiwan opened the drawer, put everything in, and went to open the door. When he walked to the door and opened it, he saw Zhou Rongrong looking at him cautiously. "What's the matter? Just say it." Lin Weiwan blocked the door and didn't want Zhou Rongrong to enter his room. "Xiaowan, can I go in and talk?" Zhou Rongrong looked pitiful, looking at Lin Weiwan with tears in her eyes. "No, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't make it seem like I'm bullying you." Lin Weiwan didn't want to see Zhou Rongrong pretending to be weak in front of him. "Xiaowan, don't be like this. I'm here to apologize to you. We've been classmates for 2 years. I don't want you to misunderstand me. I was wrong about what happened this morning. This is a gift from me to you. I hope you can forgive me." Zhou Rongrong handed a silver necklace in her hand to Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan looked at the thin silver necklace Zhou Rongrong was holding and took it directly. "Okay, I forgive you for your unreasonable behavior this morning. I need to rest for a while." Lin Weiwan accepted the necklace and directly locked Zhou Rongrong outside the door. Zhou Rongrong's expression was a little stiff. Is this still the Lin Weiwan she has known for 3 years? Shouldn't Lin Weiwan make peace with her and not accept her things? Where is the easy-to-talk Lin Weiwan? Why does Lin Weiwan seem to have changed today? He is unusually cold and a little aggressive. Zhou's mother saw Zhou Rongrong passing by. "Rongrong, come and take a look at the cooking pot." The rest is up to you. Chinsean took off her apron, patted the dust off her body, went upstairs, took the twill fabric and dacron fabric she bought today, and the peach cake and egg cake from the room, and walked towards Lin Weiwan's room. Lin Weiwan just sat down and heard a knock on the door again. At this time, she had never hated the knock on the door so much. Wan, I'm your mother. Zhou's mother's gentle voice came from the door. Lin Weiwan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was really a thief who was still thinking about his kidney. Xiaowan, this is the fabric that Mom bought for you today.
Take a look at what style you like.
Let's go to the tailor shop tomorrow to make 2 sets of clothes. Chen Xin put the things in her hand on Lin Weiwan's desk, but her eyes glanced around the room obscurely. Well, okay. We don't need clothes for the time being. Let's make them in a few days. Lin Weiwan nodded. Of course, she had to accept the things that were given for free. Seeing that Lin Weiwan had become the same as when they first met, Zhou's mother immediately took Lin Weiwan's hand and sat down.
Wan, we are a family.
We can't have 2 surnames. If we tell others, people will laugh at us. Let's change our household registration tomorrow. Zhou's mother looked at Lin Weiwan, whose eyebrows and eyes were as white as frost and snow, with a loving look in front of her. I think it's good for us now. After all, the Lin family has raised me for 10 years. People should be grateful and repay their kindness.
I don't want to change.
Lin Weiwan directly rejected Zhou's mother's proposal. Zhou's mother and father raised this issue at the dinner table in their previous life, and Lin Weiwan said the same thing to reject it. The purpose of the Zhou family couple is very clear. As long as Lin Weiwan changes her household registration, it is natural for them to live in the Lin family like this, and no one can say anything. Moving into the Lin family now is just a private recognition with Lin Weiwan. Without the change of household registration management by the neighborhood committee, they always feel uneasy. Xiaowan, you are still blaming your mother for losing you back then, right? Zhou's mother burst into tears after saying this, looking sad. No, you don't have to think so. If I blamed you, I wouldn't let you live here. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou's mother's performance with a smile. It's my fault. I will definitely make it up to you in the future. Zhou's mother hugged Lin Weiwan into her arms, but the expression on her face was full of hatred. Is anyone home? Someone knocked on the door, and Lin Weiwan took the opportunity to get away and look downstairs. Old Mrs. Zhou was sitting in the yard fanning herself to cool off. When she heard the sound and went to open the door, she saw Su Huifang from the street office standing at the door. Hello, Auntie. I'm from the street office in this area. Su Huifang looked at the old lady in front of her with her eyes drooping. Based on her many years of experience in handling affairs, this old lady is not difficult to deal with. When Lin Weiwan and Chen Xian heard the noise, they went downstairs. Su Huifang had already entered the living room. Chen Xian came forward enthusiastically. Comrade Su, please sit down. Rongrong, please pour a glass of water. Don't be busy. I just want to say a few words. I have to rush to the next house. Su Huifang said with a smile. Our family has just moved in. We have completed the handover before. Now your 2 children have graduated from high school. According to the policy, your 2 children are going to the countryside. You can go to my place to handle the procedures in the next half day. Su Huifang went straight to the point and explained her purpose. Zhou Rongrong's hand holding the water cup trembled, and she put the water cup on the coffee table and stood aside. Everyone knows what going to the countryside means. If you really go to the countryside, it is not only heavy work, but you don't know when you can come back. There are many children in the Zhou family, and the 3rd brother had to go to the countryside. It has been more than 3 years, and he has not found a chance to return to the city. There is no other way. After all, the Zhou family has a father who is the deputy director of a machinery factory, the eldest brother is a soldier, and the 2nd brother is a doctor in the hospital. If none of the children of the Zhou family go to the countryside and are reported by jealous people, it will not be worth it. Comrade Su, please drink some water. My 4th child has had health problems recently. Rongrong, go to your 4th brother and get all the doctor's certificates. Zhou's mother has been busy these days and has no time to deal with these things. Just her son's illness, Lin Weiwan, and moving are all busy. Looking at the certificate in her hand, Su Huifang looked at Zhou Rongrong. Even if your fourth child has this, your daughter must go to the countryside. Our current policy is tight. 1 goes for 2, and 2 goes for 3. Only one of your 5 children goes. This is unacceptable. Su Huifang remembered the information of the Zhou family. The eldest was in the army, and the second was a doctor. One of them has gone to the countryside, and there are 2 left. 1 more person must be sent to the countryside. I know. I'll take Rongrong to sign up tomorrow. Zhou's mother understood Su Huifang's meaning. Rongrong must go to the countryside. If she doesn't go, it might have a bad impact on her family. She just hopes to find a better place with her connections. It would be better if she can be sent to the same place as the 3rd child so that they can take care of each other and bring the child back after a few years of activities. Seeing that Zhou's mother agreed to her going to the countryside without any consideration, Zhou Rongrong's face turned red and tears fell. Today she went to Shin Shirley to borrow money and ask about work. Now a job outside is more than 1,000, which is hard to come by. Many people can't find a job with connections. After all, there are limited jobs, and there are many graduating students. Shin Shirley can't do anything. After sending Su Huifang away, Zhou's father and Zhou Weinan also came back from work. The family sat at the dinner table. Zhou's mother was brewing emotions. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhou Rongrong kneeling in front of Lin Weiwan. Sister Xiaowan, please save me. I don't want to go to the countryside. Please help me. I heard from the sister next door in the tube building that many female educated youth who went to the countryside were bullied, and many of them could not come back. I am so scared. I beg you, for the sake of our family, please give me the job in the motor factory. I will definitely repay you in the future and give you the salary I earn. Zhou Rongrong cried and hugged Lin Weiwan's legs. She knew that if she didn't say it now, she would definitely go to the countryside. Lin Weiwan's job might fall into the hands of Zhou Laosan, and she would become an abandoned child of the Zhou family. At that time, as an adopted daughter who would care about her life or death. Lin Weiwan just smiled and watched Zhou Rongrong's performance. In the previous life, she was reluctant to agree to save Zhou Laosi that morning. In order to prevent Lin Weiwan from feeling calculated, the Zhou family went to the hospital together to match Zhou Laosi. When Su Huifang came in the evening, Zhou Rongrong automatically agreed to go to the countryside. She said that she should go to the countryside, not for anything else, but to repay the Zhou family for raising her, and to go to the countryside to perform well and contribute her own strength to the people. She spoke passionately and took a lot of benefits from her family. Zhou's father paid for it, and Zhou's mother, old lady Zhou, prepared things for going to the countryside. The 2 brothers of the Zhou family followed and ran around, and Zhou Rongrong became a great contributor to the Zhou family. Now it's different. If things deviate a little, the consequences will be much worse. Zhou's mother was furious at Zhou Rongrong's words. She had prepared so much, made delicious food, and sent things, but she hadn't done her own business yet, and this little had intercepted it. It's a good idea to want a job. The job in the motor factory is still going to be left to the 4th child. Otherwise, how can the 4th child get a wife with this body? At the beginning, I said not to support this little, but Zhou Weihai just didn't listen. Now it's good. Thinking of this, Zhou's mother rolled her eyes at her man fiercely. Rongrong, get up quickly. We are all family. How can you, as a sister, kneel before your sister? Zhou Weibei saw Zhou Rongrong kneeling down and stood up to help her up out of distress. Xiaowan, you don't have to go to the countryside, so give the job to Rongrong. She is a girl and can't shoulder the burden. If you can't carry a basket with your hands, you will definitely be bullied when you go to the countryside. You can't just stand by and watch them die. Zhou Weibei glared at Lin Weiwan, thinking that this sister was not good at all. Her family members came to her for begging, but she just sat there and watched the joke like a dead person. When Zhou's mother heard what her son said, she was so angry that she wanted to slap him. What was this stupid boy doing? He couldn't even clean up his own mess, but he actually had the leisure to help Zhou Rongrong to ask Lin Weiwan for a job. Xiaowan, give the job to Rongrong first. We are a family, and we should work together when we encounter problems. After a while, I will find someone to use his connections to find a job for Rongrong, and then give the job back to you. Zhou said earnestly. When he brought Rongrong back, he promised her to treat the child well. Now he can't go to the countryside. What if she is bullied? Looking at the face in front of him that looks 60% similar to his deceased elder brother, Zhou didn't want to look at Lin Weiwan anymore. If it weren't for the fourth child, he didn't want to see this child. Lin Weiwan couldn't help but smile when he looked at the Zhou family members. I can't give up my job. I'm an adult too. Without a job, I have no source of income. How can I live if I give up my job? I took a look in the afternoon, and the rice in the kitchen was almost gone. What do you mean? Is it that our Zhou family can't afford to support you? I'm discussing with you that you should go and hand over your work to Rongrong tomorrow. Zhou had been a leader for so many years, and this was the first time someone opposed him. He immediately showed his leadership aura. Pointing at Lin Weiwan, he said,
Bah.
Lin Weiwan slammed the chopsticks in his hand on the table. What qualifications do you have to order me? Don't forget that my last name is Lin now. Your family now lives in the Lin family's house. If it's not legitimate, just be quiet and don't seek death all day long. Lin Weiwan looked at the Zhou family members at the table sarcastically. Zhou Weihai was shocked. When he went out in the morning, he had agreed with Zhou's mother that Lin Weiwan's household registration would be transferred to the Zhou family and his last name would be changed. Now that it hasn't been done, it's a bit embarrassing. The Zhou family didn't expect that Lin Weiwan would dare to resist and curse. At the beginning, they blocked Lin Weiwan after school and made a scene that everyone knew about it, so that Lin Weiwan had no way to explain himself and accepted the marriage. They didn't see Lin Weiwan lose his temper, and at most, he just shed some tears. Okay, what's the point of making such a fuss? Sit down and eat. Grandpa Zhou slammed his chopsticks on the table to stop the farce. Looking at Lin Weiwan's little face reminded him of his first wife who had passed away, and his mind was full of thoughts. After dinner, Lin Weiwan went straight back to the room, ignoring the Zhou family members with different expressions. Zhou Rongrong was even more afraid to avoid Zhou's mother's gaze, quickly eating the rice in the bowl, and didn't even dare to touch the dishes. Lin Weiwan sat at the desk without sleeping, arranging the letter paper on the table. Is Xiaowan asleep?
I'm Grandpa.
Grandpa Zhou stood at the door with a wicker suitcase. Lin Weiwan got up, thinking that it was Zhou's mother or Zhou's father Zhou Hai who came, but he didn't expect that it was Grandpa Zhou who came. The box on the table was opened, and inside was a set of gold-inlaid white jade headwear, a string of glutinous ice jade necklaces, several agate bracelets, and a pair of white jade bracelets and 6 small goldfish, and a blackwood carving. Lin Weiwan looked at the box pushed over by Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa, what does this mean? Grandpa Zhou looked at his granddaughter, who had grown into a big girl, his eyes full of relief. My granddaughter is finally found. Grandpa is happy. This is your grandmother's dowry. In those years, there were disasters and no food to eat, so she sold a lot of things to exchange for food. Now that the year is good, you are found again. Your grandmother said that these things should be kept for you as a dowry. Grandpa Zhou's few words were very long, as if every sentence was recalling a past event. Lin Weiwan looked at the things in the box and closed the box directly. Thank you, Grandpa. I accept this gift. In the previous life, after the Zhou family recognized her relatives, Lin Weiwan had never seen this box of things. He sneered in his heart, and in a moment he knew where the little goldfish and those precious jewelry in the surrounding sea houses came from. It was estimated that they were all given away by the old man. It's a pity that the crackdown is strict now, and these things can't see the light. Wanwan, Grandpa has something to tell you. Grandpa Zhou felt that only he could say this for the highest success rate. After all, Lin Weiwan only had him in her memory. Even if Qin Suyun and the others were enthusiastic, I'm afraid this would not work. Grandpa, you say? Lin Weiwan sat and looked at Grandpa Zhou. You and your sisters are the only ones in our Zhou family. Grandpa loves you. Now your little brother is sick. You should have heard it just now. Grandpa Zhou said, his cloudy eyes staring at Lin Weiwan's expression. Lin Weiwan nodded without any resistance. Xiao Bei is a miserable child. He is only 18 years old, and has to. Xiaowan, you must help him for the sake of being a family. Grandpa Zhou choked up when he talked about his little grandson. The eldest grandson just graduated and has not yet married and had children to enter the real life.
Me?
I can't treat diseases. The second brother is a doctor. What can he say? Lin Weiwan pretended to be dumbfounded and looked at Grandpa Zhou.
Hey.
The doctor said that your fourth brother has a problem with his kidney and needs a transplant. If it can be a brother or sister, the success rate will be much higher. You also know that your eldest brother is in the army. If he loses his kidney, he will definitely not be able to develop. Your second brother is now at the right time to move to a formal job, and there can be no mistakes. Your third brother has been in the countryside for a few years. I believe you also know what life is like in the countryside. Even if you let your third brother come back, I'm afraid his physique will not be good, and Rongrong is not from our Zhou family. Grandpa wanted to use me, an old man, but the doctor said that your father and I are old, and even if I use it, the effect may not be good. Your fourth brother will not be able to hold on for long after a surgery in vain. Grandpa Zhou said this and glanced at Lin Weiwan, hoping that Lin Weiwan would volunteer to agree. Lin Weiwan smiled. This is easy to handle. Anyway, my parents have 4 sons and 2 daughters. It's not a big deal to lose one. At worst, we can have another one later. When Grandpa Zhou heard what Lin Weiwan said, his breath got stuck in his throat, and he almost passed out. He just stretched out his shaking finger to Lin Weiwan but was pushed down by Lin Weiwan. Hee. Grandpa, I was just kidding you. I feel sorry for my fourth brother, too. He's so young. What's he going to do in the future? Grandpa Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Weiwan with hope in his eyes. Xiaowan, good child, Grandpa knows that you are the kindest. Grandpa promises that your brothers will take good care of you in the future and will not let you suffer any grievances. Your brothers and your mother's family are your greatest supporters. Grandpa, I know I'm kind, but I'm also afraid. I'm only 17. I can't imagine what will happen if I lose my kidney. Is the operation safe? I value my life. Unfortunately, I can't agree to your request. Lin Weiwan looked at Grandpa Zhou, whose face kept changing, with deep sympathy. Girl, isn't it enough for Grandpa to ask you for this? This operation has been successfully performed several times in our country and is very safe. Do you still blame Grandpa for not finding you? We are a family, the closest relatives. Grandpa Zhou's tears fell directly, and he looked at Lin Weiwan with heartache and loss in his eyes. Grandpa, I know we are a family, otherwise we wouldn't live in the same yard now, but I can't agree to the kidney transplant. If I were 10 years older, I might agree, but I'm only 17 and haven't married or had children. Losing a kidney is not a trivial matter. Lin Weiwan still refused. Now that we have recognized each other as relatives, your whole family has moved in. In the morning, you took my necklace, in the evening, you asked me to work, and tomorrow you asked for my kidney. Grandpa, do you think I can agree to this? After all, we have been strangers for the past 10 years. After hearing what Lin Weiwan said, Grandpa Zhou knew that if he continued to push, things would definitely backfire.
He sighed.
He didn't expect this girl to be so calm and determined. He misjudged and lost a box of things. After sending Grandpa Zhou out, Lin Weiwan locked the door, put the cloth sent by Zhou's mother on the table into the closet, and took out Grandpa Zhou's box. Looking at the dark wood carving, it turned out to be the god of joy. Lin Weiwan fumbled on the wood carving for a while, and only heard a click
sound.
As soon as the wood carving was opened, there was an irregular gold tray inside. The difference this time was that there was a thin piece of letter paper in the tight card slot. When he opened the letter, he saw that it was written in a thin gold style with an elegant and freehand style. The font color looked a bit old, and even the paper was a bit brittle. Lin Weiwan was silent after reading the letter. Zhou Zhenhua could give this thing to her. He must not know the importance of this wood carving. Now the secret of Zhou family is getting harder and harder to solve. Grandpa Zhou never explained his life experience to her in 2 lifetimes. It seems that he has no intention to tell her now. Before she died in her previous life, Zhou Rongrong said that she was not the biological child of Zhou couple, so the attitude of Zhou family towards her made sense, but she should still have a relationship with Zhou family for the kidney transplant. Then what about her real parents? Why did Zhou family not want to tell her? Could it be that she was the illegitimate daughter of Zhou Weihai and someone else, so Zhou mother would choose Zhou Rongrong between her and Zhou Rongrong? Zhou Rongrong would say that Chen Xian was not her biological mother. Now, seeing this long sealed letter, Lin Weiwan was a little entangled. The letter told a little about the intrigues of a big family, and this letter was a will written by an old man to his son, and a treasure location. And the key to unlock the treasure is 5 black wood sculptures. What is certain is that this thing is definitely not given to me by Grandma Zhou. Lin Weiwan was a little confused for a moment. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that this thing was accidentally obtained by Grandpa Zhou to make up the number, or Grandpa Zhou concealed something from me. Now I am sure that I have a blood relationship with several people in the Zhou family. Otherwise, the Zhou family would not have stared at me to recognize my kinship and wanted me to transplant a kidney to Zhou Laoxi. I wanted to put the box and the things in the drawer into the space, but I found that the space had become much larger. Seeing the enlarged space and the villa that suddenly appeared, there was a 3-story small Western-style building in front of me. The architectural style was European. Lin Weiwan had seen many Western-style buildings in High City, but this one was more exquisite and beautiful than those. Now, there is not only a spring and green grass in front of the villa, but also a large sea of flowers in front of the small building. It looks like a beautiful oil painting under the sunset. There are also pieces of gold bricks faintly exposed between the grass and the sea of flowers, which can really blind people. That's right, the gold bricks that were neatly stacked fell to the ground for some reason. Pushing open the door of the villa, Lin Weiwan walked in, and after passing the entrance, there was a super large living room. The entire living room was 3 times larger than the living room of the Lin family, where Lin Weiwan lived now. There was a soft beige sofa in the middle of the living room, and behind the sofa was a row of bookshelves. Inside was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, with bedrooms on both sides and a large kitchen, storage room, and a bathroom at the back. The entire villa had water and electricity. In the storage room were neatly arranged various grains, flour, oil, and vegetables. It seemed that the entire villa had a built-in preservation function, otherwise the vegetables would have gone bad long ago. The amount of various flours, sticky rice flour, fine corn flour, coarse corn flour, and rice was not much, only 1 bag of about 100 kilograms of each. In a cabinet there were actually a lot of seeds, various vegetable seeds, and half a bag of rice seeds and wheat seeds. The kitchen was fully equipped with various kitchen utensils and props. The refrigerator was neatly stacked with fruits and vegetables, and the freezer had iced shrimp and some meat. Lin Weiwan was not unfamiliar with the things in the villa. She had been drifting for so many years and had long been accustomed to seeing these things. Although she could only see them but could not touch them, she had always seen pigs running even though she had never eaten pork. For the things in the villa, Lin Weiwan would use them. A row of lockers was opened. Various medicines and cosmetics, tea, candies, and biscuits were neatly stacked in the 50-80 compartments. The quantity was not too large, but there was not a small amount. There were many kinds of things. She went from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor, and then back to the 1st floor. Walking to the back of the house, Lin Weiwan found that there was a 5-meter square land behind her, and the rest of the house was still green grass. She picked up a book from the bookshelf. It turned out to be various recipes. Lin Weiwan put it back and looked around carefully. The whole bookshelf was divided into several categories: recipes, clothing, novels, miscellaneous notes, medical books. The first 2 were about the same in quantity, but the medical books were huge in quantity, basic knowledge of drug ratio treatment, from traditional Chinese medicine to Western medicine. Lin Weiwan was dazzled by the sight. The books range from ancient to modern, and are very complete. Could it be that the previous owner of this space was a doctor? I don't know what the previous owner of this space did. There are almost no signs of life. Only a bedroom on the 2nd floor. After leaving the space, Lin Weiwan sat up from the bed, glanced at the watch, and found that it was already 10:20 in the evening. Still unable to sleep, he got up and took out the letters and several pages of account books he got from Zhou Weihai today. He turned on the desk lamp on the desk and saw the alarm clock on the desk. Lin Weiwan was stunned. The alarm clock time was only 9:10. Lin Weiwan felt that he had been in the space for almost an hour. It was only 9 o'clock when he entered. Lin Weiwan remembered it clearly. But now the time on the watch is 1 hour faster than the alarm clock outside. Does it mean that I stayed in the space for 1 hour, but only 10 minutes passed outside? He took out the letter paper and pen and recalled the names and things mentioned by Zhou Weihai after the incident in his previous life. He took out an apple from the space and ate it. He quickly sorted out some things and wrote 3 letters of complaint with his left hand. After putting the evidence into 3 envelopes, Lin Weiwan went to bed to rest. Zhou Weihai fell on the bed, and Zhou's mother sat there knitting a sweater. After moving from the small tube building to the Lin family villa, everyone went to bed later. The bright electric lights and spacious rooms gave everyone more nightlife. Did you tell Xiaowan about Lao Si today? Zhou Weihai is now in his prime at work. After the old factory director retires after the new year, he has an 80% chance of being promoted from the position of deputy factory director. Now that he has moved into this villa, he is full of energy and seems to be a few years younger. I haven't found the opportunity yet. It's all because of that little Zhou Rongrong. She always interrupts me. But Dad went to talk to Xiaowan tonight. Now Xiaowan must be closer to Dad than to us. I guess it's a done deal. Thinking of this, Zhou's mother felt sorry for the cloth and peach cakes she sent to Lin Weiwan today. You have been nicer to Xiaowan these days. I guess the old man of the Lin family must have left a lot of good things for Xiaowan. You should think of a way to get them, and don't wait for her to get married and give them away cheaply. Zhou Weihai took a cigarette from the cigarette box in the drawer and lit it. Is it possible? Didn't they say that Grandpa Lin donated all of them at that time, and he also got a lot of certificates? Zhou's mother thought of the old gossip outside. Are you stupid? Even if Mr. Lin donated money for several factories and shops, do you think the century-old Lin family has so much? There must be more. Take her to the clothing store tomorrow to buy some good things and ask around. Don't just give her the cheap ones. That kid has seen a lot of good things over the years and has a high standard. Don't make so many small calculations. Zhou Weihai's journey from a small employee to the deputy director in the past 10 years was not in vain. I don't have any small calculations. Those are fashionable fabrics from department stores. Okay, I get it. Buy her few more fashionable ready-made clothes and leather shoes tomorrow. Chen Xian felt that her heart was bleeding. She didn't get a penny from that kid, and now she has to spend some. After Lin Weiwan is stripped clean, she will see how she will deal with her. You should also buy some fabrics to make a few clothes. After the new year, you will be the director's wife, and many people will come to visit you. Zhou Weihai took a look at the white cloth shirt Chen Xian was wearing and gave her a few more instructions. When Zhou's mother heard Zhou Weihai's words, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stuffed the sweater aside. Are you serious? Zhou Weihai put out his cigarette and stared at Chen Xian's exposed white arms, his eyes becoming deeper. He turned over and pushed Chen Xian down. Oh, you look dead. The lights are still on. Zhou Weibei in the next room sighed as he thought about his body. He was worried whether he could use Lin Weiwan's kidney, whether there was a difference between men's and women's organs, and whether it would be better if it was his brother's. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhou Weinan, who was reading a book at the desk. Zhou Weinan looked at the obscure medical book and marked the parts he didn't understand. Hearing the sound from next door, he felt sick and couldn't read a word. He stood up angrily and closed the window. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Should I find a wife? But I don't like ordinary ones. Xiao Cui from the master's family always brought lunch to the master, and he also ate under her auspices many times. The cooking skills are good, but the big face that looks like a millstone, Zhou Weinan, who was originally a little proud, lowered his head instantly. Hearing that the dean's beautiful little daughter is still in high school, Zhou Weinan instantly felt that he was standing up again. When he marries the dean's daughter, he will have a formal job and the position of dean will be his in the future. Zhou Weibei, who couldn't sleep because of the heat in the bed and tossed and turned, heard the sound coming from the window and the wall. He was so angry that he covered his head with a blanket and saw Zhou Weinan still sitting there reading. It's still good for his second brother to work hard. It will be good for him to find a beautiful girl and ask his mother to buy him a small job in the future. Speaking of which, don't my parents care about me too much? It's time, and I still have the mood. Mr. Zhou on the first floor leaned against the head of the bed, his mind full of Lin Weiwan's unconcealed, teasing eyes. That kind of eyes made people uncomfortable, as if everyone in the Zhou family was in front of her, and everything they calculated seemed to be laid out in the open. What went wrong? The girl was surprised and touched when they recognized each other. He looked at the old woman who was already sleeping soundly. Was it because of her attitude these past 2 days? It was normal for the old lady to dislike Lin Weiwan. After all, the child had nothing to do with her. Now, they had to find a way to marry Xiaowan off quickly so that they could live comfortably in this house. In the morning, Lin Weiwan came downstairs in a white dress. The whole Zhou family was already sitting at the dining table. Today was Sunday, so Zhou's father and Zhou Weinan were both resting. Zhou Rongrong looked very depressed. She had no work to do. There were no windows in the utility room. It was very hot and humid during the dog days of summer. After a night of tossing and turning, Zhou Rongrong was in a daze. He looked at Zhou Weihai with hope in his eyes. When Zhou's father saw Zhou Rongrong's eyes, he thought of what Zhou Rongrong said to him in the yard in the morning, and his lips moved slightly. He looked at Lin Weiwan, who was standing gracefully and slowly coming down the stairs. Come and have dinner. Zhou's mother was stunned when she saw Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan, wearing a white shirt with a blue belt, glowed white in the morning light.
Yes,
Lin Weiwan said as he sat down. Zhou Rongrong looked at Lin Weiwan's appearance and almost bit her teeth. She slept in the utility room. Why should Lin Weiwan sleep alone in the best room? Look, my daughter is beautiful. She looks good no matter how she dresses up. Zhou's father praised. He completely forgot about what Lin Weiwan said to him yesterday. He had to forget it. Now, he finally moved into the small Western-style building. What was his face? When this kid's household registration was in his hands, he would him and send him to the countryside. Zhou Rongrong thought about it, and the corners of his mouth curved up a little more. It seemed that he had seen his success in his eyes. Xiaowan, the weather is too hot. Rongrong's room is uninhabitable. Let her move in with you for a few days. When the weather gets cooler, let her move back. Anyway, she will move to the countryside soon. Zhou Weihai suggested with a smile. As long as Rongrong moves in, she will definitely find the property left by old man Lin. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Rongrong. This happened in her previous life. She was soft-hearted for a while and agreed when she thought that Zhou Rongrong would move to the countryside soon. He hid in the cabinet were also exposed by Zhou Rongrong. Before going to the countryside, Zhou Rongrong stuffed her clothes into her bag. But I'm a light sleeper. I can't sleep if there's any noise. I'm used to sleeping alone. It will be even worse if Rongrong moves in. Lin Weiwan refused, of course. Even if all his things were put into his space, he couldn't even think about letting Zhou Rongrong live in his room. He should just dream on. Lin Weiwan, this is not good. Hedonism is not good. Look at which family doesn't have several people squeezed into one room. Rongrong is your sister. It won't sound good if she lets people live in the utility room. Zhou Weinan looked at Lin Weiwan, wondering if the dean's daughter was as pretty as his sister. When he saw Rongrong's dark circles, he spoke of Lin Weiwan distressfully. Zhou Weinan, you are giving people a lot of advice. I don't like hedonism. So why did you move into the Lin family's villa? Why can't you live in the tube-shaped building you have lived in for several years? Lin Weiwan's words instantly made the Zhou family members at the dinner table lose their appetite.
what are you talking about?
We are a family. Of course we have to live together. Zhou Weinan was so angry that he slammed his chopsticks on the table. Don't you understand what I'm saying? If you don't want to enjoy yourself, why did you move here? You brothers should move out and give the room to Rongrong. Okay, the prepared food can't stop you from talking neat. Grandpa Zhou was afraid that Lin Weiwan would say something unpleasant again. At that time, the whole family would be embarrassed. How could they live in this villa? They could move back to the tube-shaped building in shame. Haishur is so crowded now that some families don't even have a place to stand. Yes, let's eat. Come on, Wan Wan, eat an egg to replenish your body. You are too thin. Zhou's mother really wanted to slap the two stupid people in her family. She was also angry because of Zhou Rongrong, that. Wan Wan, eat quickly. After eating, Mom will take you out for a walk. Let's go shopping. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Weinan meaningfully. She could not be upset about anything while eating, but she could not be upset about food. Shaun, and after dinner, you and your father will take Rongrong to the youth educated office to handle Rongrong's going to the countryside. Zhou's mother felt that she had to handle Zhou Rongrong's going to the countryside quickly, and then get rid of her quickly. She did not agree to adopt this girl at the beginning. Look at her now. She comes out to make trouble for no reason. What a troublemaker. After breakfast, Lin Weiwan directly refused to go out with Chen Xiun. Going shopping in the dog days of summer and carrying things back, wouldn't it be better to stay at home? Even if she went out, she should not go with them. Finally, the Zhou family went out again. The difference was that no one knew where Zhou's father went. Zhou's mother took the money and tickets from the closet and went to the department store with Mrs. Zhou to buy ready-made clothes and small leather shoes for Lin Weiwan. They were going to buy some cloth to make 2 new sets for themselves. Zhou Weinan and Zhou Weibei, 2 crazy sisters, accompanied Zhou Rongrong to sign up. After the others left, Mr. Zhou went out with his straw hat, and Lin Weiwan was left alone at home again. He took out a box from the space, which contained various honorary certificates, food coupons, and property certificates of the Lin family. Lin Weiwan packed it up again, and there was only a small bundle of bills and passbooks and 500 yuan in cash. He put the box in the cabinet to prevent the space from locking and not being able to take it out. Seeing that the Zhou family members left the door one after another, Lin Weiwan went downstairs and went straight to the room where Mr. Zhou lived on the first floor. After prying open the door lock and searching thoroughly, Lin Weiwan found a bundle of Big Unity in the biscuit box on the top shelf of the closet. He checked it and found that there were 1,200 yuan. The floor tiles under the bed were not so flat, so he put the bed into the space directly, found a shovel from the warehouse and started digging, and found a box half a meter high. These 2 old guys are really good at hiding things. At such an old age, they still have the strength to dig the soil and bury treasures. It seems that it is all the belongings of Mrs. Zhou and Mr. Zhou. The box was opened, and half a box of small goldfish and some blue and white porcelain dishes and bowls with very exquisite jewelry patterns were neatly stacked. My goodness, where did the Zhou family get so many good things? I have never heard that the Zhou family was a wealthy family before. Lin Weiwan quickly put away the things, got a pile of soil from the back of the house to fill the hole, restored the house to its original state, and left. Except for the 3 food coupons and 2 Big Unity in the drawer, everything else was put into the space by Lin Weiwan. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, I thought for a while. If Zhou Weihai and Mr. Zhou saw that the things were missing, I was afraid that it would not be a good thing. Lin Weiwan took their money just to cut off the firewood and make them have no capital to jump. After handing over the letter, the Revolutionary Committee will definitely search the house. The things under the rockery must be taken out. Zhou Rongrong went to sign up for going to the countryside, and she must buy things. Lin Weiwan decided that it would be better to do it today than to wait for a day, so he did it in these 2 days. In the room of Zhou Weinan and his brother, he found the 200 yuan bills hidden under the bed by Zhou Weinan and more than 30 yuan of Zhou Weibei, and took them all away. At this time, the space can also be opened. Lin Weiwan took a look. The front of the villa in the space has not changed, but the back has become slightly larger. There is an extra utility room, and the villa has 2 more underground spaces. At this time, Zhou's father was talking at the leader's house, and Mr. Zhou was chatting with Mr. Shun at Shun's house. Zhou Weinan and Zhou Weibei accompanied Zhou Rongrong to sign up and bought some things with the subsidy for going to the countryside to prepare for going to the countryside. Lin Weiwan walked out of the back kitchen and looked next door. Only the 2nd floor of the Li family next door could see what was going on in the Lin family's yard. Seeing that there was no one upstairs, Lin Weiwan quickly ran into the abandoned rockery in the corner of the yard. He crawled into the low cave and walked inside. After groping for a long time in a hidden place, he finally found a latch by breaking a stone. He pressed hard and heard a clang. Lin Weiwan followed the sound and found a difference in the ground not far away. He walked forward and moved the stone soil to reveal a stone slab. Weiwan tried to pull the stone slab, but felt something was wrong, so he pushed the stone slab and pushed it open. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, the 30-centimeter thick and half-meter large stone slab was pushed open by Lin Weiwan, revealing a black hole. Looking at the heavy stone, Lin Weiwan couldn't help but move his arms. The spring water was not in vain. The power was much greater than that of a normal adult man. The flashlight shone downwards, and there were stairs made of bluestone. Lin Weiwan walked down the stairs slowly, letting the air circulate for a while to avoid fainting from lack of oxygen. After walking down the stairs, there was a stone door. According to the description in Grandpa Lin's letter, he turned the mechanism to open the stone door. Lin Weiwan came into close contact with the gold bricks again. Looking at the gold bricks stacked to the top in front of him, Lin Weiwan could only hold back. After a while, half of the underground space was vacated, and the boxes wrapped in oilcloth and waterproof cloth were exposed on the other side. At a glance, half of the 80-square-meter space was filled with gold bricks that Lin Weiwan had taken away. The other half was neatly stacked boxes, each of which could hold 2 adults. There was also a large object placed against the wall. To save time in case the Zhou family suddenly came back, Lin Weiwan quickly put nearly 100 boxes into the space, cleaned up all the dust on the ground, quickly returned to the ground, closed all the stone doors and restored them, and even dug up the soil in the rockery. He stuck his head out to make sure no one was there before quickly running back into the house. When he returned to his room, the space could not be opened again, and Lin Weiwan was not in a hurry. Taking out bamboo baskets and baskets from the back kitchen, Lin Weiwan prepared to pick all the peaches on the tree. Half of them were kept for eating, and the other half were made into dried peaches. The rice jar and noodles at home were empty, and Lin Weiwan didn't eat much when he was alone. After the Zhou family came, they ate all the rice in the past 2 days. Lin Weiwan looked at the things in the kitchen that had been almost used up. Now the Zhou family had less than 1,000 yuan in cash. Zhou Weibei's surgery alone would cost a lot. I wonder what the Zhou family's expressions would be when the time comes. Lin Weiwan happily picked peaches under the tree and picked all the red peaches. The harder ones were placed at the bottom of the basket, and the ripe ones were placed on top of the basket. After a while, most of the peaches on the tree were picked by Lin Weiwan. Thank you, you've worked hard. Lin Weiwan leaned against the tree and patted the big peach tree. This tree was planted the year Lin Weiwan came to the Lin family. There were no flowers or plants planted in the entire Lin family yard except for a small vegetable garden. The girl leaned against the tree in a white skirt, whispering softly to the tree. The mottled sunlight shone through the leaves on the girl's face, and time seemed to stand still. There were 6 fruit trees in the front and back yards of the Lin family. They were all planted by Grandpa Lin and Lin Weiwan himself. There is a big citron tree in front of the window in the front yard. Every time the citrons are ripe, Lin Weiwan likes to pick them and put them in the room as natural aromatherapy. In addition to the citron tree in the front yard, there are peaches, apricot trees, loquats, pears, and a big longan tree in the backyard. Even if the old man didn't say it, Lin Weiwan knew the meaning of the old man planting trees. The Lin family has always had a sparse population. Now that they are here, the situation is turbulent, and not even a descendant can stay. This is the lush fruit tree. Not only can Lin Weiwan eat it every season, but it is also the expectation of the old man Lin. After moving the peaches back to the kitchen, Lin Weiwan took the packed box from upstairs and put it on his wrist. He walked out of the yard with the box and came to the door next door and knocked on the door. Xiaowan is here, come in quickly. Lu Huifeng saw a girl holding a basket of bright red peaches outside the door. Aunt Feng, I'm here to give you peaches. Lin Weiwan handed the box to Lu Huifeng. Lu Huifeng took the basket and put it aside. She looked around and pulled Lin Weiwan into the house. Xiaowan, tell your aunt if you were bullied. Lu Huifeng had been paying attention since the Zhou family came, fearing that the little girl would be bullied.
Aunt, fine.
I wasn't bullied. Don't worry. Lin Weiwan couldn't help but get closer to Lu Huifeng. As neighbors for so many years, Lu Huifeng treated her like a daughter. When the Zhou family came, Lu Huifeng was the first to oppose her recognition of her relationship with the Zhou family. But the fool had been kicked in the head by a donkey at that time and let the wolf into the house. You remember, don't endure anything. If you are bullied, tell your aunt and I will drive them out. Keep your things by yourself and don't let them cheat you. Lu Huifeng told Lin Weiwan worriedly. Lin Weiwan's eyes were slightly red, and he couldn't help but hug Lu Huifeng's waist and buried his head in Lu Huifeng's chest. A muffled voice came from Lu Huifeng's chest. Aunt Huifeng. Lin Weiwan felt warm in her heart. In her previous life, Aunt Lu had always opposed the Zhou family's recognition and moving in, fearing that Lin Weiwan would be bullied. Aunt, can I keep this with you for safekeeping? Lin Weiwan handed the small box in her hand to Aunt Huifeng. Lu Huifeng saw the box Lin Weiwan handed to her, looked around and closed the door. She pulled Lin Weiwan into the house. Xiaowan, did you encounter any problems? Tell your aunt, and I will take care of it for you. Lu Huifeng looked Lin Weiwan up and down, rolled up her sleeves to check, and felt relieved when she didn't see any scars. Aunt, the Zhou family has been acting strange these days. They want me to give up my job. Zhou Weibei, the eldest son of the Zhou family, seems to be ill, and Grandpa Zhou actually asked me to give my kidney to Zhou Weibei. Lin Weiwan finished, speaking with a frown.
What?
Lu Huifeng jumped up from the sofa, and her voice became much louder. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Old Master Qin came down from upstairs, followed by a taller figure. Lin Weiwan stood up and looked towards the stairs. The man behind Old Master Qin was about 1.89 meters tall, with long and powerful legs wrapped in black pants, and every step he took down the stairs was full of power and beauty. The dark eyes on his handsome and charming face were deep and distant, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. One look at him seemed to make people fall into him. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses made him look more elegant and gentlemanly, and less evil. Lin Weiwan glanced at him and turned to look at Old Master Qin, no longer looking at this man. It must be said that he was a top-notch man. Dad, Xiaowan is here. Lu Huifeng saw her father-in-law coming downstairs and took Lin Weiwan to Old Master Qin. Grandpa Qin. Lin Weiwan looked at Old Master Qin with a smile and called sweetly. You girl haven't been with me for some time. This is the grandson of my old comrade, Yi Jibai. Xiaobai, this is the little girl from the Lin family, Lin Weiwan.
Hello, comrade.
Lin Weiwan greeted him lightly, without getting close to the man. Hello, Comrade Lin. Yi Jibai's voice was low and cold. The four of them sat in the living room, their faces a little heavy. Xiaowan, what are your plans? Old Master Qin looked at the little girl. Grandpa Qin, I definitely don't agree with what they said, but I have some doubts about the relationship between the Zhou family and me. If I have a chance, I will find a way to check it out. I hope to keep this box of things with you for the time being. After all, there are many people in the family, and they are gossipy. Lin Weiwan didn't say anything unpleasant, but the meaning of his words was understood by several people. Now that he had let the wolf into the house, Lin Weiwan wanted to leave himself a way out. Don't worry, just leave the things with Grandpa Qin. I'll find someone to help you check the Zhou family's affairs. You just live a peaceful life, and I'll notify you when there's any news. Grandpa Qin's words made Lin Weiwan smile widely. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. The soft Wu dialect and the small face made Grandpa Qin very happy. Who made him have no granddaughter? Those naughty boys in his family are not as considerate as girls. Then I want to eat the braised pork you make. You haven't made it for a long time. Grandpa Qin felt his saliva welling up when he mentioned the braised pork. Yi Jibai couldn't help but glance sideways. Why did they talk about braised pork? I'll make it and bring it to you before dinner. Lin Weiwan agreed. Aunt Huifeng, the peaches in my yard haven't been harvested yet. I'll go back first. Lin Weiwan was going to get some meat. Lin Weiwan rode a bicycle to the meat processing factory with a half-person high bamboo basket tied to the back seat of the bicycle. He had just sent out 3 letters and was waiting for those people to come. He also bought 6 aluminum lunch boxes at the supply and marketing cooperative. In less than half an hour, he came out of the meat processing factory. The person he was looking for was naturally director, Hu of the meat processing factory. He was the son of Grandpa Lin's old friend. Most of the meat for the Lin family in recent years came from this place. After all, the pork in the food station was limited. Every time, Lin Weiwan couldn't squeeze into the slot or choose good meat. When he returned home, he found that the door was locked. The Zhou family members hadn't returned yet. Lin Weiwan locked the door and directly moved the bamboo basket from the car into the back kitchen. There was a whole half of pork in it. He cut 3 strips of pork belly with a knife. Lin Weiwan looked at the remaining pork and tested the space. The whole bamboo basket with half a pig disappeared directly on the spot. Lin Weiwan glanced at his watch. This time the space was locked for a shorter time. As for any changes, Lin Weiwan didn't see it. He didn't even have time to take a look at what the wood carving looked like this morning after he put it away last night. At the Qin family, Yi Jibai and Old Master Qin went up to the second floor. Old Master Qin patted Yi Jibai on the shoulder. Xiaobai, save some food and try Xiaowan's cooking. Old Master Qin smiled with his teeth showing, looking unfathomable. Yi Jibai poured a cup of tea for the old man and couldn't help asking Grandpa Qin, "Is Comrade Lin's cooking so good?" Old Master Qin took a sip of tea and leaned leisurely on the bamboo chair. "Do you know old Shui?" Yi Jibai paused. "The Shui, who is the heir of the imperial chef." "That's right. After Xiaowan was brought back by old Lin 10 years ago, she learned a small part of her cooking skills from your Aunt Lu, and most of the rest was taught by old Shui. Unfortunately, old Shui left early, and this closed apprentice is better than the master." Old Master Qin remembered the time when the 3 old guys got together to drink tea and play cards. Now he is the only one left among the old friends. Yi Jibai had only heard of Mr. Shui. He had the honor of tasting the dishes cooked by the Shui family's son twice. It was indeed rare. Even he, who had never paid much attention to his appetite, had to praise it. Now, after hearing what Mr. Qin said, he was looking forward to it. Lin Weiwan came back from the Qin family with a big watermelon, which was given by Aunt Huifeng. He took wood from the back room to make a fire and heat the pot. He put the whole piece of meat into the pot with cold water, cut the green onion, and poured some rice wine to remove the fishy smell. He took out the watermelon, separated the skin and the flesh, and kept the skin for later use. He put the watermelon into the space first so that it would not become stale if left outside. He took out 2 pears and 2 apples from the space refrigerator, sliced them for later use, and cut slices. Lin Weiwan found that the place where he took the apples last night was still empty. This means that the things in the space are limited, and they're used up when they are used up. It will not be so magical that it will be filled up by itself. After coming to his senses, he looked at the meat on the chopping board. Fortunately, there were pears and apples in the space. Otherwise, if he couldn't find these 2 things this month, the taste of the braised pork would be a little worse. After the water boiled and the meat was cooked, he took the meat out, rinsed it, and started to cut it into strips. Cut it into large pieces, burn the skin side over the fire, scrape it with a knife once, and remove the hair. Wash it with clean water and cut it into pieces. After a while, a basin of square meat pieces filled up half of the basin. Heat oil and add rock sugar. Fry it on medium heat until it turns chicken blood red. Add hot water, cinnamon, star anise, and dried chili peppers. Put the meat into the pot, rice wine, soy sauce, rock sugar, dried hawthorn, watermelon rind, apples, and duck pear slices. Put 2 casseroles on the stove. Put the contents of the iron pot into the 2 casseroles and start cooking. After stewing for an hour and a half, the house was filled with fragrance. Lin Weiwan brought out the casserole and put the big pot on the stove. Pick out all the small ingredients in the casserole, leaving only the meat and the soup in the big pot over high heat to collect the juice. The house can no longer lock in the fragrance, and the fragrance floats out through the window. Old Master Qin, who was drinking tea in the yard, smelled it. This fragrance. He took out a large bowl and filled it with a whole bowl of braised pork, poured the soup, and covered it to keep it warm. Put all the remaining braised pork into 3 clean aluminum lunchboxes and put them into the space villa. Turn around and went out to send it to the neighbor, and when he got home, he cleaned up the house and put all the picked peaches into the space. After cleaning up the battlefield, there was only a faint fragrance in the house. A gust of wind blew, and the fragrance became a little lighter. Thinking of the report letter sent out today, Lin Weiwan ate 2 pieces of snacks and put all the books in the house into the space, including his high school, junior high school, and elementary school books and the notes and recipes given by old Master Shui, so that no one would find out the problem later. Arriving at Grandpa Lin's room, he quickly tidied up Grandpa Lin's room and simply put everything into the space villa and moved it in as it was. Looking at the empty room, even the curtains were not closed. There was nothing left. Lin Weiwan checked again and confirmed that there was nothing missing in Grandpa Lin's room before locking the door. Back to her room, Lin Weiwan moved most of the clothes and bedding into the bedroom of the space villa. Now there is only a bed, an empty desk, a wardrobe, and a quilt in the room. In the wardrobe, Lin Weiwan only left 3 sets of clothes and a set of winter cotton clothes, and there was nothing else. The desk was even cleaned up. The things in the Zhou family's house were all moved from the Zhou family. Now, except for the tables and chairs in the living room and the tableware and water tank in the kitchen, all the things of the Lin family were put into the space by Lin Weiwan. Even the thermos, enamel wash basin, water cup, and tea set that she usually used were gone. In order to avoid them being broken during the search, she would have to go out and buy new ones. Now she just waits for those people to come and sit and watch the show. Looking at the fruit trees in front of the window and behind the house, Lin Weiwan decided to store them all in the space when it was late at night. He opened the warehouse behind the kitchen and put all the coal briquettes and wood piled in it into the space. Only 4 or 5 pieces of firewood were left outside. He looked at the time, and it was only 4 o'clock. He couldn't stay at home. The Zhou family hadn't come back yet, and it was even more impossible to wait for him to cook. After locking the door, Lin Weiwan rode his bicycle to his classmate Wang Jingjing's house. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Wang Jingjing coming out. "Lin Weiwan, why are you here?" Wang Jingjing looked at her classmate Lin Weiwan in front of her. Although they were in the same class at school, they didn't have much interaction. "I came to see you on purpose. Have you found a job?" Lin Weiwan parked the car and looked at Wang Jingjing. There was no other reason why so many classmates came to see Wang Jingjing. Among the 3 children in the Wang family, Wang Jingjing just met the criteria for going to the countryside, and Wang Jingjing's father Wang Fudua was the director of the street office in the area where Lin Weiwan was now. "No, you're lucky. Your family found a job for you right after you graduated." Wang Jingjing sighed. Nowadays, jobs are all for one person. These 2 days, she went to her relative's house to collect some cotton tickets and prepare to pack her luggage to go to the countryside.
I am going to sell my job.
"Do you want it?" Lin Weiwan asked directly. Wang Jingjing thought she had heard it wrong. She was stunned for a moment and quickly pulled Lin Weiwan into the house. "Lin Weiwan, sit down for a while. I will pour you some sugar water, make you some malted milk." Wang Jingjing ran to the kitchen happily. Lin Weiwan stopped Wang Jingjing directly. "Don't be in a hurry. I just ate something. If you want it, let's talk." Wang Jingjing nodded. "Then let's go find my dad." Lin Weiwan rode a bicycle with Wang Jingjing to the street office. The 2 held hands and went into Director Wang's office. "Girl, are you serious?" Director Wang looked at this beautiful girl who was about the same age as his daughter. "Yes, Uncle Wang, if you like this job, we will settle this matter." Lin Weiwan gave a positive answer. "Can I ask the reason?" Director Wang couldn't figure out why Lin Weiwan would give up the golden nest of the motor factory. People from outside could not get in even if they tried their best. "Uncle Wang, you should have heard that a family who claimed to be my relatives came to my house. They either went to school to make trouble or came to my house to make trouble. Even if they met on the street, they would come to recognize their relatives. Now the whole family has moved in, and my work has become a problem. They now have 2 children graduating in the same year. Now my household registration is not combined with theirs, so even if I don't have a job, it's okay. I can sell my job and let them be quiet. Also, I want to go to the countryside." Wang Fudua nodded after listening. Everyone in their area knew about this. If it was an ordinary family, it would be easy to solve. They could get rid of them by saying they wanted to wipe out the family. But the other party was different. The father was the deputy director of a machinery factory, the son was a soldier, and the son was a doctor. There was no need for such a family to lose their reputation and deceive the little girl. When she heard about going to the countryside, she stood up. Niece, why do you want to go to the countryside? You know what will happen if you go to the countryside. Wang Fudwa didn't know what this beautiful girl in front of him was thinking. She actually wanted to go to the countryside. Uncle Wang, I want to go to the countryside to support construction for 2 years and train myself. Lin Weiwan couldn't find any other excuses. He couldn't say that he was going to the countryside for revenge. Then, niece, how much do you want for this job? Wang Fudwa thought about it and thought that it would be okay to find a job for this girl and bring her back in 2 years. He could mail some things to take care of her during these 2 years. 1,000. Even if there is no job, at least I have to save some private money to go to the countryside. I also need some national grain coupons, meat coupons, cotton coupons, and industrial coupons. Lin Weiwan thought that there would be things that would require the help of Wang Fudwa, the director of the office, in the future. The price was not too much. After all, her job was to be the cashier in the office of the motor factory, which was out of the question. When Wang Fudwa heard the price, he slapped his thigh and said, Niece, Uncle Wang thanks you for this. I'll give you 1,200 and some receipts later. It's not easy for a girl like you to live. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Can you please go to the youth educated office with me? I want to go to the black market in northeast China. Lin Weiwan didn't expect Director Wang to add 200. Now this money is not small, although the highest salary outside is 1,600 yuan per job. But who knows what's going on in reality? After all, the salary is only about 30 yuan a month now. It's not a small amount to buy a job without eating or drinking for 3 years. That's easy. I happen to know someone from the youth educated office. When can we go through the procedures? Director Wang looked at Lin Weiwan. Naturally, he hoped that this job would be done as soon as possible, fearing that it would change if he was late. It's all right. If Uncle Wang is free, we can do it tomorrow morning. Lin Weiwan certainly hoped to make a quick decision. He still had a lot of things to do. After eating a bowl of plain noodles outside, the Zhou family members had already returned when they pushed the door open. Lin Weiwan locked the car and walked into the house, feeling relaxed and light-footed. It's already late, and you still know how to come back? There's no rice at home, so you don't know how to buy some. Old Mrs. Zhou, who was sitting in the living room, looked unhappy when she saw Lin Weiwan coming back empty-handed. She spent money every day these days, and now she couldn't help but blame Lin Weiwan when she saw him coming back empty-handed. Are you talking about me, Grandma? Lin Weiwan was in a rare good mood and answered old Mrs. Zhou's words.
Who are you talking about?
You eat 2 meals a day, and don't you know how to buy things for the family? The rice jar is almost empty, and you still need others to serve you at this age. Old Mrs. Zhou became more and more angry, and her voice became much louder. Lin Weiwan didn't come back, and the Zhou family gathered at home to discuss the matter. They found that Lin Weiwan didn't agree to give Zhou Laosi a kidney at all. He was unwilling to give up his job, and the whole family was unhappy. Seeing Lin Weiwan coming back, they all looked unhappy. Before your family came, there were still a lot of fine grains in my rice jar. These days, I can't eat much for 3 meals a day. You told me that there is no more. Then where are my things? Who ate my food? Lin Weiwan sat on the sofa and looked at the Zhou family.
What are you talking about?
You are the only one who eats that little food and no one else in the family? Zhou Weibei was the first to confront Lin Weiwan. He felt as if his heart was fried in oil because the thing he thought was going to be done was ruined. You still know that the whole family ate it. The whole family ate up my fine grains and now ask me why I don't buy food back. Do you eat for free? You are waiting for me, a little girl, to support you. Why did you all starve when you didn't come to the Lin family? Lin Weiwan looked at the Zhou family members who were pretending to be stupid with sarcasm.
What are you talking about?
Grandma just said a few words to you. The younger generation should just listen to the elders' words. You even cursed everyone. I'll beat you to death. Zhou Weinan stood up angrily, his face red as a monkey's. How could he save face after being told that for the first time in his life? The Zhou family members did not stop him and waited to see Lin Weiwan being beaten. This little deserved a beating. He had been too nice to her before. Seeing Zhou Weinan approaching, Lin Weiwan was not polite and kicked Zhou Weinan in the stomach, pinning him to the sofa 1 meter behind.
Ah.
Zhou Rongrong originally wanted to watch a good show, but she didn't expect Zhou Weinan to fly out. You shameless little. You dare to hit people, I'll beat you to death. Seeing her grandson grimacing in pain, old lady Zhou raised her crutches and smashed them at Lin Weiwan. The neighbors who heard the noise outside had gathered at the door of the Lin family, but the door was locked. They could only hear the crackling screams from inside, but they couldn't open the door. When the Qin family heard the noise, Lu Huifang ran over with a rolling pin in her hand without even taking off her apron. Xiaowan, open the door. Auntie is here. Open the door quickly. Zhou family, if you dare to do anything, I will call the police. Lu Huifang was so anxious that she was sweating, fearing that something would happen to Lin Weiwan. Yi Jibai walked over, took 2 steps back, took a running start, stepped on the wall of the Lin family, and flipped in to open the door. Before he had time to look inside, he saw a figure flying out and smashing into the vegetable garden. It was none other than Zhou's father. Zhou's father rubbed his lower back, turned over, and spit out a mouthful of blood, with 2 big front teeth in it. Yi Jibai looked at the little figure, who was still killing people in the living room. This morning he was still a weak little rabbit, but how could he become a big bad wolf at night? His eyelids couldn't help but jump. What strength! There was no rules at all. It really fits the saying that 1 force can defeat 10 skills. When Lu Huifang entered the yard and saw Zhou's father just stood up, she picked up a rolling pin and started smashing things without saying a word. The sound made the neighbors feel that they should not mess with the Qin family and the Lin family in the future. Yi Jibai was about to go into the house to help.
Make way, make way.
More than 10 people from the Revolutionary Committee came, and they squeezed in from the crowd with red armbands on their sleeves.
Who is Zhou Weihai?
Captain Wang looked at the chaotic Lin family and shouted. I'm here, help me. Zhou Weihai covered his head and shouted, thinking that someone came to save him, and he didn't know where these tiger women came from, but he had to beat them all. At this time, not only his buttocks hurt, but also his whole body hurt, and there were several lumps on his head. Yi Jibai grabbed Lu Huifang, who was beating vigorously, fearing that this ant would hurt people, and it would be difficult to deal with. Stop it, what are you doing? Captain Wang looked at the group of people fighting. He asked his men to pull the people apart. Everyone looked over and saw that all 7 members of the Zhou family had bruises on their faces. Lin Weiwan's clothes and hair were a little messy, but her face was not stained at all. Yi Jibai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A 1-7 victory. If this person was brought to the army, he would definitely be a good candidate. We received a report that Zhou Weihai took advantage of his power to accept bribes and embezzle state property, defrauded disabled employees to embezzle employee disability subsidies, and used his position to sell factory property. Captain Wang's words were like a bolt from the blue, dumbfounding the Zhou family and causing the crowd to go crazy.
Search for me.
Wang Bing gave an order, and his men rushed into the house.
Wait.
Lin Weiwan stood out and blocked the door. What do you want? Captain Wang looked at the girl in front of him and just waved his hand to let his men pull the girl, who suddenly jumped out aside. This house belongs to the Lin family. You can search it, but I want to watch you search my room and my grandfather's room. I am not from the same family as them. Lin Weiwan stood up to make his position clear. It is normal for several families to live in one house in High City now. The Zhou family cannot bring him in when they commit crimes. It is just right to take advantage of the crowd to clear himself. Yi Jibai Lu Huifang wanted to help, but when she saw Lin Weiwan shaking his head at the 2 of them, she stopped and watched. Another group of people squeezed in. They were the head of the security department of the machinery factory and his men. Okay, but just in case, we have to check your and your grandfather's rooms as well. Captain Wang had investigated the matter of this house today and knew that the Zhou family bullied an orphan girl, but just in case, it was better to check it to be safe. Looking at Lao Wang from the Revolutionary Committee, who arrived before him, the 2 groups searched together. The originally locked room was also forcibly opened. Zhou Weihai's face was already whiter than paper, and he sat on the ground. Seeing his son in this state, Mr. Zhou was so angry that he fainted without a breath. Old Mrs. Zhou pinched the old man's philtrum desperately, crying and shouting for help. She was also afraid that the treasure she hid under the bed would be searched out. At this time, the police also came and took the unconscious old man Zhou to the hospital. Lin Weiwan stood aside and opened her room to let people in to look around and locked it again. Found it. A man with a red armband came out holding an iron box, and people followed one after another, placing the money and bills they received in front of Captain Wang. The iron box was opened, and Captain Wang quickly took out the account book and passbook to look at them. Take it away. A group of people dragged Zhou Weihai, who was like a dead dog, away. Mother Zhou also fainted. Everything related to money in the room of the Zhou family was searched away, except for the rags and tattered clothes. Zhang Kaiyong looked at the room full of bruised faces and noses. Come with me to the police station. Lin Weiwan was released in the middle of the night with the Zhou family. After all, the other members of the Zhou family didn't know about Zhou Weihai's affairs, and Lin Weiwan was even more innocent. As for the fight, the Zhou family felt wronged and said that they were beaten by Lin Weiwan. They made a scene at the Public Security Bureau and asked for justice for them. Lin Weiwan insisted that it was a minor friction within the family and promised not to fight again. The Zhou family did not admit it. Lin Weiwan asked directly, if you are not a family, why are you Zhou in the Lin family? The Zhou family members were silent. After returning home, looking at the messy house, Zhou's mother cried while cleaning up, looking at Lin Weiwan fiercely, but dared not say a word. She could only glare at him secretly. After all, her mouth was still swollen. Now her whole face is numb. Zhou Rongrong hid in the utility room and dared not come out, for fear of being beaten by Lin Weiwan again. After cleaning up, Zhou's mother returned to the room and found that her small treasury was gone. Even the money in the cabinet was gone, and she covered her eyes and cried again. Zhou Weinan helped Zhou Weibei back to the room to rest. Zhou Weibei was in a bad condition after the tossing at night. Zhou Weinan saw that even the money he had hidden in his underpants in the closet had been taken away, so he quickly felt around in his pocket and found 12.35 yuan, which was the money left from buying things for Zhou Rongrong today. He was thinking about going out tomorrow to call his eldest brother in the army and his third brother in the countryside. The only person who was not hurt in the whole villa was Lin Weiwan. In the room, except for the bed being lifted up and the furniture being moved, there were fewer things, which were easier to turn over and clean up. Except for some footprints on the ground, there was no major change. After finishing the tidying up, Lin Weiwan sat in front of the window happily, took out the white sugar cake from the space, and ate it with the spiritual spring water. Lin Weiwan found that as long as he didn't drink the water in the spring eye, he would feel very comfortable and relieve fatigue if he only drank the spring water outside. Of course, his physical condition improved much more slowly. But since he put the good things into the space, not only the space was expanding and changing, but even the spring eye of the spiritual spring water was slightly covered with a trace of white mist. Seeing the more abnormal spiritual spring water, Lin Weiwan remembered the pain he felt when he was in pain with the water in the spring eye last time. He shuddered and decided to forget it. The transformation was not urgent. His life was more important. Lin Weiwan was really afraid that he would bite his tongue and commit suicide accidentally because of the pain. For a moment, no one remembered that the old couple of the Zhou family were still in the hospital. Lin Weiwan got up early and went downstairs. Seeing the listless people, she felt relieved. Just as she was about to go out, she saw Zhou Weinan, who was supposed to go to work, riding a bicycle back.
Alas.
What's going on? Xiaonan, you went to work. Why are you back? Zhou's mother stuffed 2 grain corn buns into a bamboo basket and prepared to send it to the old couple in the hospital. The hospital knows about our family's affairs. They said that I was fired because my father's affairs were too bad. Zhou Weinan said aggrievedly and ran upstairs with red eyes. Many people knew about Zhou Weihai's affairs overnight. Most of the evidence was conclusive. Zhou Weihai was too calculating. He was greedy and even set up an account for himself. There were also several people who went in with him, including those who had correspondence. Zhou Weihai said that it was impossible for someone else to frame him. There was no change in the things at home. After interrogating for a night, there were many differences in the accounts. Zhou Weinan insisted that he didn't know because he didn't have money. The rest of the people were interrogated overnight, and they confessed everything. They just waited for the verdict to come out. Don't underestimate the joint interrogation of the Revolutionary Committee and the head of the Security Department. No one can survive. Zhou Rongrong looked at the only 38 yuan left in her hand. The subsidy for registering to go to the countryside was 50 yuan in cash, and the resettlement fee of 200 yuan was tied to the household registration and food. It was used for living allowance, housing, and food for the first year. Individuals could not receive it and could not use it for other purposes. Originally, I thought that I would comfort Zhou's mother and father when I was about to go to the countryside and supplement myself with a few hundred yuan. When the time comes, I will be like Zhou Laosen, and my family will send me 10 or 20 yuan every month so that I can live better. Now I looked at a pile of things, including the newly bought enamel basin, kettle, thermos, clothes, and shoes, 2 stacks of straw paper, and some fabrics for making cotton jackets. I heard that the temperature in the northeast is -40 or 50 degrees in winter. Cotton quilts need cotton tickets. The 3 brothers and sisters naturally don't have them, so they're going to ask Zhou's mother to prepare them. Now it seems to be in trouble. Thinking that Zhou Weinan is a doctor with a salary, in order to please the Zhou brothers at noon, he specially ordered 2 hard dishes at the state-owned restaurant. Zhou Rongrong thought about it. Now the only one who has money is Lin Weiwan. After all, Lin Weiwan is the only living person in the Lin family. Old man Lin must have left a backup for her. Zhou Weinan lay on the bed and cried for a while. Now that he has lost his job, he may not be able to escape to the countryside. Thinking of Zhou Weibei, Zhou Weinan sat up directly. Now that Lin Weiwan does not transplant a kidney to Zhou Weibei, will this matter happen to him? After thinking for a while, Zhou Weinan gritted his teeth, found the household registration book, and rushed out. Zhou Weibei sat in the yard, his face slightly swollen. He did not rest well last night, and he was out of energy today. The second brother said that he had contacted the eldest brother and that the eldest brother would be back in a few days. Now that the family has no money, can he still do this operation? Zhou's mother walked back from the hospital, feeling as if she had lost all hope. The head of the family had been arrested, and she would have to get more information later. The old man had woken up, but half of his body was paralyzed, and he couldn't take care of himself. The doctor said that he was old and had been greatly traumatized, so his chances of recovery were slim. And with the 4th child's condition, she didn't know what to do. She could only go to the hospital first and couldn't watch the child die of illness. After leaving the youth educator office and separating from the Wang family, Lin Weiwan patted his shoulder bag with satisfaction. There were 1,250 yuan in it, 50 yuan of which was a subsidy for going to the countryside, and various national general bills. In order to thank her for giving up her job, Wang Jingjing gave her all the cotton and cloth coupons she had found. The date for going to the countryside was set for August 25th, and there was still more than a month, enough time for her to prepare for the rest. It was only a little after 10 o'clock, and Lin Weiwan rode his bicycle to the meat processing plant to find director, Uncle Hu, I'm here again. The meat last time was really good. As he spoke, he took out a whole of dakiamin from his bag, put it on the table, and pushed it towards Hu Guangwen. This is what I got from the cigarette coupons I found at home. Uncle, you know that I am the only one in my family who doesn't smoke. I treat you as my dear uncle, so I brought it to you today. Lin Weiwan looked at the slightly plump Hu Guangwen happily. Hu Guangwen touched Benliang's head. Shaowan, the meat was eaten up so quickly last time. Since it is my eldest niece who is honoring me, I won't be polite. As he said that, he put the cigarettes on the table under the table to prevent any kid from coming in and seeing them. Lin Weiwan sat down. Uncle, something happened at home, and I can't stay. I will go to the countryside on the 25th of next month. Thinking about the hardship in the countryside, I want to make some bacon to take away. What do you think? Lin Weiwan looked at director, who with a pitiful look. Well, okay, let your uncle take care of this. Come over the day after tomorrow afternoon. Remember to bring 2 more things. I will prepare more for you. When Hu Guangwen heard that Lin Weiwan was going to the countryside, he agreed directly. Niece, I remember you had a job. Why are you going to the countryside? Life in the countryside is so hard. She lowered her voice. She looked at the door. No, uncle will find you a temporary job first, and you stay in the city first. Hu Guangwen really didn't want his beautiful niece to go to the countryside. What kind of place is the countryside? Is it so easy to go there? Just for the friendship between the old man and me, he had to find a job for his niece to stay. Uncle, thank you. I will remember your kindness. I really have to go to this village. I have already registered. There is nothing I can do. Lin Weiwan's expression was hard to describe. Coming out of the meat processing factory, Lin Weiwan glanced at the time. It was already 11:30. Weiwan was going to go to the department store to buy some fabrics to make some plain shirts, clothes, jackets, and pants. It would be even better if she bought 2 sweaters. Weiwan followed the team and moved forward. There were many people queuing behind him. Looking at the time, he estimated that he would go to the state-owned restaurant to eat after buying. Walking to the fabric area, Lin Weiwan was in the back of the line. There were probably more than a dozen people in front of him. Occasionally, some people in the crowd looked at him. Weiwan calmly looked at the various fabrics on the counter and prepared to choose what kind of fabric he wanted. He would just tell her the pattern and how much fabric he wanted to buy and make a quick decision. Mom, what kind of fabric should I buy for my aunt later? Weiwan heard the conversation between the mother and daughter. Let's take a look. It's okay. We only have this much money now. We also need to rent a house. We still have a month to wait for your brother to get his salary. The girl nodded after listening to the words. She was wearing a light gray coat with patches on her shoulders. The girl looked around with 2 pigtails. When she turned around, she saw the girl in the line behind her. Suddenly, her eyes widened and her eyes swept from top to bottom. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. The girls in the city are so pretty. They don't have to do farm work, and their skin is so smooth and tender without being exposed to the sun and wind. Lin Weiwan retracted his gaze and looked at the girl who had been staring at him. It was the girl who had just spoken. She looked about the same age as him, with almond-shaped eyes, thin lips, and darker skin. The girl and Lin Weiwan felt uncomfortable looking at each other. She was dragged forward a few steps by her mother and quickly turned her head back. In the hospital, Zhou's mother walked out of the hospital with her 2 sons and Zhou Rongrong. They all looked heavy. The current technology could only test the blood type. The doctor's words were still ringing in her ears. It would be better if the blood type was the same. Zhou Weinan, Zhou's mother, and Zhou Rongrong all did the test. The 3 of them had the same expression on their faces and the same thoughts in their hearts. They all hoped that their blood types did not match. If the knife touched them, they would be scared to death. It would be like walking through the gates of. But the 3 of them did not say a word of no. They left the hospital and walked back along the street with heavy hearts. Zhou Weinan was secretly happy. Even if he met the requirements, it would be useless. He had already signed up to go to the countryside. It was better to work in the countryside than to lose a kidney. Maybe he could return to the city again if he had a chance. Zhou Rongrong was thinking about how to make more money. As for the kidney issue, she didn't care about it. Anyway, she was not his biological child and he would not need her. In the department store, the mother and daughter bought 2 pieces of cloth and left. When Lin Weiwan came, the clerk saw such a beautiful girl for the first time and smiled a little more. Hello, comrade. What kind of cloth do you need to buy? That beige pure cotton cloth, black linen, white twill, black twill, blue and white floral cloth. Lin Weiwan mumbled a lot, and the salesperson was somewhat surprised by what Lin Weiwan said. There were other reasons. At this time, only 12 feet of cloth could be allocated per year, and 16 feet of cloth coupons were subsidized for marriage. It was not something that could be bought with money. Lin Weiwan saw the clerk's hesitation and took out a stack of cloth coupons from the cloth bag and shook them at the salesperson. The salesperson immediately started to tear the cloth and fold it for Lin Weiwan. 12 pieces of cloth were neatly. Lin Weiwan paid for the cloth and the big unity, took out a piece of cloth from the cloth bag, put the cloth in the middle, and wrapped it with a cloth so that it would not be too conspicuous when going out, and left under the gaze of a group of prodigal eyes behind him. Ordinary families can't afford to support this beautiful girl. It costs more than a month's salary. Who can afford it? An old lady stared at Lin Weiwan's leaving figure. She was originally going to buy a silk scarf, but when she saw the beautiful girl, she gave up buying anything and came over. Isn't it? This girl is really pretty. Lin Weiwan walked through the crowd, put the package into the basket, and rode his bicycle to the state-owned restaurant not far away. Since drinking the spiritual spring water, he became stronger and became hungry easily, and ate more than before. Zhou Rongrong looked at the figure riding a bicycle not far away and excitedly patted Chen Xiyun's arm beside her. "Mom, look, it's Lin Weiwan." After hearing what Zhou Rongrong said, the Zhou family hurriedly searched for him in the crowd. In the state-owned restaurant, it was almost noon this time, and most of the guests were already seated. Many girls and wives looked at the two young men sitting at the window. There was even a girl who blushed with embarrassment. She was just shopping, but she accidentally saw two handsome young men over 1.8 meters tall entering the restaurant. She and her two sisters followed them in. The three sisters ordered 3 bowls of plain noodles and sat not far away, secretly looking at the two tall figures not far away. The braised pork that had just been cooked on the table was steaming, and a pair of chopsticks picked up the fat and lean braised pork and put it into her mouth to chew. "Well, Jibai, this braised pork is really good. You should try it." Wei Shizhou was wearing a green military uniform and sat there straight. "Well, it's good. How are you doing recently?" Yi Jibai tasted it, and the cooking skills of the little girl next door were not as good as it. "Same old. You just came back from training with the team. You came too suddenly. You should have informed me earlier so that I can take a few days off, and we can have a good time together. How many days are you going to stay here this time?" "Tomorrow's train ticket." Yi Jibai has delicate and deep eyebrows and a high nose bridge. From childhood to adulthood, Yi Jibai has always been the most strict with himself, whether in military training or in his position. Even though he has an infuriatingly handsome face, people who come into contact with him are completely distracted by his rigorous and cold temperament and completely ignore his delicate face. Lin Weiwan locked the car and entered the state-owned restaurant with a large cloth package. He found a seat slightly away from the door and close to the window among the diners who are already half full. While eating, he can also look out of the window. It is a very good choice. Putting down the package, Lin Weiwan ignored the gradually quiet restaurant and picked up his backpack and walked towards the window. After looking at the dishes, "Master, 2 tails of white rice, 1 portion of braised pork." He took out the food coupons and 40 cents, 35 cents for a portion of braised pork, and 5 cents for a large bowl of white rice. After thinking about the current situation at home, "Master, another portion of braised pork and 2 portions of twice-cooked pork, 10 steamed buns, and 10 meat buns." He took out 3 aluminum lunchboxes from the cloth bag and sent them to the window. Lin Weiwan returned to the dining table with his own food, completely ignoring the gazes that fell on him, and first took a bite of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. The canvas bag was bulging with steamed buns and dumplings. Lin Weiwan pretended to stuff the steamed buns and dumplings into the big cloth bag and secretly sent them all to the space villa. The sweet gravy filled his mouth. The meat was stewed soft and tender, and it was oily but not greasy. Lin Weiwan couldn't help but smile and turned to look at the pedestrians coming and going outside. "Jibai, where did this fairy fall from?" The ribs on Wei Shizhou's chopsticks fell off. Although he had been single for 28 years and often hung out with a group of older men, there were many beautiful girls in the military art troupe, and it was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl like the girl just now. Yi Jibai also noticed the girl who was as beautiful as the sun and the moon just now. Yes, they were indeed 2 nouns that did not match, but they were just right for this girl. She was bright and beautiful, with a peach blossom face, but her temperament was as cold as the moonlight. The little wild cat next door. But his face did not show his emotions very much. It's the girl from the Lin family next door to Grandpa Qin. Many people in the restaurant looked at the 2 tall men and then turned their eyes to the fairy girl who was eating her meal in the sun with a satisfied look. Many people stood up and came to the window and also ordered a portion of braised pork. Braised pork became a hot dark horse in the restaurant at noon today. The three Zhou family members chased into the state-owned restaurant. Zhou Rongrong saw Lin Weiwan eating. Mom, she's there. Several people walked quickly towards Lin Weiwan. Yi Jibai saw several people rushing towards Lin Weiwan not far away. Yi Jibai, who rarely meddles in other people's business, put down his chopsticks and stood up. Wei Shizhou also put down his chopsticks and looked at the few people sideways. Okay, Lin Weiwan, you didn't even go to see your grandparents in the hospital. You are so black-hearted. You're still in the mood to eat here.
Come with me.
Zhou's mother was furious when she saw Lin Weiwan. She finally found an outlet for her fear from morning till now. Anyway, she didn't count on Lin Weiwan. She took advantage of the fact that there were more people to punish her. If she obeyed, she would take her to the hospital to donate a kidney to the fourth child. If she didn't obey, it would be better if someone could catch her and pry her room back. Lin Weiwan put down her chopsticks and took out the handkerchief in her pocket to wipe the corners of her mouth. Looking at the angry family of three. Miss Chun, you are old, and your eyesight is not good. If you have a brain problem, go to the hospital for treatment. Don't always think about scheming others when your family is in trouble. Xiaowan, such a big thing happened at home, and Grandpa is still in the hospital. You actually have the mood to come out and eat delicious food by yourself. We can't even get Grandpa's hospital fees together. Zhou Rongrong looked at Lin Weiwan with a look of pity, not knowing that she was the one who was hurt. If you have a brain seizure, go to the doctor quickly. Don't be disgusting here. My surname is Lin, and your surname is Zhou. Do you think it's appropriate to ask for money from people with different surnames when your grandpa is sick? Lin Weiwan rolled his eyes at Zhou Rongrong, too lazy to reason with such a person, which would affect his appetite. Okay, second brother, take her home for me, and watch me deal with her when I get home. Zhou's mother still remembers the slap she received from Lin Weiwan last night. Her back teeth are loose, and she can't even eat with strength now. As she spoke, her eyes were full of ferocity, and she wanted to beat this up right now. After all, she was not raised by her side, and she was not close to her even if they were related by blood. Lin Weiwan, hurry up and come home with us. Zhou Weinan acted like a big brother. Seeing Lin Weiwan today, he certainly hoped to take her home and persuade her to agree to a kidney transplant. Otherwise, it would be his turn, and his relationship with his family would be ruined if he went to the countryside. Zhou Weinan was already in a bad mood. Why did he have to do the matching for the fourth brother instead of the eldest and third brothers? If the match was successful but he still didn't get a wife, wouldn't he be a useless person? Thinking of this, he became even more angry. He ran directly to Lin Weiwan behind the table, stretched out his hand with a serious face to grab Lin Weiwan, and raised his other hand high, naturally aiming at Lin Weiwan's beautiful face. Looking at the tall Zhou Weinan coming over, Lin Weiwan thought of the scene in her previous life, when she was controlled by Zhou Weinan and couldn't leave. Lin Weiwan's eyes were cold, and she stretched out her hand to grab Zhou Weinan's right hand that was stretched out to her, and kicked Zhou Weinan in the lower abdomen. The force was so strong that Zhou Weinan flew back several meters and lay on the ground for a long time without moving. Yi Jibai watched the man rushing towards Lin Weiwan and was about to squeeze through the crowd to help. Just after squeezing through one layer, he saw a figure freely falling next to him. It was the man who had just attacked Lin Weiwan. Yi Jibai, who was originally preparing to force his way through, paused for a moment and put his raised foot down again. There are always many people watching the show. In this era, there are no entertainment programs. Any conflict or quarrel will attract a large group of people watching the show. Today, many people have entered the state-owned restaurant because of the three outstanding people. Now, because of the quarrel and the downtown area, more people have gathered. Many people are lying outside the windows looking in. The whole state-owned restaurant is surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Someone is being beaten to death. Look, everyone. How can I have such an unfilial daughter who disobeys her parents and beats her own brother? You little beast, I will beat you to death for bullying your brother like this. Zhou's mother rushed to Lin Weiwan. She knew that Lin Weiwan was powerful. If outsiders saw her daughter beating her mother, she would definitely be scolded and arrested by the police. It would be even better if she was shot. Zhou's mother's hand was very clear, scratching the little S face for revenge. Lin Weiwan grabbed Zhou's mother's arm with one hand and swung his other hand back and forth to slap her face.
Pa-pa-pa. Pa-pa-pa.
The whole state-owned restaurant was filled with the sound of big mouths. Zhou's mother felt that her eyes went black, and her whole head was dizzy. "You beast, stop it, let mom go," Zhou Weinan shouted. Lin Weiwan also kicked Zhou's mother away, and Zhou Rongrong hurried forward to help her up. She was scared, and fortunately she didn't go close to her, otherwise she would only be beaten.
Ah.
"I won't live anymore." A mother is beaten by her daughter. Zhou's mother immediately lay on the ground and burst into tears. Many people pointed and talked, looking at Lin Weiwan with unfriendly eyes. Cui Hongying stood beside the two tall figures intentionally or unintentionally and rushed to the front regardless of the pulling of the two sisters. "Comrade, you have gone too far. Even if you encounter something, you can't hit your parents and relatives. Even if you are unhappy, you can't do such an unfilial thing. How can a pretty girl be so morally corrupt? Yes, filial piety comes first among all virtues. Such a girl is too scary. I would rather my daughter be ugly than be so black-hearted. Yes, I can't tell that a beautiful person has such a vicious mind and dares to hit her mother and brother." Many people in the crowd pointed and talked at Lin Weiwan, glaring at her. Everyone immediately put themselves into the role of parents, and the jealousy in their hearts was magnified again and again in front of the distorted facts. The figures who had been dodging and following Lin Weiwan for a while kept squeezing in the crowd. Their purpose was clear, to follow the crowd and take advantage of it. They never dared to dream of this. Yi Jibai felt that something was wrong. He pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Lin Weiwan, blocking the excited crowd. Wei Shizhou watched his good friend come forward and quickly squeezed over. Before squeezing over, he greeted the salesperson next to him and said a few words. Lin Weiwan was about to refute and scold this little green tea who came in front of him to seek a sense of existence, but he was blocked by a tall figure. Lin Weiwan, who was 1.68 meters tall, suddenly looked small in front of Yi Jibai, who was 1.88 meters tall. It was not only because of his height, but also because of the coldness that Yi Jibai exuded. "You are filial too." Lin Weiwan paused as he looked at the tall figure in front of him. The close distance made Lin Weiwan smell the sunshine and the refreshing scent of soap. "Everyone don't get excited. It's better to clarify the matter." Yi Jibai stood there and many men with bad intentions retreated. Wei Shizhou also squeezed over at this time. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Weiwan when he saw her up close. Zhou Rongrong's eyes were fixed on Yi Jibai, who was blocking Lin Weiwan. The man was elegant and extraordinary, and he was not comparable to ordinary people. Then she became jealous of Lin Weiwan. There was such a person who spoke for Lin Weiwan. "No matter how clear the matter is, you all saw it. This girl beat her relatives and has a vicious heart. Comrade, don't be fooled by her appearance." Cui Hongying straightened her back and said with a beaming face. She showed her face in front of the person she liked and received a lot of approving eyes, which made Cui Hongying feel like a hero that everyone was paying attention to. Zhou Rongrong felt relieved after hearing the girl's words. "You blind man, go see a doctor immediately. If you want to be filial, take this kind of person home to raise him. You don't know what's going on, why are you getting involved?" Lin Weiwan squeezed out from beside Yi Jibai. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women made everyone quieter. Each of the three was handsome and beautiful. "Why are you still scolding people, comrade? You hit someone yourself, and you think you are right," Cui Hongying said with a little grievance and looked at Yi Jibai. The three members of the Zhou family had already stood up with the help of each other and were surrounded by the crowd and stood beside Cui Hongying. "Xiao Wan, even if you don't recognize us, it can't change the fact that you have Zhou blood in your veins. We live in the same house and eat from the same pot. What you said is so disheartening. Even if you are in a bad mood, you can't hit your biological mother." Zhou's mother spoke quickly, confirming Lin Weiwan's bad reputation. "Is my relationship with the Zhou family really like what you said? If you had substantial evidence, you would have merged our household registrations at the street office. Are you really my mother? It's okay for me to be bullied by you. We should live together and keep to ourselves. Why do you have to force me like this? I still say the same thing. If you want to recognize an orphan like me, then show us substantial evidence. Lin Weiwan explained the whole story in just 2 sentences. Everyone's anger was relieved a lot. After listening to Lin Weiwan's words, many people automatically imagined a big drama. Sister Xiaowan, you can't say that to us. We have been looking for you for a long time. You can't say that. It hurts your mother's heart. Zhou Rongrong looked aggrieved, tears falling from her eyes. She looked at Lin Weiwan with regret. You've been looking for me for 10 years. I've been in the same class with you and your brother and sister for 2 years, but I've never heard you two mention that the Zhou family has a lost sister. What are you thinking about when you come to the Lin family to find your relatives? Do you think I don't know? Oh, by the way, I heard that your brother is sick and you will be sent to the countryside soon. You are all here today. You must have gone to the hospital for a checkup. How come you didn't learn your lesson from the beating you got last time? Now you want to throw dirty water on me again, because there are so many people who don't understand the situation. It's your family's fault that there are 3 employees, the deputy director, a soldier, and a doctor. Everyone knows that you have such a crooked mind. Of course, it's convenient for you to find someone from outside. Everyone in your family has a good job and is of a good age. Whoever's kidney is cut off will become a disabled person. Oh, I forgot, your father was arrested last night. I heard that he embezzled a lot from the machinery factory. He will have to eat peanuts. Your brother has also lost his job. You're desperate now. Lin Weiwan smelled the unique smell of disinfectant in the hospital when Zhou Weinan rushed towards her. Thinking of Zhou Xiangbei's condition, she thought that the whole family went for a checkup.
Ye ibai frognet.
He saw clearly what happened last night and looked at the Zhou family with unfriendly eyes. The crowd pointed at the Zhou family. Too bad, this is bullying, trying to kill for money. Hurry up and find the police to arrest them. Oh, this girl is so pitiful. If it weren't for the help of these 2 comrades today, I'm afraid she would have been arrested by this family. Yes, her family is reluctant to donate the kidney, so they set their sights on outsiders. I have to tell the child when I go back not to go with others. They are the family members of the doctor and the director of the machinery factory. It's too scary. No, don't listen to her nonsense. This child just doesn't want to pay attention to us because she wants to live a good life. We have done a blood test and will not let her donate a kidney to her brother. Her grandfather is sick, and we will take her back to see the old man. Zhou's mother was a little scared when she heard the police. The Zhou family must not go to the police station again. But Lin Weiwan blocked her words, and no matter how she explained, it seemed pale and powerless. The police are here. Someone in the crowd shouted. Comrade, make way. Several police officers in green military uniforms and caps came over. Comrade police, these people want to kidnap this girl. An old lady pointed at the 3 members of the Zhou family. Cui Hongying felt as if she had made a mistake and her face turned red with embarrassment, and she wanted to hide in the crowd and leave. No, comrade police, this is really my sister. We are really relatives. Zhou Rongrong fearfully pulled Zhou's mother's arm and explained with tears in her eyes. Comrade police, this girl is really my little daughter who has been missing for 10 years. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Zhou's mother stepped forward and explained with a calm attitude and a smile on her face. Comrade public security, I have nothing to do with them. You can tell by looking at my appearance and their family. No matter how different a family is, there are still some similarities. They think that I am alone, and my elders have passed away, so they want to take me back, occupy my house, and even want to cut off my kidney to save their youngest son. Lin Weiwan stood up and pointed at the Zhou family. It's really a misunderstanding. Zhou's mother wiped the sweat from her head. It would be hard to explain if she continued to investigate. It's a misunderstanding. You claim to be relatives without words, and you still want to use force. So many people have seen it. You said that relatives came and you started fighting, right? Wei Shizhou stood up and asked everyone. Hello, comrade. We are all witnesses. Wei Shizhou stood up. The public security comrades saw Wei Shizhou in military uniform and naturally believed him a little. The Zhou family was taken away and Lin Weiwan, the person involved, naturally had to go with them. However, there were 2 more people protecting him, which made Lin Weiwan feel much more at ease. Lin Weiwan pushed her bicycle out of the police station and smiled broadly at Yi Jibai and Wei Shizhou beside her. Thank you both for your help. I'm sorry to disturb you while you're having lunch. Lin Weiwan felt a little embarrassed looking at the 2 people who helped him. Excuse me, you are from Grandpa Lin Juanhong's family, right? Wei Shizhou and Yi Jibai served as witnesses in the police station. Now this incident needs to be further investigated. The 4 members of the Zhou family were directly detained, but they won't be detained for long. Maybe they will be released at night after a lecture. You are. Lin Weiwan had never seen this person before and had no impression of him in his memory. My name is Wei Shizhou. When Grandpa Lin passed away, my father Wei Yingzhan went to your house. Wei Shizhou knew that Lin Weiwan didn't know him, but when Grandpa Lin passed away, his father went to mourn. Lin Weiwan remembered, and his eyes lit up. So you are Uncle Wei's son. Well, I was leading the team outside at that time and couldn't see Grandpa Lin off for the last time. I didn't expect to meet you, Sister Lin, today. It's fate. Don't worry, I've said hello, and the Zhou family's affairs will be carefully investigated. Wei Shizhou didn't shy away from the Lin family. In the war that year, the money and property donated by the Lin family solved a lot of problems. Looking at the girl riding away on a bicycle, Wei Shizhou turned his head and looked at the iron tree beside him. Jibai, what do you think of this girl? What do you mean? I'm asking you, do you like this girl? Wei Shizhou asked what he was thinking directly. I just met her twice. How can I like her or not? Yi Jibai didn't understand why Wei Shizhou suddenly asked him this. Then I won't be polite. I will pursue her tomorrow. Bring her home as a wife. Do you think my old man should praise me? I got married earlier than my eldest brother. Wei Shizhou was already imagining his future life, with Lin Weiwan as he spoke. You are just attracted by her beauty, not love. Yi Jibai was so angry at Wei Shizhou's words that he clenched his fist. You can't say that. I fell in love with her at first sight. How can I love her if I'm not attracted to her? Besides, I look pretty good with her. He didn't forget to raise his neck, as if he was a rooster that won a fight, a little proud.
Ye bai.
Love at first sight. Do you think I should buy movie tickets or take some things with me tomorrow? Wei Shizhou thought about it seriously. You're not allowed to go find her. Yi Jibai directly rejected Wei Shizhou's plan.
Why?
Are you not allowed to find a wife if you don't chase her? Brother, just because you like to be single doesn't mean I like it too. Look at my hand. Wei Shizhou put his arm around Yi Jibai's neck and opened his right hand to show Yi Jibai. What's wrong? I have calluses all over my face. Can't you see? Said without forgetting to roll his eyes at Yi Jibai.
Ye bai.
He elbowed Wei Shizhou aside. You are too old. She is so young. You two are not suitable. Yi Jibai thought about the girl's appearance and estimated that she was not even 18 years old. How can I be old? I am in my prime. Why not cultivate the relationship for 2 more years and marry her when I am older? Don't even think about it.
Why?
I met her first. You can find someone else yourself. Okay, you dislike me for being old, but you're not old.
Didn't you say you had no feelings?
We have only met twice and you are not honest, Lao Bai. You said I was attracted by her beauty. You are a pervert, right? Wei Shizhou looked at Yi Jibai like a rat stealing oil. I knew that Lao Bai was not normal today, and sure enough.
Hey.
It's not easy. This iron tree finally bloomed. Lin Weiwan said goodbye to the two. Riding a bicycle back home, the Zhou family will not be locked up for too long. As soon as the door was closed, Lin Weiwan looked at the expanded space and happily began to pack up the house. The 2 28-bar bicycles of the Zhou family at the door were put away, as well as the low stools and rocking chairs. As soon as you enter the door, the living room is packed up, the tables, chairs, benches, thermos kettles and cups, and the kitchen pots, pans, pottery jars, pickle jars, water jars, and rice boxes. Even the coal stove was stuffed into the basement of the space villa. When you enter the room of the old couple of the Zhou family, The sheets and underwear are thrown on the ground. The wardrobe and clothes are taken away directly, and the quilt, wooden bed, and small wooden table are taken away. The storage room where Zhou Rongrong lives was opened, looking at the brand new enamel basins, kettles, cups, and some cloth clothes placed on the ground, as well as cloth and rubber shoes that have not been taken to make clothes. Lin Wei-wan directly put everything into the space and took away all the quilts and single beds, leaving only a bedsheet and underwear and socks for Zhou Rongrong on the ground. He put everything into the rooms of the Zhou couple and the two brothers upstairs one by one, and even his own room was not spared. The bed, table, chairs, cabinets, sewing machine, thermos, and teacups were all taken away. It was a complete show. As for the footprints in the house, Lin Wei-wan didn't need to worry about it. Several groups of people came in to search last night, and the Lin family's house was still full of footprints. Everything in the small Western-style building was taken away, not even a was left. If they took more, they would have to remove the wall plaster and the load-bearing wall. Seeing that the results were good, he happily ran to the backyard, making sure that no one was on the second floor next door, and directly took a few fruit trees into the space and planted them, and also thoughtfully watered each fruit tree with a basin of spiritual spring water. He glanced at his watch and saw that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. While there was no one at the door, he quickly put the citron tree in the front yard into the space. As soon as he got out of the intersection, he saw Grandpa's son sitting under a big tree to cool off. Shall Lin go out? Yes, I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative. Lin Wei-wan agreed enthusiastically. On the way, whenever he passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, Lin Wei-wan would go in and buy toilet paper, cloth shoes, cotton rubber shoes, needles and thread, wool, soap, needles and thread, and buy cotton and cloth whenever he could. He found a deserted place and entered the space, packed 2 large packages, and sent them directly to the post office to mail. When he went out, Lin Wei-wan had already made up his mind to go to the countryside with Zhou Rongrong. In addition to the things to be mailed, the large bamboo basket on the back of the bicycle was filled with things Lin Wei-wan had prepared for the trip. Non-staple food. After a round of shopping, Lin Wei-wan prepared a lot of sesame paste, soy sauce, and vinegar. She bought 3 pounds of brown sugar from 3 supply and marketing cooperatives and brought back some malted milk, peach cakes, candies, rock sugar, sesame seeds, and glutinous rice sticks. After a round of the vegetable market, she filled a whole bamboo basket with vegetables and a basket of onions and garlic. When it was almost dark, Lin Wei-wan found a deserted place and put all the things and the bamboo basket into the space before going home. The door of the house was surrounded by people inside and outside. Zhou Rongrong saw Lin Wei-wan pushing the cart back. She's back. She must have stolen the things. Seeing Zhang Kaiyong and 2 comrades conducting an investigation, Lin Wei-wan walked through the crowd. What are you all doing standing at my door? Zhang Kaiyong looked at the girl in front of him with some sympathy. Comrade Lin, your house was robbed, the furniture and everything were stolen. Even your fruit trees and vegetable garden were plucked out. What did you say? Lin Wei-wan's face was full of disbelief. Xiao Wan, don't get excited. The police will work hard to investigate. Lu Huifang accompanied the old man out today, and when she came back, she found a group of people surrounding the Lin family. Auntie. Lin Wei-wan grabbed Lu Huifang's arm anxiously. Comrade from the Public Security Bureau, it must be her who stole the things. She stole everything from her house. You should arrest her. Zhou's mother pointed at Lin Wei-wan, wishing she could hit Lin Wei-wan a few times. I went out this afternoon and was not at home. You can't wrongly accuse me like this. Grandpa's son saw me go out. You can't frame me like this. Lin Wei-wan said sadly, while wiping her tears with one hand. Yes, comrade from the Public Security Bureau, I saw little Lin go out at the street corner this afternoon, with only a shoulder bag on her back. She didn't take anything. Grandpa's son stood at the door and testified directly for Lin Wei-wan. Zhang Kaiyong nodded after hearing this. Even if Grandpa's son didn't testify, this matter couldn't be blamed on Comrade Lin. How could a little girl be so capable of carrying so many things away? Well, Comrade Lin, this Comrade Chun is not your mother. This afternoon at the police station, we went to visit your grandfather, who was in the hospital. Zhang Kaiyang felt that this family was really amazing. They dared to pretend to be the biological parents of other people's children. Lin Weiwan raised her head suddenly, revealing a pair of big red eyes. What did you say? This comrade Qin Siyun is your aunt to be exact. Your parents are martyrs who passed away 12 years ago. Zhang Kaiyang explained. This was during the interrogation. Qin Siyun was afraid that she might let the cat out of the bag, so they went to the hospital to find the old couple of the Zhou family to verify the situation. In other words, I am not their biological daughter. They lied to me. Lin Weiwan looked shocked. Although she guessed that she was not born by Zhou's mother, she never thought that the relationship was like this. Since her biological parents were martyrs, why didn't she see the certificate when she collected the things from the Zhou family? She would look for it when she had time tonight. Unlucky star, I said that you have a hard life. Not only did you kill your biological parents, but you also killed the family that raised you. What's wrong with not being your biological parents? I am your aunt. Your grandparents are lying in the hospital. You have the obligation to support them. Zhou's mother was completely desperate and scolded Lin Weiwan without thinking. Comrade Public Security, she is a feudal superstitious person with ideological problems. You heard it and everyone heard it. Lin Weiwan pointed at Zhou's mother and said. Zhang Kaiyang looked at Qin Siyun, comrade. Comrade Public Security, I was furious. I was wrong. You should catch the thief quickly. All our things have been taken away. How can we live? Zhou's mother quickly admitted her mistake. After sending the public security personnel away, Lin Weiwan refused Lu Huifeng's invitation to live next door and pushed her bicycle into the yard. After locking the bicycle, she carried the bamboo basket on her back and went into the house. Looking at the small Western-style building that was only left with the wall painted on, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Mom, what should we do? All the things I prepared for going to the countryside are lost. Woohoo! What should I do? Zhou Rongrong covered her face. So many things were lost. How could she survive in the countryside? After hearing what Zhou Rongrong said, Zhou's mother said, Rongrong, do you still have the subsidy for going to the countryside? Take it out first to help the family with emergencies, otherwise how can we survive? Zhou Rongrong was almost angry to death when she heard what Zhou's mother said. She didn't have enough money to spend, but she asked her to take out the subsidy. Mom, I only have 30 yuan. Take it out. I will starve to death if I go to the countryside. Zhou Rongrong looked at Zhou's mother with tears in her eyes. The Zhou family was doomed. Take it out first to use it for the family, and wait for your eldest brother to come back and give it to you. Did I raise you for 10 years in vain? Now that the family is in trouble, are you just standing by and watching? Zhou's mother looked at this ungrateful person and felt that she should have starved to death. Mom, I haven't even bought things for going to the countryside, not even a bed quilt. What should I do if I go to the countryside like this? Zhou Rongrong didn't want to take out the money at all. She turned her eyes and saw Lin Weiwan sitting on the stairs, watching the excitement. Lin Weiwan must have money in her hand. Ask her for it. After saying that, she ran out directly, when Zhou's mother was not paying attention. Zhou Weinan looked like he had found a great bargain. Fortunately, he didn't leave his money at home, but kept it with him. It was a close call. Zhou Weibei was already sitting against the wall. Mom, I'm so hungry and uncomfortable. Zhou's mother looked around and didn't know what to do. She touched the dozen yuan in her pocket. She looked at Lin Weiwan, who was sitting on the stairs. Shaowan, our house has been robbed and your grandfather is still in the hospital. You can take out some money. You can't just watch our whole family starve to death. Zhou's mother was no longer as fierce as she was at the beginning. She turned into a loving mother again. Lin Weiwan raised the corner of her mouth. I don't have any money. I really can't help you. Go to bed early. You won't be hungry when you fall asleep. After saying that, she turned around and went upstairs. After stopping for a while, she went out and carried the bicycle back to the room. The three people in the Zhou family stared at Lin Weiwan carrying the bicycle. He was too cunning. Lin Weiwan locked the room and took out her bed directly from the space. She fell on the bed to rest and listened to the sobbing sound coming from downstairs. There is no happier moment than now. She didn't expect that the Zhou couple were actually her uncle and aunt. This investigation result surprised Lin Weiwan. She thought she was a relative of the Zhou family before, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Even if they were not her biological parents but her uncle and aunt, why would the Zhou family lie to her? It's okay to tell them. After entering the space and searching for a while, she finally found 2 martyr certificates in a clothes bag. Zhou Rongrong ran to the door of Shin Shirley's house. Shin Shirley came out and looked at Zhou Rongrong, who was crying, with distress in his eyes.
Rongrong, stop crying.
I'm also very sad about Uncle Zhou's matter. Shin Shirley didn't know that Zhou's family had been robbed. He just thought that Zhou Rongrong came to him to cry about Zhou Hai's matter. Brother Shirley, there was a thief in the house and all my things were lost. I am going to the countryside soon, and now I have nothing prepared. What should I do? Will I be frozen to death or starve to death? Woo woo woo. Zhou Rongrong nestled in Shin Shirley's arms. Anyway, it was dark now, and there was no one outside. It's so late, I'll find you a place to stay first, and we'll talk about other things tomorrow. Shin Shirley is also having a headache now. Mr. Zhou has come to talk to his father twice before, and the girl from the Zhou family has been found. Mr. Zhou meant to ask the Shin family whether the marriage contract that was originally made is still valid. If the children don't want to, they can just pretend that it never happened. Mr. Zhou is open-minded, but it's a pity that his father and father are not open-minded. These days they always force him to find the girl that the Zhou family has just found. Lin Weiwan came out of the space to wash up, reading a novel in her hand, and the white powder boiled with spiritual spring water beside her was so comfortable. After getting up early, washing up and eating breakfast, Lin Weiwan went downstairs with her backpack and bicycle. Unexpectedly, the Zhou family brought Mrs. Zhou and her husband back from the hospital early in the morning. Zhou Weinan was not at home at this time, and the only sound in the house was the scolding of Mrs.
Zhou.
When she saw Lin Weiwan coming down, her inverted triangle eyes stood up. You jinx, you haven't had a smooth life since you came back to your Zhou family. What are you doing carrying a bicycle? Why don't you sell the bicycle? All the things at home are lost. Hurry up and sell the bicycle and buy things at home. Mrs. Zhou looked at the bicycle pushed by Lin Weiwan and thought that it should be able to sell for more than 100 yuan. Lin Weiwan looked at Mr. Zhou, who was lying on the side with only a bed sheet under him. It seemed that his injury was quite serious, with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes and drooling. What are you looking at? Hurry up and wipe your grandfather's face and clean up. Fourth brother, come here and take this bicycle out to sell. Mrs. Zhou was not tall, and she held her waist with both hands and spoke in a surprisingly loud voice. Zhou Weibei glanced at Lin Weiwan and was a little afraid to move forward. The place where he was kicked last time was still painful. You thing, there's nothing left at home. What are you waiting for? Old Mrs. Zhou looked down on her fourth grandson's cowardly look and slapped Zhou Weibei on the back. She wanted to slap the back of his head, but the grandson was too tall for the old lady to reach. Why, haven't you been beaten enough? Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Weibei with contempt. With his current strength, the Zhou family is no match. Zhou Weibei was looked at by Lin Weiwan, and regardless of how the old lady Zhou shouted beside him, he ran back upstairs. Lin Weiwan grinned and pushed his bicycle out of the door. Lin Weiwan decided to buy a few more sweaters and cotton today. It's always good to have more things. The countryside is remote, and the things are definitely not complete. The things in his space are too different from this era. The Zhou family has a lot of things, but Lin Weiwan looked down on them and felt disgusted. It would be better to find a place to sell them on the black market to exchange for money. If he didn't exchange them for money, he could exchange them for some fine grains, pork, and poultry. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwan thought about whether it was possible to raise living things in the space and planned to find a way to get a living thing into the space to try. The time for going to the countryside has been set for August 25th, and there is still more than a month. Lin Weiwan is going to prepare everything for the countryside. Things in the sea market are easy to buy, as long as you have money and tickets. It may not be the case when you arrive in the countryside, so it is better to prepare more now, and wait until October 1977 when the college entrance examination will be resumed. Lin Weiwan decided to stop by the bookstore for a walk. Yi Jibai went out and looked at the back of the happy departure. The corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise, and he said goodbye to the Qin family. Lin Weiwan squeezed into the supply and marketing cooperative as soon as the door opened. The two supply and marketing cooperatives finally collected 26 kilograms of cotton with yesterday's cotton. He bought 2 sweaters and 2 pairs of dark gray corduroy pants at the ready-made clothing store, and then handed in the fabric to the tailor to order 5 pairs of black twill cotton pants, 5 pairs of black plain cotton pants, 4 thick cotton jackets, and 10 long-sleeve shirts. These plus the original clothes should be enough. Riding a bicycle to the state-owned restaurant, now that the family has run out of food and the Zhou family's money has been turned over, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle when I go back tonight. Lin Weiwan plans to stock up some food in the space every time he goes out. Although his own cooking is more delicious, Lin Weiwan recently found some self-defense books in the space, which teach boxing and kicking. There is not enough time to cook. It was Lin Weiwan's turn to take a look at the dishes on the small blackboard. Comrade, please give me 2 servings of fried garlic sprouts with meat, 2 servings of braised hairtail, 10 steamed buns, and 10 meat buns to take away. Lin Weiwan handed over the money, food coupons, and the lunch box in the cloth bag. Try to use up these local bills as much as possible. After hearing Lin Weiwan's order, the whole state-owned restaurant was silent. Whose prodigal child ran out? Several young men looked at Lin Weiwan with fiery eyes, and they were eager to try, wondering if they could have a chance to catch this big fish. Carrying a heavy cloth bag, Lin Weiwan left like the wind, ignoring the people approaching behind him. After riding his bicycle several times, Lin Weiwan only had a few tickets and 20 yuan in his cloth bag. He also bought 20 feet of cotton cloth at the nearest supply and marketing cooperative, which cost 4 yuan a foot, and spent a total of 8 yuan and 2 cloth tickets of 10 feet. He planned to make a thick quilt for himself when he had time. He found a place to store it in his space. Haishur is big, and the advantage is that there are many supply and marketing cooperatives and grain stations. Lin Weiwan went around every area, and the tickets in his pocket became fewer and fewer, while the things in his space became fuller and fuller. Riding a bicycle, the summer sun hit his body and waves of heat hit his face. Most people walked on the way back this time, and not many people rode bicycles. There were even fewer cars passing by, which was not something that ordinary people could do. When he arrived at the door of the department store, Lin Weiwan found a place to lock his bicycle and walked in with his cloth bag. Last time, he only bought cloth and planned to come back to buy some things, but he had a fight with the Zhou family. Even in the hot summer, the department store was still crowded with people, and it was very lively. Standing in front of the ready-made wardrobe counter, Lin Weiwan looked around. Hello, comrade, please give me that black turtleneck sweater, the beige turtleneck sweater, and the gray knitted sweater. Lin Weiwan picked out 3 sweaters and paid for them, and also bought 3 pounds of black, off-white, and gray wool yarn. If you don't know how to knit, you can learn slowly. When you go to the countryside in winter, in addition to reading books, you can also knit scarves and hats for yourself. There were too many things, so Lin Weiwan went out for a while, threw the things into the space, and ran back with 2 canvas bags to buy vanishing cream, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, tooth cups, bee flower sandalwood soap, sulfur soap, Fan brand laundry soap, soap boxes, vanishing cream, hair bands, Lighthouse brand shampoo, clam oil, colorful balsam, toilet paper, menstrual belts, 2 soaps, needle and thread, elastic bands, pillowcases and sheets, 2 pairs of rubber shoes, cloth shoes, leather shoes, warrior shoes, rain boots, and thick cotton shoes, candles, flashlights, flashlight bulbs, batteries, sunflower kerosene lighters, and Phoenix brand flints. Lin Weiwan left the department store carrying 2 full canvas bags, and her clothes were mostly soaked by sweat. He hung the big bag on the handlebars and walked around to find a deserted place to put it in the space. He just got home on his bike and locked the bike. As soon as he entered the house, he saw some shabby furniture that the Zhou family got from somewhere and was moving it into the house. You just came back, and you don't know how to take care of your grandfather. You wander around all day. Do you need someone to teach you the word filial piety? Old Mrs. Zhou has been guarding the hospital for the past few days, and now she is in low spirits and speaks a little weakly. Filial piety. I should be filial. I am not the only one with grandchildren. There are 5 or 6 children in the family. It's not my turn even now. Lin Weiwan looked at old Mrs. Zhou with bright eyes. How come it wasn't old Mrs. Zhou, who had and was half paralyzed?
What are you talking about?
Your grandfather loves you the most. Shouldn't you serve him when he is alive? Anyway, you have nothing to do. Just stay at home and serve your grandfather. Old Mrs. Zhou felt sick again when she thought of wiping for the old man last night. You loved me the most and asked me to donate my kidney to Zhou Laosi. If you know I'm a member of your Zhou family, you might think I'm a kidnapper. It's my filial piety to let your whole family live here. After all, this is the Lin family's house, and you've got a great deal. Lin Weiwan had just finished speaking when she saw Zhou's mother coming back with red eyes. Old Mrs. Zhou was so angry at Lin Weiwan's words that she almost fell over. This little wait. Seeing her daughter-in-law coming back, she quickly stood up. Xian, is there any news from Bianhai? What did they say? She said this with a trembling voice. She only had this one son. What could she do if something happened?
Mom.
Woo. Chen Xian heard what old Mrs. Zhou asked, and she burst into tears after enduring all the way. You're going to make me anxious to death. What is the sentence? How many years will he be sentenced? Will he be in prison or sent down? Have you found out yet? Old Mrs. Zhou stood in the middle of the living room, knocking on her walking stick anxiously. I've inquired about it. They say the amount of embezzlement of public funds is huge. The lightest sentence is 10 to 8 years. There are still some cases that have not been investigated clearly. Maybe. I will have to eat peanuts. Oh my God, what can I do? Why is my life so miserable? Lin Weiwan leaned on the stairs and watched Chen Xian sitting on the ground crying. When Mrs. Zhou heard the last part, she rolled her eyes and fell backwards.
Mom.
What's wrong with you? Mother Zhou quickly sat up from the ground and rushed to Mrs. Zhou. Looking at the family in chaos, Lin Weiwan sat on the stairs and took out a handful of melon seeds from her bag, eating them while watching. A tall figure walked in from the door, and his sharp eyes immediately looked at Lin Weiwan, who was sitting there eating melon seeds. Lin Weiwan looked up and spit out the melon seed shells in his mouth. Zhou Weidong was back.
Grandma, how are you?
Zhou Weidong walked to Mrs. Zhou. Mrs. Zhou was pinched by her mother and woke up. She kept crying. Are you all home? An old man's voice came from the door. Everyone looked at the door and saw Grandpa Shen walking in with Shen Shirley carrying supplements. Grandpa Shen, you are here. Zhou Weidong went out to welcome Grandpa Shen in. Well, I just heard that your grandfather fell ill, and I was worried about my old in-laws and came to see him. Grandpa Shen brought out his purpose in one sentence.
Click.
An untimely click sound came, and Lin Weiwan continued to eat melon seeds and looked at the people coming in. This is... Grandpa Shen looked at the smart and cute little girl. Grandpa Shen, this is the daughter of the Zhou family that my parents recognized, Lin Weiwan. On the way back, Zhou Weidong and Zhou's mother talked about Lin Weiwan for half of the time. Zhou's mother told him about Lin Weiwan's occupation of work and her cruel refusal to transplant a kidney to Zhou Laosi, as well as how she targeted Zhou Rongrong and made her run away from home, and how she didn't take care of the old man and took a lot of her things. She's a pretty one. Grandpa Shen glanced at Lin Weiwan, and his aura of wealth and nobility was such that most children would have come forward to greet her. But Lin Weiwan was still sitting on the stairs and watching. Shen Shirley was a little surprised when he saw Lin Weiwan for the first time. He didn't expect that this girl who was engaged to him was so beautiful. Thinking of what Zhou Rongrong said, and seeing Lin Weiwan sitting there eating melon seeds, which was very impolite, the good impression in his heart dropped to a negative number. Lin Weiwan, why don't you come over and greet Grandpa Shen? Isn't this what Grandpa Lin taught you at home? Zhou Weidong is always good at getting to the point. Seeing Lin Weiwan's unfriendly eyes and listening to what Zhou's mother said, Zhou Weidong felt that what happened at home must be related to this Lin Weiwan. Thinking of writing a letter to the army later and taking a few more days off to investigate if it was really this little girl who did it, don't blame him for being cruel.
Who are you?
Who is Grandpa Shen? My grandfather only taught me to knock on the door before going to someone else's house, and to say hello when I see the host. Don't forget that this is my home. Lin Weiwan threw away the melon seed shells in his hand, stood up, and looked at Zhou's mother. I'm hungry. When is dinner? When Mrs. Zhou heard what Lin Weiwan said, she started to complain. What dinner? Have you bought food? What in the house is yours? If you want to eat, go and earn it yourself. You are so grown up. Do you still need me, an old lady, to support you? Oh, then I understand. Grandma means to divide the family. I will figure out myself tomorrow. Let's break up from now on, and I won't get involved with you. It's just that this house has nothing to do with the Zhou family. Now that everyone is here, when are you going to move out? Lin Weiwan didn't care about the outsiders. She just looked at Zhou Weidong. If you can't show off on someone else's territory, you have to be able to stand firm.
What are you talking about?
It's only natural for you, as my granddaughter, to take care of me in my old age. But you want to drive me away. I'm not going to live any longer. I'll hang myself at your doorstep. I want to see how you live. Mrs. Zhou was so angry that she was shaking. If you want me to take care of you, you have to win the lawsuit. The descendants of your Zhou family are not all dead. How can it be my turn as a granddaughter whose parents are dead to take care of you in your old age? If one day all the men in the Zhou family die and you come to me for help, I can still take care of you as a kind-hearted person. Lin Weiwan said seriously, but her eyes were fixed on Zhou Weidong and Zhou's mother. Mr. Shin narrowed his eyes and looked at the shameless little girl in front of him. Grandpa, look, you want me to marry her even though you are like this. I would rather be a bachelor all my life than marry such a vicious woman. Shin surely spoke directly from his heart. He felt disgusted when he saw Lin Weiwan now. I'll go see Brother Zhou. It's getting late. Mr. Shin said nothing and walked through a few people to the inner room. Lin Weiwan, the men in the Zhou family are still alive, so you don't have to support your grandparents. I'll pay you rent for living in your house. Zhou Weidong took out a big unity note from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Lin Weiwan raised the corner of her mouth. Zhou Weidong, you are sensible. It is easier to talk to smart people. I will take the money, but it is only for this month. If you want to live here next month, you still have to pay rent.
Oh.
By the way, this rent is not for the whole house, but only for this room. Lin Weiwan put the money in her pocket and pointed to the room where Mr. Zhou lived. Zhou Weidong's face darkened after hearing what Lin Weiwan said. Zhou's mother was so angry that she wanted to hit Lin Weiwan directly, but she saw that Mr. Shin didn't want to ruin his image. Since there is no dinner, I will go out and solve it myself. Lin Weiwan pushed his bicycle out of the yard. He rode his bicycle to Wang Jingjing's house, took out a can of malted milk and a bag of brown sugar from the space and carried them. The person who opened the door surprised Lin Weiwan. It was the girl in the department store. Who are you looking for? Wang Qiaoyan blocked the door and looked at the girl in front of her. Of course, she remembered such a beautiful girl. She was the girl in the department store yesterday. I didn't expect that a girl from the city would also go to the boss's house to flatter him. Wang Qiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan with contempt and unkindness. I'm here to see Uncle Wang. Is Jingjing at home? Lin Weiwan ignored Wang Qiaoyan and shouted directly into the house. Who are you shouting here? Wang Qiaoyan couldn't stand Lin Weiwan's appearance and wanted to push Lin Weiwan, who was standing at the door. Wang Qiaoyan, stop it. That's my classmate. Wang Jingjing heard the voice and saw Wang Qiaoyan reaching out to push Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan dodged sideways, so Wang Qiaoyan pushed in vain and almost fell out of the door. You! Wang Qiaoyan glared at Lin Weiwan. Wang Jingjing had already come out and pulled Lin Weiwan into the house, and didn't forget to glare at Wang Qiaoyan. Come on, don't pay attention to her. Wang Jingjing pulled Lin Weiwan's arm and brought her into the house. Xiao Wan, have you had dinner yet? Stay for dinner later. I cooked meat dishes today. Wang Jingjing has already started working, and she is much more cheerful. How can the food at home be enough for so many people? You have no sense at all. The woman in the living room pulled Wang Qiaoyan's hand and glared at Lin Weiwan. And I can invite anyone I want on my own food. It's not your turn to worry about it. Wang Jingjing retorted and looked at Lin Weiwan a little embarrassed. I have eaten. How is your work? Is everything okay? By the way, this is for you. Lin Weiwan looked at the energetic Wang Jingjing. He handed the things in his hand to Wang Jingjing. Why did you bring me food? It's not easy for you to get things by yourself. The sisters in the office take good care of me. I really want to thank you, Xiaowan. Wang Jingjing shook Lin Weiwan's arm, looking like a little girl acting coquettishly. Where is Uncle Wang? Why didn't I see him? Lin Weiwan glanced around the room and only saw Wang cooking in the kitchen.
My dad went out to buy some wine.
What's the matter? Wang Jingjing looked at Lin Weiwan. Well, I'm planning to rent out my house. I want to rent to more households, so I thought of Uncle Wang. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Jingjing with a smile. Lu Caixia came out with the dishes and saw Lin Weiwan standing at the door. She greeted him happily. When did you come, Xiaowan? Come on, let's have dinner together. No, Auntie, I just ate at home. Lin Weiwan refused. Nowadays, every family has a limited amount of food. When Chunhua heard Lin Weiwan talking about renting a house, she quickly let go of her daughter's hand and slipped over to Lin Weiwan to listen. Wang Jingjing pulled Lin Weiwan to sit down, and Aunt Wang took off her apron and walked over. Xiaowan, are you saying you want to rent out the house? Auntie Wang handed Lin Weiwan a glass of freshly made milk. Taking the cup with a fragrant milk aroma, thank you, Auntie. I plan to rent out the house I live in now. After all, I will be moving to the countryside in a month, and it would be empty anyway. Lin Weiwan said while holding the cup of milk. It's first come, first served. Let's rent it. My son is a technician in an electrical appliance factory with a monthly salary of 36 yuan. I know that according to national standards, the rent cannot exceed 5% of the salary. Don't rent your house to others, just rent it to me. Chunhua has been asking around for where to rent a house these 2 days. Annie, my house is a little different from what you know. The state has specially approved a policy for our family. Whether I live in it myself or rent it out or sell it, it is not within the policy regulations. No matter how I rent it, it is not considered a rented house. Lin Weiwan directly blocked the woman's plan with words.
Oh.
Didn't you know that you would seek special treatment even though you're still young? Let me tell you, your capitalist behavior is unacceptable. The lack of unity at such a young age affects the stability of the people and social development. My son is a technician in a state-owned enterprise and works for the country. I can't rent your house. It's not like I don't pay. Although Chunhua was born in the countryside, she heard a lot of propaganda broadcasts on the road at home these days, and the big hat was directly put on Lin Weiwan's head. Aunt Wang's face turned cold when she heard it. Sister-in-law, the Lin family is different, don't talk nonsense. How are they different? You can't use the privileges given by the country to seek benefits for yourself. It's not good to tell others about this, right? Since you are here at the Wang family, we are a family behind closed doors. I will give you 5 yuan a month. You rent the house to me. When you come back from the countryside, I promise to return you a clean house. I am a good worker. Chunhua is a person with a quick mind. She has studied for a few years and has worked hard in the countryside. She is a widow with a son and a daughter. She can even cut the bones of a dog passing by the door. What do you mean by good worker? Wang Fudua opened the door and heard Chunhua talking. Uncle Wang, you're back. Lin Weiwan stood up and looked at Wang Fudua. Xiaowan is here. Sit down quickly. Wang Fudua's face turned green after hearing Chunhua's words. If it weren't for the sake of his dead elder brother, he really wanted to drive her out. Xiaowan, I know your family situation. You don't have to listen to her. Just tell me how many houses you want to rent, and how much you want to rent. I do have some families looking for houses here. Wang Fudua glared at Chunhua. He was so used to taking advantage that he didn't even look at what kind of advantage he could take. My house now has 6 rooms, large and small. Excluding the one I live in now and the one on the first floor that has been rented out, there are still 4 rooms. The first floor is quite spacious, and 2 more rooms can be partitioned off. The kitchen can also be converted into a separate room. Almost every room is more than 10 square meters in size. The kitchen can be rebuilt in a shed in the backyard for cooking. In other words, after a new plan, there are now 7 rooms available for rent. Wang Fudua was delighted. Yes, I plan to charge 10 yuan per room per month. Lin Weiwan said what he was going to do. At this time, the door opened and a man in his 20s came in. Uncle and Aunt, I'm back. Son, you're off work. You must be exhausted today.
Take a break.
Chunhua quickly pulled her son over and now stared at Lin Weiwan. Okay, Uncle Wang will do it for you. The room you live in. I will go to the countryside on August 25th. The tenants can move in by themselves at that time. There is another requirement for renting my house, that is, the rent must be paid for half a year at a time. Uncle Wang, you also know that my house was robbed yesterday. I had to think about renting a house. Lin Weiwan thought that if someone didn't pay the rent, he couldn't always come back after going to the countryside, so it would be better to collect half a year's rent at a time. In this way, even if he didn't pay in the second half of the year, he could take a leave and come back to deal with it. Okay, don't worry. I will do it for you in the next few days. As the director of the neighborhood committee of this area, Wang Fudwa naturally knew about the theft of the Lin family and agreed directly. Lin Weiwan left the Wang family, and at an empty intersection, she took out a quilt and a bed sheet from the space, tied them behind her with a rope, and rode home. At the Wang family's dinner table, Chunhua asked Wang Fudwa enthusiastically, what kind of people are in the family of his uncle's little girl? Wang Fudwa put the wine glass on the table and looked up at the calculating sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, don't worry about this girl. Wang Tao has a high salary now, and it won't be difficult for him to find a girl from the city in the future, but this girl won't work. Wang Fudwa said firmly. What kind of family was the Lin family in the past? Even if Lin Weiwan is the only orphan left now, both her biological parents and her adoptive parents are martyrs. This girl will not be the one to be bullied. As long as she suffers a little grievance and the news gets out, it will be enough for the Wang family to lose their skin. Not to mention the several families that Mr. Lin is close to. Mr. Lin's funeral affairs are arranged by several families together. Fudwa, what you said is true. Now, everyone is in love. My Wang Tao looks good and has a good job. Why can't he find a beautiful wife? Look at your nephew and see why he is not worthy of that girl. Chunhua said, thinking about going to ask around tomorrow. Just hearing that the house is very big, the monthly rent alone is not small. If he marries her into the family. Wang Qiaoyan ate her meal and glanced at her mother beside her. She was really daring. How could they, an orphan and a widow, make the girl willing to marry? Uncle, have I found a job? Wang Qiaoyan asked Wang Fudwa. Let's talk about something practical. The Wang family has now moved their household registration to the city with Wang Tao's job transfer, but Wang Qiaoyan's household registration cannot be registered under Wang Tao's household registration. As a non-direct relative, Wang Qiaoyan thought it would be best for her to find a job and have a unit accept her, so that she can also have a household registration in the city. Qiaoyan, now the jobs in the city are so limited. Most of the students graduating this year are going to the countryside. There are no job vacancies at all. Wang Fudwa had no other choice. If it weren't for Lin Weiwan, Wang Jingjing would have to go to the countryside as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue his job as director. Uncle, you can't just ignore me. Wang Jingjing has found a job. What should I do? Are you all in the city and let me go back to the countryside alone? I'll be bullied. Wang Tao had his mother and sister to the city for a reason. He couldn't just leave his mother and sister alone in the countryside. Without a man at home, they would definitely be bullied. Uncle, there's nothing I can do. The policy is tight now and the management of idle people in the city is tight. If you want to stay, either you get married or I can find a way to register you as a household and send you to the countryside. Choose one. Wang Fudwa had no other choice but to offer Wang Qiaoyan two options. What? Uncle, we finally came to the city from the countryside, and you actually asked me to go back. Are you worthy of my dad? Back then, you... Qiaoyan, sit down. Chunhua pulled Wang Qiaoyan to the chair and glared at Wang Qiaoyan fiercely. Uncle, don't bother with the child. We have no choice but to come to you. Look, didn't the girl just say she wanted to rent a house? Can you leave one for us? We'll move in so that your house will be more spacious. Chunhua knew that it was difficult to find a house. There were originally 6 people in the Wang family, plus 3 people in his family, and the 20 square meter room was already too small to move around. I'll leave one for you. You can consider Qiaoyun's affairs yourself. If you want to register as a dependent, the current policy requires you to move to the countryside. I will find a better place for Qiaoyun. You have also heard about the rent of the Lin family's house. It's 60 yuan for half a year.
Prepare the money.
I will take you there tomorrow, and choose a good room to live in while there are fewer people. Wang Fudua now just wanted to send this family away quickly. He had a headache because of the quarrels all day. When Lin Weiwan returned home and opened the door, she saw several members of the Zhou family gathered around the table eating cornmeal steamed bread and 2 plates of vegetables. Seeing Lin Weiwan coming back with a quilt on her back, Mrs. Zhou snorted and glanced at Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan still carried her bicycle back to the second floor, ignoring Zhou Weidong's scrutiny. After locking the door, Lin Weiwan entered the space, washed up, and took out a portion of hot twice-cooked pork and steamed buns for dinner. The 6 fruit trees planted in the space bloomed again, and the flowers were lush and leafy, which surprised Lin Weiwan. Even the vegetables moved into the space vegetable garden began to grow again. The vegetable garden changed from the original 10 meters to 3/10 of an area of 10-20 meters. After dinner, Lin Weiwan drank a glass of spiritual spring water and began to water the vegetables and fruit trees with spring water again. She found vegetable seeds from the space again. The vegetables in the space were all planted by Lin Weiwan. There were 6 tomato seedlings, 4 pepper seedlings, and 4 cucumber seedlings. There were already many cucumbers hanging on the cucumber rack. Lin Weiwan picked the right cucumbers and temporarily placed them in the space villa to keep them fresh. The beans that had withered had now grown green leaves and small flowers. She picked cabbage, radish, pumpkin, winter melon, loofah, bitter melon, and green beans from the seeds and chose a place to sow them. In a corner, Lin Weiwan buried a few watermelon seeds in the ground and watered the newly planted seeds with some spiritual spring water before leaving the space. There was no conversation for the whole night. The next day, she entered the space in the morning, washed up, and ate 2 meat buns. She looked at her watch, and it was already past 7 o'clock. She carried her bicycle and walked downstairs. Passing by the 2 rooms on the second floor, she found that the Zhou family had bought simple beds and worn-out quilts and put them in the rooms. Lin Weiwan's mouth curled slightly. Lin Weiwan, stop. Zhou's mother stood up and stared at Lin Weiwan, who was about to leave. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me. Lin Weiwan stood at the door and looked at Zhou's mother. Since you are a descendant of the Zhou family, you have to take the responsibility of taking care of Grandpa. As the old saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Although your parents have passed away, we are the only descendants of your grandpa, so you have to take the responsibility for your parents. Zhou's mother couldn't bear to see Lin Weiwan living so carefree. She was heartbroken when Lin Weiwan took away Zhou Weidong's 10 yuan yesterday. If you can't take care of him, just give her money. It's impossible for the Lin family to get all the good things. Since brothers should settle accounts clearly, then let's be clear. Well, I have no objection, but I don't know how to distribute it. Should everyone here take a day to take care of Grandpa, or what should we do? Aunt, tell me. Lin Weiwan parked the car against the wall and looked at the Zhou family. You are a girl, and I, as your aunt, will not take advantage of you. Although I have many children, your eldest and 3rd brothers are not convenient, so the 2nd and 4th brothers will take care of them. The 4th brother is not in good health, so I will take his place. Zhou Rongrong is an adopted daughter and has to go to the countryside, so she is not hers. You just need to serve your grandfather for 1 day, every 2 days. And your grandfather needs to take some medicine to regulate his body. You pay 2 yuan a month. I, as your aunt, have not taken any advantage of you. If you are not satisfied, you can go out and ask. Now that your grandparents are old, even if our 2 families are separated, you have to pay some money every month for your grandparents' retirement. Just add up to 10 yuan a month. Zhou's mother had planned these words last night, and even if they were spread out, no one would find fault with them. When Zhou Weinan heard his mother include him in the list, he thought that signing up to go to the countryside was definitely the right choice. Thinking of this, He couldn't help but touch the only 60 yuan left in his pocket and felt a little confused about his future. That means I take care of Grandpa for 10 days every month and then give 10 yuan to Grandpa and Grandma, right? Lin Weiwan calculated that the Zhou family gave him 10 yuan, and he paid it back immediately. Yes, children who have been to school are sensible and understand things once they are told. Zhou's mother smiled proudly, and the pent-up emotions of the past few days were relieved a lot. Since Annie has said this, I won't argue with you. My parents are martyrs. Shouldn't the pensions of that year and the regular pensions of the past 10 years be given to me? After all, my parents only have me as an underage daughter. The regular pensions are given because of my status as an orphan. It seems to be 30 yuan per month, but I haven't eaten a grain of rice or used a piece of cloth from the Zhou family in the past 10 years. Where did the money go? Lin Weiwan looked at the Zhou family members leisurely. Lin Weiwan saw the regular pension on the martyr certificate and a pension relationship certificate hidden by the old couple of the Zhou family. The money she received every month was naturally nowhere to be found, leaving only 1,200 yuan in cash hidden in the house. She thought that she had already ripped off the Zhou family, so she didn't care about it, but she didn't expect Chen Xian to plot against her. Mrs. Zhou jumped up after hearing what Lin Weiwan said. You shameless little devil, the pension is given to us by the state to compensate us old couple for the loss of our loved ones. You want a dream? Is it for you or for my eldest brother, who has been in the army for so long? He should know better. Lin Weiwan asked Zhou Weidong, who was watching the fun. Zhou Weidong didn't expect that a fire in the early morning would burn him. This pension is for direct relatives. Zhou Weidong only said this ambiguous sentence. Direct relatives naturally include the old couple of the Zhou family and Lin Weiwan. But what about the regular pension? Zhou Weidong's evasive answer did not satisfy Lin Weiwan. Then, big brother, would you like to explain the issue of regular pension to me? How could Lin Weiwan miss this opportunity to let the Zhou family lie on him and his blood? Naturally, he had to ask clearly. Zhou Weidong's lips moved slightly. His expression was a little stiff. You know the current situation of the Zhou family. All the money has been stolen, and the money that Grandma saved for you is gone. Even if you want it, you have to wait for the police to catch the thief. What a good plan. My money disappeared without a trace. Now that the family is divided, I have to pay for the care. It's a pity. I have already signed up to go to the countryside and can't always accompany you. Lin Weiwan rarely showed a smile to the Zhou family. But in the eyes of the Zhou family, this smile is better than not smiling. It looks both irritating and creepy. Is anyone home? Wang Fudua's voice came from the door. Lin Weiwan turned to open the door, only to see that there was not only Wang Fudua, but also the mother and daughter of the Wang family who he saw yesterday. Uncle Wang, you're here. Please come in. Lin Weiwan opened the door and let the few people in. Niece, according to what we discussed yesterday, I'll bring the mother and daughter here today.
Which room can you introduce to me?
Wang Fudua followed Lin Weiwan into the house, talking as he walked. He didn't think it was a good idea to bring the mother and daughter of the Wang family here, but it was really hard to find a house in this area. Many people have 4 or 5 people sleeping in the attic, and you can step on someone when you go to the toilet in the middle of the night. Yes, as long as the rent is paid on time, you can live here for the next 2 or 3 years. There is a resident on the first floor now, and there is also a utility room. The space is a little smaller, but it can be expanded to the living room. There are 3 rooms on the second floor. Do you want to go up and take a look? Lin Weiwan looked at the mother and daughter. She was not afraid of any powerful tenants coming in, but she was afraid that they were not powerful enough. Otherwise, how could she let this family live happily? The Zhou family's tube building was sold the day after they moved in, and the money was probably lying in Lin Weiwan's space. Lin Weiwan, what do you mean by this? Zhou Weidong, now the backbone of the Zhou family, stood up and asked. Lin Weiwan, who was about to go upstairs, stopped and said, Can't you see what I mean? Of course, we should rent out the house. Otherwise, how can I live alone? I'll be starving. Lin Weiwan led the Wang family upstairs, and Chen Xian followed quickly with her eldest son. Lin Weiwan, there are so many people in our Zhou family who can barely live here. If you rent out the house, where will we live? I am your aunt, and your grandfather is lying downstairs." Zhou's mother moved the old man out, hoping that Lin Weiwan could leave some room for the Zhou family. "I have no choice. Aunt, you know that my little arms and legs can't carry a heavy load. I can't carry a basket, so I'm afraid I won't earn much if I go to the countryside. You are my aunt. You can't just watch me starve to death. This house is warm in winter and cool in summer, so you just have to make do with it. There are many people in High City now, and every household lives like this. If you think there is no room, you can rent another room. My eldest brother in your family is a soldier and earns more than 40 yuan a month. Can he let you, his mother, suffer?" Lin Wei went to the second floor at night and pointed to Zhou's mother's room, the Zhou brothers' room, and Grandpa Lin's original room. "These 3 rooms are not rented out now. You can choose." Then he pushed open the door of the room for Wang's mother and daughter to take a look. "Let's take this one. Let's sign a contract." Chunhua has always been decisive in her work. She picked the room of the Zhou brothers, which was sunny and ventilated. This room was not only spacious and bright, but also had a small balcony. Chunhua made the decision. "No, that's my son's room." Zhou's mother stopped at the door and glared at Chunhua. "Aunt, stop making trouble. The room belongs to whoever pays. Big brother, come over and persuade them." Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Weidong, who was standing at the stairs with a gloomy face. "Weidong, take out another 10 yuan, and we'll keep this room." Chun Xian just wanted to keep the room first. As for the money, she would put it in Lin Weiwan's hands for the time being. It was still early to go to the countryside, and she would have to take the money back sooner or later. "Mom, I didn't bring that much money back." The remaining money still had to cover the expenses of the family. "Otherwise, let's go downstairs to study it first." Zhou Weidong saved more than 1,600 yuan in his 5 years of military service. Now he calculated that if he continued to spend like this, his wife would have nothing left. After signing a written agreement with the mother and daughter of the Wang family, Wang Fudua, as the director of the neighborhood committee, signed and stamped directly as a notary witness. After receiving 60 yuan, Lin Weiwan followed the Wang family downstairs. "Uncle Wang, I'm sorry to trouble you to divide the room downstairs. Please tell me the cost when the time comes. I'll give it to you." "Why are you being so polite to me, girl? You have helped Uncle solve a big problem. Don't worry, I will find someone to fix it soon." Wang Fudua was naturally happy that Lin Weiwan rented out the house and solved the problem of housing shortage. Both parties left with satisfaction, leaving the Zhou family alone in a daze in the living room. Lin Weiwan rode his bicycle in an empty dead end and tied the 2 large bamboo frames in the space to the bicycle. Today was the day agreed with Uncle Hu, and he went to the meat processing factory to pick up meat. In the small warehouse at the back door, Hu Guangwen weighed pieces of freshly slaughtered pork and put them into Lin Weiwan's bamboo basket. "Xiao Wan, the weather's hot. Take the meat back and process it as soon as possible. You're slow to do it by yourself. Otherwise go to my house to find your aunt and ask her to help you marinate it." Hu Guangwen picked up 4 large pieces of lard and 2 pieces of fat and put them into the bamboo basket. "You can go back and boil the lard into gray oil and put it in the jar. It's good to put it in when cooking." Lin Weiwan looked at the whole piece of lard. After cutting a pig, only 2 complete pieces of lard can be obtained. Uncle Hu gave her 4 pieces, which were from 2 pigs. The fat was even more shiny with oil. At this time, every family only dared to add a little oil when cooking, and they used everything carefully. If you want to buy meat and bring some fat, you have to line up in front to get it. "Thank you, Uncle Hu. How are your eldest and second brothers in the army, and when will they come back for vacation?" Lin Weiwan was thinking about what she could give Uncle Hu. Those 2 brats forgot about home once they joined the army. It's good enough if they can send a letter back once every 1 or 2 months. They're still not as thoughtful and caring as you girls. Your aunt is always missing you at home." Hu Guangwen curled his lips and said that his son was careless, but his back straightened up a little with a bit of pride. "Okay, that's all 148 pounds, fat or lean, just 80 cents. Hu Guangwen quickly added the weight. As he said that, he stuffed a few big bones and a whole pig liver into Lin Weiwan's bamboo basket. "Take this back to replenish your body. You will probably catch up with the autumn harvest when you go to the countryside. Don't work so hard like a fool. Your own health is the most important. Lin Weiwan took out 12 big Unity tickets and a thick stack of meat tickets from her bag and handed them to Hu Guangwen. Uncle Hu, thank you for helping me so much again. Then he took out 2 boxes of tea from his bulging bag. Uncle Hu, take these 2 boxes of tea back and eat them. It's inconvenient for me to carry these with me when I go to the countryside. Lin Weiwan stuffed 2 boxes of 100 grams of tea into Hu Guangwen's arms. He closed the bamboo frame on the bicycle. Hu Guangwen put the money away and took out 1/3 of the meat coupons from a dozen and stuffed them into Lin Weiwan.
Keep this with you.
I'll take care of the rest. You can't do anything without the coupons when you go to the countryside. These are the cotton and sugar coupons that your aunt bought these 2 days.
Keep them with you.
Don't lose them. Don't show off your wealth when you get to the countryside. If you have any problems, take a photo of your little red book. It can be useful. If you encounter any problems, send me a telegram. At the very least, you still have 2 brothers who are soldiers. Hu Guangwen took out a handkerchief from his trouser pocket, which contained the coupons his wife had brought him in the morning. He admonished Lin Weiwan like an old father. Looking at the receipts in his hand and listening to Uncle Hu's worried words, Lin Weiwan's eyes and nose turned red. Uncle Hu. After coming out of the meat processing factory, Lin Weiwan pushed the bicycle. The weight of the pork on the bicycle made the bicycle belt shrunk by 3 points. He quickly found an empty dead end and put the bamboo basket and the meat into the space. He also took out a large bamboo basket from the space, which contained a bunch of empty bottles and cans and 2 large oil bottles. He also put on black makeup in the space, and his appearance changed a little. Lin Weiwan rode his bicycle to the nearest grocery store. After entering the store, Lin Weiwan, carrying a bamboo basket, stood in a long line in front of the counter and reached into his bag to take out the Zhou family's grocery book. He was going to buy all the groceries for several people this month: eggs, 2/8 sauce, sesame oil. Comrade, I want to buy eggs for 7 people, as well as sesame oil and soybean oil. Do you have rapeseed oil today? Lin Weiwan put the grocery book on the counter. Why are you buying so much? If you buy like this, the comrades behind you may not be able to buy much. Fu Qiuyan is only 2 years older than Lin Weiwan. She looked at Lin Weiwan with a bad tone. It would be a headache for the people behind to not be able to buy eggs and coral. Comrade, my brother and I signed up to go to the countryside. My elder brother, who is a soldier, specially asked for leave from the army to come back. Mom prepared to make more food for us brothers and sisters to take away, so she bought more. Lin Weiwan explained generously. The aunts who originally had opinions were no longer unhappy, but secretly observed Lin Weiwan. So that's how it is. Wait a moment, I'll get the goods for you. Fu Qiuyan's hostility disappeared after hearing Lin Weiwan's words, and she secretly glanced at Lin Weiwan a few times. I don't know what this girl's brother, who is a soldier, looks like and whether he has a wife. Lin Weiwan handed the small bamboo basket to Fu Qiuyan and waited for her to pick up the eggs. With the money and tickets, 8 people can buy 7 pounds of eggs. This is already a month's supply. If you want to buy more, you can only wait until the beginning of next month. Lin Weiwan handed a few empty bottles and small oil barrels to Fu Qiuyan and bought 3.5 caddies of peanut oil, half a caddy per person per month, 5 caddies of rapeseed oil, 3.5 ounces of sesame oil, 5 caddies of vermicelli, 5 caddies of wide noodles, and 2 caddies of sugar. At another counter, Lin Weiwan bought peppercorns, aniseed, cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, refined salt, and MSG, as well as 2 bottles of soy sauce and 2 bottles of vinegar. He didn't stop until all the Zhou family's rations were used up. At the counter at the back, he bought 4 bottles of canned hawthorn, 4 bottles of canned oranges, and 2 bottles of canned pineapples. He then walked out of the grocery store with a basket of eggs and a bamboo basket on his back, under the caring eyes of everyone. Riding on his bicycle, Lin Weiwan quickly disappeared from the sight of a group of middle-aged women. He found a place where no one was and quickly delivered the things into the space. Looking at the few eggs, Lin Weiwan changed his clothes and rode to the black market. When he arrived at the black market, he didn't find any eggs, but he saw a middle-aged woman standing there selling live chickens. There was a rooster and 2 hens in the chicken cage, looking thin and weak. "Annie, how much are these chickens?" Lin Weiwan wrapped herself tightly in a headscarf and a mask. $1.08 per catty. The woman glanced at the little girl in front of her, probably not very old, and didn't look like she could buy it. When Lin Weiwan heard the price, he knew why the chicken hadn't been sold for a long time. Chickens outside were sold at $1 per catty after being killed and cleaned of the internal organs. The black market price was usually around $1.50. But he was short of chickens and eggs. "I want these 3 chickens, please give me a discount, Andy." Lin Weiwan naturally didn't want to be taken advantage of, so she would lower the price if she could, because it was a woman's nature to lower the price. "It can't be lower, my family needs money urgently, otherwise I won't sell this chicken." The woman shook her head, her family needed money urgently, so it was impossible to sell it at a discount. "Well, weigh it for me." Lin Weiwan glanced at the woman and felt that she must have encountered difficulties, and the chickens couldn't be sold at a discount. The 3 chickens together barely weighed 10 jin, so Lin Weiwan happily gave the woman 18 yuan. "Auntie, please give me your chicken cage and sack. I'll take these chickens back and raise them." Lin Weiwan saw the woman preparing to tie up the chicken with a rope and quickly stopped her. The woman thought about it and agreed directly. After all, the chicken was less than 10 jin, so she stuffed the chicken back into the chicken cage and handed it to Lin Weiwan. Carrying the chicken cage, Lin Weiwan covered it with a sack and quickly left the black market. The tail behind him followed for 2 streets, and Lin Weiwan turned into the intersection and entered the space with the person and the bicycle. The man ran over quickly and looked around for the bicycle. "Where is Lao Jia?" Another man ran over and looked around. "I don't know. She disappeared when I turned around." The man called Lao Jia was also wondering how she could disappear in such a short time. "Let's go back." Lin Weiwan watched the 2 people walk away in the space, but did not go out. Instead, he quickly opened the sack and looked at the 3 chickens in the chicken coop. Seeing the chickens still jumping around, he was relieved. It seems that the space can support living things. It is definitely not okay to let the chickens wander around. The spiritual spring water cannot be touched by the chickens without any shelter, otherwise how can they drink it? This chicken coop is also a bit small, so I have to find a way to get a bigger chicken coop. After carrying the chicken coop to the backyard, Lin Weiwan found a bowl used by the Zhou family, collected some water in the villa, and added a few drops of spiritual spring water to the chicken coop. Then he changed his clothes, washed his face, and left the space. He rode his bicycle straight to the grain station and lined up with his grain book and money tickets. The Zhou family did not use the grain book and non-staple food book to buy things this month, and Lin Weiwan just happened to catch this opportunity. After the Zhou family reissued the 2 things next month, they would not be able to use them. This is why Lin Weiwan only used Zhou's purchases and did not buy his own. If the Zhou family found out, the police would come to investigate and find that it was him who used the Zhou family's tickets to buy things. Opening the grain book, the Zhou family's old couple and Zhou's mother had a monthly ration of 29 kilograms. Zhou's father had 34 kilograms a month. Zhou Weinan had increased to 32 kilograms a month, and Zhou Weibei and Zhou Rongrong had 28 kilograms a month. The current regulations are that children can have a monthly ration of 7 kilograms from birth, which not only ensures the children's food and clothing but also allows the family to have some sufficient food. For every year of age, the monthly ration quota will be increased by 2 kilograms. Starting from the age of 7, it will be changed to increase by 1 kilogram for every year of age until the full ration quota of 29 kilograms is reached at the age of 18. Lin Weiwan is 17 years old this year and can only receive the same 28 gene ration as Zhou Laoxi and Zhou Rongrong. In this era, there is little oil and water, and these can barely keep people 70% full. When the old man of the Lin family was alive, there were naturally some ways to get food back. Since the old man suddenly passed away, Lin Weiwan can only try his luck in the black market from time to time. Occasionally, the Qin family would give Lin Weiwan some fine grains, and Lin Weiwan's feedback to the Qin family was that the meat was obtained from the meat processing factory. This also made the relationship between the 2 families closer. They did not become estranged because of the death of the old man Lin. Fortunately, when it was Lin Weiwan's turn, the grain station did not ask Lin Weiwan anything. He pulled out the sack under his arm, took out the grain capital and grain coupons. He asked for 32 jin of rationed rice, 12 jin of white flour and 100 jin of cornmeal for the 7 people of the Zhou family, and bought 100 jin of rice bran. Because there were too many things, he could only tie the cornmeal and rice bran to the car with ropes. There was also a small bag of rice and a bag of flour in front of the handlebars. "Comrade, you should ask your family to pick you up. You, a woman, will definitely not be able to push the food back." The comrade at the grain station looked at the dark and thin little woman in front of him and said worriedly, "Don't worry, I've been used to farm work since I was a child, and I have a lot of strength," Lin Weiwan said, and pushed the bicycle that was about to bury her away steadily. So much food was still very conspicuous on the street. Lin Weiwan pushed the bicycle in the opposite direction of her home until she reached a remote place and found a deserted place to store the food in the space. She quickly entered the space and took a shower. She walked all the way in the hot summer, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. She poured out some rice bran, grabbed 2 handfuls of green vegetables, chopped them up, put them in a basin, and brought them to the 3 chickens. She had lunch in the space and drank a glass of cold spiritual spring water before leaving the space. She took out the Zhou family's coal briquette purchase certificate and rode her bicycle straight to the coal factory. In Haishir, coal cakes and firewood are used for cooking. Urban households with 1-2 people can purchase 100 kilograms of coal cakes per month, while the Zhou family with 7-8 people can purchase 180 kilograms of coal cakes. Lin Weiwan was going to collect all the things that the Zhou family had not collected this month because of the move today, so that she would not be able to collect anything after the Zhou family had completed the documents in 2 days, and she would still have time to collect her share after a few days. When she was almost near the coal factory, Lin Weiwan put away her bicycle, pushed out the small cart in the space, and headed straight for the coal factory. An hour later, Lin Weiwan came out of the coal factory with a cart of coal cakes. It took 2 trips to collect all the 180 kilograms of coal cakes. She also wanted to collect them all at once, but the small cart could not hold so many coal cakes. Seeing that it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, Lin Weiwan found a bamboo frame in the space. Inside it were 5 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of white flour, and 10 kilograms of cornmeal, all tied with small cloth bags. Then I took out a small stove, some coal cakes, a small iron pot, and other simple living utensils, and put them into the bamboo frame. I still have to stay at home for another month, so I still have to keep these things on the surface. After all, the house will become more and more lively. As soon as I arrived at the gate, I saw several people coming and going at the door, busy moving furniture from the cart. Was sitting at the door, came over happily when he saw Lin Weiwan coming back. "Niece, 3 more families have moved in. Let's go in and sign the documents as a proof. Uncle Wang has been waiting for me for a long time. I'm going out to buy some things. You know there's nothing at home now." Lin Weiwan pushed her bicycle into the yard. Wang Fudua took Lin Weiwan's heavy bamboo basket and put it on his back. Lin Weiwan locked the bicycle in the small warehouse and then took out a padlock from his arms. After locking it, he followed Wang Fudua into the house. The floor in the living room was a bit messy, and 2 workers were still building partitions. Under the glare of the Zhou family, Lin Weiwan took Wang Fudua up to the 2nd floor, and Wang Fudua also asked the heads of the 3 families to follow. After collecting the money and signing the contract and sending Wang Fudua away, Lin Weiwan looked at the lively courtyard and felt good. Old Mrs. Zhou had just packed the chamber pot for Mr. Zhou and came out. When she saw Lin Weiwan, she had an idea and wanted to throw a basin of feces out. "If you dare to splash, I'll pour it into you." Lin Weiwan immediately discovered Mrs. Zhou's intention and shouted loudly. Mrs. Zhou paused her arm, thinking of Lin Weiwan's fierce look, and took the back. Back on the 2nd floor, the mother and daughter of the Wang family greeted Lin Weiwan when they saw him coming back. "Xiao Lin, let's have dinner together. We made dumplings today." Lin Weiwan looked at the mother of the Wang family. No need. She turned and went back to the house. She naturally saw what the mother and daughter of the Wang family were planning, so she just hid a little. Now the Zhou family still has a large range of activities. When other residents move in, the Zhou family will have trouble. After taking out the things in the bamboo basket and placing them casually, Lin Weiwan took out 3 hot buns from the space to solve the dinner. Hang the curtains on the windows again and lock the door of the house. Take out the tablet and put on the headphones to watch. It is obvious that one of them was followed in the black market today. He walked steadily and had a tall stature. It was okay to use brute force to deal with a few tough men in the Zhou family, but it would be troublesome to deal with the man today and Zhou Weidong, who kept looking at him with squinting eyes. If he really fought, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. While watching the video, Lin Weiwan finished 3 meat buns and drank spiritual spring water to quench his thirst. After a day of hard work, his muscles that were originally a little sore slowly eased after drinking the spiritual spring water. Zhou's mother was fanning the coal stove in the yard with a cattail leaf fan. The fire was just right, so she quickly poured some oil and put the vegetables into the pot to stir-fry. He caught a glimpse of the new woman who had moved in taking something from the utility shed and turned around to check. He found that the firewood was taken away by the woman, and he jumped up and cursed. "You little thief, why did you take my firewood? You are so poor that you can't afford to steal people's firewood." The woman looked back at Zhou's mother with 2 pieces of firewood in her hand. "Who are you scolding, you gossip? I'll return 2 pieces of firewood to you tomorrow. What's the point of yelling? You can't die with 2 pieces of firewood." The woman was Su Mei, who had just moved in and lived on the first floor. Her husband worked in a canning factory. They had never had a house and had to live with her mother-in-law and her family of more than 20 people. Now that they have moved out, although the room is only 15 square meters with no ventilation and no windows, it is better than living with that family, and it is difficult to turn over. "Who are you scolding? You think you are right to steal people's things?" When had Zhou's mother suffered a loss, she was originally unhappy. She put the pot aside and rolled up her sleeves to get in. Now there are all kinds of people in the house. If you are suppressed in everything, you will be bullied to death. While wrestling, they shouted Zhou Weibei and Mrs. Zhou. Soon a group of people wrestled at the door of the back kitchen on the first floor. Lin Weiwan took off his headphones and heard a knock on the door, so he put the things into the space. "Comrade Xiaolin, there's a fight downstairs, go check it out." Wang's mother saw that the wrinkles on Lin Weiwan's face were a little deeper when she smiled.
I can't do anything about it either.
This kind of thing is handled by the police. At worst, there's the neighborhood committee. Lin Weiwan locked the door and went downstairs, watching the 3 Zhou family members and the newcomer pulling their hair and slapping them. "Stop it all." Zhou Weidong came back with his newly reissued ID and saw the Zhou family members twisting into a ball. Seeing that no one listened to him, he hurried over to separate them. "Son, you're finally back. Hurry up and catch this thief." Zhou's mother pointed at Su Mei and complained to Zhou Weidong. Her hair was loose, and her sleeves were torn off. "Bah, he's just a soldier, but he really thinks he's a policeman and wants to arrest people. Are you still sleepwalking?" Su Mei was scheming with more than a dozen people in her husband's family, and she started to curse directly when she opened her mouth. "Mom, that's enough. What happened?" As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Let's sit down and talk slowly. How could Zhou Weidong let the matter go to the police station? Zhou's father's matter had been settled, and he didn't know if he would be implicated when he returned to the army. With such a mess at home and the police station, his military career was a perfect end. "Son, she bullied people and stole our firewood. Things are precious now and no one is rich. This person stole as soon as he came. What should we do in the future?" Zhou's mother was stingy. "Now the family has only this little money. Every penny counts. How can we live if it is taken away by outsiders? Who stole it? Can you talk like a human being? The neighbor borrowed 2 pieces of firewood from your family and will return them to you tomorrow. Don't keep shouting about stealing and thieves. Thieves will cry when they go to your house. What are you taking advantage of?" Su Mei came for a whole morning and dug up everything about the Zhou family. Now she was just adding salt to the wound during the quarrel. You chatterbox, where is Lin Weiwan? Get this person out quickly. Who knows what he will do after he gets used to petty thefts. Zhou's mother thought of the owner of the house, Lin Weiwan, and quickly shouted to the inner room. The first thing Zhou Weidong saw when he entered the house was Lin Weiwan standing aside and watching the fire from the other side. It was obvious that this situation was all caused by Lin Weiwan. He couldn't figure out why Lin Weiwan hated the Zhou family so much these past 2 days, and how the Zhou family had wronged her. The whole family took care of her like a child and didn't ask her to do any work, but she actually acted like this, and even rented out the house after splitting up the family. And there's nothing I can do about it. The agreement has been signed, the neighborhood committee director has stamped it, and I've been collecting rent for half a year. I'm not in the right to evict them now. It's just 2 pieces of firewood. Why should you be so fussy about it? Aunt Sue didn't say she wouldn't pay it back. You've just been too busy lately and have a lot of temper. Let your brother take you to get some fire-clearing medicine to cool you down. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou's mother as if he was doing this for her own good. Your temper. If you don't evict them, just give me the money and rent a house for us. Zhou's mother was so angry at Lin Weiwan's sarcastic words that she started to curse. My grandma is right behind you, so I can't go. But now that you mention it, I remember that the rent for my Lin family is now for half a year. Big brother, you have only paid me 1 month's rent. Remember to send me the remaining 5 months' rent when you have time. After saying that, he didn't care what the Zhou family members thought of him and walked around Wang Qiaoyun and went straight upstairs. In 3 days, the whole yard of the Lin family was filled with the atmosphere of fireworks. Mom, we can't always rely on Big Brother to support us in this situation. I have signed up to go to the countryside to join the production team. In this way, if I do more work, I can send some food and mountain products back to supplement the family. Zhou Weinan sat on a stool and said to his mother, Go to the countryside? What should I do if you go to the countryside? Zhou Weibei's face looked very bad due to the tossing and turning during this period, and his eyes were swollen. Hearing Zhou Weinan's words, he stood up from the small bed. Little brother, I am also doing this for the good of my family. I went to the countryside and worked hard to earn work points. Otherwise, our whole family could not survive just relying on my eldest brother's salary. Not only that, don't forget that our rent is 10 yuan a month. Zhou Weinan said this righteously, but there is no fool in the Zhou family. Even a fool can see that this is just a way Zhou Weinan came up with because he didn't want to donate his kidney. Zhou's mother looked at her beloved little son and sat down on the stool exhausted. She seemed to have aged a dozen years these days. The palms and backs of her hands are all flesh, and she would be sad to ask any son to donate this kidney. Mom, I will return to the team the day after tomorrow. I will send back 30 yuan every month in the future. Although it is not much, I will try my best to complete the mission. This month's food and non-staple food books have been embezzled. When I go back, I will find a way to send you something. Zhou Weidong was somewhat worried. He didn't know what the impact would be on the army. If his father hadn't had this incident, he would have had hope of being promoted to platoon leader at the end of the year. Now that my father has had this incident, my political review will definitely be affected. It's good that I'm not persuaded to quit, otherwise my family will really be on the verge of death. Lin Weiwan made some bacon and sausages in the space and steamed more than 10 baskets of large meat buns and steamed buns. Now he is making pot stickers made of Western corn flour and white flour. Thinking of the chaos at home, Lin Weiwan stewed a big pot of braised pork with fermented bean curd. He put it in a large bowl and made another portion of pork with preserved vegetables. He stacked the 2 bowls in the vegetable basket and put a towel on them. He took out 6 freshly baked cornmeal pot stickers and put them in before leaving the space. He looked at his watch, and it was just noon. He locked the door and went straight to the Qin family next door. His aunt was not at home. Only Mr. Qin was there. He delivered the things and took back the things that were left at Qin's house. He went back to the house and put the things in the rattan box into the space again, leaving only the rattan box in the corner. He entered the space and started to grow vegetables, Chinese mustard, Chinese cabbage, and carrots. The ratio of time in the space to that outside is still 10 minutes outside, 1 hour in the space. That is, 1 day in the space is equivalent to 4 hours outside. However, this also made Lin Weiwan feel troubled. Originally, There were only plants growing in the space, but now there are 3 chickens, so he can only feed them on time. Of course, the 2 hens are also very powerful, allowing Lin Weiwan to harvest 8 eggs a day. Yesterday, I forgot to feed them after a certain time, and Lin Weiwan found that the chickens were not starved to death, and they did not feel very hungry when feeding. I can only guess that it is because of the space, or because they have been fed with spiritual spring water. Otherwise, I have planned to use up the rice bran, and if it doesn't work, I will stew the chicken. Now the time for feeding the chickens is adjusted to once a day outside, and it can still guarantee that 2 eggs can be picked up a day. Lin Weiwan thinks this is just right. In the past few days, all the fruit trees moved from the yard have begun to bloom and bear fruit again. It is estimated that they will mature in a few days. Zhou Rongrong followed Shin Shirley, who was carrying a lot of bags, holding a newly made quilt. Brother Shirley, thank you for helping me so much. Without you, I don't know if I can see you again after going to the countryside. Zhou Rongrong said softly, staring at Shin Shirley hesitantly. Don't worry, Rongrong, I won't ignore you. Even if I go to the countryside, I will send you money every month. Shin Shirley's heart was broken when he saw Zhou Rongrong like this. He cursed the Zhou family in his heart for not being human, and actually let such a weak girl go to the countryside. Rongrong, I will take you back to the rental house first. I will fight for our things. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. When Shin Shirley thought of Zhou Rongrong's seemingly weak and boneless body, his legs were a little unable to walk, and he hurriedly coaxed Zhou Rongrong to go back. The 2 walked on the street with their eyebrows drawn, like a newlywed couple. On the first floor, the Zhou family, who originally wanted to move out and find a more spacious house, also gave up this idea now, one because Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong went to the countryside and Zhou Weidong returned to the army. The 12-square-meter room of the Zhou family only housed the old couple of the Zhou family, Zhou's mother and Zhou's 4th son. It was still livable, especially since Grandpa Zhou had and was unable to move. However, the smell of the Zhou family's room was not very good, and it was often criticized by several families downstairs. Shin Shirley returned to the Shin family after eating and saw Grandpa Shin sitting in the living room. Seeing him come back, his face became even darker. Yuri back. You think your family doesn't know about your relationship with Zhou Rongrong, right? Kneel down. Grandpa Shin looked at his grandson within his head, and his hands trembled with anger. It's not good to choose a girl from any family, but to find such a woman. What help can she bring to the Shin family? The things of the Lin family are more important. I told you to stay away from Zhou Rongrong. Why didn't you listen? Grandpa, you never objected to my contact with Rongrong before. Why do you hate Rongrong so much now that Lin Weiwan appears? Shin Shirley didn't understand. Rongrong was so considerate, gentle and thoughtful, and understood him so well. You're still talking about her. Didn't your grandpa Zhou tell you last time that the real daughter of the Zhou family is Lin Weiwan? Why don't you want to find Zhou Rongrong, whose parents are unknown, when you have such a beautiful girl? I love her. Nowadays, people talk about freedom of love. Grandpa, you can't sacrifice my whole life because of that ridiculous marriage contract. Shin Shirley knelt in the middle of the living room, stiffening his neck and arguing. You rascal, I don't care what happens between you and Zhou Rongrong. You must marry Lin Weiwan to me. Grandpa Shin stood up angrily and walked to Shin Shirley. We will go to the Zhou family to propose marriage tomorrow. Your mother has prepared the gifts. I don't care about your little thoughts. You have to agree to this marriage even if you die. If you can't marry Lin Weiwan, you get out of the Shin family. Grandpa Shin said harsh words and turned away, leaving Shin Shirley standing there in a daze. Shin's mother felt sorry for her son and had been hiding aside. When she saw the old man leave, she hurried forward to help her son up. Just listen to your grandfather. Your father is also very optimistic about this marriage. Let's go to Zhou's house tomorrow. Mom, even you are not on my side. I don't want to marry that Lin Weiwan. I love its Rongrong. I can't leave Rongrong behind. Why are you so stubborn?
You.
Mother Shin pulled her son into the house. Do you know why your grandfather insisted on marrying Lin Weiwan? Mother Zhou looked at her straight-tempered son. I know. Isn't it just because of Mr. Lin? That legend is not necessarily true or false. After all these years, who has seen the Lin family's treasures? Our family's conditions are not bad. What about her 3 melons and 2 dates from the Lin family? Mom, can you bear to exchange my life's happiness for that little thing? Shin surely just doesn't like Lin Weiwan. Even if he has some wealth, he felt disgusted when he saw Lin Weiwan's arrogant look last time. Marrying someone back home will make you uncomfortable. Mother Shin glanced at her son, a little discouraged. Why did such a thing happen? Sighing, the reason why you marry Lin Weiwan is not only because of the Lin family. Do you know why your grandfather decided to arrange this marriage for you at any time? Shin surely looked at him in confusion. Mother Shin, the old man of the Zhou family, is very capable. He actually married the daughter of the Fu family in Beijing. Seeing that her son was not understanding, Shin's mother could only tell the reason. The Fu family. A person like Mrs. Zhou actually comes from the Fu family. Shin surely couldn't believe it. What are you thinking about? The current Mrs. Zhou is not worthy. I am talking about Mr. Zhou's first wife, Mrs. Fu. It's a pity that she was so beautiful that she didn't have it early. She left a son, who also died in the battlefield. Mother Shin said this. It's a bit sad. Mr. Zhou's handsome appearance is first class, but it's a pity that the second wife didn't follow Mr. Zhou. It seemed that in the future, when looking for a wife, one would have to look for a beautiful one, and the grandson would be dignified when carried out. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt that Lin Weiwan was more suitable. It is said that he took the advantages of Mrs. Fu and Mr. Zhou. Even if I marry Lin Weiwan, and we are so far away from the Fu family, what good will it do? How many years have passed, and I haven't heard of the Fu family coming to look for anyone. Shin surely felt that it was better to look at who in front of him. You can gamble a lifetime of happiness on an unknown quantity. What if the Fu family doesn't recognize it? Are you stupid? Even if the Fu family doesn't come looking for you, won't you come to the door yourself? For a family like that, just give us some resources. You know, there are people in the court who are easy to do. If they really move around more, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to benefit from it? The Fu family is now at the peak of its power. With this background and the Lin family's share, you will have nothing to worry about in this life. Mother Shin looked at her silly son and wondered if he had given birth to a child. I hugged you wrongly. Why am I so confused? Shin surely was already a little moved by what Shin's mother said, and suddenly thought of Zhou Rongrong's softness, and his face became a little ugly. Just listen to Mom, dress up tomorrow, and come with us to propose marriage. Mother Shin said. Seeing that her son seemed to understand, she smiled with satisfaction. Get up and look around for a decent outfit. After spending most of the night, Lin Weiwan finally used the mozo bamboo in the warehouse to build a chicken coop not far from the warehouse. Throwing the 3 chickens in, the rooster led the 2 hens and began to patrol their new territory. Due to the time difference between the space and the outside, I got up early and had breakfast. Lin Weiwan took out the acupuncture found in the living room cabinet and started practicing flying needles. Originally, his memory was good, but now that he insists on drinking spiritual spring water every day, Lin Weiwan has almost achieved photographic memory. In addition to practicing grappling and fighting in the space, he also looks through the medical books and whole-body meridians diagrams left by the previous resident. Now Lin Weiwan has started to practice needles, so that even if he is restrained by the opponent outside, hiding needles on his body or taking needles from space will not expose the space. By pricking the opponent's numb points, you can also leave yourself a glimmer of hope. In this way, Lin Weiwan liked the space more. For no other reason than that in one day outside, Lin Weiwan had 6 days to do what he wanted to do. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Lin Weiwan came out of the space and said, "Who?" "Lin Weiwan, there is someone looking for you downstairs." Zhou Weidong's voice came from the door. Zhou Weidong had already left and returned to the army. Before leaving, he paid the Zhou family's rent for half a year and signed a formal voucher contract. He handed the only 50 yuan left in his hand to Zhou's mother and left with his luggage bag. When I went down to the first floor, I discovered that the Shun family was actually in front of the foyer. "This is Xiaowan. She's so beautiful. I'm your Aunt Shin." Mother Shin was very satisfied when she saw Lin Weiwan walking down the stairs. If a grandson is born from now on, It will be more honorable to carry him out white and tender.
Hello, Aunt Shen.
He greeted politely.
Hey. Okay.
We are here today to talk about your marriage to our family Shirley, Mother Shin said while also paying attention to Lin Weiwan's expression. After all, Lin Weiwan gave Shin the last time. I have also heard a little bit about the shameless family. Mrs. Zhou and Zhou's mother are not opposed to this marriage. The Zhou family is short of money now, and the Shin family has come to help them in times of need. As long as Lin Weiwan marries into the Shin family, this house will eventually belong to their Zhou family. When did I agree? Why didn't I know? Lin Weiwan looked at the two families. I also want to dream about being a free nanny. You are young, and elders take a longer-term view of many things. You also know the conditions of our family, and even my son is capable of taking action. Girls must choose the right person and have full authority over the major events of their lives. After all, if you find a good mother-in-law, you can live a happy and comfortable life in the future. Mother Shin's words are correct, and everyone who hears them will nod and praise her. She looks like a good mother-in-law. Others don't know, but Lin Weiwan, who has been in the Shin family for decades, still doesn't know. Even if Shin's mother went to the toilet to write a note one day, she knew it clearly. Indeed, but it's a pity that I have already signed up to go to the countryside. Who can predict so many things in the future?
Let's talk about it then.
I have no plans to get married for the time being. Lin Weiwan declined the Shin family tactfully. Mother Shin looked at the Zhou family, and Mrs. Zhou stood up directly. This marriage is settled. As a grandmother, I can't watch you act willfully. Tomorrow I will go with the Shun boy to get the evidence. I have seen this boy since he was a child. Then you go to the countryside and wait. If there's a chance, I'll find a job for you and transfer him back to the city. No one can make the decision for me about my marriage. If you want to use force, the worst we can do is end up in a fight. The Shin family is a big family, but there is no way to escape the crime of forcibly marrying, stealing a blind marriage and mute marriage. Especially the orphans of martyrs. Lin Weiwan looked at Father Shin without any evasion. What did you kids say? You've also seen this Shin family boy. Tell me you're going to rent out the house to make a living. The Shin family is not worthy of you.
Don't be too greedy.
Zhou's mother said, I don't want to see the bride price fly away, and I have to get married even if I don't get married. Annie, do you really think you can make the decision? Or do everyone here have the right to do so? Xiaowan, this marriage is a happy event, and it is also for the comradeship between your father and your Uncle Shin. If you hadn't been lost in the first place, yes, I'm afraid you won't be so hostile to us. Our Shin family is not unreasonable. We just want to repay your kindness. Your Uncle Shin owes your father his life. Now that you say this, it makes people feel that we are forcing ourselves to do something difficult. These words directly reverse the situation, making it appear that Lin Weiwan was ignorant of etiquette and uneducated. Residents gathered in twos and threes in the back hallway and listened. Hearing this, I couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, Lin Weiwan is really biting Lu Dongbin. Don't know good people's hearts. Grandpa Shen, this is your fault. Shin Shirley is your biological grandson. Even if it is natural for father to pay debts to his son, we don't talk about this anymore in this era. There is no need to get involved in Shin Shirley's happiness. Since Grandpa Shen, if you feel you are in debt to my father, why don't you be honest? My house was stolen before, and now I am short of nothing but money. Grandpa Shen, please give it to me as long as your son's life is worth. Lin Weiwan said bluntly. He couldn't be more straightforward, and the people inside and outside the house were so nervous on the outside and tender on the inside. Crowd, you really dare to say that. Shen Jia, you really dare to think. Zhou Jia, you are so shameless. Lin Weiwan, as long as the money is in place, the glass will be broken. Since you think so, our Shin family won't force you. I will ask Shin Shirley to bring it to you in the afternoon. There was an inexplicable light in the depths of Father Shin's eyes, but there was an expression on his face. He speaks openly and calmly. After seeing off the Shin family, Lin Weiwan glanced at the Zhou family with a smile and turned to go upstairs. While practicing flying needles, I was thinking about the Shin family. This life is so different from the previous one. Why did the Shin family have to come to take me back? Now that you've come to your door, you won't be polite. In the previous life, the Shin family treated themselves as servants, so let's pay off the debt first in this life. In the afternoon, Shun Shirley came to the door. Looking at the 1,000 yuan in his hand, Lin Weiwan couldn't help but smile. Uncle Shun, too. I was just telling a joke, but he really took it seriously. I can't accept the money. I will go back to the Shin family to visit and pay the money back later. With that, Lin Weiwan was about to close the door. Upon hearing this, Shin Shirley blocked the door that was about to close with his hand. Looking at the red and purple fingers, Shin Shirley felt that this Lin Weiwan was here to defeat him, and nothing good happened every time he saw her. Shin Shirley, what's the matter with you being such an adult? You saw me closing the door and squeezed your finger in. Lin Weiwan looked at Shin Shirley with a reproachful tone. You. Shin Shirley wanted to point at Lin Weiwan, but it hurt again. This is for you too. I forgot about it just now. As he said this, he took out 2 large stacks of unity from the crossbody bag beside him. Uncle Shun is so polite. Since the Shun family is so sincere, it would seem that I don't appreciate it if I don't hold it back. Lin Weiwan said polite words, but the movements of her hands were very fast and direct. Reach out and pull it over. Yes, it was a tug, the kind of tug that Shin Shirley couldn't bear to let go of. Shin Shirley, who walked out of the Lin family, looked at his red and swollen fingers and glared at the Lin family fiercely before leaving. Originally thinking that Lin Weiwan had never seen much money, he took out a stack of unity and found that 1,000 yuan was a lot. Unexpectedly, she dared to say that she would give it back. If her father knew that she had embezzled 2,000 yuan, he would have to skin her. Lin Weiwan got 3,000 yuan in vain, so he was naturally very satisfied. The 3,000 yuan was neither too little nor too much for the life-saving grace that the Shin family said. Even if he said it, he couldn't find any reason. After all, food and clothing are a problem for most people nowadays, but for the Shin family, it is really a drop in the bucket. Father Shun had a lot of things to hide during his years in the Revolutionary Committee. At night, Lin Weiwan changed into black clothes, climbed down from the 2nd floor, and went straight to a dilapidated old house in the suburbs. He took out a big bar from the space and rode it very fast. Turning over and entering the dilapidated courtyard, Lin Weiwan went straight to the well behind the courtyard, took out a rope from the space and tied it to a willow tree nearby, and climbed down the well. He stopped 3 meters down. Ever since he drank the Lingquan water, Lin Weiwan could see clearly even in the darkest place. Although it was not as bright and convenient as during the day, it was still as clear as a small flashlight. After finding a slightly convex blue brick, he pulled it out and put it into the space. Piece by piece, he put it in until a space made of blue bricks was revealed. Inside was a large box wrapped in a waterproof tarpaulin. Unable to see what was inside, Lin Weiwan could only quickly put the half-person high boxes into the space. After putting 4 boxes in a row, he climbed back up. As for the blue bricks, sorry, the space is locked and I can't get anything at the moment. Put the rope into your crossbody bag and ride away quickly on your bicycle. This place where things were hidden was where Zhou Rongrong accompanied Shin Shirley to retrieve them overnight before Shin's father had an accident in his previous life. In 5 days, Lin Weiwan directly plundered everything hidden in the Shin family. Now only the courtyard where the Shin family lives is left, and the black jade space has doubled again because it absorbed more than 30 boxes of things. Lin Weiwan planted wheat on 1 acre and rice on the other 2 acres of land. In the dead of night, Lin Weiwan slipped out of Lin's house again and went straight to Shin's house. Revenge does not last overnight, and the present matter has become Lin Weiwan's life sentiment. The main thing is, it feels so good to collect treasures. Entering the courtyard of the Shin family and looking at the dark 2-story building, Lin Weiwan tiptoed through the window, took out the poison from the space, and stupefied all the Shin family members from house to house. Where did the drug come from? Of course, it was the contents of the medicine box left by a resident in the space. It's just that the quantity isn't much, and I used 2/3 of it this time. Looking at the Shin family, Lin Weiwan made a bold move and evacuated the Shin family. After a while of busy work, apart from the sheets worn by the Shin family and the sheets underneath them, Lin Weiwan only left the underwear, socks, and underwear of several members of a Shin family. All the rest were moved out, and there just happened to be more space, so there was an empty space. Even the iron pot on the Shin family stove was not spared, including the coal cakes and chopped firewood behind the yard. In the end, neither the Shun family's apple trees nor the tangerine trees escaped Lin Weiwan's clutches, including the current large tract of grapevines. Lin Weiwan returned to the room and lay on the bed with satisfaction. The biggest news of the next day was that the Shin family was robbed overnight. This similar case was the same as the Zhou family. Some people suspected that the two families had offended someone. Due to the bad situation, the public security personnel in the city stepped up the investigation and rectification, and the city was in a state of panic for a while. The gang that robbed the Shin family was not found, but several thieves' dens and kidnappers' dens were found. The hooligans who stole chickens and dogs and harmed girls in the middle of the night were swept away, and the children stopped crying at night. The originally panicked city of High City suddenly became peaceful. In the dark office, fireworks flickered, and the ashtray was already half full. Keep an eye on her, and if there is anything unusual, just hold her down. Yes, big brother. The man retreated, leaving the middle-aged man alone in the dark, clenching and unclenching his fists and slapping the ashtray on the table away. Everything he had saved for so many years was gone overnight. Which rascal did it? The most hateful thing is those letters and notes. If they are leaked out, everything will be over. Time passed quickly. Lin Weiwan rode a bicycle with the old friend's big bamboo basket hanging on the back. Coming out of the post office, it is estimated that the 2 packages mailed last time have arrived long ago. I just need to wait for tomorrow to go to the countryside to pick them up. Today's mail is a thick quilt, sweater, and cotton shoes. It is estimated that it will take half a month to mail. I bought all the things I could buy for August and received all the things I could receive. I also found a way to get 500 kilograms of rice bran. At the same time, I also found that someone was following me during this period. I took advantage of the chaos to get rid of the man behind me twice. Lin Weiwan quickly put the coal cakes for this month into the space. I took back the clothes made by the tailor shop and bought 10 white flour buns and 5 meat buns directly from the state-owned restaurant and went home. On the way, Lin Weiwan was glad that she had bought everything before. When Lin Weiwan locked the car and went into the house, she saw Zhou Weibei kneeling and hugging Zhou's mother's legs. "Mom, please save me. I don't want to die. Didn't my eldest brother send money back? I saw it. Do you really want to watch me die? I am your own son." Zhou Weibei's face was sallow and dark. At this time in his previous life, Zhou Weibei was already in the recovery period, and his mental state was very good. But Lin Weiwan, who lost a kidney, was not so good. The Zhou family treated her indifferently, and Lin Weiwan survived many times by herself. Because of the sudden indifference of the Zhou family, Lin Weiwan also relaxed his guard against Shin Shirley, who suddenly showed his courtesy. He stepped into another abyss. Until now, Lin Weiwan does not blame others for anything, but blames himself. Many times, the road is chosen by himself. If you want to say hatred, Lin Weiwan hates those who deceived and bullied herself, and at the same time, she hates herself more, hating herself for being weak and incompetent, submissive and blind. "What do you want me to do? What can I do?" Zhou's mother yelled and shed tears helplessly. "Mom, my second and third brothers don't want to save me. What about you? Are you unwilling to save me either?" Zhou Weibei stared at his mother with red eyes. "I'm your mother. What will happen to this family without me?" Zhou's mother didn't expect her son to look at her with that kind of eyes. "Mom, it's just 1 kidney. You don't have to do any heavy work. When I get better, I will support you. I will never let you suffer." Zhou Weibei cried and begged. His heavy body became more and more uncomfortable day by day, making him feel flustered, scared, and helpless. His eldest brother was gone, and his second brother was going to the countryside. He wrote several letters to his third brother, but didn't get a reply from him. He didn't know where Rongrong had gone. No one cared about him anymore. What should he do? The sound of a water cup falling to the ground spread in the silent room. Old man, there aren't many things at home. Why are you smashing them? Old Mrs. Zhou looked at the half-paralyzed Old Man Zhou. Old Man Zhou opened his mouth hard, and saliva flowed down instantly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally uttered 3 words, use.
My.
Zhou Weibei looked at his half-paralyzed grandfather. With his current health, surgery would be tantamount to suicide. Even if Zhou Weibei agreed, the doctor would not agree. Lin Weiwan looked at him for a while and turned to go upstairs under the expectant eyes of Grandpa Zhou. He had just signed the last agreement in the morning and received 60 yuan. He had to take the train to the countryside tomorrow. In the space, Lin Weiwan cooked a pot of oily tea eggs for himself. He put 6 bags in his pocket. He also baked more than 20 pieces of preserved mustard greens pot cakes, and the aroma was fragrant. He opened the luggage bag and packed everything in it, including a thick coat, a set of clothes, small clothes, socks, toiletries, toilet paper, and a pair of rubber shoes. He took out a smaller bag and put steamed buns, corn pot stickers with 2 grain flour, a can of cucumber pickles, preserved mustard greens pot cakes, and tea eggs in it. He put the small package in the luggage bag, and it was just enough to fill it up. Lin Weiwan also rolled up the quilt neatly, wrapped it with a layer of cloth, and tied it with a belt. There were only some candies, a high school physics book, some toilet paper, a wooden comb, a pair of chopsticks, a mask, and a knitted hat in the messenger bag. The next morning, after Lin Weiwan had breakfast, he carried the luggage rolled on his shoulders and slung a messenger bag and a water bottle on his body. He put everything in the room into the space, including the curtains. He went downstairs with a luggage bag in one hand, wearing a blue long-sleeve shirt with a pair of black twill cotton trousers and a pair of rubber shoes. Pushing out the bicycle, Lin Weiwan put the luggage bag on the basket, ready to ride the bicycle to the North Station, and put the bicycle into the space in a deserted place. Just as he was about to leave the door, he was stopped by Zhou Weinan carrying the luggage roll. "Xiao Wan, let's go together. I'll take you on the bike." Zhou Weinan only had the 20 yuan given by his mother last night, and his original 62 yuan in his pocket. The North Station is not close, but Lin Weiwan happens to have a bicycle, so it will be there in a short ride. Forget about asking him to spend money to take the bus, and save some money to go to the countryside. You want nothing, get out of here. Lin Weiwan glared at Zhou Weinan and slapped Zhou Weinan's hand away. Lin Weiwan, we are going to the same place in the countryside, and we will see each other every day. If you are bullied, I will support you. Zhou Weinan called Lin Weiwan directly, and the advantages of men and women in the countryside would be revealed, and girls could not endure any hardship. Do you remember to eat but not to be beaten? Lin Weiwan looked back at Zhou Weinan, and the mother and son of the Wang family also came down from the second floor with luggage, presumably to send Wang Qiaoyan to the countryside. These days, the 3 people of the Wang family always try to get close to Lin Weiwan, either giving him food or clothes, but he refused them one by one and later simply knocked on the door, but did not open it. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Grandpa Qin, Uncle Qin, and Aunt Qin standing at the door with a luggage bag. "And are you going out? I'll take you." Lin Weiwan thought that Aunt Qin was going to take a car. "We were afraid that you had too much luggage, so we asked your aunt to take you. Are you going to take the bicycle with you?" Grandpa Qin looked at Lin Weiwan riding the bicycle. Lin Weiwan paused. Grandpa Qin. As expected, children without parents grow up early and can think of everything. Took out a handkerchief bag from his jacket pocket and stuffed it into Lin Weiwan's pocket. Grandpa Qin took out 20 big Unity notes from his trouser pocket and stuffed them into it. "Take this, and let your aunt ride the bicycle back. It's too heavy. If you find it inconvenient to buy another one when you get to the place." Grandpa Qin, second uncle, I have everything ready. I can't accept this. Lin Weiwan pushed the handkerchief back, and Lu Huifeng forcefully stuffed it into Lin Weiwan's pocket again. Your uncle gave it to you, so take it. We'll watch you grow up, just like our daughter. When we go out, can't we, as parents, give you something to relax your waist? Let's go. Don't worry about your family, we'll take care of it for you. Lu Huifeng sat on the back seat of the bicycle with her luggage bag. Looking at the dazed Lin Weiwan, she urged, "Hurry up and get there early, otherwise there will be no place to put your luggage." Lin Weiwan nodded, said goodbye to Grandpa Qin and Uncle Qin, and quickly pedaled her bicycle. Tears flowed down her face. As soon as she got out of the intersection, she saw Hu Guangwen and his wife pushing their bicycles and holding luggage bags waiting there. "Uncle Hu, Auntie." Lin Weiwan couldn't hold back her tears any longer. "Don't cry. It makes me sad. Your uncle and I are worried, so we want to take you to the train station." Wu Xiuzhen took out a handkerchief to wipe Lin Weiwan's tears. The four of them rode their bicycles to the North Station. Lu Huifeng sat behind Lin Weiwan, holding her slender waist with one hand. "Xiao Wan, I have packed some rice dumplings, steamed buns, and some white flour buns for you. Remember to take them out and eat them when you get on the train. The rest are useless. There is a brand new military blanket that your brother brought back. There is also a medical bag with some commonly used medicines. Keep your things safe. There are many pickpockets on the train. Be alert and keep an eye on your luggage." Lu Huifeng reminded Lin Weiwan again, with concern. Hu Guangwen walked in front carrying the luggage, and several people followed behind and squeezed into the North Station. The station was already crowded with people, and the radio was playing exciting songs, which made those who were originally sad about the departure have the courage to charge forward. There were many people preparing to get on the train, and many educated youth who went to the countryside were reluctant to say goodbye to their families. Lin Weiwan took the notice to the educated youth office at the station to exchange the ticket. Aunt Hu took Lin Weiwan and said, "I have prepared some red candies for you in the bag. Remember to take them out and eat them. There are still some left.
Take this.
The autumn harvest is tiring. Don't save it. I will send you some when you use it up." Then she stuffed a national meat ticket wrapped in a yellow handkerchief to Lin Weiwan. "You must accept it. Our life in the city is much better. Your two little brothers often help the family. You don't have to rely on us. Keep the things in your pocket and don't lose them." Lin Weiwan nodded and looked at the two elders who were kind to him. "Come, I'll take you up first. It will be difficult to get on if there are too many people later." Hu Duowen found an empty window and quickly stuffed Lin Weiwan's luggage in. There was already a long queue at the train door. The green train was marked with the 56th train from Haishir to Harbin.
Come, I'll help you get on.
Lu Huifeng and the other person directly helped Lin Weiwan climb in through the window. Lu Huifeng also got on the bus. Lin Weiwan found her seat, which happened to be next to the window for 6 people. There were not many people in the car at this time, and Lu Huifeng quickly helped Lin Weiwan put her luggage on the luggage rack. Lin Weiwan sat at the window and said goodbye to the Hu couple. Lu Huifeng took out the rolling pin that had been pinned to her waist all the way and handed it to Lin Weiwan. "Lin Weiwan, Auntie, take it for self-defense." Lu Huifeng put the rolling pin in Lin Weiwan's hand. Lin Weiwan handed the car keys to Lu Huifeng, and the 3 of them left reluctantly. At this time, most of the people in the car were seated. Coincidentally, Wang Xiaoyan was sitting diagonally opposite Lin Weiwan, saying goodbye to her mother and brother Wang Tao. Wang Tao's eyes fell on Lin Weiwan from time to time, but he didn't get any response. A person suddenly sat down next to him. Lin Weiwan looked back and felt that life is full of surprises and that enemies often meet on narrow roads. It was no one else but the girl who stood up for the Zhou family in the state-owned restaurant. When the girl saw Lin Weiwan, she was stunned for a moment and snorted coldly. There was an empty seat next to Lin Weiwan. Seeing that the train was about to leave, Lin Weiwan took advantage of the fact that there was no one around and quickly stood up, took down his small food bag, and then took down the luggage bag given by Aunt Jean. He opened a small opening, reached in, and put the food into the space. Aunt Jean put 4 large meat dumplings, each weighing half a pound, for hot pies, 6 white flour buns, a can of 8 treasure pickles, 2 sausages, 2 cans of malted milk, a bag of sesame candy, and a medicine bag. Lin Weiwan put the food into the space and did not touch the 3 sets of clothes and military blankets inside. He also took out a thick cotton coat from the space and stuffed it in, just enough to fill the luggage bag. He locked the small padlock on the luggage bag. Aunt Hu's luggage bag was also taken down by Lin Weiwan. Inside was a whole bunch of pickled mustard greens. Lin Weiwan quickly put it into the space. He also found 2 large pieces of bacon and 2 cans of pickled mustard greens meat sauce, as well as 3 pounds of white rabbit milk candy and a can of milk powder. After putting them all into the space, Lin Weiwan took out a thread blanket and a cotton coat from the space and stuffed them in. He also locked the padlock. As soon as he sat back in his seat, he saw Wang Jingjing running close to the car. He stopped only when he saw Lin Weiwan. "Xiaowan, I finally caught up. This is for you. Keep it for the road. There are some other things that you should be able to use." Wang Jingjing saw Lin Weiwan directly stuffing a package that was a circle larger than a pillow into the space. Lin Weiwan took it and found that the cloth bag was warm. He guessed that it was the hot food that Wang Jingjing made in the morning. "Xiao Jing, thank you for coming to see me off." Lin Weiwan leaned out of the window and held Wang Jingjing's hand. "Remember to write to me when you arrive. Remember to send a telegram back if there is anything." Wang Jingjing looked at Lin Weiwan and reminded her worriedly. "Cousin, are you here to see me off? Where are the things for me?" Wang Xiaoyan had just said goodbye to her mother and brother when she saw Wang Jingjing handing Lin Weiwan a big package. She rolled her eyes and squeezed over to ask Wang Jingjing. As long as the two of them were embarrassed, she could get most of the things. "I'm here to see Xiaowan off. What does it have to do with you?" Wang Jingjing rolled her eyes at Wang Xiaoyan. "Cousin, I'm the only one in our family who went to the countryside. You all have good jobs. Now that I'm leaving, you're still so mean to me." Wang Xiaoyan's eyes were red as she spoke. The ambiguous words also made many people nearby stand up and watch the fun. "What does it have to do with me whether you go to the countryside or not? What's wrong with me having a job? It's not you who gave it to me." Wang Jingjing was disgusted by Wang Xiaoyan's words. "Cousin, I know you don't like me. Even your relationship with a classmate is better than mine." Wang Xiaoyan began to wipe her tears.
"Hey,
"Comrade, your sister is going to the countryside. You can't always be so mean. You girls should be the same. Don't rely on your good looks to interfere with the relationship between sisters. The elder sister has sent so many things. You should share some with the younger sister. They are all their things, and they're not too hot to hold." The auntie in the front seat stood up and confronted Lin Weiwan after hearing the conversation between the 3 people. "Auntie, what's your name?" Lin Weiwan looked at the woman in front of him. "My last name is Zhang. What's wrong? If you think I'm right, you don't have to thank me. I just love to stand up for the weak. When we're out, we're supposed to help each other. You're young and don't understand things, so we adults will give you some advice." The woman was asked by Lin Weiwan, and she felt proud. She loved to meddle in other people's affairs at home. No matter whose family was wronged, she would say a few words, doing good deeds every day. "Isn't your last name Quan?" Lin Weiwan sighed. "My last name is Zhang. What's the point of Quan? You're being lenient. An outsider should know his own limitations and not meddle in other people's business. Don't you understand? There are so many things you can't stand. Who do you think you are? Are you a police officer or a leader somewhere and you meddle in other people's business without knowing right from wrong?" Lin Weiwan rolled his eyes at the woman. Looking at Wang Xiaoyan, "If you feel that your mother and brother are comfortable living in my house, then continue to do it. I will ask Jingjing to go back to Uncle Wang and ask him to change your place so that you don't act weird in front of me." "What do you mean we signed a voucher contract?" Wang Xiaoyan has been trying to please Lin Weiwan these days, but the other party didn't accept it. Now, seeing that her relatives came to see her off and actually gave Lin Weiwan something without her own share, she felt even more uncomfortable. "It means literally you should stop thinking about it." Lin Weiwan ignored Wang Xiaoyan. Turning to look at Wang Jingjing, "You should go back quickly. I will write to you when I arrive. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself." A fragrance came from the side. Lin Weiwan frowned slightly and waved goodbye to Wang Jingjing. Looking at the girl who suddenly squeezed to the window, the fragrance became more obvious. Lin Weiwan took it out when she took a shower in the space. It was the smell of a soap, something that would not be available for many years. Lin Weiwan leaned back a little, looking at the slightly dark and thin girl in front of her. The girl's clothes were washed white, and there were patches on the cuffs and shoulders. She was saying goodbye to a middle-aged man outside the window. When the train was about to leave, the people sitting opposite Lin Weiwan also arrived. The two of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands, and their heads were full of sweat. The things that couldn't be put in were stuffed under their feet. They were Zhou Rongrong and Shin Shirley. Lin Weiwan felt that this journey was going to be lively. They were actually sitting together. By the way, how did Zhou Rongrong manage to get Shin Shirley to go to the countryside? Thinking of what Zhou's mother said in the previous life, it seemed to be true. I was stupid, and Zhou Rongrong was really good at making Shin Shirley give up his job and accompany her to the countryside. I put the package sent by Wang Jingjing on the small bag at my feet. Thinking of the money bills given by the Qin family in the shoulder bag, I quickly put it into the space to prevent it from being stolen by a pickpocket. Seeing Lin Weiwan sitting opposite, Zhou Rongrong looked at Lin Weiwan provocatively and leaned towards Shin Shirley. After Shin Shirley put away his luggage, he saw Lin Weiwan sitting opposite him. Thinking of the few hundred yuan in his pocket and the 3,000 yuan he gave to Lin Weiwan a few days ago, he felt suffocated. Are you all going to the countryside in Heilongjiang province in northeast China? My name is Du Shanshan, and I am an educated youth going to the Dahishan commune in Mi County, Heilongjiang province. The girl is dark, thin, and has rough skin. She has small single eyelids and yellow hair, but her eyes are bright. Although she is wearing shabby clothes full of patches, she has a vitality that is completely opposite to her overall image. Lin Weiwan looked at the girl named Du Shanshan beside him. The smell of Safeguard soap just now came from the girl. Since he was followed a few days ago, Lin Weiwan didn't even use the space and other things. Now he uses sandalwood soap to take a bath. Lin Weiwan likes this smell more. My name is Cui Hongying. I'm 18 years old this year. My father is the workshop director of a textile factory, and my mother is a nurse at the first hospital. I also went to Dahishan commune in Mixian County, Heilongjiang province. Cui Hongying said, puffing out her chest with pride. My name is Wang Qiaoyan. I'm 18 years old this year, and I also went to Dahishan commune in Mixian County. Lin Weiwan understood after hearing this. The tickets given by the youth educator's office almost arranged all the educated youths from the same area to sit together. Because he and Zhou Rongrong, who was sitting opposite him, were going to the same place, Mixian County, Heilongjiang province. It was Lin Weiwan's turn. My name is Lin Weiwan, and I went to Dahishan commune in Mixian County. Lin Weiwan introduced himself briefly and said no more. As soon as he finished speaking, the two people sitting next to him took over the conversation. It was Zhou Weinan who introduced himself. Zhou Weinan's eyes wandered around Zhou Rongrong and Shin Shirley for a long time. He knew that these two people were usually close, but he didn't expect Zhou Rongrong to be so powerful that she actually coaxed this silly boy to go to the countryside. Then he smiled at Zhou Rongrong. Rongrong, you haven't been home these days. We are very worried about you. Write a letter to Mom when you get there. She has lost a lot of weight these days because she is worried about you. Zhou Rongrong listened to Zhou Weinan's words. Her fingers moved slightly. Well, I know. Second brother. I will write a letter to Mom when I get there. You are brother and sister. It's great. You can go to the countryside together and take care of each other. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Ping. I am 19 years old, and I am also going to Dahishan commune in Mi County. Wang Ping was wearing a brand new light pink Dacron shirt. Her two braids were black and long. Her skin was white. She smiled with two dimples, and her voice was crisp and bright. Many young men nearby always glanced at this cheerful and generous girl while Wang Ping was talking. Some people said goodbye, and some cried secretly in the carriage, which was almost full of educated youth from Haishur and nearby cities who went to the countryside. There were also some who were not, such as the nosy aunt. The train started panting, rumbling as it drove the carriages northward. The scenery outside the window changed. Many educated youths stuck their heads out to wave goodbye to their families, shedding tears on the platform. They were called educated youths, but they were just a group of 17 or 18-year-olds. Facing an unknown future, the brave ones had excitement in their eyes, but most of them were in a low mood. Brother Shirley, I'm hungry. Zhou Rongrong looked at Shin Shirley and spoke softly. Shin Shirley took out a luggage bag from his feet and put on his legs. He took out 2 meat buns from it, gave one to Zhou Rongrong, and held the other in his mouth. I don't know where the thief was hiding, but fortunately, Father Shen quickly applied for a replacement certificate and took out the money in the passbook the next day. Shen's mother felt sorry for her son who suddenly signed up to go to the countryside, but she couldn't change it, even if Shen's father was angry and refused to let his family take care of Shen Shirley. Shen's mother secretly gave her son 200 yuan and promised to find a way to send money to Shen Shirley. The only requirement was that she and Zhou Rongrong should not behave out of line. She would find a way to get her son back to the city as soon as possible. Wang Ping sat in the double seat and looked at the girl reading a book by the window. Lin Weiwan did not go to the countryside in her previous life. And that's Shen Shirley. He looked at the handsome Zhou Weinan next to him. Zhou Weinan never went to the countryside in his previous life. What happened to make these three people go to the countryside together? His eyes turned and fell on the black jade beads that were faintly exposed between Lin Weiwan's neck. I was shocked. Didn't this baby belong to Zhou Rongrong? How could it be on Lin Weiwan's body? In her previous life, she died in the countryside as a result of domestic violence. She was married to a village boy for 10 years, but Zhou Rongrong was still so beautiful even though she was on TV. After being reborn and recalling the past, she accidentally discovered that Zhou Rongrong actually had a baby. At that time, Zhou Rongrong had just been in the countryside for half a year, and Zhou Rongrong went up the mountain to pick chestnuts. I saw with my own eyes that the thing in Zhou Rongrong's hand disappeared. One hand touched the black jade necklace hanging around his neck. At that time, I thought I was dazzled, but now I am back to 13 years ago. That thing must be a treasure. After she was reborn, she volunteered directly among the children at home who chose to go to the countryside. He was not thrown out unwillingly by his family after weighing the pros and cons like in his previous life. I also got 300 yuan for my family to put in my pocket. Now, as long as I take the time to get the beads, I will have the final say in the future. Lin Weiwan didn't know that he was already being noticed and looked at the physics book in his hand. It's somewhat unfamiliar. Although I have just graduated from high school, my heart has been wandering for a long time. Some things looked familiar, but still a little unfamiliar. Lin Weiwan felt that he still had time to read all the books from the beginning and go through the exercise books from the beginning to be safe. Thinking of this, I realized that the last time I went to the bookstore in my space, I bought all high school exercise books. There were no preparations for junior high school, and there were no junior high school books. There are gaps in some knowledge points, and you really need to read them again from the junior high school books. The smell of food came from the carriage. Many people rushed to the train in the morning and did not eat breakfast. When I get in the car and see people eating, even those who have had breakfast will take out some food mats from their pockets to pad their bellies. Brother Shirley, the buns made by Aunt Shen are so delicious. Zhou Rongrong had already started to eat the second bun, but her eyes occasionally glanced at the black jade beads around Lin Weiwan's neck. He was originally going to take time to exchange the black jade beads before going to the countryside, so he worked hard to coax Shen Shirley to accompany him to the countryside to sign up, only to find that Lin Weiwan had also signed up to go to the countryside. Zhou Rongrong immediately had a plan in mind and did not return to Zhou's house. After all, Zhou's mother was still thinking about the 30 yuan in her hand. There is also Zhou Laosi. If Zhou Laosi's family does not agree to cut his kidney to Zhou Laosi, going back by himself will be a bit of a mistake. Now I just think that when we go to the countryside together and live together, sooner or later, I will have the opportunity to exchange the black jade beads. Thinking of this, Zhou Rongrong couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth while eating steamed buns. Closing the book, Lin Weiwan took the package Wang Jingjing brought in the morning from the pocket at his feet and brought it to the table. Opening the cloth bag, she found 2 lunch boxes inside. Lin Weiwan opened it curiously and found that one box contained a chicken drumstick rice bowl. The other box was actually braised pork rice bowl. Looking at the warm braised pork rice bowl, Lin Weiwan felt that he needed to eat it now, lest it cool down at noon and become inedible with a layer of gray grease on top. He took out the lunchbox and took out the spoon. There was also a small cloth bag in the package. Lin Weiwan opened it curiously, and inside there were several beautiful headbands, several hairpins, and 2 pairs of white thin-line labor gloves. I couldn't help but think that Wang Jingjing was indeed very careful and had even prepared this for herself. In addition to 2 boxes of meals, the package also contained a box of biscuits, a small jar of maltose, a package of paper-wrapped dried apricots, and a package of beef tongue cakes and jujube cakes. The next layer is a neatly folded piece of black woolen cloth and 2 packets of brown sugar. After reading the package, Lin Weiwan couldn't help but think, didn't this girl bring her dowry? The food is clearly prepared with care, and the material is precious. Seeing Lin Weiwan opening the cloth bag and looking for something, Wang Xiaoyan sat next to Shin Shirley and couldn't help but put his head closer to see what was inside. Unfortunately, Lin Weiwan put it away without seeing it. As soon as the lid of the lunchbox was opened, the aroma of braised pork with residual warmth hit my face. Zhou Rongrong's face looked ugly as she was eating meat buns in front of her. After all, she is a capitalist lady. She always brings braised pork with her lunchbox when she goes to the countryside. This sentence instantly silenced the car that smelled of meat. Many people even stood up and looked towards the place where the sound came from, looking to see who had eaten the braised pork. Aunt Zhang in the front seat was the first to jump out when she heard Zhou Rongrong's words, pinching her waist and pointing at Lin Weiwan. I just said that your little hooves are different from ours. You have white skin and can pinch water. You must have absorbed a lot of people's fat and the blood and sweat of a lot of poor people. Lin Weiwan fastened the lunchbox and stood up. Aunt Zhang, who was yelling and scolding, and the educated youth who came from nearby. He slapped Zhou Rongrong on the face, and then slapped Zhou Rongrong 4 or 5 times in the mouth quickly before stopping. Mainly because Shun Shirley protected Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Rongrong didn't react for a moment, covering her swollen face with trembling hands.
He started to cry. Hey.
Why are you still beating her? Arrest her and take her to the Revolutionary Committee at the next station. The capitalist's brat actually went to the countryside with us for construction.
Bah.
A male educated youth stood up and shouted. Yes. Quickly tie her up with a rope. Another educated youth had already started to ask if there was a rope nearby. Let's see who dares to move. Lin Weiwan shouted. Zhou Rongrong, you just can't sit still, and you can't do it without being right? Which one of your eyes has seen that I am a capitalist lady? I am a capitalist when I eat the braised pork given by a friend, so you are eating the meat buns given by the gay man for nothing. What is it? A person with unknown parents. I haven't doubted your origin yet. You poured dirty water on me first. My grandfather donated all his property to the entire high city. Who doesn't know that? You are the only one with a bad mouth. You are framing me here for no reason. Lin Weiwan scolded Zhou Rongrong, looking out of the corner of his eye at the people approaching to avoid being attacked by some radical and unscrupulous person. Rongrong was just joking unintentionally. Are you going to hit people like this? You hit people when you come up. Why are you not a capitalist? Shin Shirley looked at Zhou Rongrong, whose face was already swollen, and felt heartbroken. He looked at Lin Weiwan's eyes were full of disgust. You can throw dirt on me and slander me, but I can't fight back. Zhou Rongrong arbitrarily slandered me, an educated youth who went to the countryside, and destroyed the internal unity of our educated youth. She is a bad element, and you and her are the same. Who doesn't know how to wear a hat? Come on and hurt each other. Don't bully others. People know your background, but you rely on force to bully others. You look like you were raised by a wealthy family. You have never had a scratch on your skin. Do you think we are fools?
There are so many of us watching.
From your clothes to your food, everything is good. Look at the girl next to you. Everyone, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Aunt Zhang felt that she had a clear judgment. This girl is very beautiful, and everything she wears is good. Look at the girl next to her. No one would believe that she was not raised by a capitalist. The crowd became agitated again after hearing what Aunt Zhang said. Some people had already run out to find the train attendants. There were also many people who followed the trend and squeezed in to see Lin Weiwan. Many educated youth wanted to see what this capitalist lady looked like. Lin Weiwan, don't deny it. You rented out your house and collected more than 500 yuan in rent from several families in half a year. If this is not capitalism, what is it? Wang Xiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan with a look of wanting to say something, but not daring to say it. When the people in the carriage heard that they would charge more than 500 yuan to rent a house, they immediately became excited. Go back to your seats, the conductor is here. Several train attendants and the conductor ran over. Catch this capitalist kid. Someone shouted and wanted to rush towards Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan only felt a gust of wind behind him and immediately pulled out the rolling pin given by Aunt Sheen and swung it backwards.
Ah!
My arm. The man covered his arm and screamed. The conductor frowned and stopped Lin Weiwan. Comrade, if you do it again, we will tie you up. Tie me? Do I have to wait to be beaten when I see someone beating me? Lin Weiwan looked at this group of crazy people who looked like their ancestors were dug up when they heard the word capital. Catch her quickly. The people behind shouted to watch the fun. Yes, what are you waiting for? A woman looked at Lin Weiwan angrily. Comrade, please hand over your weapons and come with us. The conductor and several others surrounded Lin Weiwan. Du Shanshan and Cui Hongying, who were originally sitting next to Lin Weiwan, had already hidden away. Why should I go with you? I am an educated youth who volunteered to go to the countryside to support the countryside. Are you going to take me away for no reason? How could Lin Weiwan agree to go with them? Even if she explained everything, she would not have an easy time in the next few days after returning. It would take several days for the train to reach the destination. If everyone misunderstood, she would be bullied maliciously by the whole carriage. Who can prove that you were framed? One person framed you, but could several people here collude to frame you together? We need to investigate this matter. We will contact the local police at the next stop to resolve it. A steward glared at Lin Weiwan, almost tying her up with a rope. Zhou Weinan looked at this farce, and his frown relaxed. Although Lin Weiwan would be released as long as the matter was investigated, it was not certain how outsiders would see it. He looked at Zhou Rongrong, whose face was swollen, and he didn't seem to recognize her anymore. Was she still his caring and gentle sister? One sentence almost cost Lin Weiwan his life. If the train conductor hadn't rushed over, he would have been bleeding now. I don't need anyone else to prove it. I can prove it myself. Lin Weiwan directly took out the red books donated by Grandpa Lin from the luggage bag, space, at his feet, as well as the martyr certificates of Lin's parents and the reissued martyr certificates of Zhou's parents. A dozen certificates were thrown on the table by Lin Weiwan, and the excited, educated youth nearby also froze in place. The things looked very real, and no one knew what was going on. These two are the martyr certificates of my biological parents, these two are the martyr certificates of my adoptive parents, and these are the certificates of my grandfather's donations of his property during the war and later. I don't know how I became a capitalist lady and let you treat me like this. Yes, my family members died, leaving me, an orphan, with no one to take care of me and be bullied by others. She and her family all lived in my house and paid rent for me. That was because the government gave me special approval out of pity for my loneliness. Whether I rent or sell this house is up to me, and it is not included in the government-planned rented housing. I can understand that everyone is instigated by people with ulterior motives without knowing the reason. But I cannot forgive Zhou Rongrong and you, Wang Xiaoyan. Zhou Rongrong, you're the adopted daughter of my aunt's family. You know the situation of our family best. And you, Wang Xiaoyan, you were brought here by the neighborhood committee director when you rented the house. The contract between us was formal. Now you are taking advantage of the fact that everyone is not clear about the situation and inciting the masses to attack me, the child of a martyr. And you, Aunt Zhang, you have repeatedly bullied me, troubled me, and put accusations on me. I cannot forgive you. And the person who attacked me indiscriminately, I also ask everyone to be a witness. We will ask the public security comrades to judge the matter at the next stop. Let the public security handle these criminals who bully the children of martyrs, destroy the internal unity of the educated youth, and react to the development of society. Lin Weiwan's explanation, which was unbearable and humiliating, put out the fire of the educated youth who were originally excited. The crime of bullying the orphan girl of the martyr is too serious, and none of them can bear this responsibility. After checking all the documents, The conductor returned the documents to the beautiful girl in front of him neatly and carefully. Such an important document. You won't lose it if you carry it with you. The conductor just now looked at the thick stack of documents and couldn't help feeling sad. It's because it's important that I have to carry it with me. This is what my closest people have exchanged their lives for. I don't know if I will return to the city this time. Even if I am framed by someone with ulterior motives and have an accident, I want to be with them. Lin Weiwan's words were murderous. Comrade, we are sorry for what happened just now. We will take these 4 people away. We will report to you at the next stop and give you a satisfactory answer. After the conductor finished speaking, he took several conductors to take the 4 people who were causing trouble away. No, this is a misunderstanding. We are sisters. I just said it casually. This lady has a grudge against Xiaowan, so she made a big fuss. It has nothing to do with me. Zhou Rongrong cried with tears in her eyes, while explaining clearly. I didn't mean it. The rent thing is a fact. How could an outsider like me know about your family's special approval? I really didn't mean it. Wang Qiaoyan quickly said that she didn't know anything. She was just angry that Wang Jingjing gave Lin Weiwan something, but not herself. She didn't expect that a single sentence would make such a big deal out of it. She regretted it so much that she wanted to jump off a train. If she was arrested, it would be a big deal. If things went wrong, her brother's job would be ruined. Oh, don't arrest me. I don't know her well. How could I harm her? It was all said by that little. She said she was a capitalist's daughter. We poor peasants would naturally misunderstand when we heard that. Really, it was really a misunderstanding. I'm even more unjust. I listened to them and wanted to help arrest people. My arm was broken. The man looked like a monkey with a sharp mouth. He held his arm more like a monkey in the zoo. I originally thought I could seize the opportunity by taking advantage of the chaos, but ended up being beaten and fractured. I really got it home today. Lin Weiwan, why are you so serious? You have nothing to lose. Why are you holding on? We are all educated youths going to the countryside. We are young. Some quarrels are normal. You have known each other before and are still relatives. How can you such cruelty will ruin the lives of 2 girls? Shin Shirley stood up again and accused Lin Weiwan. Listening to Shin Shirley's words, the train conductor thought that if this matter came to blows, his career might be marked down, and he suddenly felt that it would be better if this matter was resolved internally. Yes, you are right. I am being serious. Who made me lonely and helpless? My parents died in the war. Now, just because of a piece of braised pork, someone can throw dirty water at me. This has aroused public indignation and started thinking about me. If it hadn't been for the train conductor's appearance, my body would have been cold by now. Everyone's hatred of capital was transferred to me, leaving me, the orphan of a martyr, to bear everything that I shouldn't have. Lin Weiwan's tears fell down as she spoke. Who doesn't shed tears? What are you saying? Rongrong said she didn't mean it intentionally. Do you want to bully others? Shin Shirley argued that Zhou Rongrong could not be taken away. You believe this yourself. Do you believe it? Lin Weiwan looked at the calmed, educated youth, with eyes red from crying. We don't believe it. It was indeed a few of them who incited everyone's emotions and almost caused a catastrophe. Yes, if they hadn't tried to make the lies true, we wouldn't have been impulsive. Arrest them. People like this want to go to the countryside. Don't harm the farmers and the people. Xiaowan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really didn't mean what I said. I didn't know things would turn out like this. I am only 18 years old. If I am taken to the police station, my life will be ruined. Please, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Zhou Rongrong could only face it when she saw that things had developed to this point. Lin Weiwan apologized. When Wang Qiaoyan and Aunt Zhang saw Zhou Rongrong like this, they quickly followed suit and apologized. Lin Weiwan, they have all apologized to you. Don't push yourself too far. We are all educated youths who went to the countryside together. Do you really have no care at all, and you have to cause trouble to the death? Shin Shirley raised his eyes and looked at her. Lin Weiwan knelt down, and Zhou Rongrong's eyes burst into flames when she looked at Lin Weiwan. Shin Shirley, don't be shameless. You have no right to speak here. It's your turn to point fingers in front of me. Who do you think you are? Lin Weiwan looked at Shin Shirley, who was jumping around in front of her. You can still jump like this even though you have pulled all the firepower out of the cauldron. Haven't you drained it completely? I'll have time to look at the Shin family's things in the space later. Comrade Lin, I'll pay compensation, but just let me go. My arm is broken. I'm really a disaster. The man quickly dug into his pocket and took out a blue gingham handkerchief. The conductor's eyes moved, and he walked to Lin Weiwan. Comrade Lin, let's go out and talk. Lin Weiwan thought for a while and nodded in agreement. She packed her things and followed the train conductor with her handbag containing her documents. Several conductors took the four of them and Shin Shirley, who insisted on following, to the conductor's office. As a train conductor, I feel ashamed that such a thing happened on the train. Regarding the trouble caused to Comrade Lin, you guys should choose to compensate Comrade Lin, or go and make it clear to the comrades of the public security and the comrades of the Educated Youth Affairs office at the next stop.
Please think about it.
3 of the 4 people said in unison that they would compensate Lin Weiwan for the trouble he caused. Only Wang Xiaoyun remained silent. Comrade Wang, if you don't agree, we will report it to the police to handle it. Don't worry, I'm just making a suggestion, not forcing it. Let's make it clear in advance, lest I, the train conductor, get bitten by you. Wang Xiaoyun, hearing the train conductor's connotative words, his face turned pale with anger. I agree. I did cause a lot of trouble to Comrade Lin Weiwan. Then it will be up to me, the train conductor, to make the decision. Each of you will pay Lin Jiqing 50 yuan, and the matter will be over.
What?
50? Aunt Zhang felt like she was going to faint. Why did she ask for 50 yuan even though she was so kind? Wang Xiaoyun touched the small inner pocket on her chest in surprise. Comrade Lin, do you think this is okay? The train conductor asked Lin Weiwan. Now that the train conductor has said so, I agree with the train conductor's proposal, but I still have a condition. Each of you must write me a letter of apology. Write the whole story clearly, and everyone will sign it. Of course, I hope the train conductor and several flight attendants signed and stamped it to bear witness to this matter. As soon as Lin Weiwan said it, Zhou Rongrong jumped up and objected. No, I don't agree. Zhou Rongrong directly objected and wrote a letter of apology, which is evidence. Then let the public security personnel and the Revolutionary Committee handle it, lest people accuse me of being capitalist and trying to steal your money. It will be bad if you don't admit it and cause misunderstandings. Lin Weiwan didn't care after he finished speaking. The expressions on these people's faces were as they picked up their bags and left.
Hey.
I agree, but I don't have enough money. Wang Xiaoyun was the first to agree. She was afraid that her arrogance just now might affect her brother's work because of jealousy. The compensation cannot be small. If you agree, write it quickly. Let's sign it. Don't waste the conductor's time. Lin Weiwan looked at the other 3 people. The man quickly took out 5 big Unity cards from his pocket and cursed in his heart for giving away the money before it was warm. When I think of something else, I look like I'm thinking about it. Looked at Lin Weiwan. Comrade, I don't know a few words, and I can't write them. Lin Weiwan ignored him and turned his attention to the train conductor. Write whatever I tell you. The conductor asked the conductor to take out a pen and paper. Wang Xiaoyun took out 10 yuan from his pocket and gave it to Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan, I only have so much in my pocket. I will need this money when I get to the countryside. It's okay, you don't have enough. When the time comes, I'll send a letter to your brother Chongzi and ask him to return it for you. Lin Weiwan watched Wang Xiaoyun playing tricks on her. Thinking of Wang Tao's work, Wang Xiaoyun rummaged through his pockets, took out a piece of paper, and gave Lin Weiwan an IOU of 30 yuan before settling the matter. Comrade Lin, I'll give you an IOU. I don't have any money at the moment. Aunt Zhang quickly found paper to sign an IOU for Lin Weiwan. You and Zhou Rongrong must give me money. I won't accept IOUs from you two. Lin Weiwan directly rejected Aunt Zhang's plan. Why, I have no money. Aunt Zhang roared angrily, her voice a bit sharp. Because I can't find you when I get off the train. Who knows who you are? And Zhou Rongrong, this incident started because of you. Don't even think about getting away with it. Lin Weiwan sat on a chair and waited for the 2 of them. Shin surely took out 5 big solidarity notes from his pocket and handed them to Lin Weiwan. I'll give this money to her. It doesn't matter who gives it, as long as you give it. Write a letter of apology quickly. Finally, Aunt Zhong got the money from her underwear. Digging around in his pocket, he took out 3 large Unity cards and a bunch of change and gave them to Lin Weiwan. After collecting the money and 4 letters of apology, with everyone's signatures and the conductor's seal, Lin Weiwan returned to the carriage in a happy mood. Originally, the train conductor proposed to let Lin Weiwan stay in a soft sleeper, but Lin Weiwan refused directly. Who knows how these 4 ghosts would orchestrate his actions behind his back? Dishonest people can only watch and watch. After all, Lin Weiwan went to the countryside just for Zhou, Rongrong, and others. How can we do this without trying to show our presence in front of them? Look at these 400 yuan. Aren't they the spoils of war this time? After finishing the braised pork in Lu's lunchbox, Lin Weiwan went to rinse the lunchbox clean. In the carriage, male educated youths passed by Lin Weiwan's seat from time to time. The little thoughts of these people are self-evident. Lin Weiwan drank 2 cups of Linghuan water from the kettle and felt comfortable looking at Zhou Rongrong, who was sitting opposite with her face swollen like a pig's head. I ate all the cold braised pork rice bowl and went out to rinse the lunchbox. On the way back, I would pass by a few educated youths from time to time. Lin Weiwan returned to his seat, put away his lunchbox, took out the physics book from his pocket, and continued reading. Du Shanshan and Cui Hongying sat back in their seats after the matter was over. Seeing Lin Weiwan sitting there reading a book, Du Shanshan looked around at all the people walking by. Sure enough, it was the 1970s, and every face showed their beauty. Unlike my time when everyone was afraid of eating too much to gain weight, they had to count the calories even for each meal a day and exercise vigorously to maintain a good figure. Looking at Lin Weiwan's little face, which is even more delicate than that of a top star, I couldn't help but be jealous for a while. It would be great if it could be worn on Lin Weiwan. Just with his face, he could wake up smiling even when he was sleeping. He couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth when he thought about it. When he saw the book held by Lin Weiwan's fairy white fingers, he remembered something important. The college entrance examination would resume in 3 years. It's a pity that there are no books in the small commodity store I brought, only some basic daily necessities. When Du Shanshan woke up, she found that she seemed to be able to see another small space. Inside is a small supermarket with 2 rows of shelves. After a secret experiment last night, Du Shanshan discovered that the things in the supermarket are not inexhaustible. The things on the shelves disappear when you take them out. There is no automatic replenishment like in the novel. That's right, Du Shanshan traveled through time. When she woke up yesterday morning, she realized that she, a college student in the 20th century, had actually arrived in the 1970s. The most terrifying thing is that the family favors boys over girls, forcing the original owner to go to the countryside, and the date of going to the countryside is tomorrow. In the morning, I was sent out of the house carrying my thin luggage and a pocket of patched and worn clothes. Du Mu also generously gave herself a pack of triple flour tortillas and $2. He patted himself on the shoulder affectionately and said that his family was in trouble, so he asked him to go to the countryside to work more and send food to his family. Du Shanshan had never thought about sweeping the house away before leaving, but there was not enough time, and there were always people at home, so there was no chance. She was even more afraid that she would become a stranger when she went to the countryside, so the whole family was as wary of Du Shanshan as they were of thieves. Unfortunately, the supermarket I brought was too small. It looked like a small supermarket less than 20 square meters at the entrance of a community. There is a freezer with ice cream on the left and quick frozen food on the right. There are 5 or 6 bottles of soy sauce and vinegar on the shelf, and even 3 or 4 packages of potato chips are placed on each shelf. Du Shanshan closed her eyes, pretended to sleep, and checked the food and cooking oil. I found 4 50-pound bags of rice, 3 barrels of soybean oil, and 5 or 6 small bottles of corn oil and rapeseed oil. There are 6 bags of toilet paper, several bags of paper, soap, sanitary napkins, and toiletries. In response to that sentence, although the sparrow is small, all the internal organs are present, but there is little meat. Cui Hongying leaned on the chair, took out a fruit candy from her pocket and secretly stuffed it into her mouth. Lin Weiwan put down the book and lightly rubbed his temples to relieve fatigue. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and most people were already asleep. I've been excited and sad all morning, and I'm a little tired. Zhou Rongrong used the cold towel that Shirley had given her to apply on her swollen face. Occasionally, he looked at Lin Weiwan with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Lin Weiwan leaned back on the chair and squinted. When he woke up again, it was already dark night. Everyone in the carriage was eating dinner. Lin Weiwan took out another portion of chicken drumstick rice prepared by Wang Jingjing from her bag, space, and ate it. From the outside, it seemed that Lin Weiwan ate cold food, but only he knew that the food was still warm. Du Shanshan ate the dry and hard corn pancakes, and her eyes were full of envy when she saw Lin Weiwan's food. Deep down, she thought that she must have a good relationship with this sister. What happened during the day made her feel that this girl was still befriendable. As for the green tea opposite, stay away. With just one sentence, the whole carriage was in a state of ecstasy, and only the fool on the opposite side thought that the person in front of him was a fairy. He glanced at Wang Xiaoyan across from him again, and made a note in the small ledger in his heart. He was also a good person. I glanced at Cui Hongying, who was eating corn tortillas and pouring hot water next to me. I didn't know what the situation was before deciding. This countryside is not easy to live in. Monsters, ghosts, and snake spirits are rampant. He looked at Lin Weiwan next to him. Comrade Lin, my corn tortillas are a bit dry. I have some candies here. Can I exchange 2 dishes with you? Du Shanshan ate the corn tortillas at noon. Now the corn tortillas are even more unpalatable and thick. I choked, and my throat hurt. Lin Weiwan glanced at Du Shanshan and the food in the lunchbox. At this time, the food on the noodles was already cold, so he nodded in agreement and took a handful of 5 or 6 to buy that Du Shanshan handed over. Put the rabbit toffee in your shoulder pocket. Scoop out 3 spoonfuls of oily fried vegetables and of chicken leg meat from the lunchbox and put them on Du Shanshan's corn tortillas. Cui Hongying, who was also eating corn tortillas, held the corn tortillas in her hands and looked at Lin Weiwan eagerly. Lin Weiwan continued eating without giving Cui Hongying a look. Comrade Lin, my corn pancakes are pretty dry. Can you give me a chopstick of green vegetables? I don't want meat. Cui Hongying saw that Lin Weiwan didn't know what she meant, so she opened her mouth and asked. Anyway, Lin Weiwan was so rich. With so many people looking at her, she had to ask the question, and she would definitely not be able to save face and refuse to give him.
No.
Lin Weiwan swallowed the food in his mouth without even looking at Cui Hongying. Cui Hongying, who was about to take the corn tortillas to pick up the food, was stunned. Huh?
Why?
You gave it to Du Shanshan. Why can't you give me some? We are all educated youths going to the countryside. Shouldn't they take care of each other? Cui Hongying felt that Lin Weiwan was too careless, and she wanted 2 chopsticks for the first dish. A little dish is worth a lot of money. I take care of you? Why should I take care of you? Am I familiar with you? Lin Weiwan looked at Cui Hongying in a funny way. Who dares to ask her for something? The last time she came out of the state-owned hotel to blame her account. I haven't settled it with her yet. Lin Weiwan, Cui educated Qing just wants to order worthless vegetables for dinner. Why do you have to say it so harshly? We all go to the same place to go to the countryside. Shirley, the only male educated youth in the 6-person seat, expressed himself directly. He just couldn't stand Lin Weiwan's selfish and money-grubbing face. Shirley, don't disturb me unreasonably. It's none of your business whether I give things to others. I want you to be a good person here, and try to reason with me. You are generous and noble. Look at the whole carriage. Educated youths don't have a good meal. Why don't you pay for a good meal for everyone? Don't secretly eat meat buns and blame others for their inaction. Who will give you the face? Lin Weiwan saw Shirley. This face makes me feel disgusted. Why did I blindly agree to marry such a man in my previous life? He looks like a human being, but looks like a hypocrite who pretends to be noble and sanctimonious. Lin Weiwan felt sick when she thought about it. She actually spent 3 years with this man. Many educated youths heard the argument and stood up to watch the excitement. Some even clapped their hands excitedly when they heard someone wanted to treat them. With so many people staring at her like a wolf, Shin Shirley didn't dare to say anything and could only sit back in his seat and look out the window. Cui Hongying saw that the only one who was complaining about her was suppressed, so she could only quickly put the cornmeal pancake in her hand into her mouth and swallow it while many people looked at her with ridicule. Because he swallowed so quickly, he choked and rolled his eyes. He drank half a teacup of water before he recovered. Wang Qiaoyan looked at these without saying a word, just secretly eating the cornmeal pancake in his hand. Today, I paid all the 80 yuan I had to Lin Weiwan and wrote an IOU for 20 yuan. Now I only have 5 yuan left in my hand, and I don't know what the situation is now. I originally thought that following my brother to live in the city would allow me to stay away from the countryside and not have to make a living in the mud. Unexpectedly, she had to go to the countryside instead. Originally, her brother wanted her to go back to her hometown, but her mother refused to agree. There were no relatives in the countryside, and even the house was sold. After entering the city with everyone's envious eyes, how to go back? Will people laugh when I go back? It's not safe for a girl to go back home on her own, and it's even harder to find a job-rich wife in the city. When she hears that she's from the countryside, no one will even consider her. When I go to the countryside, I have to write letters home and ask my mother to send her some money. Pay back the money owed to Lin Weiwan. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. If I had known better, I wouldn't have commented carelessly. I thought that Lin Weiwan would take the opportunity to take advantage of it alone, but ended up losing a lot of money. He frowned and ate haphazardly, then closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. After dinner, Lin Weiwan walked through the carriage to clean the lunchbox and came back with an empty kettle to fill the water. The air in the car gradually became smelly, and the temperature gradually became cooler. Lin Weiwan returned to his seat and took out a blanket from his luggage bag. Putting on the mask in the shoulder bag, a faint fragrance came. The citron tree in the space was full of fruit again. Lin Weiwan got a few citron peels to dry and stuffed them into the mask in the first few days. I expected that the smell on the train would definitely be bad, so I quickly put on a mask and prepared a blanket. What kind of fragrance, Comrade Lin?
Du shan-shan smell ta fin fragrance.
She had just eaten, and there was a smell in the carriage. The smell of sweat, smelly feet, and strong body odor filled the entire carriage. An indescribable smell. My family used to have a citron tree. Every year after I harvested the fruit, I would give some fragrant houses to my neighbors. This is a mask made by my aunt from the citron peel she dried. Lin Weiwan couldn't say that this was his own. The head of the Lin family, it's been stolen for a while. Where did I get the inventory? Comrade Lin, do you still have any? Can you give me one in exchange for toffee? Du Shanshan felt that Lin Weiwan was so happy that her neighbors were so kind to her and gave her so many things. Wang Ping had just returned from getting the water and saw Lin Weiwan wearing a gauze mask and holding a blanket, so she quickly took out a blanket from her package. I'm sorry, Aunt Qin only gave me this one. Lin Weiwan indeed only made this one and couldn't take it out anymore. I don't know the details of Du Shanshan next to me, so I can't figure out everything. Okay. Du Shanshan nodded without forcing it. She just stood up and took out a jacket from her luggage bag. It was indeed a bit cold at night. The next day, a few more people got on the bus one after another, and the aisle was gradually occupied by people. People were sitting on luggage bags working on sacks, and people were squeezing out to go to the toilet in the morning. The smell of the toilet was even worse. Lin Weiwan returned to his seat and waited for a long time before he recovered. He took out the plum and vegetable braised meat pot helmet from the luggage bag at his feet and ate it slowly, with boiling water. Although it was a bit dry and hard, the more he chewed, the more delicious it became. When Zhou Rongrong came back, she saw Lin Weiwan leisurely eating fragrant plum and vegetable pancakes. He and Shin Shirley took out the steamed buns and took a few bites of them with water. The aroma of pickled vegetables smelled on the tip of their noses, and they couldn't eat anymore. But thinking about his face that was only slightly swollen now, he didn't dare to be tough with Lin Weiwan for the time being. Shin Shirley's face didn't look too good either. He sat down and slept all night, which made his back sore. He had never experienced this before. But when she saw Zhou Rongrong looking at her with tender eyes, she felt happy. She and her family have just been at odds for a few days. It will probably take a few days for her father to calm down, and he will definitely find a way to get her back. By then, they will be able to accept Rongrong. Shun surely had a good idea, but he himself didn't expect that he would never have the chance to go back to the countryside this time. Lin Weiwan ate 2 pieces of pickled vegetable pot and drank some warm water, leaning on the chair and looking at the scenery outside the window. In Haishur, Zhou's mother took her 4th son to go through the hospitalization procedures. After 2 nights of careful consideration, Zhou's mother still couldn't bring herself to see her son die. Old Mrs. Zhou looked at the couple walking away. She looked much older. The hospital did not allow the semi-paralyzed Mr. Zhou to undergo a kidney transplant at all, and the letters and telegrams sent to Zhou Laosen failed to receive any response. Zhou's father's case has been investigated clearly, and the date for the parade and execution has been set, the day after tomorrow. It stopped 8 times along the way from Haishur to Tianjin, and many people crowded onto the bus. The train number 56 was also converted into train 57 in Tianjin. The 3-day train finally stopped at Sanshu Station in Harbin. Lin Weiwan took out a cloth from his shoulder bag and tied the 2 luggage bags together so that they could be carried on his shoulders when getting off the train. Stuff the small duffel bag and cloth bag at your feet into the large duffel bag you brought and pack your things neatly. Carrying the luggage roll, he followed the crowd and squeezed under the car. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were no buses to Mixian County at this time. We could only stay in a guest house for the night and wait for the bus to Mixian County at about 7 o'clock the next day. After taking out the letters of introduction issued by the Educated Youth Office of the train station, which were issued with proof of going to the countryside, a group of people went straight to the nearest station guest house. There is no cost to stay in this guest house. It is the responsibility of the Educated Youth Office. As long as the drop-off point for the educated youth going to the countryside does not match the departure time of the bus, you can stay for free with a certificate issued by the Educated Youth Office. Just that the educated youths need to prepare meals themselves, and there are 2 people living in 1 room. Du Shanshan immediately approached Lin Weiwan to partner up, and Zhou Weinan naturally approached Shen Shirley to partner up. Wang Ping walked to Zhou Rongrong with her luggage, her round face a little bit baby fat. Zhou Jiqing, let's get together. There was no words all night, and the next morning, Lin Weiwan got up early, cleaned up, and I took out a thin flour tortilla from my backpack and ate breakfast with cucumbers and pickles. Du Shanshan exchanged 2 pieces of toffee for 6 cucumber pickles again. The 2 of them had breakfast with hot water. Lin Jiqing, there are so many people, can we get a seat? It was the first time for Du Shanshan to see so many people crowded into a bus, and she felt that it was difficult for her small body to squeeze into the bus. Lin Weiwan looked at the crowds of people standing nearby. There were 40 or 50 educated youths going to the countryside, carrying their luggage. It seemed that they were all going to Mi County. He turned around and handed the 2 duffel bags to Du Shanshan. You come up behind me, and I'll grab a seat. The 2 hit it off immediately. Lin Weiwan was carrying a luggage roll on his back, so it was easier to squeeze in with only 1 duffel bag. Du Shanshan had little luggage, only a small luggage roll and a slightly deflated luggage bag. She didn't feel heavy carrying the 2 luggage bags that Lin Weiwan gave her. Seeing the 2 passenger car doors open, Lin Weiwan rushed in first. He was already very strong, so he rushed over faster. After getting on the bus, he immediately found an empty seat in the middle and sat down, and kindly offered it to Du Shanshan, occupied a seat. When Zhou Rongrong and Shen Shirley came up, the seats were already full. Shen Shirley saw the empty seat next to Lin Weiwan and pushed Zhou Rongrong over. Lin Weiwan, go inside and let Rongrong sit. This seat is occupied. Lin Weiwan looked at Du Shanshan behind them and waved to Du Shanshan. Lin Weiwan, you are so shameless. How can you occupy 2 seats? You must give up this seat. Shen Shirley scolded directly. The train started in the morning, and it would take most of the day to get to the county. It would take more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you arrive, that means you have to stand for more than 8 hours without a seat. Are you deaf or dazzled? This seat is for Du Shanshan, get out of here. Lin Weiwan pushed the two of them away and pulled Du Shanshan over, who had squeezed behind Shin Shirley. The whole person moved inside and made a position for Du Shanshan to sit down. Everyone is not surprised by this kind of seat grabbing. Who wants the bus to be short and the distance is long? Even if you don't have a seat, you still have to squeeze into the bus. When the car door closed, the smell inside the car suddenly became complicated, with the smell of chicken manure, smelly feet, and sweat mixed together. Lin Weiwan wore a mask and felt that she didn't want to eat that day. Fortunately, when I packed my luggage in the morning, I secretly replaced all the food in the luggage bag into the space. Otherwise, the smell will definitely come from being squeezed in the car for a whole day. There was a 15-minute break on the way, and the driver had a packed lunch. Lin Weiwan and Du Shanshan went down to make it easier to come back and reluctantly took 2 corn pancakes to eat. At Lin Weiwan's prompt, Du Shanshan pulled out a towel from her luggage bag and wrapped it around her mouth and nose. This is better. Zhou Rongrong's face turned green at this time. The 2 roosters that the aunt brought up next to her had diarrhea. Unfortunately, they all fell on her shoes. Shin Shirley felt disgusted, and under the attack of Zhou Rongrong's tearful eyes, he took the paper and prepared to wipe it clean with Zhou Rongrong. However, what was even more frustrating was that there were too many people and they couldn't even bend down, so the 2 of them had no choice but to give up. As soon as the bus stopped in Mi County, the door was opened, and the people on the bus squeezed down with baskets and luggage on their backs. Lin Weiwan and Du Shanshan came down and hurriedly ran a few steps forward to breathe in the fresh air. You asked why they didn't open the window while driving. Opening the window can your face into dust. I can't even open my eyes. There are already a large number of bullock carts waiting to pick up people in front of the station platform. Lin Weiwan followed everyone towards the Educated Youth office holding a sign. I'll roll over the names to see if they're all here. The middle-aged man took out a list from his coat pocket. On a list, there are more than 50 educated youths who came to Mi County to work in the countryside. Everyone is here. Let's follow you to the Educated Youth office with your luggage. Cars from various commune brigades are parked there waiting. How far do we have to go? I really can't walk anymore. Zhou Rongrong stood all the way. My back and legs ached, and Shin Shirley had to carry most of the luggage on his back. The man looked back at Zhou Rongrong with an unknown smile. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. As he said that, he led the troops forward without looking back. At the entrance of the compound of the Educated Youth Affairs office, 5 bullock carts were parked in a row. Each driver carries a sign with the name of his team on it. Squatting or standing chatting. That's it. If you have any problems in the future, you can talk to your respective team leader or village chief. If you really have difficulties, you can come to the Educated Youth office to solve them. We educated youth. The man stood at the door and finished with a bunch of scene talk. Lin Weiwan carried his luggage according to the assignment and walked to the 3rd ox cart with the name Dongsheng Brigade on it. The uncle who drove the truck looked about 40 years old. His gray shirt had a few patches on it. His face was darkened by years of hard work, with a few deep wrinkles and fine black spots on his face. Chen Dasheng counted the number of educated youths standing in front of his car. 10 people were just right. My name is Chen Dasheng. The village asked me to pick you up. Put your luggage on the ox cart. We have to rush to the village before it gets dark. Lin Weiwan quickly put the luggage in the middle of the ox cart. Zhou Rongrong and Cui Honging people have jumped onto the bullock cart and are sitting on one side. Chen Dasheng looked back and frowned. What are you doing? Put your luggage in the car, and you all go out. Zhou Rongrong's face turned pale when she heard this. Uncle, I've been standing there for a whole day when I came by car, and now I can't walk anymore. Uncle, let's go and let the go back in the car. They really can't walk anymore. Shin Shirley took out a handful of candies from his bag and gave them to Zhou Dasheng. What are you doing? The ox cart can't pull people. The luggage of 10 of you is already heavy. What should I do if the oxen is tired and sick? Get off quickly. Chen Dasheng directly pushed back Shin Shirley's hand holding Tang. The most annoying thing about these educated youths is that they're so squeamish that they come to the countryside to grab food from them. Uncle, I really can't walk. Zhou Rongrong blushed and started crying quietly. If you can't walk, you can think of a way. Why are you so squeamish going to the countryside? If you can't do it, go back quickly. If you get on the car, other people's luggage can't be put on it. If you all agree to carry it back on your own, I won't say anything. Bullock cart, the place is only so big. You can make up your own mind. Chun Dashing felt annoyed when he saw the female educated youth who was crying. If the driver, Lao Li, hadn't had a sprained head and legs, he wouldn't have come to take on all this trouble. The person carrying luggage behind him was naturally unwilling to hear this and hurriedly loaded the luggage into the car. After stalemate, Shin Shirley finally helped Zhou Rongrong out of the cart. Cui Hongying had no choice but to follow her and get off. The luggage rolls and bags of 10 people were piled on the car, just enough to fill the car. Lin Weiwan and others followed the bullock cart and found that in addition to the few people on the train, there were 2 more gay men. One was tall and thin and had a paralyzed face. The other looked like he had good food and was very round. His face looks honest and upright. Walking on a dirt road in the countryside, Lin Weiwan felt gray, even wearing a mask, let alone the other people who were not wearing anything. There was no way to take out the mask in Du Shanshan's space. Non-woven fabrics were not available in this era. She could only hang a cloth tied with a towel on her face. The group walked for 3.5 hours before arriving at the educated youth compound. It was impossible to say that he was not tired. Lin Weiwan drank Lingquan water 4 times on the way to feel less tired. Others were not so good. When they arrived at the educated youth point, some people just sat on the ground. Zhou Rongrong was crying all the way. Dust and tears were stuck on her face, and she sat there tiredly. In the previous life, without Lin Weiwan's intervention, Zhou Rongrong was not guilty of such a serious crime with the black jade beads. The village chief and the brigade captain were already waiting at the educated youth point. It was still bright at 7 o'clock in the evening at the end of August. Educated youths, you have worked hard all the way. Welcome to our Dongxing brigade. I am the captain of the brigade, Zhao Dezhu. You will have a day of rest tomorrow. We have mentioned your rations to the educated youth points. You can take them away after you sign. The captain looked at the 10 newly arrived educated youths. His brows did not relax, and he simply said a few words and distributed the rations there. Several people signed and received their 30 kilograms of rations and stood there. I am Li Chonggui, the village chief of Dongxing village. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to me or ask Captain Zhao to solve it. Everyone is tired, so take a rest. Understanding Daching, as the person in charge of the educated youth point, you can all leave the matter to you. The 2 leaders with dark faces left quickly. Ding Daching looked at the 10 new educated youths and frowned slightly, but quickly adjusted his attitude. Educated youth, my name is Daching. I have been here in the countryside for 6 years. As the educated youth here, who has been in the countryside for the longest time, I have become the person in charge here. In the future, if you have anything, you can come to me for help. Since we educated youths have gone to the countryside and live in this big courtyard, we are one. I hope we can unite, love, and help each other. Behind me is the house we live in. There is a well in our yard, and we usually get our water here. One of the thatched houses is the kitchen, and the other is the tool room. The toilet is in the northwest corner of the backyard. This is Feng Yuzhen, the person in charge of your female educated youth. She will arrange the accommodation of the female educated youth in a moment. Come on, all the old educated youths. Let's introduce ourselves to each other and get acquainted with each other. He shouted to the people in the room. The educated youth courtyard is surrounded by a stone and wooden fence. As soon as you enter the courtyard gate, in the left corner is a firewood pile with dead tree trunks and branches. There is also a small pile of corn stalks. There is a large vegetable field in the middle, an aisle in the middle, 2 thatched houses on the right, and a windlass well in front. There is a row of solid mud houses in the middle, and the doors and windows are all made of wood. What's rare is that the windows are covered with glass. What appears to be a row of large houses is actually divided into 4 rooms, and a few old educated youths will gradually walk out of the door. Lin Weiwan discovered that the 2 rooms on the left were occupied by female educated youths, and the 2 rooms on the right were occupied by male educated youths. Zhou Weishi came out of the house and saw Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong. Second brother, Rongrong, why are you here? Zhou Weishi did not expect that his second brother would also come to the countryside. Well, I thought that with you here, we could take care of each other. Zhou Weinan took Zhou Weishi's hand and signaled the third child not to ask any more questions. It turns out he is a relative of Zhou educated youth. This way, it would be better for the older educated youths to set an example and introduce themselves. Daqing looked in the direction of the other 3 male educated youths. My name is Zheng Zhengwo. I am 24 years old and come from Beijing. This is my 3rd year of going to the countryside. The man is slightly thin and wears a white undershirt with patches on both shoulders. He is the only one among the few old educated youths who is not tanned. A man with a fair face and a bit of bookishness. Hello everyone, my name is Chenlei. I am a native of Northeast China. I am 22 years old from Shin City. I have been in the countryside for 6 years. Chenlei smiled, revealing 2 dimples and white teeth. He was cheerful and enthusiastic. My name is Zhao Kaiyang. I am 22 years old and have been in the countryside for 2 years. I am from Jin City. Zhao Kaiyang has a short haircut and is the tallest male educated youth at 1.86 meters. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but his face is expressionless. When I saw the new educated youth, I felt a little impatient in my eyes. Feng Yuzhen, a female educated youth, stood up and looked at the new educated youth with a smile. My name is Feng Yuzhen. I am 25 years old. I have been in the countryside for 6 years. I come from Jiang City, Zhejiang Province. Feng Yuzhen, the head of the female educated youth, looked around at the new female educated youth, and finally her eyes fell on Lin Weiwan's face for a long time. My name is Wu Erqiao. I went to the countryside for 2 years at 19 this year. Wu Erqiao leaned on the door frame and glanced up and down several times at the new educated youth. There was also a hint of impatience in his tone. My name is Lin Huahua. I am 20 years old. I have been in the countryside for 2 years and come from Haishur. Lin Huahua is slightly tanned, has a pair of almond eyes on his round face, and has a sweet voice. My name is Su Xiaohong. From Zhejiang Province, I am 20 years old this year, and I have been in the countryside for 4 years. Su Xiaohong's voice became softer and quieter as he spoke, and in the end it was almost inaudible. However, the old educated youths have long been accustomed to Su Xiaohong's temperament, and no one can don't care. Several new educated youths introduced themselves one after another. When they arrived at Zhou Rongrong, Wang Ping, and Lin Weiwan, the old educated youths looked at them a few more times. It was the turn of the new male educated youth, and Lin Weiwan found out that the new fat guy was from Beijing. His name was Hu Jinbao, and he was 18 years old this year. Another tall and thin male educated youth with paralysis is named Shen Minghua. He is 19 years old and comes from Tianjin City. Just as he was about to move his luggage into the house, Daqing saw the tall figure coming back from the door and smiled. Yi Jiqing is back. This is Yi Jibai, who came a month earlier than you this year. He is 24 years old and comes from Beijing. Following Daqing's voice, Lin Weiwan turned to look at the man coming from the door and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. But he quickly returned to normal and followed everyone to look at Yi Jibai and the man in Yi Jibai's hand. A pheasant. I caught another prey. Great. I'll stew it later. Daqing couldn't help drooling when he looked at the pheasant. After saying hello to each other, Lin Weiwan followed Feng Yuzhen into the house. There are 2 rooms for our female educated youth, and there are already 2 people living in each room. Su Jiqing and I lived there. The other room was occupied by Wu Jiqing and Lin Jiqing. There are exactly 3 of you in each room, so you can do your own research. The food will be ready in a while. We knew you were coming today, so we deliberately stayed a little later to wait for you to eat. Feng Yuzhen said, and left the room and walked to the kitchen. Zhou Rongrong dragged the luggage directly into Feng Yuzhen's room, and Wang Ping quickly followed. Cui Hongying glanced at Lin Weiwan and followed in. Lin Weiwan carried the luggage into the room where Wu Erqiao and Lin Huahua were. As soon as she entered the room, there was a stove on the left, and on the right was the wall separating the room of another female educated youth. Through the wooden door between the inner and outer rooms, there was a heated Kong connected to the stove. A quilt was already spread near the heated wall, and another piece of luggage was spread out in the middle with 2 empty spaces. Lin Weiwan carried the luggage to the end of the Kong and piled the luggage on the ground. Du Shanshan frowned when she saw that Lin Weiwan had chosen a separate position at the end of the Kong and quickly chose the position in the middle so that she could be closer to Lin Weiwan. Wang Qiaoyan stood at the head of the Kong and stared at the Kong mat in a daze, then sat down on the edge of the Kong and started crying. Lin Weiwan found a rag and walked out to clean her place. The Kong mat had not been occupied for a long time, and there was a layer of dust on it. After some cleaning, it was finally clean. The food is ready. Everyone come out to eat. Remember to take out your lunch boxes. Feng Yuzhen shouted from the doorway. 2 wooden tables were put together, and the old educated youth had already sat down on the bench. Lin Weiwan looked at the thatched house, and it turned out that this room was where people cooked. She came out with a lunchbox of corn paste and sat down next to the female educated youth. Just then she saw Yi Jibai looking at her, and she looked away after just one glance. She didn't know why Yi Jibai was here, but since he treated her as a stranger, she would definitely not go and annoy him. 21 old and new educated youths from the entire Educated Youth Center sat together. On the dining table, there was a basket of freshly cooked corn buns. In the middle were 2 bowls of pheasant stewed with potatoes, 2 bowls of fried leeks, and 2 large bowls of cold cucumber salad. Today's meal is a treat from us, the old educated youth, to you, the new educated youth. Welcome to join our big family. We now have 20 educated youth in the Educated Youth site, not counting those who have left. There are also 6 educated youth in the village. 4 female educated youth have married into local farmers' families, and 2 male educated youth have married girls in the village. Now we have formed a big family again. We are a collective. I don't want to see anything that splits the collective or destroys the unity among the educated youth. We must advance and retreat together at all times. As the person in charge of the Educated Youth site, Dacheng took the lead in saying some welcoming opening remarks and also demonstrated the united stance of the Educated Youth site. Feng Yuzhen nodded slightly under Dacheng's gaze. Come on, everyone. Pick up your chopsticks and eat. This chicken is not available every day. It was brought back by the Educated Youth at night. We are in for a treat today. The old educated youth picked up their chopsticks much faster, and the table was bustling with activity. Cui Hongying was very happy eating the dry cornmeal steamed bun, and her eyes kept glancing in the direction of Yi Jibai. Lin Weiwan drank the corn paste that made his throat dry, and ate a few mouthfuls of cucumber vegetables, and was lucky enough to get a piece of chicken. At this moment, he was slowly eating a cornmeal steamed bun the size of his fist. The dishes on the table had already been eaten up, and Wu Erqiao had picked up the bowl and rubbed it twice with the cornmeal steamed bun. Looking at the clean bowl, Lin Weiwan felt that the bowl did not need to be washed. The female educated youth had only 2 cornmeal steamed buns the size of a small fist each. The male educated youth had it much better, with more dishes than the female educated youth, and also 2 cornmeal steamed buns, but they were as big as the 2 steamed buns on the female educated youth side. From now on, we are a whole. Let me tell you some of the rules of our Educated Youth site. Now that the weather is warm, we male and female educated youth eat together. When it snows heavily after the autumn harvest and winter, we will cook and eat by ourselves in each room. At that time, the weather was cold and it was difficult to go out. Each room would decide how to eat and how much to eat. Starting from March every year, the female educated youth would be responsible for cooking, while the male educated youth would be responsible for going up the mountain to chop firewood and fetch water. When winter came, we would go to the mountain together for a few days to chop firewood and come back to prepare for the winter. The heavy work in our private plots was also done by the male educated youth, such as turning the soil and watering. The female educated youth were responsible for weeding the private vegetable plots. We now have exactly 10 female educated youth, so from now on, 2 people will be responsible for cooking. You new educated youth will be responsible for the main team. We will arrange the shifts later. Since we are all educated youth, there is no distinction between you and me. We will eat the vegetables in the vegetable plot together. In the future, we will work together. In addition to the vegetable plot in the front yard, we also have a vegetable plot in the backyard. There is also the issue of food rations. The first-year educated youth only have half a year's subsidy of 30 kilograms per month. As you just saw, 20 kilograms of cornmeal and 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes. The rest of you have to work hard to earn work points. Although we are a large collective, we don't have much food rations. If you don't work hard to earn work points, we can't help you when you don't have food rations. Our food rations for each meal are 2 taels now. You have to hand in 6 taels of food rations every day. After dinner every day, you should send your food rations for the next day to the small kitchen, and the 2 people who cook for the next day will collect them. Feng Yuzhen slowly explained the basic situation and work distribution of the educated youth point. The group dispersed, and Lin Weiwan returned to the room, took out the enamel basin from the luggage bag to collect water, and took out a towel to wipe his body. He also found a set of clean clothes and changed them together with his underwear, and started to fetch water to wash clothes. He took the washed clothes out of the outer room and hung all the washed clothes and pants on the clothesline set up between the 2 small trees next to the thatched house. This is probably the place for drying clothes set up by the educated youth point, with 2 clotheslines and 2 clothes racks made of bamboo poles. Lin Weiwan saw a female educated youth. Lin Weiwan's clothes were hung on the clothesline, and they were also hung there. Underwear and small clothes could only be pressed under the shirt, and it was really embarrassing to leave them outside. After shaking off the water in the enamel basin and preparing to go back to the house, I saw Yi Jibai also carrying clothes to dry. Yi Jibai saw Lin Weiwan. His dark eyes deepened slightly, and he nodded slightly to Lin Weiwan and walked away. Lin Weiwan returned to the house and placed her things under her feet. Looking at the small wooden boxes placed under the feet of Lin Huahua and Wu Erqiao, decided to get one for herself tomorrow. Lin Huahua was sitting on the edge of the Kong and soaking her feet. Seeing Lin Weiwan come in, she smiled. Lin Jiqing is so beautiful, with such fair and tender skin. What do you usually use to wipe your face? Lin Jiqing's skin is also very fair. I usually use some vanishing cream. The 2 were amused by the 3 words Lin Jiqing at the same time. I'm older than you. From now on, I'll call you Xiaolin in our Jiqing site. Otherwise, I won't know who I'm calling when I say Lin Jiqing. Lin Huahua said as she looked at the incredibly beautiful Lin Weiwan in front of her. Well, Lin Jiqing, did you make this wooden box in the village? Lin Weiwan asked Lin Huahua directly. Yes, there is a carpenter named Li in the village. It's the last one to go north after leaving the educated youth point. There are 2 wooden gourds hanging on the door. It's easy to find. Lin Huahua looked at Lin Weiwan with a smile, and her eyes kept wandering around Lin Weiwan's face. She was so beautiful. If she looked like this, would Zheng Jiqing fall in love with her? Thinking of this, her face changed slightly, and she asked Lin Weiwan tentatively, Little Lin Jiqing is so beautiful. Do you have a partner? Wu Erqiao had been listening to the conversation between the 2, and kept pouting. When she heard this, her ears perked up and listened attentively. No, I'm only 17 years old, and I'm not in a hurry to find a partner. What about Lin Jiqing? Lin Weiwan looked at Lin Huahua, who lowered her head shyly, and she probably thought that she had someone she liked. Not yet. Lin Huahua thought of the last time she was rejected by Zheng Jiqing, and her face became a little ugly again. Lin Weiwan looked around the whole house. There were old newspapers stuck on the earthen wall. There were 2 wooden boxes on the ground and 2 wooden stools under the boxes. Opposite were 2 water jars and 2 clay pots, 2 thermoses and 2 enamel basins for toiletries. The boxes were left by the educated youth who left before. We are sharing them now. The left one is for food. You can mark your own food and put it in. Here are 3 keys for the door. Lin Huahua dried her feet, got off the ground, took out 3 keys from the box, and handed them to the 3 people. We start work at 7 o'clock every morning. You will rest tomorrow and get up at any time. Wu Jiqing and I will make breakfast. We will leave your breakfast for you. You will start work with us the day after tomorrow. You should prepare your things tomorrow. Lin Huahua felt that she was a few years older after all. Although the new educated youth Lin was too beautiful, which made her feel a sense of crisis, she still explained the matter briefly. "Thank you, Lin Jiqing. You're so kind." Lin Weiwan gave a good person card to the cheerful and generous Lin Huahua. Then Lin Jiqing, "How are the work points calculated here? Can we take leave during normal times?" Lin Weiwan continued to ask, and Wang Qiaoyan and Du Shanshan also stopped what they were doing and listened. Dongsheng Village now calculates a full working month as 25 days. If you take 1 day off on the basis of 25 days, 1 day's work points will be deducted. If you work 1 more day, you will get 1 extra work point. Rest on rainy days and special weather conditions will not count or deduct work points. As an advanced brigade, Dongsheng Village has standards for the work points of educated youth. Female educated youth must get a minimum of 6 work points a day, and male educated youth must guarantee at least 8 work points. During the busy farming season, our female educated youth's full work points are calculated as 10 work points a day, and during the slack farming season, they are calculated as 8 work points a day. Previously, there was an educated youth who was lazy and ate too much. In the end, the work points he earned were not enough to support himself, so he was sent back by the brigade. The production team will score each laborer and divide them into 4 levels. First-class workers will get full work points, second-class workers will get 1 less work point, and so on. The village will conduct an evaluation every quarter. 1 work point is 1.25 cents. After the autumn harvest every year, the grain and vegetable distribution and the advance payment for the change of seasons will be deducted, and the rest will be given directly in cash. When he said this, he glanced at the 3 new educated youth. If you get sick or injured and end up with few work points, you may still owe the commune at the end of the year, and you will have to pay to make up for it. The 3 of them felt heavy in their hearts after hearing Lin Huahua's words, facing the unknown environment and strong labor. "Lin Jiqing, I'm going to the city tomorrow to buy some daily necessities and pick up the parcels. Is there a bullock cart in our village to take us there, or do we have to walk to the city by ourselves?" Lin Weiwan thought that the 2 parcels he had sent in the first batch must have arrived long ago. Tomorrow is the 30th, and on even-numbered days, there will be bullock carts entering the city. They will leave at 7 o'clock in the morning. If you are late, there will be no place. The positions of bullock carts are known. Lin Huahua calculated and said, "Du Jiqing, are you going to the city tomorrow?"
Lin Weiwan asked Du Shanshan.
"Yes, I also want to buy some daily necessities. I don't have enough things with me." Du Shanshan agreed immediately after hearing this. She only had 2 yuan in her hand, a small supermarket, and even an enamel basin. She had to find a way to go to the city. See if there is a black market like the ones in the novels, and try to sell some rice and flour in the supermarket for money. Then let's get up early tomorrow and make the bullock cart early. After Lin Weiwan said this, several people had already fallen down to rest. Wang Qiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan and Du Shanshan with an unpleasant expression, and they made an appointment to go out, leaving her alone. Why did Lin Weiwan and Du Shanshan ignore her when they were all the same educated youth who went to the countryside? The next day, Lin Weiwan got up and quickly dressed and washed her face. She came out with a kettle on her shoulder, just in time to catch up with the old educated youth who were preparing to eat. Lin Weiwan took her lunchbox and filled it with corn paste that was too thin to look good, and 2 cornmeal steamed buns that were only the size of her fist. Du Shanshan sat quietly and ate, but she didn't think it was a big deal. Wang Qiaoyan frowned, and her eyes swept over the male educated youth, and then looked at the food on the female educated youth side. Seeing Lin Weiwan and Du Shanshan lowering their heads to eat, her frown deepened. Her face also became ugly. Zhou, Rongrong, and the others also came out of the house and ate breakfast. Cui Hongying also looked much uglier as she carried the porridge and 2 corn buns in her lunchbox. "Lin Jiqing, we won't be back for lunch today, so you don't have to make our share." After breakfast, Lin Weiwan took Du Shanshan to say hello and left quickly. When they reached the entrance of the village, they saw the uncle from yesterday driving a bullock cart at the entrance of the village. "Good morning, Uncle Chin, we're going to the city." Lin Weiwan saw that there were already 4 aunties and a girl from the village on the bullock cart, so she quickly took Du Shanshan on the bullock cart. 3 cents a trip, 5 cents a round trip. Chen Dasheng held a piece of grass in his mouth. Lin Weiwan took out 5 cents from his shoulder bag and handed it to Chen Dasheng. Du Shanshan glanced at Lin Weiwan, and when she saw Lin Weiwan take out 5 cents and hand it to Chen Dasheng, she couldn't help but pout, and also took out 10 cents from her shabby shoulder bag and gave it to him. Chen Dasheng gave Lin Weiwan's 5 cents to Du Shanshan. Cui Hongying and others were walking not far away. When they saw Lin Weiwan and her partner sitting on the ox cart, they rushed up and climbed up.
Hey.
There's still room for 3 people.
Don't squeeze in.
Chen Dasheng frowned again as he looked at the new male and female educated youth. Cui Hongying sat down opposite Lin Weiwan, while Wang Qiaoyan, Zhou Rongrong, and Wang Ping were blocking the way. No one wanted to give way. Zhou Weinan, Shen Shirley, Hu Jinbao, and Shen Minghua, as male educated youth, did not squeeze in with the women on the ox cart. Uncle Chen, can't you take one more? Wang Ping asked Chen Dasheng. The ox cart is so small, and we have to bring people and things back when we come back. The money paid on the ox cart is for the round trip. You can take one more person, but you have to walk back when you come back. Chen Dasheng spit out the straw that fell from his mouth and sat on the ox cart. Hurry up, make your own decision whether to take it or not. If not, we will leave.
Take it.
The 3 people hurried up and squeezed on the frame. 3 cents per trip, 5 cents for a round trip. Meet under the big willow tree in front of the post office at 2:30 p.m. No one will be waited for after the time. Chen Dasheng collected the fare from Cui Hongying. Interestingly, Zhou Rongrong, Wang Qiaoyan, and Wang Ping all gave 5 cents. Why, you are going to pay 5 cents for one trip? That's fine. The conditions for educated youth are good, and the fare is more than others. Chen Dasheng sneered and took the fare handed over by the 3 people and turned to drive the ox cart. Zhou Rongrong and the other 2 looked very ugly, and no one wanted to walk back after walking for 3.5 hours. Although riding in a bullock cart was not very comfortable, it was better than walking back. The 3 people who had been together like good friends suddenly had a quarrel over who would ride in the bullock cart. In the end, Shen Shirley paid out of his own pocket and gave 50 cents to Wang Qiaoyan. Wang Qiaoyan agreed not to ride in the bullock cart and walk back by herself, but she wanted Zhou Rongrong to bring her things back on the bullock cart. The 4 aunts watched the excitement with great interest and then turned their eyes to the new female educated youth on the cart. Their faces changed. Finally, they stopped at Lin Weiwan's face. Even though there were thick bangs covering it, her eyebrows, her tall, small, and delicate nose, and her petal-like lips were still beautiful. Zhao Chunhua immediately showed her 8 teeth. Little comrade, you are a new educated youth, right?
How old are you?
Lin Weiwan was just emptying his mind and sorting out the things of the Shin family in his space. He was too tired last night and did nothing and slept until this morning. Looking at the aunt who suddenly spoke to him, Lin Weiwan was stunned for a moment and nodded. 17. Do you have a husband? Zhao Chunhua looked at the beautiful new educated youth with shining eyes and had already counted several well-off families in the surrounding villages. Lin Weiwan raised her head and looked at the middle-aged woman with dark cheeks and a lot of experience.
Why?
Auntie, do you want to introduce me to a partner? Lin Weiwan didn't expect that the women in this village were so enthusiastic. They wanted to find a husband for someone without even knowing his name.
Oh.
You educated youth are still quick-witted. When a girl gets older, she has to find a husband. Auntie, I think you look good when you are young and you happen to have a few good families. This is a good thing. Zhao Chunhua said, slapping her thigh excitedly. If this works out, the matchmaker's fee will not be less. Cui Hongying and Zhou Rongrong understood Zhao Chunhua's intentions and wanted to bury their heads in the ground, for fear of being entangled by these aunties. Du Shanshan sat next to Lin Weiwan, dark, thin, and inconspicuous. No one was safer than her at this moment. But I'm not planning to find a husband. Thank you, auntie. Lin Weiwan directly declined the kindness of this strange auntie. When a girl grows up, she will get married. You are just the right age now. It will be hard to find a husband when you are older. Zhao Chunhua persuaded the girl opposite her directly when she felt shy. Why should I get married? I am living well. Lin Weiwan saw that the people on the ox cart had some small thoughts. How can a girl not get married when she grows up? It is natural for men and women to get married when they reach a certain age. You can't delay your marriage just because you go to the countryside. After you get married, it will be so lively to live together with a big family. If you have any problems, there will be someone to help you. It's better than living alone. Better? Annie, do you mean you can live better after getting married? Of course. Can you sleep until 9 or 10, eat meat every meal, and not have to wash clothes, cook, and clean? Can you always buy new clothes, not just the supply and marketing cooperative? Lin Weiwan directly raised his question. She looked like a good baby. Zhao Chunhua was shocked by Lin Weiwan's words. Which daughter-in-law would live like this? Don't say you look like a fairy. Even if you are a fairy, you still have to work in the fields. The snail girl and the 7 fairies are all good at working to support the family. Girl, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but it's good enough to find a good family and live in a big house. Every daughter-in-law has to work in the fields, respect the elders, take care of the children, wash clothes, cook and clean. These are women's duties. Zhao Chunhua said in the tone of an elder teaching a younger person. She felt that this beautiful, educated youth was ignorant and not as capable as her own daughter. And are you sick? Why do you think so? You should go to the hospital in the city for a checkup, otherwise I will be worried. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhao Chunhua in surprise. Why are you swearing when you are fine? Zhao Chunhua was a little angry when she heard Lin Weiwan say that. Aunt, how did I scold you? I really care about your brain. You said that getting married means living a good life, and then you said that getting married means working in the fields, washing clothes and cooking, serving parents-in-law, and taking care of children. Then it would be much easier for me not to get married. You said you were getting married, but I thought you were going to sell me to someone else as a servant. Aunt, you are wrong. We are now in a socialist society. We educated youth follow the party's policy and go to the countryside to re-educate poor and lower-middle peasants, build rural areas, promote rural development, and shed our youth and blood to create rural glory. Aunt, you are looking for someone to be a servant, but it is destroying the unity of the masses. Aunt, you are not from a landlord family, are you? Lin Weiwan said, hiding in fear next to Du Shanshan. Du Shanshan was almost unable to hold back her smile, and her whole face was dark and red. What are you talking about? My family is 8 times poor peasants. How could I introduce you to be a servant? Zhao Chunhua was so angry at Lin Weiwan's words that she pulled her neck and shouted. You didn't introduce me to work as a servant for others. Why don't you let your daughter serve others? I am honored to be an educated youth and earn work points to support myself. You let me work as a servant for free. You are so cruel. Annie should be honest and do your duty. Don't have a bad conscience and not harm your own daughter instead of picking on other people's girls. Although I am an educated youth who went to the countryside and have no one to rely on in your Dongxing village, it doesn't mean that we educated youth should be bullied. You should stop calculating and stop scheming against us. Lin Weiwan stopped pretending to be ignorant, sat up, and stared at Zhao Chunhua. You little hoof, you are really a dog biting Lu Dongbin. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. I introduced you to someone out of kindness, but in the end you scold me like this. Zhao Chunhua realized that she had been taken advantage of by the girl in front of her. She felt that she had lived in vain for decades, and she had never calculated a girl who had not yet retired. Keep this kindness to yourself. I know who you are. I am familiar with you, so you introduce me to someone. You really use yourself as a token of authority. Do you deserve it? Lin Weiwan looked at Zhao Chunhua like a clown. You don't know how to appreciate kindness, and you still curse people. Zhao Di, come on, tear this little apart. Zhao Chunhua had been rampant for so many years, and now she lost face in front of so many people, so she directly pulled her daughter and rushed towards Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan raised her feet and kicked out as soon as the mother and daughter rushed over. Chun Dashing heard that there was going to be a fight behind him and quickly stopped the ox cart. When he looked back, Zhao Chunhua and her daughter had fallen in the ditch. I said that you educated youth are troublesome and dare to fight. Chen Dasheng cursed and wanted to run to the ridge to see the two people who fell.
Oh.
You dare to hit people, you see. I will not let Lao Li send you back when I go back. Zhao Chunhua climbed up from the ridge, with a few weeds on her head, and started to curse directly. Don't make a scene here. Go back and tell whoever you want to find. You can find it. You are not the only one who can find it, and our educated youth office is open. I also want to see what the crime is of forcing educated youth who went to the countryside to marry in exchange for matchmaker fees and persecuting the children of martyrs to marry blindly. Can you fool them with your fake kindness, or you will go to squat on the fence when the time comes? Lin Weiwan stood on the ox cart and finished calmly. Uncle Chun, please take us directly to the youth educated office in the city. I also want to report to the leader that why do the educated youth need to be introduced to a partner by a kind matchmaker when they go to the countryside? It is not reasonable to do it without an introduction. I am young and ignorant, so I will ask more questions. After saying that, he sat back in Du Shanshan's seat. It seemed that he had nothing to do. Zhao Chunhua was frightened by Lin Weiwan's words. It was easier to deal with ordinary educated youth in the village. It was the first time she heard of the children of martyrs. Don't the children of martyrs need to go to the countryside? She couldn't figure it out, but she was too embarrassed to give in. You little just wait for me. After saying that, he didn't go to the city anymore and took Li Zhaodi back to the village. Chen Dasheng sighed and drove the ox cart to the city. Zhou Rongrong was the happiest to see Lin Weiwan in trouble. After the incident of Zhao Chunhua in the car, the three aunts temporarily stopped thinking about it and didn't mention the matter of introducing a partner. They thought about going back to find out what the new educated youth was like. After 2 hours, the bullock cart arrived at the post office, and several people got off. Chen Dasheng stopped Lin Weiwan. Lin girl, are you going to the youth office? Lin Weiwan looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and smiled. Uncle Chen, I just want to scare that aunt. I believe that the village chief and the team leader will handle these things. I came to Dongxing village, and I am a member of the village. We share honor and disgrace. I can't bring shame to our village, right? Lin Weiwan smiled at Chen Dasheng, who had a gloomy face. Okay, Lin Jiqing is still very righteous. I will explain this matter to the village chief and the team leader when I go back. This Zhao Chunhua is the wife of the village accountant. She is very narrow-minded. Stay away from her next time you see her. Go buy things while the weather is good. Uncle will wait for you here. By the way, today is the 26th market day. It is on the street behind the state-owned restaurant. There should be some things now. You should go and have a look. Chen Dasheng did not expect that this Lin Jiqing seemed to be fierce, but he was very reasonable and took the overall situation into consideration. He finally put his heart down. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for him to go back. It was all Zhao Chunhua's fault. She was looking for trouble and kicked the iron plate. Lin Weiwan nodded, looked back at Chen Dasheng again. Thank you, Uncle Chen, this is for your lunch. I will be back in the afternoon. Then he took out 3 sugar-coated fire cakes wrapped in newspaper from his bulging bag. He made them in Haishur, and now they are just in use. You take it back. I'll bring some dry food. Chen Dasheng pushed the things back. The educated youths were just rushing here to spend money, and after half a year, they would have to tighten their belts to live. Uncle, I still have some food in my bag. This is the fire-baked bread I made before going to the countryside. You can try it. Lin Weiwan stuffed the paper bag into Chen Dasheng's arms and ran away. Du Shanshan got off the ox cart and separated from Lin Weiwan directly to find the black market. Lin Weiwan and the others couldn't get along, so they went their separate ways. As for giving things to Chen Dasheng, 3 brown sugar fire-baked breads were just right. It didn't seem like he was trying to please her, but he could make friends with her. After he left, Chen Dasheng stopped her and asked her if she cared about this matter. Lin Weiwan guessed that this person cared whether she would sue Zhao Chunhua. Usually, people in the village would just watch the fun when something happened. Since Chen Dasheng cared about it, it proved that he had a relationship with the village leaders. Lin Weiwan didn't want this to happen. She didn't plan to go to the educated youth office. Her parents' martyr certificates were 2 amulets. Besides, Lin Weiwan has 4. As long as he doesn't kill or burn anything, basically nothing will happen. Now he buys a good one for chin dashing. This line will be useful in the village sooner or later. After entering the post office, Lin Weiwan confirmed that the 2 packages had arrived long ago and planned to get on the car in the afternoon to pick them up. Walking towards the state-owned restaurant, he arrived at the market. As expected, there were a lot of people. The market in the countryside is not held every day, and there are restrictions on what can be sold. The market is held on the 1st, 6th, 16th, 21st, and 26th days of the lunar calendar. The most common ones are some farm tools, daily necessities woven with mulberry strips, sweet potato combs, winnowing baskets, bamboo baskets, kong mats, and some vegetables from their own vegetable gardens, and poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese raised by themselves. However, the quantity of these things is small, and the production team needs to stamp and issue a certificate of self-production and self-sale before they can be sold. Grain, peanuts, pork, and some precious side dishes are not seen at the market and are not allowed to be resold. Some poultry are basically rare goods at the market, and the supply is in short supply. Occasionally, there are a few inspectors at the market, walking back and forth. After buying a new bamboo basket and carrying it on his back, Lin Weiwan also bought a small bamboo comb for sweeping the kong, a dustpan, 2 vegetable baskets, and a pair of chopsticks that could just cover the bamboo basket. 6 things only cost $3.50, and he bought 4 bundles of rope along the way before leaving. As for chickens and ducks, Lin Weiwan didn't find any, not even an egg. After leaving the market, he went straight to the bookstore in the city, ready to buy all the books from elementary school to middle school. When he came out of the bookstore, Lin Wei's bamboo basket was already full of books and some exercise books. It was not light, so he quickly found a place with few people and confirmed again and again that no one had put it into the space. He carried the empty bamboo basket on his back and walked towards the supply and marketing cooperative, ready to see if there were any things in the supply and marketing cooperative that were the same as the items in the space and could be taken out and used. As she entered the door, Lin Weiwan saw a little fat man standing in front of the counter buying peach cakes. The main reason was that in an era when the average weight per capita was a little over 100 kilograms, it was rare to see a little fat man like Hu Xiaobang who weighed 150 kilograms. Shen Minghua was carrying a net bag, which contained an enamel basin, a water cup, 2 bars of soap, and some other supplies. Nodding to the 2 people, Lin Weiwan walked in. The thermos bottles with various patterns of red, white, pink, and green were placed on the counter. Lin Weiwan saw 2 of them were the same as the new ones placed in the Shin family's storage room in the space. She decided not to buy them. After a round, she bought 3 padlocks, 2 bags of peach cakes, and 2 kilograms of fruit candies. Even white rabbit milk candies were not sold. I guess if I wanted to buy them, I could only buy them in the city. After a round, I bought a piece of cloth and more than 20 nails before leaving. I went to the public toilet, took out the things in the space, and then walked to the state-owned restaurant. I ordered 3 tails of rice, a plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and a plate of stir-fried rapeseed. I sat down and waited for the food, putting the bamboo basket at my feet. When Hu Jingui and Shin Minghua came in, they saw Lin Weiwan sitting there. They ordered food and went straight to Lin Weiwan's table. Lin Jiqing, let's share a table. Hu Jingui's round eyes smiled when he saw Lin Weiwan. He had seen enough this morning. He didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be so good at talking. When he went to the countryside, his family repeatedly warned him not to find a wife in the countryside. He was also careful not to be alone when he went out. Lin Jiqing, you were really great today. Hu Xiaobang couldn't help but praise him, causing Shin Minghua to look back at the excited Hu Xiaobang. I just don't know if there will be trouble when I go back. Shen Minghua usually doesn't talk much, but he rarely mentioned it. We will testify for you. If they cause trouble, and the village doesn't care about us, we will go to the Jiqing office. Hu Xiaobang raised his neck and patted his chest to promise. Thank you, I think the village should be able to solve this problem. This way, our educated youth will have less trouble. Otherwise, it will be a problem if these Annies who have tasted the sweetness of the introduction fee always keep an eye on the educated youth. Lin Weiwan heard her number being called and went to get the food and brought it back. Indeed. But this grudge has been made. You should be careful in the village in the future and don't be left alone. Shen Minghua gave a warning and stood up to get the food. A few more people came in at the door, Zhou Rongrong and Shen Shirley. Seeing that Lin Weiwan and the two educated youth had already sat down to eat, Zhou Rongrong and the others also found an empty seat to put down their food. After paying for the meal, Shen Shirley walked to Lin Weiwan's table. Hu Jiqing, Shen Jiqing, do you want to join us? Hu Xiaobang looked up at Shen Shirley, who came over. No. Thank you. Shen Minghua didn't even raise his head and ate directly. Shen Shirley raised his eyebrows and smiled and left. Lin Weiwan saw Shen Shirley jumping so happily in front of her, and her hands were a little itchy. Lin Jiqing, do you have any grudges with Shen Shirley? He kept saying bad things about you last night. Hu Xiaobang saw that Shen Shirley came to find the two of them just to make everyone isolate Lin Weiwan. But Hu Xiaobang really hates men who gossip behind people's backs. Shen Minghua didn't want to bother with people like Shen Shirley. He had a good figure, but a dog brain.
Well,
a little bit. Lin Weiwan didn't say anything specific. It was really hard to say what happened between her, Shen Shirley, and Zhou Rongrong. After lunch, Lin Weiwan carried a bamboo basket and walked towards the post office. Of course, she was with a group of educated youth who had eaten well in the state-owned restaurant. Except for Du Shanshan and Wang Qiaoyan, they were not there. When Lin Weiwan came out of the post office, Hu Xiaopang's eyes were wide open. He quickly ran over to help Lin Weiwan get the package and looked at Lin Weiwan, who only showed his head and a section of his legs, with admiration in his eyes. Lin Jiqing, you're really strong. Hu Xiaopang took a package and found that the package weighed at least 30 kilograms. Lin Weiwan was carrying a bamboo basket and 2 packages. Hu Xiaopang felt that these things were almost as heavy as Lin Jiqing. Shen Minghua naturally helped to carry one, and the 3 of them walked to the ox cart and put the packages on the cart. Thank you, Hu Jiqing and Shen Jiqing. Lin Weiwan thanked them. Hu Xiaopang and the other person walked back with a few things on their backs. Lin Weiwan sat on the ox cart and put the bamboo basket aside. Soon, almost everyone was there. Du Shanshan ran back with sweat all over her head, carrying a not-so-small package on her back. Fortunately, we made it. Du Shanshan sat next to Lin Weiwan. Seeing the 2 packages and bamboo basket in front of Lin Weiwan's legs, she showed a surprised expression.
So many things.
Well, I bought the things and mailed them over after I signed up. Lin Weiwan explained briefly. You are so thoughtful. If I had to carry so many things on a crowded train, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Du Shanshan shook her head. Zhou Rongrong's eyes turned red with anger when she saw Lin Weiwan's 2 big packages. The 3 ants stared at Lin Weiwan's packages and bamboo baskets for a while, but they didn't dare to reach out and look at them even if they wanted to take advantage of them. Who is this educated youth Lin? Why did he bring so many good things? It was very quiet all the way to the village, without any quarrels. Chun Dashing kindly drove the ox cart to the educated youth point. After thanking him, Lin Weiwan carried his things into the educated youth point. Looking at these things, it must not be okay to leave them like this, so he turned around and asked Du Shanshan. I'm going to Carpenter Li's place. Are you going with me? Lin Weiwan wiped the sweat off his face and asked Du Shanshan. Let's go, I'll go now. Du Shanshan drank 2 sips of water and tugged at the slightly wrinkled corners of her clothes. Wang Qiaoyan watched the 2 people go out, but didn't follow them. There was only 32 yuan left in her pocket. At noon, she only ate the corn-steamed bread left over from the morning. I only bought some necessities. I brought money with me when I went to the countryside. I had enough money, but I ended up losing 50 yuan to Lin Weiwan. I have to spend this money carefully now, otherwise I will have a problem with my own food. Thinking of the breakfast in the morning, Wang Qiaoyan pursed her lips. It seemed that only Cui Hongying noticed it in the morning. I wonder if Cui Hongying will bring it up if it is the same in the evening. If no one says anything, should I say it myself? What if I am targeted by everyone? Lin Weiwan walked to the door of Li's house and knocked. Is anyone home? Aunt Li was weeding her vegetable garden in the yard. When she saw someone coming, she stood up quickly. It must be the new educated youth. You can tell at a glance that you are a city kid. You are very delicate.
Come.
Aunt Li saw Lin Weiwan and quickly invited people to come in. Du Shanshan stood aside. It hurts. She just got a bottle of vanishing cream on purpose and planned to take some time to dig out the vanishing cream inside and replace it with the Pekoin in the space. Yes, it is Pekoin, the best cosmetics in her supermarket. Du Shanshan, long-lived domestic products. Lin Weiwan pulled Du Shanshan into the yard. Hello, Auntie, we are new educated youth. My name is Lin Weiwan. This is Du Shanshan. We are here to ask Uncle Li to make wooden boxes. Yes, here. There are a few ready-made ones at home. You can choose the size you need. I will ask our third child to send them to you later. Auntie Li looked at the new fair-skinned educated youth, her eyes full of love. This girl is so pretty. Lin Weiwan was taken to the lower room by Auntie Li. The door was opened, and there were 4 or 5 finished wooden boxes inside. Thinking of her own luggage, Lin Weiwan pointed to a large box half a person's height and a small wooden cabinet and said, Auntie Li, I want these 2. How much are they? Just give me 9 yuan for these 2. Auntie Li said, looking at the 2 boxes. Auntie, I want this box. Du Shanshan felt that she didn't have much stuff. She only chose a small Kong cabinet like Lin Huahua's, thinking that the more than 20 yuan that had just entered her pocket today would be gone again. Give me $4.50 for this. Lin Weiwan saw the wooden basin in the corner and thought that she only brought an enamel basin to wash her face. Aunt, I want this wooden basin. How much is it? 80 cents for a wooden basin. Aunt Li picked up the wooden basin directly. Lin Weiwan took out money from her bag and gave it to Aunt Li. Aunt Li handed the wooden basin to Lin Weiwan, collected the money from both of them, and shouted to the inner room. Old Third, push the cart out and send these 3 boxes to the educated youth point for Lin Jiqing and the others. Li Guojun came out of the inner room and saw Lin Weiwan in the yard. His eyes lit up, and he almost stumbled.
Mom.
Li Guojun looked at his mother embarrassedly. What are you looking at, silly boy? Hurry up and send the boxes to Lin Jiqing and the others.
Hey.
After sending Li Guojun away, Lin Weiwan's wooden box was placed in front of her with a few stones picked up from outside. Just right. Lin Weiwan opened the box, put the 2 large packages he got from the post office today into it, and stuffed the 3 luggage bags on the con into it, filling it up just enough. He locked it right away. He placed the small cabinet at his feet and put the clothes he usually changed into. He went out to pick up the clothes and pants that were hung out to dry yesterday, fetched a basin of water to wipe off the sweat, and then he and Du Shanshan quickly fell down to catch up on some sleep and rest. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know where she went. When Lin Weiwan woke up, there were already voices in the yard. Du Shanshan saw Lin Weiwan get up, so she also got up, put on her shoes, and went to the field. She glanced at her watch, and it was already 5:30 in the evening. When the 2 went out, they saw Wang Xiaoyan and Wu Erqiao talking about speculation, one picking vegetables and the other cutting vegetables. Lin Weiwan found a stone and sat under the eaves of the window, watching the educated youth, who came back one after another busy. Du Shanshan also sat next to Lin Weiwan, thinking about what else in the space could be taken out and sold. The food was quickly served on the table. Lin Weiwan was not very hungry at this time, so she took out her lunchbox and chopsticks from the house, filled a lunchbox with corn paste that was so thin that it was almost dipping in her face, and sat down. Tonight, there were still 2 corn-steamed buns, and the dishes were stir-fried beans and pickled cucumbers. There was not a drop of oil or water on the 2 dishes, and the stir-fried beans were almost boiled vegetables. Lin Weiwan picked up some pickled cucumbers and ate the corn paste slowly. Du Shanshan naturally didn't know how many things she could make with her 2 tails of cornmeal. Cui Hongying glanced around and saw that everyone was eating quickly, and she was thinking in her heart. Wang Ping looked at the steamed bun in her hand, which was not even as big as her fist, and couldn't help showing a sarcastic smile at the corner of her mouth. In the previous life, she had always eaten like this, and no one complained. Now it is indeed different. Does that mean that her fate will also change? Wang Xiaoyan ate the steamed bun in her hand without knowing the taste, not knowing what to do. Feng Yuzhen swallowed the steamed bread in her mouth. Tomorrow, Wang Xiaoyan and Cui Hongying will cook together, don't forget. Wang Xiaoyan put down the steamed bread in her hand and looked at Feng Yuzhen, Feng Jiqing, why do both male and female educated youth pay 2 taels of grain, but the male educated youth can eat 2 large steamed breads, while the female educated youth can only eat 2 small ones? After saying this, all the educated youth at the table stopped eating. Xiaoyan, we are a whole. The male educated youth have a heavy task every day and are more tired than us. It's not a big deal if they eat a little more. Most of the hard work in our educated youth site is done by the male educated youth, right? We can only survive here by helping each other. Feng Yuzhen explained in a gentle tone. Feng Jiqing means that as long as we stay in this educated youth site in the future, we will have to use the food we earn through hard work to support the male educated youth. What kind of help is that? Under the guise of helping, they actually want to exchange our rations. Isn't that just buying peace with money? Wang Xiaoyan put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. In the countryside, she cooked all the meals at home. 2 taels of cornmeal could make 4 steamed buns as big as the one in my hand. Now, with only a box of corn paste as thin as water and 2 small steamed buns, they were not full at all. Without oil and water, there would be more food. At this rate, a quarter of the food would go into the stomachs of the male educated youth this year. Seeing that no one joined in the commotion, Wang Xiaoyan was not polite. You new educated youth have good conditions and haven't cooked much at home. I'm afraid you don't know how much of your own food goes into your own stomach and how much goes into other people's stomachs. If you don't believe me, how about we use 2 taels of cornmeal to make a meal for everyone to see clearly? Lin Weiwan put down his chopsticks. No need to cook. Some people don't know, but there are still people who know. It's indeed a lot less. Wang Xiaoyan didn't expect that the first person to stand up with her was Lin Weiwan, who had the least money. Cui Hongying also put down her chopsticks. At least 4 steamed buns of this size should be made. I also want to know why. Are the male educated youth responsible for chopping wood and fetching water? Feng Yuzhen looked grim and cast her eyes on Daqing. When you came yesterday, I told you that the most important thing for this educated youth site is to maintain good unity and not to cause division. The food is just a little short, but we male educated youth have also paid a lot. The villagers dare not come to cause trouble, and they did not bully you because of the face of the male educated youth in our educated youth site, right? You're just too young and care about the gains and losses in front of you. We are a big family. Brothers eat more and sisters eat less. We just have to do our job. Why make it so ugly? Daqing's words seemed reasonable, but with a hint of banditry. It's easy for you to talk, but since we are a family, from now on all the heavy work that I can't do will be handed over to you male educated youth. I have a stomachache, dizziness, and a cold, so please help me with the work in the fields, my eldest brother. I have run out of food in the winter. Can you help me out, my eldest brother? Wang Xiaoyan imitated his mother very much, and she never stopped talking when they quarreled. He didn't expect that the new educated youth would be so difficult to manage. I will go out and eat alone from tomorrow on. Hu Xiaobang was the first to stand up. He really had never cooked at home. He felt ashamed after hearing what the female educated youth said. Shen Minghua also stood up. I will go with Xiaobang. Yi Jibai only ate a cornmeal bun. He really didn't know how many buns 2 taels of cornmeal could make. He ate with the troops in the army, and when he returned home, someone would naturally make them for him. After hearing this, his face turned black. Me too. I'm quitting too. It just so happens that I didn't cook lunch, so I'll just treat it as your treat last night and return it to you. Lin Weiwan took a step back to express his position. I'm quitting too. Du Shanshan naturally had to follow Lin Weiwan. You can't give away your little food for free. I'm quitting too. Zhou Rongrong, I'm quitting too. Zhou Weishi followed Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong to quit the old educated youth group. People who withdrew one after another stood up. They were all the new educated youth who arrived yesterday. There were also several old educated youth. What are you going to do? Are you going to split the educated youth site, make special arrangements, and cause sabotage? Daqing stood up angrily and shouted loudly. Brother Daqing, don't be angry. Chun Lei's tears fell. Chun Lei stood up with a red face, turned around and bowed to all the new educated youth. I'm sorry, everything was caused by me. I apologize to everyone. Chun Lei, You don't have to apologize, I took out the food voluntarily. Feng Yuzhen pulled Chun-Lei to sit down and glared at the new female educated youth. I volunteered too. Wu Erqiao said, looking at Zhang Minghua shyly. Lin Huahua didn't say anything, just sat there. Su Xiaohong secretly glanced at Yi Jibai and took several deep breaths. She stood up suddenly. I quit too. The old educated youth looked at Su Xiaohong, who had been silent and rarely spoke, in surprise. I don't care how you make a fuss, but you are not allowed to demolish the fire. If the villagers know about this, they will laugh at our educated youth camp. We educated youth go to the countryside to help each other and love each other. It has been like this for years, and you must obey. Otherwise, I will apply to the team leader tomorrow to transfer you back. When the time comes, I will arrange for you to go to a more difficult place. You can't blame me. Shut up, you have the ability to transfer us away. What level of leadership are you at? Tell me, are you transferring us away just because we new educated youth don't let you old educated youth take advantage of us? Who gave you the face to be the person in charge of the educated youth camp? Don't you look at your own moral character? If you have the ability, go and find someone now. It's better to call the leaders of the city and the educated youth office to see if all the educated youth camps in all regions are bullying the new ones, and all regions require female educated youth to donate their own rations for you male educated youth to eat. Wang Qiaoyun put her hands on her waist and stared at Da Qing. Lin Weiwan was amused by Da Qing's shameless reason. He was really embarrassed. Seeing Wang Qiaoyun like this, she had a much better impression of her. She was such a straightforward girl. Yes, if we want to make trouble, let's do it together. Do you think you are so great just by staying for 2 more years? Du Shanshan felt that these old educated youth were really worthless. In this day and age, they had to rely on this little food ration to survive. Okay, since you don't want to, we will break up, but you can't use anything in the kitchen. We bought the pots ourselves, and we also bought the seasonings. Including the firewood in the yard, the vegetables in the fields, and the water in the jars, you can't use our things. If you want to live alone, then let's make it clear, so that you don't say we are taking advantage of you. How could Feng Yuzhen watch these new educated youth make trouble outside? After all, these things were originally their own will, and the educated youth, who came later, followed suit. If they really made trouble outside, they would be in the wrong. If you don't want it, then don't. But the educated youth yard is not yours. We want to grow vegetables ourselves. Please divide the land. Lin Weiwan directly asked to divide the land equally. The educated youth site was not for individuals, but for all educated youth. The open space behind the house belongs to you. When our vegetables are ripe and grown, the land behind the house will be yours. Da Qing waved his hand and directly marked out the land behind the house. However, he asked to wait for the vegetables to be pulled out, which meant that there was still more than a month, and the new educated youths like Lin Weiwan could not grow vegetables and had no vegetables to eat. Lin Weiwan looked at the people in the yard. It was difficult to cook in a big pot. Now there were 12 people, including the new educated youths and Su Xiaohong. It was troublesome to eat together morning and night, and they had to stay in this country for 3 years, not 3 or 5 days. Not to mention Zhou Rongrong and Shin Shirley, the 2 brothers of the Zhou family. It was a matter of morning and night to go out and set up a fire alone. Eating corn paste all day long would definitely drive me crazy after 3 years. The new educated youths gathered together, and Lin Weiwan sighed. I will live alone from tomorrow. You guys can discuss it. You don't have to count me in. Du Shanshan looked at Lin Weiwan with wide eyes. If I live alone, what will I do? Zhou Weishi didn't know about the family's affairs yet, and Zhou Weinan didn't find time to explain it to Zhou Weishi in private. Yi Jibai didn't expect Lin Weiwan to propose living alone. He just glanced at her and stopped looking at her. Our problem now is that we need to get an industrial certificate and build a stove. Vegetables are easy to get. Many families in the village can't eat the vegetables they grow. 1 dime can buy a large basket of vegetables. Zhou Weishi, as an old educated youth, raised the current problem. Among the 13 people, only Lin Weiwan was not afraid because he had a pot in his space. Du Shanshan thought of the iron ladle in the space, which could be used, But the problem was that she really couldn't eat the dry corn-steamed bread every day. And now this small body, needs to be replenished when the wind blows. It would be great if I could build a house alone. I sent a letter to my family and asked them to send me industrial tickets. Hu Xiaopeng really didn't bring any industrial tickets. The most he brought were meat tickets. No one had industrial tickets. Yi Jibai could get some in the city, but
No.
Su Xiaohong sat with everyone, blushing and a little nervous, and she didn't dare to look at Yi Jibai's direction. She was originally introverted and shy, and no one thought she was different from usual. Lin Weiwan stood up. I have something to go out for. You guys study it. After saying that, she walked into the house, opened the box, took out the cloth bag, and took out 4 packs of Big Fresh and a pound of brown sugar from it. It didn't look like much, so she found a pack of peach cakes and 2 bottles of white wine from the space and put them in. Now it looked like it was. She never believed in the saying that courtesy is light, but affection is heavy. When asking someone to do something, you have to be fully committed. Otherwise, if someone helps you just with a smile and a few nice words, then you are too concerned about your face. Du Shanshan came in from outside and saw that Lin Weiwan was ready to go out. Lin Weiwan, where are you going? Du Shanshan felt that it would be better to follow Lin Weiwan for some things, even though Lin Weiwan was not very nice to her. I'm going to the village chief's house. Lin Weiwan felt that there was nothing to hide. Going to the village chief's house? Are you going to complain? Du Shanshan was stunned when she heard the word village chief's house. Only children would complain. I have other things to do. Lin Weiwan patted Du Shanshan on the shoulder and walked out. Du Shanshan hurriedly followed him out and stopped Lin Weiwan, who had just arrived at the outer room. What are you going to do?
Can you tell me?
Lin Weiwan stopped and looked at Du Shanshan. I'm going to build another house. I wonder if the village chief will agree. I'm going to ask him. When Du Shanshan heard about building another house, her eyes lit up. Looking at the state of several people living together, she was afraid that she would have to stay in this country for a few years. She did have this idea, but she didn't make the decision as quickly as Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan, wait for me, I'll go with you. Du Shanshan hurried back to the room to take out her shoulder bag, only to find that her things were not suitable for taking out, and the outer packaging alone would not work. She could only follow out empty-handed, and followed Lin Weiwan a little embarrassedly. Not far from the educated youth's site, Du Shanshan hugged Lin Weiwan's arm. Slow down, this road is a bit bumpy. Lin Jiqing, I'll help you carry it, Du Shanshan said, reaching out to Lin Weiwan's bulging cloth bag. Lin Weiwan looked at the enthusiastic Du Shanshan, and the corners of his mouth rose. No, thank you for your kindness. Du Shanshan was embarrassed by Lin Weiwan's look and took her hand back. Watching the two people leave the educated youth point, Yi Jibai looked at the slender figure and felt a little worried. Although Su Xiaohong's eyebrows were drooping, she immediately noticed that Yi Jibai was distracted and glanced at the gate. She glanced sideways and saw Lin Jiqing and Du Jiqing leaving. Was Yi Jiqing interested in Lin Jiqing? As for Du Shanshan, Su Xiaohong didn't take her seriously.
She didn't know what happened to that guy.
He was darker and thinner than herself and looked like a refugee. Even if his features were okay, they were covered up by his dark, thin and shriveled appearance. Lin Weiwan knocked on the door of the village chief Li's courtyard.
Who is it?
Aunt Li was washing dishes in the yard and heard the knock on the door. We are new educated youth. Is the village chief at home? Lin Weiwan asked. When the village chief's wife heard that it was a new educated youth, she quickly wiped her wet hands on her apron and opened the door. Here I am, here I am. Aunt Li's eyes lit up when she saw the fair and beautiful educated youth in front of her. Hello, Auntie. My last name is Lin Weiwan. This is the new educated youth, Du Shanshan. We are here to see village chief Li and you. Lin Weiwan followed the village chief's wife into the house.
Okay, hey.
Old man, the new educated youths Lin and Du are here. After entering the house, Lin Weiwan was asked to sit on a stool. Aunt Li, this is some food I brought for you and the village chief.
Please accept it.
Lin Weiwan opened the cloth bag and put the things on the comm table. Du Shanshan's face turned a little ugly when she heard Lin Weiwan's words. She came with him, although she didn't bring anything, and the relationship between them was not bad. Why didn't Lin Weiwan cover up for her? If she came empty-handed, how would the village chief look at her in the future? Zheng Wenxiu was shocked. A young, educated youth actually gave so many things. He must have something to ask his wife. Li Chonggui tapped the pipe in his hand twice and glanced at his wife. Zheng Wenxiu quickly closed the doors of the inner and outer rooms to prevent anyone from coming in and seeing the unpleasantness. Is Lin Jiqing here because of what happened on the ox cart today? Li Chonggui saw that all these things were taken by Lin Jiqing. Village chief, I am not here because of her. Since I came to Dongxing village, I am a member of the village. I believe that the village chief and the team leader will handle this matter properly. I came to visit today because I came to Dongxing village and wanted to pay a visit to the village chief uncle and aunt. After all, I am young, and I may not do many things well and offend people. I hope that uncle and aunt will be more tolerant in the future. Also, I miss the house. Lin Weiwan said the polite words and went straight to the point. Li Chonggui took a puff of his cigarette. He didn't expect Lin Weiwan to miss the house. Aunt Li had already enthusiastically made 2 cups of sugar water and brought them to the two of them. Lin Jiqing, building a house is not a trivial matter. This house is not cheap, and the homestead is not easy to get. Even if I agree, the elders in the village will not agree. And the Jiqing site can accommodate you. Why do you want to build a house yourself? Uncle Li, I want to build a house in the backyard of the Jiqing site. Is that okay? I have a light sleep and a bad sleeping posture. Although the Jiqing site can accommodate you, you know that it is difficult for the female Jiqing to turn over, because there are so many people. If I move out, everyone will have more space. After working all day, everyone wants to have a good sleep. Lin Weiwan did not mention the dirty things with the old Jiqing, but only mentioned that it was because of her own reasons. This made Du Shanshan couldn't help but look at Lin Weiwan deeply. If it were her, she would definitely use this matter as a raft. The backyard of the Jiqing site, that's fine. What kind of house do you want to build? Village chief, Li looked at the extraordinary Jiqing Lin. Zhao Chunhua's family came to him about what happened this morning. Originally, he thought that he would wait until the Jiqing came back in the evening to deal with the problem of the new Jiqing beating people. I didn't expect that my cousin Dashing would come back and tell me the whole story. I just went to Account Li's house with the team leader to explain the matter. Uncle Li, I will just build a dry rammed earth house like the ones in the educated youth camps now. After all, we're going to the countryside to receive re-education, and we can't be too extravagant. Lin Weiwan's requirements are not high. The earth house has its advantages. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. We only live in it for 3 years. How big do you want to build it? Li Chonggui really likes the way this educated youth Lin talks. He is not pretentious and does not beat around the bush. Uncle Li, I want to build a 1.5-room house, which is similar to the houses in the female educated youth camps now, but a little smaller so that I can save some firewood for heating in winter, and it will be enough for me to live alone. Lin Weiwan felt that the house did not need to be big, otherwise it would be a waste of firewood for heating in winter. Anyway, he had space, and he could put the things he often used outside, and put the things he didn't use in the room. Why not build it more spacious? Li Chonggui glanced at Lin Weiwan, and then glanced at Du Jiqing, who came with Lin Weiwan. No, I'll just live in a 2-meter outer room and a 2-meter wide Kong, which will allow me to put a Kong cabinet to live in. After a long time, it's inevitable that I won't have any quarrels. Coming here, I just hope to be in a good state to work and build a new countryside. The house built by Uncle Li will still belong to the village after I leave, but I have a request, that is, no matter how many people come to the educated youth point in the future, whether there is enough room, I can't let others live in the house I built. Lin Weiwan looked at the village chief Li and said, if anyone can live in, what's the point of moving out? Of course, some families in the village do have some earth bricks. As for the red bricks, I'll let my nephew go to the brickyard to help you get them back. Build it according to the size you said, and the total cost is about 40 to 50 yuan. As for the builders, I'll find 6 people with good hands and feet in the village to build the house in the few days before the autumn harvest. They can only come when they are not busy. The labor fee is 50 cents per person per day. Every time a house is built in the village, lunch is provided. What do you think? Uncle Lee, it must be inconvenient for the educated youth to cook now. Why don't I give you a discount? How much do you think I should take? Lin Weiwan threw the question to Li Changwei. The food in the village is basically like that, but the people are hired by the village chiefly, so it is more appropriate for the meal money to be set by the village chiefly. It doesn't have to be much. Just give each person 1 cent. We are all farmers. You can get some water while working. It will be ready in 5 days. Li Changwei liked Lin Weiwan's style more. I really don't know what kind of family taught this child. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Lee. I'm sorry to bother you with this. I'll give you the base money now. Please help me. Lin Weiwan took out 7 big unity notes from his bag and handed them to Li Changwei. Uncle Lee, take these first. If there is any problem or it is not enough, remember to tell me. That's enough.
Don't worry about it.
Aunt Lee didn't expect that this educated youth Lin was not only beautiful, but also well off. No wonder she was targeted by the wives in the village. Uncle Lee, please don't bother 2 people with 1 thing. I'm going to ask for leave tomorrow to go to the city to buy some things such as pots, bowls, and water tanks. In case I don't have time during the busy farming season. Lin Weiwan had to go to the city and find a reason to use the pot in the space. After all, no educated youth would go to the countryside to carry a pot. Okay, but there won't be any ox carts tomorrow. So, I'll let Dashin go with you, and you can buy everything. Village Chief Lee looked at the cigarettes, alcohol, and candies on the Kong table. He had so many good things, and it would be unreasonable for him not to get things done clearly, and he had to handle things for others. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Lin Weiwan hurriedly thanked him. Where's the educated youth Du? Is he going to build a house too? Li Changwei looked at Du Shanshan, who had been silent. Uncle Lee, I just came here to accompany Lin Jiqing. After all, it's getting dark, and I'm afraid it's not safe for her to go back. Du Shanshan quickly lied to herself to buy a favor. She couldn't tell the truth and say that she wanted to buy something good with Lin Weiwan's gift, build a house with her, or live with Lin Weiwan. But Lin Weiwan blocked the way while talking, and she couldn't force herself to get involved in front of the village chief. After the 2 left, Li Changwei looked at Du Jiqing's back and sneered, then took 2 puffs of his pipe. When they returned to the educated youth point, everyone had already discussed it. When Lin Weiwan and Du Shanshan came back, everyone had already left.
Dispersed.
Lin Weiwan took a wooden basin to the well to fetch water for washing her feet. In the northeast in August, the well water was still a little cold. Back in the room, Lin Weiwan quickly washed up and remembered that the thermos in the bamboo basket had not been taken out yet, so he went downstairs to take out the kettle to avoid it being hit. He realized the weight was wrong when he picked it up. He had just secretly put the kettle from the space into the bamboo frame without touching it. Now he took out the key from his wrist to open the box, put the thermos into the wooden box, rummaged through things, and put the kettle back into the space. TSK, a thermos is hidden, and it's from a big city. Wu Erqiao grumbled, with a chuckle. What do I have to do with you? You are meddling in other people's business. You can't even have enough food to eat, and you still have the time to care about others. Lin Weiwan glared at Wu Erqiao, locked the wooden box, and got on the Kong. It is impossible to give in. Some people will keep testing and challenging your bottom line, and finally ride on your neck. If you don't talk back and let her humiliate you, she will only bully you more in the future. Lin Weiwan's guess was right. Before the 2 came back, Wang Xiaoyan had been scolded by Wu Erqiao for a long time. What did you say? You are rebellious. Wu Erqiao already hated this beautiful Lin Weiwan. Now a new educated youth dared to talk to her, an old educated youth. She jumped up from the Kong and rushed towards Lin Weiwan. Lin Huahua was sitting there and saw Wu Erqiao rushing over and quickly dodged. Lin Weiwan quickly stood up and took action when Wu Erqiao rushed over, slapping her in the face. With Wu Erqiao's scream, the door was pushed open. Feng Yuzhen and several other educated youths rushed in and saw Wu Erqiao being ridden and slapped by Lin Weiwan and hurried to separate them. What is Lin Jiqing doing? Why are you fighting? Feng Yuzhen felt that these new educated youth were simply rebellious. She rushed over to hit me first, and then we started fighting. Lin Weiwan pulled her clothes and looked at Feng Yuzhen and the other educated youth who squeezed in to watch the fun.
Well,
Sister Feng. She bullied people. Wu Erqiao's face was swollen at this time, and she was crying on Feng Yuzhen's shoulder. Zheng Jiangwo's figure could be vaguely seen at the door. It was so embarrassing. We saw you hitting Wu Jiqing again. Feng Yuzhen said word by word, and her voice was obviously on Wu Erqiao's side. Feng Jiqing, are you fighting? It's just you hitting me and I hitting you. I am naturally strong, and there is nothing I can do when Wu Jiqing rushes over to fight me. If you don't believe me, ask the other educated youth in the room if it was Wu Erqiao who rushed over to hit me first. Although Du Shanshan was dissatisfied with what happened to Lin Weiwan at the village chief's house today, she still understood the relationship between the new and old educated youth. It was Wu Erqiao who started the trouble. She was sarcastic and even came over to hit people first. Du Shanshan stood up and said, I saw it too. It was Wu educated youth who started it first. No one can just stand there and wait to be beaten. Wang Xiaoyan had just had a few words with Wu Erqiao, so she was naturally happy to see Wu Erqiao being beaten. You are all together, so you naturally support her. Wu Erqiao's eyes turned red with anger. She was not weak, but she didn't expect to be beaten by the educated youth who had just gone to the countryside. Lin Huahua, what's going on? Feng Yuzhen looked at Lin Huahua. There were 3 new educated youth and 2 old educated youth in the room, and they couldn't just listen to them. It was Wu Erqiao who started the provocation first, and then rushed over to hit people. Lin Huahua was happy to see Wu Erqiao being beaten. She still dared to a man from her in this state. Who gave her the face? Feng Yuzhen's face turned ugly when she heard Lin Huahua say that. She exhaled and looked at Lin Weiwan. Lin Jiqing, even if Wu Erqiao made a mistake, just sit down and talk calmly. You can't kill her. Look at how badly she was beaten. She turned Wu Erqiao's face to everyone. Both sides of her face were red and swollen with a little blood. If they beat people like this in the future, the educated youth point will be laughed at by the whole village. They don't know how long they will stay here. They still have to save their face. Feng Jiqing, next time someone rushes up to beat you, I hope you remember what you said. Sit down and reason with them, and don't fight back. I can't do that. I can't sit there and wait to be beaten. Besides, I am born with great strength. There is nothing I can do if she comes to ask for a beating. This is a light punishment. Lin Weiwan took out a stepping stone from the box and slapped it. The fist-sized stone broke with a sound, and the old and new educated youth inside and outside the house were choked with anger. Looking at Wu Erqiao, well, he did not kill her, otherwise her head would have been blown off. Zhou Rongrong looked at the fallen stone and Wu Erqiao's face and felt that she was so lucky she was hit much less seriously last time. Yi Jibai's upturned mouth corners were harder to suppress than a target at this time. He felt that even if Lin Weiwan moved out to live on her own, she could take care of herself. He just needed to take care of her more often. Thinking of this, his face was determined. When did he start to pay so much attention to this girl?
You.
Feng Yuzhen felt that her words were pale and powerless when facing the current Lin Weiwan. Lin Jiqing, even if Wu Jiqing was wrong, you can't beat people like this. You must compensate. Daqing stood up and felt that this matter could not be suppressed by the new educated youth. Otherwise, they would make a big fuss in the future, and how could they be managed? Jiqing, don't take chicken feathers as an arrow. We are all equal as educated youth in the countryside. If you want me to pay compensation, you have to be in the right. No one can have the final say just because of their age. If you feel dissatisfied, you can go to the village chief or the team leader to argue. If you are not afraid of trouble, you can go to the city to find someone to support you. You want to bully me and take advantage of me, but you can't. Lin Weiwan said, and didn't care about the few people just sitting there. Feng Yuzhen felt that it was not a solution to let the matter stalemate here. What if the new educated youths told others about the food issue? She turned her eyes and quickly pulled Wu Erqiao to stand up. Wu Jiqing, you too, if there is something you can't talk about nicely, you have to fight. We are not in the right in this matter, so forget it. Everyone should disperse. After all, It is the room of the female educated youths, and they have to go to work tomorrow. The crowd dispersed, and the Zhou brothers and sisters chatted in a low voice under the big willow tree at the door. Third brother, something happened at home. Did you know? Dad was arrested and shot. The house was searched and inspected. Other things in the house were stolen. Only when the eldest brother came back did we not starve to death. Zhou Rongrong felt more and more helpless as she spoke. The Zhou family was good and promising, but now it has fallen into the abyss. How could Zhou Weishi not know? He received the letter from home, but what could he do? It has been 3 years since he went to the countryside, and he didn't even find a job for himself. Now that something happened at home, he thought of him. The funny thing is that it is said that the 4th child is sick. That kid actually asked him to donate a kidney to save him. Who gave him the face? He has been the most favored since he was a child. Now he wants to donate his own kidney. He thinks he is just donating pork, so casual. I received the letter from home, but I have no money. I can't even afford the ticket to go back. The village is about to harvest in autumn and refuses to issue a letter of introduction for me to go back. Zhou Weishi was embarrassed and could only make 2 excuses. Second brother, don't you have a job? Why did you come to the countryside? Zhou Weishi looked at Zhou Weinan and asked. When Zhou Weinan thought of his job, he felt as if his mother had died, and his face was extremely ugly. After Dad's incident came out, I was persuaded to quit the next day. I was an intern doctor, and my family had no money and no food. My brother's salary was not only for the family. I had to take out 10 yuan every month to pay the rent for the family. I had to go to the countryside to earn my own food. Zhou Weinan said in a low voice. With such a thing happening at home, he couldn't even be a temporary worker. Rent, the house at home. Zhou Weishi hadn't been back for more than a year, and he really didn't know the situation at home. Zhou Weinan thought that the third brother really didn't know the situation at home, so he quickly told him about the Zhou family and Lin Weiwan. Zhou Weishi's face changed again and again when he heard it. The family didn't tell him about the good things at home and didn't tell him about moving into a big house. Now that he was in trouble, he remembered himself, and then he thought of Lin Weiwan's appearance of not being short of money. Lin Weiwan is also a member of the Zhou family. Why doesn't she give money to help the family? Grandpa and Grandma are also her grandpa and grandma. She can't just ignore them. Zhou Weishi felt that it was necessary to find time to have a good talk with Lin Weiwan. If the deal was settled, the family would be well off, and maybe she could help him out a little bit on weekdays so that he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough food and meat to eat. Lin Weiwan lay down, and Wu Erqiao dragged Lin Huahua to Feng Yuzhen's room and talked about something. Wang Qiaoyan was in a good mood for a rare time, so she quickly told them what they had learned from Su Xiaohong when the 2 of them went out just now. You don't know why they divide the food rations like this, Su Xiaohong said. Wang Qiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan and Du Shanshan a little proudly, and seeing their indifferent attitude, she felt it was boring. Su Xiaohong said that when the educated youths first went to the countryside, they had no place to live, so they lived in the abandoned school in the village. Not long after they arrived, a hen wandered into the classroom and was caught by them. Everyone hadn't eaten anything for a long time, so they stewed it. As a result, Accountant Li came and said that the chicken was theirs and that the new educated youths were thieves and should be reported. Chun Lei was the youngest at the time, only 16 years old. He stood up and said that he caught the chicken and ate it. He took the blame for everyone. Later, everyone pooled money to buy a hen and gave it back to the accountant, but this incident made the whole village got it. Later, Chun Lei worked outstandingly, but when it came to the level assessment, he was not evaluated. He did the most tiring work, but got the least food. There were also 2 jobs where Chun Lei worked outstandingly, but Accountant Li blocked Chun Lei from leaving, and the job quotas were given to other weak educated youths in the Educated Youth Center. In the end, the Educated Youth Center tacitly agreed to the distribution of rations. Because other male educated youths got more rations, they would help the female educated youths with some work after work. When we came, they still wanted to do it according to the convention, but the involvement between the new and old educated youths was not that deep. Wang Qiaoyan took advantage of Wu Erqiao and Lin Hua not coming back and quickly told the story. Lin Weiwan was very curious about Chenlei after hearing it. Is there really such a good person? Lin Weiwan didn't feel sorry about the split, as they were united as old, educated youth. It was a win-win situation for the vested interest to pay for those people, but if the words were not made clear, it would be bad to bring in new educated youth. The old male educated youth helped the old female educated youth with their work, and the new male educated youth didn't seem to help them with anything. Even if they want to help, they should say it clearly, instead of being vague and making it seem as if the female educated youth has taken advantage of the male educated youth. And is the only reason for this to be helping? Lin Weiwan had just arrived, but he also discovered the eye contact between several people. As expected, young men and women always have more love, hatred, and resentment when they are together. Lying there, Lin Weiwan faced the wall and slept, but his consciousness opened the thermos in the space. There were actually rolls of big unity inside, which was hard to tell, but it was quite hidden. Lin Weiwan took out all the money in the thermos and found that it actually contained 2,000 yuan. What about the other brand new things in the storage room? Are there also money in them? Lin Weiwan opened them one by one and was impressed. He suddenly received more than 56,000 yuan in cash, which was beautiful. Father Shin's position as director of the Revolutionary Committee was not for nothing. I couldn't sleep. Anyway, I was going to the city to buy things tomorrow. Lin Weiwan had been in the space, feeding the 3 chickens and looking at the fruit-scented fruits on the tree with greed. Finally, before going to bed, I found the Shin family's account books, letters, and various transaction details. Looking at the accounts, which were as large as a small box, Lin Weiwan was in trouble again. I can't hand this thing over now. If I mail it back here, I'm courting death. We must find a way to return a Haishur, return some of the account books, and get things done. When she got up the next day, Lin Weiwan quickly ate some dry food and went out carrying a messenger bag and a water bottle. I picked up the bamboo basket I bought yesterday and went out. I found that the old educated youth were eating, while the new educated youth was also cooking cornstarch in a crock pot. Lin Weiwan left the educated youth yard and walked towards the entrance of the village. Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan turned around when he heard the voice and found it was Hu Xiaobang and Yi Jiebai. Aren't you going to work? Lin Weiwan looked at the two of them. We just took leave and went to the city to buy some supplies. Hu Xiaobang said quickly. Oh, that's it. Let's go together. Uncle Chen's ox cart happens to be in front. The 3 of them saw Chen dashing as soon as they arrived at the entrance of the village. Uncle Chen. Lin Weiwan happily greeted Chen dashing and got into the car. He took out a pound of brown sugar and $1 from his satchel and handed them to Chen dashing. Uncle Chen, I'm going to trouble you to go back and forth. I'll give you the fare. Chen dashing was stunned when he saw the brown sugar and $1. Lin Jiqing, you're too polite. You don't need so much. Lin Weiwan directly stuffed the candy and money into Chen Dashing's arms. Uncle Dashing, thank you for yesterday. I want to buy a lot of household stuff today, and I won't have anywhere to put it, so I have to put it in your house temporarily for a few days. When my house is built, I will ask you to help me move it back. When Chen Dashing heard this, he was not polite. Okay, Lin Jiqing, don't worry, my uncle's house happens to be empty. I will move it to you when your house is built. Thank you, Uncle Lin. You have to build your own house. Hu Xiaobang felt that a new door had been opened to him. Last night they decided to build a small kitchen and cook in the house during the winter. Well, there are so many female educated youths here that it's difficult to stand up now. Since the gangs have been broken up anyway, it's better to just build a small house in the backyard of the educated youth. It's more convenient to live in this way. Lin Weiwan didn't dislike Comrade Hu Xiaobang. The answer is also more detailed. What should I do with your pot? Yi Jiebai looked at Lin Weiwan with deep eyes. Uncle Qin gave me a lot of tickets when I went out. There happened to be industrial tickets inside, so I could buy a pot. When I got back to the educated youth point, I was going to build a simple stove with stones for the next few days. The village chief said it can be built in about a week, and after a few days of work and a few days of burning the Kong, people can live in it. Yi Jiebai nodded, originally thinking of finding a way to get Lin Weiwan a pot on the black market, but it seemed that he was a bit useless. The place of martial arts. Lin Weiwan and the other 3 rushed to town. The new educated youths had been assigned to work in 3 teams. Zhou Rongrong followed the old educated youth to gather peanuts in the fields. The only piece of sandy land in Dongxing village was planted with peanuts on more than 20 acres. Most of the work assigned today was to pick up peanuts, and a small part of the work was to remove weeds in the village's private vegetable plots. Zhou Rongrong followed Lin Huahua and watched Lin Huahua bend down and pull out the peanut seedlings. As we walked forward, the ant who followed behind us picked the peanuts into the basket, and then another group of people picked them away to dry. Zhou Rongrong felt simple when she saw Lin Huahua doing it. She couldn't stand it after dragging him to a distance of less than 5 meters. Looking at his red palms, she thought it would be better to wear gloves.
Hey.
Why did you stop? Come on, hurry up. We have to get off work and go home early after we finish. Don't around here. Li Xiuxiu held the frame and looked at the weak new educated youth in front of her and looked down upon it. Have gone to the countryside. Are you still pretending to show it to someone? My hand hurts. Zhou Rongrong muttered quietly. Come and see, this new educated youth said her hands hurt. She just started working and pulled out 2 seedlings and then she said her hands hurt. What are you going to do? Captain, scorekeeper, come here, someone is lazy here. Heavy work, and now someone is making a fuss, which naturally attracts many villagers to watch. I just said that my hands hurt, and I didn't say that I wouldn't work. Zhou Rongrong was frightened by the tan girl in front of her. Why is this person acting like this? Shouldn't he be asking for help like this? Then what are you doing? We were thrown so far away, by other groups this time. We pulled out peanut seedlings and gave them to you to be pretentious. Li Xiuxiu hated the woman in front of her so much that today was just a half-day work. Big, after finishing their work, everyone is going to go into the mountains to chop firewood and pick up some hazelnuts, mushrooms, and the like. If she is delayed, she will not be allowed to work overtime in the fields in the afternoon. Lin Huahua squeezed into the crowd and pulled Zhou Rongrong. Hurry up and work, it will be done in a while. I didn't say I wouldn't do it. Why are you bullying me? Zhou Rongrong burst into tears. Why are you targeting yourself? After entering the city, Yi Jiabai and Hu Xiaopeng got out of the car. Lin Weiwan separated from the 2 of them. Yi Jiabai and Hu Xiaopeng walked towards the back of the abandoned earth temple to see if there was any pot for sale in the black market. Chun Dashing took Lin Weiwan to the only supply and marketing cooperative in the city. He bought soybean oil, soy sauce, vinegar, a bag of salt, a large iron pot, and a wood chopper, and 2 large water tanks, 1 for water and 1 for sauerkraut. 4 pickle jars, you can make some delicious pickles then. Pickle some salted duck eggs, ceramic basin, bowls and chopsticks, and a kitchen knife. Bought another 2 kilograms of chicken cakes and 3 kilograms of peach cakes, and moved the things to the door. Chun Dashing began to move things to the car. Lin Weiwan put the bowls, kitchen knives, and food into the bamboo basket with a pot on top. Chun Dashing carefully took out the rope and tied the water tanks to prevent them from being damaged. Where are we going? Chun Dashing asked Lin Weiwan as he drove the car. Lin Weiwan glanced at his watch. It was just past 10 o'clock. Uncle Chun, let's go to the scrap collection station. I want to buy some newspapers to paste on the wall. He took out the package of peach cakes and opened them. Lin Weiwan took out 2. The piece of cake was handed to Chun Dashing, and he was also sitting in the car eating. He had eaten something in the morning, and he was really hungry now. When he arrived at the scrap station, Lin Weiwan stuffed the remaining 2 pieces of peach cake into his satchel and jumped out of the cart. The old man at the door was leaning on a chair. Uncle, I want to buy some newspapers to paste on the wall. Lin Weiwan greeted the uncle at the door. Go on inside. Don't mess up things for me. The old man waved his hands carelessly. Thank you, uncle, Lin Weiwan said, and walked straight inside. The things in the scrapyard were piled crookedly together. Lin Weiwan saw stacks of newspapers in the shed. Rather than seeing stacks of newspapers, it was better to say that he saw the thick white mist rising from the big rocks on the newspapers. Lin Weiwan raised his eyebrows. It had been a long time since he had seen something foggy. He quickly pretended to be nothing and picked out a pile of clean newspapers and rolled them up. He also saw some old books and notebooks, from which he found several notebooks and several sets of exercise books. Lin Weiwan rolled them all up in the newspapers and finally picked up the stone that was as big as a pillow and walked to the door. Putting the stone at his feet, Lin Weiwan took out a large pile of newspapers and notebooks tucked under his armpits. "That's all, sir." The old man looked up and saw 3 Mao. He saw the stone under Lin Weiwan's feet again and looked at the little girl in front of him in confusion. "Uncle, I just bought a jar to store pickled cabbage, and I happen to see that you have a stone here. Can I use it?" He took out the remaining 2 pieces of peach cake from his shoulder bag and stuffed them into the old man's hand. "Uncle, it's almost noon. Use this to fill your stomach first." The old man saw the fragrant peach cake in his hand, which was a good thing. Without even looking at the inconspicuous broken stone under his feet, he asked Lin Weiwan to move it away. After getting on the ox cart, Lin Weiwan took out the things in the bamboo basket, put the stone into the basket, and stuffed the other small things back into the basket. "Will the basket be damaged?" Chun Dashing looked at Lin Weiwan and asked. "It shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, we took it out when we arrived at the Educated Youth Point, so as not to damage the jar by rolling on the road. Put it in the basket, and I can still hold it," Lin Weiwan said casually. After checking the time, it was already noon. "Uncle Chun, let's go to the state-owned restaurant. I'll treat you. Let's have something delicious." Chun Dashing, who was driving the ox cart, leaned over. "Even if you have money, you can't squander it like this. What will you eat if you spend it all? You haven't done any farm work in a day. Do you know how tiring farm work is? The autumn harvest is coming soon. No matter how hard you educated youth work, it won't be enough to support the grain distribution in the autumn harvest next year. Uncle, let's go eat some meat. The money I have is really enough. You also said that the autumn harvest is coming, so we should eat something oily, otherwise we won't have the strength to go to the fields." Lin Weiwan swung her feet on the ox cart. She didn't plan to go to the black market today. Yi Jibai and the fat guy must have gone to the black market, so she wouldn't get involved. It's better to satisfy her stomach first. She hasn't even had a proper meal since morning, and she can't leave Chun Dashing alone there. At the door of the state-owned restaurant, Chun Dashing said he would not go in no matter what. He just said that he was afraid that his things would be lost, and he had to watch them in the car. Lin Weiwan sighed and walked in. There was braised pork today, so she ordered a portion of braised pork and 10 meat buns. Lin Weiwan took a big bowl from the ox cart and went in. After packing and carrying the things out and getting on the cart, Chun Dashing saw Lin Weiwan carrying a bunch of things and couldn't help sighing. "Uncle, let us find a cooler place under a tree." Lin Weiwan looked at Chun Dashing with a bowl of braised pork. The 2 of them ate the buns with braised pork and their mouths were full of oil. Chun Dashing was full of happiness. He had never eaten like this even during the Chinese New Year. Thinking of Lin Weiwan's future life in the countryside, he decided to take better care of this honest and silly girl in the future. When winter comes, he will ask his wife to visit more often and bring some dry food. Each of them ate 3 buns and a bowl of braised pork and waited for Yi Jibai and Hu Xiaobang to come back. Lin Weiwan was drinking water when he saw Yi Jibai and Hu Xiaobang carrying pots, pans, soy sauce, and salt bags back. As soon as Hu Xiaobang got on the car, he smelled the fragrance and his stomach growled. The ox cart was already heading back, and Ji Ben just happened to be able to go up the mountain with the villagers in the afternoon to prepare firewood for the winter. Before the autumn harvest, there was no need to worry about the crops in the fields, and most of the time, they would go around the mountains looking for dead trees and broken branches to bring back. The dead trees at this time were dried in the sun and could be burned in the winter. When the winter came, the firewood chopped back was very damp and smoked when burned, making it difficult to open your eyes. Not to mention when the mountains were closed due to heavy snow, the roads were not clear, and there was no way to cut firewood. Every household took advantage of this time to go up the mountain to chop firewood and carry it back. Carrying it for 10 days and a half months, plus the firewood chopped back at other times, it was enough for the whole winter. Looking at the 2 people's bulging stomachs, Lin Weiwan took out 4 big meat buns from the cloth bag. Hu Xiaopeng's eyes lit up when he saw her. "You're so nice, Mr. Lin." Lin Weiwan dodged the buns she was holding. "The buns are not given for free." Chun Dashing had been listening to the noises behind the car with his ears perked up. He didn't want this silly girl to be like those young educated youths who were obsessed with men, letting others take advantage of them for free. Those shameless people ate and took and fooled the little girl. Hu Xiaobang was stunned and thought that he really couldn't take it for free, so he quickly reached into his pocket to take out the money. Lin Weiwan shook his head, and Yi Jibai just looked at Lin Weiwan. Just bring me some firewood when you chop wood these days. I'm building a house these days, so I'm afraid I won't have enough time to chop wood. When the house is built, I'll treat you to a good meal. Lin Weiwan felt that although she didn't need to build the house, she still had to make some hot water for the villagers who were working, help them busy, and work and cook, so she definitely didn't have enough time. Yi Jibai nodded. Okay, don't worry. Lin Weiwan stuffed the buns into Yi Jibai's big hands, and Hu Xiaobang quickly said, Don't worry, Lin Jiqing, I will definitely get you a bunch of dry firewood. Then he went to grab the meat buns. The food in the morning was not very good, and he went around the city several times to buy these things. Hu Xiaobang ate the buns and felt much better. Back in the village, Yi Jibai and Hu Xiaobang helped put the things Lin Weiwan bought into Uncle Chen's house. Lin Weiwan returned to the Jiqing point with a bamboo basket on his back and found that the female Jiqing in the 2 rooms had changed. Wu Erqiao and Lin Huahua both moved to Feng Yuzhen's room, and Zhou Rongrong and Wang Ping moved in. Cui Hongying was still there. Seeing Lin Weiwan carrying a bamboo basket into the room, Wang Ping looked at Lin Weiwan the first time. I wanted to take some time to steal the black jade beads hanging around Lin Weiwan's neck, so I chose another room to avoid suspicion. As a result, at lunch today, Du Shanshan actually said that Lin Weiwan should build her own house and move out. Now several people came to the backyard and started digging the foundation. Zhou Rongrong was even more jealous. Why could Lin Weiwan move out? She hadn't exchanged the beads in her hand from Lin Weiwan yet. Ever since she had rubbed the black jade beads once, she couldn't forget them and always felt that they should be hers. At noon, Wang Ping went back to the house and had a few words with Feng Yuzhen. Zhou Rongrong followed Wang Ping and moved to Lin Weiwan's house. When Lin Weiwan came back and saw the 2 of them, she turned around and put her bamboo basket on the ground, opened the box, and put the oil and soy sauce against the edge of the box. She put the things into the wooden box one by one and put the big stone at the bottom of the basket into the space when no one was paying attention. After locking the box, Lin Weiwan went out to Carpenter Li's house with the bamboo basket and shoulder bag on her back. She needed things like wooden barrels, wooden lids on 2 jars, and spoons. Du Shanshan looked at Lin Weiwan, who was busy with work, and said nothing. She was really jealous when she exposed Lin Weiwan's plan to build a house. Although a few words from her didn't matter, some things were just a hair's breadth away. The difference was huge. I just said a few words, and the faces of these new and old educated youth turned dark. Du Shanshan felt a little happy in her heart. She could have helped her, but why was she so cold to her? They were all educated youth who went to the countryside together, and they had such a good relationship. How could Lin Weiwan just watch her lose face in front of the village chief? Big country men working in the backyard, and quickly put the things into the house. Yi Jibai came over with a small bundle of firewood and put it next to Lin Weiwan, who was building a pot. I'll do the firewood you just got. He took the stone from Lin Weiwan's hand and piled the stones together one by one on the flat side. All the educated youth here have packed up their things and walked out one after another. Su Xiaohong, holding a machete, watched the 2 people squatting together to build the pot and stove, with an inexplicable dark look in her eyes. She lowered her head and walked over carefully. Lin Jiqing, let me help you. Su Xiaohong lowered her head and squatted down timidly, a little embarrassed to squeeze between Lin Weiwan and Yi Jibai. No, it will be done soon. Thank you, Su Jiqing. Lin Weiwan looked at Su Xiaohong with a smile and saw that the stacking was done, so there was no need to ask for a favor. Well, I'll go to the mountain. Seeing that Yi Jibai didn't even look at her, Su Xiaohong could only carry the bamboo basket and follow the other educated youths to leave. Zhou Weishi stood there and looked at the fair-skinned Lin Weiwan and stopped. Yi Jibai put the iron pot on the stone block, pressed it twice, and was relieved when it was stable. He also brought back a bucket of water for Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan sighed as she watched Yi Jibai leave without a trace of fame. The 2 meat buns were worth it. Lin Weiwan boiled water for the 6 people behind the house, added sugar and poured it into the thermos, and sent it over. She just carried the bamboo basket and hatcheted up the mountain. There were no dead trees or fallen branches below, so she could only go deeper. Lin Weiwan. Zhou Weishi waited for a while at the foot of the mountain. Seeing her coming up the mountain, he called Lin Weiwan directly. "What's the matter?" "Zhou Jiqing." Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Weishi, who was waiting for her on purpose. His clothes were covered with patches, and the cloth shoes on his feet were also covered with patches, and the original color of his clothes could not be seen. I wonder what will happen to Zhou Weishi in this life, without his own job? Will he live a comfortable and prosperous life, like in his previous life? Will he still stare at me with disgust from the second-floor window, and not open the door for me when he clearly heard me knocking on the door when I came home? Lin Weiwan could not forget the condescending look of Zhou Weishi, looking down at him. "You should call me third brother." Zhou Weishi frowned. They had already recognized each other as relatives, so why was Lin Weiwan so rude? Lin Weiwan stared at the thin and tanned Zhou Weishi and smiled. "Don't you want to go back to High City to take a look? Your mother should have removed a kidney to save your brother by now." Zhou Weishi wanted to debate with Lin Weiwan, but Lin Weiwan asked instead of answering. "What do you mean?" Zhou Weishi looked at Lin Weiwan with a dark face when he heard about removing a kidney. "What do you think? Didn't you receive the letter from the Zhou family? You can ignore everything when your grandfather, father, mother, and brother are in trouble. You are really cold-blooded."
Oh.
No. It should be said that everyone in the Zhou family is quite cold-blooded. Don't you think about why Zhou Weinan signed up to go to the countryside at this time? Lin Weiwan asked heart-wrenching questions. It was not enough to open the scars, but also to apply pepper water. Lin Weiwan, don't be sarcastic. As a descendant of the Zhou family, you don't care about the Zhou family's problems and even add insult to injury. Are you a human being? Zhou Weishi felt very irritated when he saw Lin Weiwan looking at him with sarcasm. Why did she look at him like that? The Zhou family members are so cold-blooded. How can I, who grew up outside, be more humane than you, who live in your native families? Zhou Weishi, if you want to meddle in other people's affairs, you must stand on your own feet before you preach. You are not worthy in front of me. Your grandfather loved you very much when you were a child. You got lost because you were playing too much. What qualifications do you have to hate the Zhou family? Yes, it was hatred. Zhou Weishi saw the hatred in Lin Weiwan's eyes. Lin Weiwan hated the Zhou family. Zhou Weishi, what about you? Don't you hate the Zhou family? Don't you hate Zhou Laosi for wanting your kidney? If you don't hate them, why don't you go back and take a look? Look at your paralyzed grandfather, look at your mother who is missing a kidney, look at your brother who has kidney disease. You are your closest relatives by blood. In this Zhou family, how many people don't hate them? Zhou Rongrong, Zhou Weidong, Zhou Weinan, Zhou Weishi, Chenxian, and your grandmother, who has to get up early every day to serve the whole family. Isn't it the tradition of your Zhou family to be unwilling to face the current life and to blame all the misfortunes on others? Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Weishi with sarcasm, his face livid. Why pretend to be a good person? She knew exactly what the Zhou family was doing. Zhou Weishi, if you want to live a stable life, don't look for trouble. I hate you. Don't you know that after the Zhou family recognized their relatives and moved in, they wanted to occupy the single-family villa? Zhou Rongrong even knelt down and begged me to give up my job. Your grandfather felt sorry for your fourth brother and came to ask me to donate a kidney to your fourth brother. Why, when you and Zhou Lauer donated kidneys, you could sign up to go to the countryside and refuse to go home and cut off contact, but I can't complain or hate you. Zhou Weishi didn't expect Lin Weiwan to speak so mercilessly. Even if you are unhappy, you don't have much to lose. If you have the ability, why don't you help your family? Can you feel at ease? You are inhuman to treat your relatives so coldly. Zhou Weishi once again stood on the commanding heights and looked at Lin Weiwan. No, you are wrong. I have been very merciful. After saying this, Lin Weiwan left with the bamboo basket on his back, regardless of Zhou Weishi's expression. Zhou Weishi stared at Lin Weiwan's leaving figure with cold eyes and couldn't say a word he had thought of. Zhou Rongrong and Zhou Weinan didn't tell him about this. They only said that Lin Weiwan watched his family go hungry and had to pay sky-high rent. They only said that Lin Weiwan took at least 700 to 800 yuan to the countryside to take care of his grandfather and grandmother. Looking at the missing Lin Weiwan, Zhou Weishi felt that even if Lin Weiwan was unhappy with the Zhou family, he was too ruthless. Many people in the village on the mountain had found dead trees and picked up wood ears. Lin Weiwan could only carry the bamboo basket and go deeper. After climbing a whole hill, there was no one around. Lin Weiwan saw a large dead redwood tree. He quickly took out the hatchet from the basket and chopped at the roots of a tree. Lin Weiwan swung his arms and chopped down again and again, and soon the tree was cut off. Looking at the fir tree that was more than 3 meters long, he could only cut it into 2 pieces, tie it with ropes, and drag it back. Otherwise, it would be heavier to cut it into small pieces. Just as he was about to chop again, he saw a flash of red in the forest. Lin Weiwan took out his slingshot, picked up 3 stones, and followed. After less than 3 meters, he saw the pheasant pecking at something with its head down. Lin Weiwan quickly pulled the slingshot tight, and the stones flew out like bullets, and the pheasant fell to the ground. Brother Shirley, I picked up a pheasant. A white hand stretched out to the pheasant that fell on the ground, and a stone came quickly and hit the back of the white hand directly. Zhou Rongrong was in pain, holding the back of her bruised hand with one hand. What's wrong with Rongrong? Shin Shirley dropped the hatchet and ran towards Zhou Rongrong distressfully. Seeing the back of Zhou Rongrong's hand swelling rapidly. Brother Shirley, someone hit me. Zhou Rongrong burst into tears of pain. Danfeng's eyes were red from crying, and she leaned weakly in Shin Shirley's arms. Who is it?
Come out.
Zhou Weinan looked around and said coldly. Lin Weiwan walked around the big tree and walked forward to pick up the pheasant. Lin Weiwan, why is it you? Zhou Weinan didn't expect it was Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan, put down the chicken for me. It belongs to Rongrong. Shin Shirley glared at Lin Weiwan, who suddenly appeared. Why didn't you say that the mountains are all hers? You don't want to be shameless. Oh, by the way, I forgot that you have no shame. Lin Weiwan looked at Shin Shirley, who didn't know the difference between right and wrong. Rongrong saw the chicken first. Why are you so domineering and robbing things? Shin Shirley felt that Lin Weiwan was so shameless, actually robbing things in broad daylight. He still dares to hit people. I really don't know how the Lin family raised such a daughter. Such a woman is still engaged to him, and he doesn't know whether the Lin family's affairs are true or false, but Shin Shirley finds it too difficult to marry such an unreasonable woman for those things. You two are really a couple. Which pot goes with which lid? Lin Weiwan was too lazy to argue with the 250, so she turned and left. Lin Weiwan, stop here. You can't leave. I discovered that chicken first. You can just bully me at home. Do you still bully others when you go to the countryside? We still have to give the chicken to the educated youth. You can't take it away so selfishly. Zhou Rongrong looked up and saw the educated youths walking up the hillside one after another, turned around and shouted to Lin Weiwan. As soon as she heard that there was chicken to eat, Feng Yuzhen rushed over with her people. When she saw the pheasant in Lin Weiwan's hand, her eyes lit up. This thing is hard to hold on to, it's very tight. Every time it gets close, it runs away. During this period, only Yi Jiqing was caught and brought back twice, but there were so many chickens that everyone ate 2 pieces before they were gone. Lin Jiqing, this is your fault. You have to ask for permission before taking away the pheasants that Zhou Jiqing caught. You can't bully people like this. Wu Erqiao put the bamboo basket on the ground and looked at Lin Weiwan, thinking of how she was bullied. That's right, I've never seen such a shameless person dare to things. Hey, didn't you hear what Zhou Jiqing said? That Lin Jiqing bullies others at home. Hey, I know, this Lin Jiqing and the 3 Zhou Jiqing is related, and I heard that he is trying to steal someone else's fiancé, but Shin Jiqing ignores Lin Jiqing. When educated youths meet together, they will share the information they know with each other. Lin Weiwan listened to these words and looked at Zhou Rongrong and the others with a half-smile. It seemed that these people had arranged a lot for him during the 2 days that he had been busy. Oh? You said Zhou Rongrong caught this chicken. Ask her yourself how she caught it. Lin Weiwan leaned against a pine tree and took a look at his tools and the tree. This kind of picking up things and treating them as one's own. Yes, Zhou Jiqing, how do you catch pheasants? You can teach us so that we can often eat meat in the future. Lin Huahua was also very happy to catch pheasants. Although his living conditions are good, he has to send food to his family. The meat tickets and money that came were numerous, and the people who bought them back to the educated youth spots were gone. It would be a lie to say that I am not hungry for meat. Zhou Rongrong was a little embarrassed when everyone saw her. I was lucky. As soon as I walked up with my second brother and brother Shirley, I saw the chicken lying there. I was going to pick it up and put it back for dinner for everyone. Lin Weiwan ran out and beat me. You look, my hands are bruised and painful, and I have to work tomorrow. As he spoke, he shed tears of grievance. It's not because of illness. Lin Huahua felt that it was better not to eat dead animals indiscriminately, in case someone got sick. Although she was greedy, she cherished her life. Oh, now I can eat all the mice I see. Who cares how it died? Does it matter how it died? Sun Kaiyong leaned next to him. Since he went to the countryside, his family has not contacted him much. Every time he writes a letter, it is not for him. Sending food back by yourself means going to the mountains to get the goods back. Lin Weiwan, everyone is watching. Hand over the chicken quickly. Also, Rongrong's hands were bruised by you. You must compensate. Shin surely thought of the 50 yuan he had on the train and decided to wait for a while. Let Lin Weiwan pay 50. Zhou Rongrong can't teach you, but I can show you how the chicken died on its own. After Lin Weiwan finished speaking, he grabbed a handful of pebbles on the ground. Zhou Weinan frowned. He had been silent just now, so he wondered if Lin Weiwan had killed the chicken. But was Lin Weiwan that powerful? Why didn't he know that Lin Weiwan could shoot a slingshot?
Pa, 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 pa.
Open the slingshot and fly out 4 stones. The first stone hit Zhou Rongrong's forehead, and the second stone hit the corner of Shun Shirley's mouth. The third stone hit Wu Erqiao's toes, and the fourth stone bounced on the ground and just hit Zhou Weinan's face. Lin Weiwan, you crazy. Why are you hitting people? Zhou Rongrong jumped in pain. How can I be so shameless as you and not be crazy? Before someone picked up the pheasant they shot, you ran out to grab it and brazenly said it was yours. I'm not only good at hunting pheasants with this stone. Cure blindness, do you want to try it? It's free. Lin Weiwan made a group of educated youths shut up with a slingshot. The chicken is delicious, but it hurts to be beaten. You lied. I didn't see you when we came here. Who knows where you rushed out from? How could Zhou Rongrong admit that she stole other people's things? You hit someone just because you wanted to pick up something ready-made, and were not as quick as Rongrong. Shin Shirley stood in front of Zhou Rongrong and covered the corner of her mouth with one hand to prevent Zhou Rongrong from being bullied by Lin Weiwan. They are all so easy to pick up. Why don't you pick them up again? Are you still awake from your dream? Lin Weiwan looked at the shameless pair. Okay, that was probably Lin Weiwan's beating. Otherwise there would be no chicken lying there on his own. Zhou Weinan covered his face and didn't want to make the matter too ugly. After all, he still had to get money from Lin Weiwan. In fact, Zhou Weinan wanted to ask Lin Weiwan why he was not the one who snatched the chicken, but he didn't open his mouth and was too embarrassed to ask. Second brother, how can you talk to her? I picked up the chicken for everyone's good. Zhou Rongrong felt that even if it was Lin Weiwan who beat her, she would not admit that it was Lin Weiwan anyway. With so many people, Lin Weiwan finally wanted to take out the chicken and eat it together. No matter what, it would take a while for Lin Wei to feel disgusted. Okay, Zhou Jiqing, that chicken may have been hunted by Lin Jiqing. We have been going to the countryside for so many years, but we have never picked up chickens in the mountains, and we have never picked up chickens that died of illness. Feng Yuzhen didn't care about the chaos between the two parties after she finished speaking, and hurriedly led people to go inside, to collect firewood and some mushrooms and fungus. Lin Weiwan took the chicken and left, put the chicken in the basket, split the wood into 2 pieces and tied them with a rope, picked up the water bottle at his waist, and drank a sip of spiritual spring water. He began to pull the dead tree back. It looked very heavy, but it was really nothing for him. After drinking spiritual spring water every day for a month, Lin Weiwan felt that the strength in his body was getting stronger and stronger. It was not enough to pull mountains and rivers, but it was more than twice as strong as an adult man. Back at the educated youth point, Lin Weiwan looked at the time. It was already 3:30. He dragged the wood to the place where he built the stove, took out the axe, and started to split the wood into smaller pieces. He drew water and started to boil water to remove the feathers of the chicken. The chicken couldn't be left in this weather, so it had to be stewed. The old educated youth and the new educated youth each came back to prepare dinner. After collecting firewood today, they could rest early. When the other people from the educated youth point came back, they could only smell the aroma of meat in the yard. The pottery jar was filled with fragrance, which continued to drift out. Fatty, who covered his mouth to prevent saliva from dripping out, and ran quickly to Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan sat on a small stool and fanned the fire from time to time with a fan. Lin Jiqing, the chicken you stewed is so fragrant, it's so fragrant that it makes me dizzy. Fatty, who has eaten a lot of delicious food since he was a child, and this is the first time he has seen a chicken stewed so fragrant that it can be smelled 10 miles away. Well, you are knowledgeable. I will give you a chicken claw to eat later. Lin Weiwan couldn't help laughing when she saw Fatty, whose greedy look. Shaowan, you are so good that you can catch a chicken. Du Shanshan didn't expect Lin Weiwan to be so good at cooking. Well, it's okay. Lin Weiwan looked at Du Shanshan, who hadn't talked to him all day. Maybe she had just washed up, and there was a smell of the soap called Safeguard. Du Jiqing just washed up? What kind of soap is so fragrant? I haven't smelled it before.
Lin Weiwan asked Du Shanshan curiously.
Do you think it smells good, Lin Jiqing? I made this myself when I was at home. Du Shanshan said as she moved closer to Lin Weiwan. I have another piece in my bag. If you want to use it, we can exchange it. Just give me a bowl of chicken. Du Shanshan had gone around the black market on the first day, so she naturally knew the current prices. A piece of soap costs 35 cents, so it's not a loss to exchange it for a small bowl of stewed chicken. Lin Weiwan shook her head directly. This chicken is not big. If I give you a bowl, I won't have much left. Let's forget it. Du Shanshan thought Lin Weiwan would exchange it, but she didn't expect that she was so greedy. There is a whole box of soap in the supermarket in her space, and this stewed chicken is really delicious. How about exchanging it with you for 4 pieces of chicken? But I don't eat chicken butts and chicken feet. Du Shanshan didn't come over, and she didn't eat these 2 things either. Lin Weiwan thought for a while. Okay, bring the bowl when it's stewed. Lin Weiwan saw that the fire was almost ready, and took the pottery pot down with a towel on his hands. Put the iron pot on the simple stove, take out the 2 grain flour that has been fermented for a long time, knead it into pancakes, and stick them on the iron pot. After circle, stick more than 10 pancakes, fill some water, and cover the wooden pot. There are fine grains, but this chicken is conspicuous enough to eat by itself. If it is really paired with white rice, it will be too annoying. It is better to be low-key and eat it casually after the house is built and I move in. Tomorrow morning, add some mushrooms to the chicken soup, and it will be a meal with cornmeal pancakes. Put the pottery pot on the small Kong table bought from Uncle Lee, take out 2 corn pot stickers, and prepare to eat dinner. Hu Xiaopeng has already come over with a bowl. Sister Lin, I'm here, hee hee.
You seem to be older than me.
Lin Weiwan looked at the festive Hu Xiaopeng, opened the lid, picked up 2 chicken feet, and put them in Hu Xiaopeng's lunchbox. Then Sister Lin. Hu Xiaopeng's eyes turned, and he opened his mouth to call her sister. Okay, take it and eat it. Lin Weiwan brought Du Shanshan's lunchbox over again, put 4 pieces of meat in it. Du Shanshan came out of the house and squatted beside Lin Weiwan, took out the soap with the words removed from her pocket and put it into Lin Weiwan's pocket, and walked happily to the new educated youth with the lunchbox. Zhou Rongrong and Wang Ping brought the prepared dishes, boiled vegetables with cornmeal steamed buns, and a group of people sighed collectively while breathing in the meaty aroma in the air. This life is too hard. Zhou Rongrong turned her eyes. My cooking skills are not good. I can only do this. Otherwise, we can invite Lin Jiqing over. Her cooking skills are so good. The food she cooks is delicious, and everyone can eat happier. When several people heard Zhou Rongrong's words, they all raised their heads, and it was impossible not to be moved. You smell it. Lin Jiqing can make cornmeal pot stickers so fragrant. Who can? The same materials are different in other people's hands. At this moment, Zhou Rongrong's words were not only considered by the new educated youth, but also by the old educated youth. Life was hard, there was nothing good to eat, no matter how bad the food was. It used to be bad, but now some people cook delicious food. If you eat bad food again, you must have some thoughts in your mind. Du Shanshan couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard Zhou Rongrong's words. This green tea is really bold. Why should you let someone cook for you every day? You are dreaming. She is not your nanny. In my heart, I am secretly glad that I didn't provoke Zhou Rongrong. Otherwise, I don't know how this person would harm me. Hu Xiaobang sat next to Yi Jibai, chicken feet slowly. The aroma of meat kept drifting towards Yi Jibai, who was eating boiled vegetables and cornmeal steamed buns. Yi Jibai couldn't help but look back at the little fat man and quickly ate the cornmeal steamed bun in his hand. That is to say, no matter who cooks well, they can't cook for everyone every day. They have to go to the fields to earn work points. Who has the energy to cook every day? Shen Minghua felt that these people were just daydreaming. Lin Weiwan was the first to suggest that they share the food and eat alone because she didn't want to cause trouble. But these people just kept staring at her, really treating her like a mother. Not to mention, there are dirty people among the seemingly harmonious group. Others didn't see it today, but he did. Shen Jiqing, I was just talking casually. How can I let Lin Jiqing cook for me every day? She never does any work. When she is at home, it is my mother and I who do the housework. Zhou Rongrong did not miss any opportunity to discredit Lin Weiwan. You know it, but you still say it out loud. You are a weird person. You obviously don't have a good relationship with her, but you still pretend that you know her well. Now you are talking about her behind her back. You're not siblings. You have to involve her in everything you do. It's your fault if you can't do it well. You should learn it yourself. You have been making a fuss here and mocking others. Fat Hu chewed the soft and tasty chicken feet and directly criticized Zhou Rongrong. The idea of yielding to women does not exist in his mind. Lin Jiqing is a good person and knows what to do. He is not like this group of people who are more cunning than a sieve. Look, a chicken has only 2 feet, and Lin Jiqing gave them all to himself. Yi Jibai cast an admiring look at Hu Xiaobang. This kid has a promising future. These 2 chicken feet were not eaten in vain.
Look at how kind Lin Jiqing is.
I gave you both feet of a chicken, but he didn't get to eat any. Hu Jiqing, you misunderstood me.
I didn't mean that.
Zhou Rongrong didn't expect Hu Xiaobang to say that to her. Is she shameless? Is this Hu Xiaobang a man? How could he say that to her? After dinner, Lin Weiwan put the pottery pot and the unfinished corn cakes into the dish rack in the house. She secretly put them into the space and locked the cabinet to avoid attracting rats. She washed the pot, refilled the water, closed the door, and took a shower in the house. She put all the other things into the house and put them on her big box. After taking a shower, she washed the clothes and looked at the safeguard soap with the words removed. Lin Weiwan picked it up and sniffed it. Once again, she confirmed that this thing was not a thing of this era. When Du Shanshan went to the countryside, she only had a small luggage bag besides a thin luggage roll. Even the shoes are patched. Will Du Shanshan also have a space? Otherwise, where did she get this stuff from? Good soap uses good oil, but now people don't have enough oil to eat. So where can we get extra oil to make soap? If we can make soap, we won't go out wearing patched clothes that can't be seen in color. There are more than 10 educated youths in the yard washing clothes with basins. Lin Weiwan quickly washed the clothes and hung them out to dry. He poured water and carried the things into the house. He lay on the kong, filled the kettle with spring water from the space, and fed the chickens. Looking at the abundant fruits in the space, Lin Weiwan couldn't help spitting. Unable to practice flying needles, Lin Weiwan could only control the flying needles with consciousness in the space to fly to various acupuncture points on the wooden sculpture. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Zhou family stood under the big willow tree at the entrance of the educated youth site. Third brother, did you talk to Lin Weiwan today? Zhou Rongrong asked Zhou Weishi. Zhou Weishi looked at Zhou Rongrong and Zhou Weinan with a serious expression. I asked her, and she said she wouldn't help. Zhou Weishi had no way to decide this matter. He couldn't force Lin Weiwan to hand over the money, and now she has gone to the countryside as an educated youth. If Lin Weiwan hadn't gone to the countryside, he could have found a way to get her to serve the family at home, but now the country is far away. What can he do? But Lin Weiwan is too much. If it weren't for her, the family wouldn't be so difficult now. The second brother wouldn't have to go to the countryside, and the third brother could go back to the city to work. Grandpa is paralyzed, and she sold her job but didn't take out a penny. We are trying to collect money for Grandpa's treatment, but she is eating braised pork in a state-owned restaurant. Zhou Rongrong accused Lin Weiwan of her crimes in every sentence, but the expressions of Zhou Weinan and Zhou Weishi were intriguing. She just went to the countryside and hasn't done any work. Even if she has money, she has to work. When she encounters problems, she always asks us for help. Zhou Weishi went to the countryside for 3 years and saw many educated youths crying and dragging their sick bodies to work because of spring planting and autumn harvest. Now that the educated youth group has disbanded and Lin Weiwan has started her own business, he wants to see how tough Lin Weiwan is. Then are we too passive to let her take it easy? Zhou Rongrong said, secretly looking at the expressions of the two. What else can we do? Zhou Weinan looked at Zhou Rongrong. It would be fine if Lin Weiwan took some money out of consideration for family affection to help them, but now seeing Lin Weiwan like this, she doesn't want to help them at all and wants to treat them as strangers. When I was picking peanuts today, I heard the ants in the village chatting and said that there are several people in the village who can't get married. If Lin Weiwan gets into trouble, will she change her attitude towards us if we help her? After Zhou Rongrong said what she heard today, Zhou Weishi looked at Zhou Rongrong deeply and said nothing. It's not like he didn't know what those lazy bachelors in the village were like. Thinking of Lin Weiwan's ostentatious look today, we have to plan this. Zhou Weinan frowned and said nothing. He disdained such things.
But now,
Lin Weiwan is so ungrateful. Second brother, you don't feel sorry for Lin Weiwan. We also want to be able to reconcile with Lin Weiwan and let her know who is the family member who cares about her the most. Zhou Rongrong observed Zhou Weinan's expression and asked tentatively. The more Zhou Weishi thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. Isn't Lin Weiwan conceited and doesn't need help? When those scoundrels come to her door, she will definitely suffer alone. What if she is discovered? Zhou Weinan was worried. This was too dangerous. Second brother, it's still feasible if we plan it carefully. Zhou Rongrong was already thinking about how Lin Weiwan was bullied by those scoundrels. At the door of the female educated youth's room, Lin Weiwan, is Lin Jiqing here? Come out for a moment. There was a knock on the door. Lin Weiwan was lying on the bed picking the ripe vegetables in the space and planting rice. Lin Weiwan, someone wants to see you. Du Shanshan had moved to live next to Lin Weiwan, and now she pushed Lin Weiwan, who was taking a nap facing the wall. She had been called several times outside, but she still pushed Lin Weiwan, who was sleeping. Lin Weiwan couldn't pretend that she didn't hear it anymore, so she sat up, rubbed her eyes, picked up her coat, put it on, and walked out. It was Zheng Jiangwo outside the door. Zheng Jiqing, what's the matter? Lin Jiqing, let's talk outside. Zheng Jiangwo's fair face was slightly red. No need. It's dark. Just say what you want to say. Lin Weiwan looked at Zheng Jiangwo and said, Lin Jiqing, I want to live with you. I can help you with the farm work during the day. I will be responsible for your firewood and water in the future. You just need to cook for the two of us. Zheng Jiangwo felt that he had such good conditions. Many female educated youths in the educated youth camp were interested in him, but he didn't agree. Now that he has made such a special visit, Lin Jiqing will definitely understand his friendship and agree to share the fire. Lin Weiwan looked at Zheng Jiangwo, who was full of bookish air. If he was a little better than the young people in Daqing or the village, but he was far inferior to Xin Shirley and Yi Jibai, why did she think she would look down on him and agree to share the fire? I'm sorry, Zheng Jiqing, the reason I moved out and lived alone is that I think it's more convenient to be alone. I don't want to share the fire with others. Zheng Jiangwo waited for Lin Weiwan to agree to him. Looking at Lin Weiwan's face, He felt that she was really beautiful. If he could marry her as a wife, it would be nice to have a good-looking face and cook delicious food. Although both his parents died, he didn't have any burden. Besides, he had a house in Haishur and the monthly rent was not bad. Even if he couldn't find a suitable job in the city in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. Zhou Weishi said that Lin Weiwan's house was very big, and he could bring his parents and younger siblings over when he came back, and his younger brother wouldn't have to buy a house when he got married in the future. When she heard Lin Weiwan's refusal, her face looked a little ugly, or maybe the little girl was shy. I think you should think about it carefully. Don't answer me so quickly. You are an orphan without family. You can live your life in the future with me taking care of you. If you are afraid of gossip, I can get a marriage certificate with you so that I can take care of you and won't be said anything bad by others. Zheng Jiangwo looked at Lin Weiwan's beautiful face and felt that Lin Weiwan might be a little inferior and shy. After all, he was not someone that any woman could pursue. Zheng Jiqing, I'm fine alone. Thank you for your concern. I wouldn't choose you even if you didn't consider it. Lin Weiwan felt that this man had a problem with his brain circuit and really thought he was a piece of cake. When he turned around, he saw a tall figure standing there and was startled. A tall man walked out of the darkness. His eyes swept past Lin Weiwan and looked straight at Zheng Jiangwo. Zheng Jiangwo felt a pressure coming, making him breathless, and looked at Yi Jibai, who was approaching awkwardly. Yi Jiqing, eavesdropping on others is not a good behavior. With a snap, Zheng Jiangwo flew back 2 meters and fell to the ground. Yi Jiqing, what right do you have to hit me? Zheng Jiangwo cried out, covering his numb left face with one hand. I just came back from the toilet. You have bad intentions. Do you want to be the first to complain? Yi Jibai stood in front of Lin Weiwan, his tall body blocking Lin Weiwan tightly. The educated youths who had been lying down in the room heard the noise and put on their clothes and came out. Zhou Rongrong saw Lin Weiwan there and knew that Zhou Weishi had already started. Looking at Yi Jibai's handsome face, Zhou Rongrong couldn't help but look at him twice. This man protected Lin Weiwan in Haishur. Now that he has gone to the countryside and is still protecting Lin Weiwan, she has to find a way to deal with him. Although he is handsome and has a good temperament, she already has Shin Shirley, and the conditions of the Shin family are not comparable to those of these cats and dogs. But why does she feel so offended that such a good-looking person is protecting Lin Weiwan? Lin Weiwan is not worthy. Zheng Jiqing, how are you? Wu Erqiao saw Zheng Jiangwo lying on the ground when she came out, and she didn't care about avoiding suspicion and directly reached out to help him. When Zheng Jiangwo saw Wu Erqiao, he quickly stood up to avoid being stuck. Yi Jiqing, what right do you have to hit people? Do you really think that no one is in charge of this educated youth point? Da Qing felt that since these new educated youth came, this educated youth point has never been quiet. It is simply a mess. We must set rules today, otherwise there will be trouble in the future. Zheng Jiangwo is always accusing people. Zheng Jiqing insisted that I agree to partner with him, and when I disagreed, he mocked me for being an orphan without parents. When he saw Yi Jiqing coming over, he got angry and said that Yi Jiqing eavesdropped on him. Who is he? Does everyone have to avoid him when he talks in this educated youth center? Lin Weiwan naturally had to stand up. Although Yi Jibai didn't say anything, this punch did make him feel better. Then you can hit people? Let's go and talk to the village chief.
Kick them out.
Wu Erqiao was so angry that she was about to leave the educated youth camp to complain. Lin Huahua stood there hesitantly, feeling a little distressed when she saw Zheng Jiangwo with a bruised face, but she was too shy to move forward. Seeing Lin Weiwan's scrutiny, Zheng Jiangwo actually fell in love with Lin Weiwan, and seeing Yi Jibai blocking Lin Weiwan, it seemed that Zheng Jiangwo had no hope, as someone was already protecting her. Go ahead, Zheng Jiangwo harassed the female educated youth, and I also want to see how the village chief will deal with it when he comes. Lin Weiwan looked at Wu Erqiao fearlessly as she walked towards the gate. Who harassed you? Don't talk nonsense. Zheng Jiangwo didn't pretend to be dumb when he heard Lin Weiwan's words and quickly jumped out. You insisted on making me come out in the middle of the night and wanted to live with me. I rejected you, but you didn't listen. I've never seen such a shameless person like you. You take advantage of female educated youth everywhere. Do you think I'm the same as Wu or Qiao and the others, and I think I'm going to let you take advantage of you for nothing just because you're pretty? Do you really think you're a piece of cake?
Pa.
Lin Weiwan did not miss the disgusting look Zheng Jiangwo gave her. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you ruin my reputation like this? Wu or Qiao blushed when she heard Lin Weiwan say that, and looked at Zheng Jiangwo embarrassedly. Two people knowing is one thing, and everyone knowing is another. You two should know whether I am talking nonsense or not. I said that I will move out after the house is built, so don't try to take advantage of me. Don't blame me for not giving you face if you keep making trouble. Lin Weiwan's words were directed to Zheng Jiangwo, and also to those who were eager to try and had ideas about it. Da Qing was furious, and there was really no reason for this matter, so he just went back to the house to sleep. The crowd dispersed, and Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I went to the toilet in the backyard. Well, I know you're not that kind of person. Lin Weiwan nodded to show that she understood. Back in the house, Zhou Rongrong couldn't help curling her lips as she looked at Lin Weiwan's figure. Wang Qiaoyan fell on the Kong, looking at the educated youth in the room with complicated thoughts, and felt that it would have been better for her to go back to the village. Lin Weiwan got up early, ate something, put on the straw hat he bought from Carpenter Lee's house yesterday, hung a towel around his neck, slung a kettle around his body, and put a pair of white-lined gloves in his pocket, and left the educated youth point early. Du Shanshan also hurriedly finished her meal and followed Lin Weiwan. Du Shanshan was also fully armed today. She almost got sunburned yesterday. Although her skin was already quite dark, Du Shanshan felt that she could still save it. After dinner this morning, she secretly applied skincare products and sunscreen in the bathroom. Not only did she hold a towel on her head, but she also wrapped another one around her face. She sewed it herself last night. Physical sunscreen is always the best. Looking at the straw hat on Lin Weiwan's head, she decided to go to Uncle Lee's house to buy one after work. Following the villagers to the sun-drying factory, Du Shanshan kindly took Lin Weiwan to get the tools. The tools were collected from the warehouse every day and returned after work in the evening. If they were damaged or lost, they had to pay compensation. Du Shanshan told Lin Weiwan what she heard yesterday. Lin Weiwan nodded and glanced at Du Shanshan. This woman, who was too attentive to him for no reason, was either a traitor or a thief. Her attitude towards him changed a lot since she came out of the village chief's house. Now she is so warm-hearted. Yi Jibai and the fat boy Shin Minghua stood together. I don't know when the three of them basically acted together. The recorder and the tool distributor were two members of the village. The recorder is the daughter of the team leader Zhao Dezhu, and the one distributing the tools next to her is the daughter of Accountant Li. Du Shanshan looked at the tools that were handed out today, wondering what work she would have to do today. Lin Weiwan saw one thing and realized that it was really helpful to have someone at home and that everyone in the family could get easy work. When it was Lin Weiwan's turn, she announced her name. Li Zhaodi, who was holding the tools, turned around and saw Lin Weiwan's beautiful peach blossom eyes. Her face turned ugly, and she replaced the good sickle in her hand with an old sickle with several broken teeth. Lin Weiwan looked at the broken sickle in her hand. This sickle is so broken that it can't be used. Change it for me. Why can't it be used? Tools are limited. Whoever's turn it is belongs to him.
Everyone uses it this way.
Why is it that it's your turn and you can't use it? Li Zhaodi looked at Lin Weiwan provocatively. Finally, she got it. Let's see how she will deal with her. Yes, everyone uses it this way. Why can't you educated youth use it when you come? You are so hypocritical. The old lady behind her knew what was going on at a glance. She didn't care what Lin Weiwan used or how he used it. She quickly followed Li Zhaodi's words to flatter her. Did you hear me? Get out of the way after you get your stuff. There are still many people who haven't received their tools. Don't delay, everyone. Li Zhaodi became more and more proud as she spoke. She looked at Lin Weiwan and thought about how she would cause trouble for her later.
You can use it.
Today set an example and use it for a day. I will learn from you, a skilled person. If you do it well, I will use it every day in the future. Lin Weiwan looked at Li Zhaodi. It seems that people really don't learn from their mistakes. My job is to distribute tools. If you can't do it, learn it well, and tell me what to do. If you can't do anything, pack up and leave quickly. Don't occupy the toilet without doing anything. I really can't do anything in your toilet. Hurry up and change it for me. I can't change it. Use it if you want. If you don't want it, just grab it with your hands. Li Zhaodi was very proud and vaguely saw the tall figure behind him. The whole person pulled his clothes uncomfortably and waited for the man to come over. Village head, I report Li Zhaodi for targeting educated youth. Many people who received tools and were waiting for work assignments and those who didn't receive tools all looked at Lin Weiwan. Li Chonggui was originally discussing how to assign people with the team leader and several others, and heard Lin Weiwan's voice and hurried over. Everyone, disperse. What are you doing? Village chief, Li Zhaodi is targeting me. This is the tool she gave me. Lin Weiwan handed the sickle with 4 broken holes in her hand to the village chief. Li Chonggui saw the severely rusted and broken sickle in his hand and looked at Li Zhaodi with a bad face. Didn't we agree last time to just pretend that nothing happened? Why didn't Accountant Li tell his daughter? Village chief, Zhaodi just took the wrong one. Hurry up and change it for Lin Jiqing. He is an educated youth from a big city. How can he compare with us country people? You took a good one and acted like you were bullying me. I will deal with you when I get home. The village chief frowned and watched Accountant Li act, but he couldn't say anything in front of so many people. Lin Weiwan, who took an 80% new sickle, followed Du Shanshan to the other side. After a while, the personnel had been assigned. Lin Weiwan was assigned to one of the 3 teams, responsible for cutting the seedlings with a sickle. Behind him, the aunt of the member holding a dug sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes dug out in the afternoon were filled with baskets and carried to the drying yard, which was considered the completion of today's task. 2 people were in a group, responsible for 3 rows of sweet potatoes, with a length of 60 meters. Walking on the ridges, many members were barefoot wearing straw sandals they had woven themselves, and many male members were barefoot. Following the scorekeepers of the 3 groups to the assigned places, Aunt Lu, this is a new educated youth. You can help teach her how to use the sickle later. Okay, don't worry, leave it to me. Lu Yongmei agreed cheerfully. She started to teach Lin Weiwan how to hold a handful of sweet potato vines in one hand and cut them quickly at the roots of the vines. After a few times, Lin Weiwan found the key points, thanked his aunt, and started working directly. Feng Qingjin, who was standing behind him, turned his head to look at Zhao Chunhua, who was not far away, and the 2 nodded to each other. Cutting vines is not an easy job. You have to bend your body all the time, and your waist will start to ache after a long time. Lin Weiwan cut a distance of 5 or 6 meters, stood up, and pulled his gloves. Lin Jiqing, don't be lazy when you work. We have to finish all the work in the field today. You can't hold us back. Lin Weiwan heard the voice behind him and turned to look at the aunt who was leaning on the and glaring at him. Don't worry, aunt, I won't. Lin Weiwan didn't know how he had offended the aunt in front of him, and he spoke so harshly. He turned around and started to cut again. As long as Lin Weiwan stood up and straightened his back, he would hear the aunt's voice behind him. Lin Weiwan held the kettle and drank a sip of spiritual spring water, looking at the aunt who was more than 10 meters away from him. He looked at Aunt Lu, who was pulled down more than 5 meters by him, and understood directly that this person who met for the first time was targeting him. What are you looking at? Hurry up and work. This girl from the city is no good. She has a pretty face but can't carry anything. Don't delay me from going home to cook after work. Scorer. Feng Qingjin is lazy. Lin Weiwan shouted directly to the scorer on the ridge. Li Junhua heard the voice and came over with a notebook, looking at the new educated youth. What's the matter? Feng Qingjin is lazy, standing there without working. The ants next to her are much faster than her, and even the new educated youth does more than her. If this continues, our group will not be able to complete the task tonight. She is holding us back. Lin Weiwan pointed to the nearby sweet potato field. Feng Qingjin was a bit lazy to begin with, and today she deliberately looked at Lin Weiwan, so she stood there and talked big for even longer. Feng Qingjin, deduct 2 work points. If you are lazy again, you will deduct 1 work point for the morning. Li Junhua is the nephew of the village chief, so he is naturally not afraid of these old-timers in the village. It's all because of this educated youthlin that I work slowly. Feng Qingjin couldn't agree to deduct work points when she heard that she was going to deduct work points. If her husband knew about this, she would have a hard time when she went back. Aunt Feng, am I pulling your arm or hugging your thigh? I'm cutting my own, and you're grumbling and being lazy behind me, saying that I'm delaying you. What am I delaying you for? Lin Weiwan asked with a smile, looking at Feng Qingjin's big round face that was swollen with dark red. Okay, if you make trouble again, I'll deduct your work points. Li Junhua took a look at Lin Weiwan's work and couldn't help but praise him in his heart, saying that he was a hard worker. Lin Weiwan looked at the land that was about to be worked to the end, stood up, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. After work at noon, he ran back to the educated youth point. He took out the bacon and the rapeseed that Aunt Li gave him, fried a plate, and steamed a bowl of rice for himself. He fetched water and went into the house to wash his body. When he came out, the rice was just cooked. He opened the lid of the pot and sat on a small chair to eat. Du Shanshan looked at Lin Weiwan, who had already eaten, and her stomach growled with hunger. Zhou, Rongrong, and Wang Ping, the new educated youths, were still busy cooking. Xiao Wan, I'm so hungry. Can I eat with you today? Du Shanshan thinks that the relationship between people is built through getting along, and it's fine as long as you get closer. When we were in college, didn't we share food in the same dormitory? We also got closer and closer. Sometimes I didn't buy clothes for a season, and I wore my roommate's clothes. No one said anything, and everyone was happy. Sorry, Shanshan, I didn't cook so much. It's not enough. Lin Weiwan looked at Du Shanshan's eyes that were about to fall into the bacon bowl. Xiao Wan, can I eat with you in the future? Don't worry, I will also chop wood and fetch water in the future. Su Shanshan felt that her life was in danger when she thought of the cooking skills of these people. If she continued to eat like this, she would not be able to wait until the autumn harvest before her death. Lin Weiwan raised her eyebrows. Du Shanshan wanted to share a meal with her. Shanshan, I don't think it's convenient. I can cook whatever I want by myself. If I don't want to cook, I can cook more and eat for a day. I don't have to calculate how much food I use every day, nor do I have to plan what to eat tomorrow. I think, Shanshan, you should understand me. Lin Weiwan tactfully refused. Du Shanshan looked at Lin Weiwan and smiled a little far-fetchedly. Well, if I have the opportunity, I will build a house and do it myself. Du Shanshan thought it would be better to go to the city as soon as possible, sell more rice and flour, and then find the village chief to build a house. There are still 3 years before the college entrance examination. Although we are poor, we should pay attention to the quality of life. Anyway, with my academic qualifications, it is not a matter of minutes to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. Yi Jibai looked at Li Zhaodi, who was standing in front of him. His face was as black as charcoal. Yi Jiqing, this is an egg I specially cooked for you. Take it back and eat it. Li Zhaodi looked at the handsome face in front of her. Her heart was pounding, and her heart was so excited that it was about to rise to her throat. I don't want it. Go away. Yi Jibai walked away from Li Zhaodi with a cold face. Yi Jibai, my father is the accountant of the brigade. We will definitely be rated as advanced this year. Don't you want to go back to the city? The quota for the workers, peasants and soldiers university. As long as you marry me, you don't have to be so tired. Li Zhaodi panted and said what she had been holding in her heart, secretly hating Yi Jibai for not knowing what was good for him. Not interested. Yi Jibai regretted not going to work with everyone else. His hand unconsciously reached into his pocket, which contained 4 wild duck eggs that he had just found by the river. The little girl couldn't be starved to thinness, and he had to raise his wife by himself. He heard the roar behind him. It was not easy to go to the countryside, so he didn't want to go back. As soon as Yi Jibai arrived at the youth cadre's point, he saw Lin Weiwan fetching water, and hurried over to help fetch the water. Thank you, have lunch quickly. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai, who came back late. Fortunately, Zhou, Rongrong, and Wang Ping also cooked late today, otherwise Yi Jibai would not have had a meal. I'll help you carry it first, he said, and carried the wooden bucket filled with water directly to the place where Lin Weiwan had built the stove. He took out the wild duck eggs from his arms and put them in Lin Weiwan's wooden basin. Remember to eat. After saying that, he returned to the dining table to eat without looking back. When Su Xiaohong saw Yi Jibai like this, the chopsticks in her hand were about to break. Lin Weiwan poured the water into the thermos and added a handful of white sugar. The whole village is digging sweet potatoes today. It is estimated that those who work in the backyard will not come until the evening. Prepare the sugar water, and you can go directly to the mountain to chop firewood after work. I lay down for an hour at noon and got up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon to go to work. When I arrived at the field, Lin Weiwan saw that the field was all cut within a few meters and Feng Qingjin had not come yet. Only more than 30 meters of the 60-meter field were dug up. Taking out the sickle from his waist, Lin Weiwan bent down and started to cut the seedlings. Lin Jiqing, Lin Jiqing. Aunt Lu beside him looked at Lin Weiwan, who was working, and called softly. What's wrong, Auntie? Don't be too serious. This work is endless. Feng Qingjin deliberately dragged you, wanting you to work more. Lin Weiwan stood up straight and looked at Feng Qingjin, who was walking slowly on the ridge of the field. Thank you, Auntie, I know. As he said that, he took out a handful of candy from his pocket and stuffed it into Aunt Lu's pocket. Thank you for teaching me how to use a sickle today. Take this candy back and give it to the children to sweeten their mouths. You kid, then I thank you on behalf of those monkeys. Aunt Lu didn't expect that her kind reminder would actually be exchanged for 7 or 8 white rabbit milk candies. This milk candy is a rare commodity. It is not available in the city. It is hard to get it when you get it occasionally. It is usually only available in the city. Hurry up and work. You said others were lazy. I saw you standing here for a long time. Feng Qingjin came over with A and began to urge Lin Weiwan when she saw him standing there. Lin Weiwan ignored Feng Qingjin and turned around to quickly cut the sweet potato vines in the field. He cut to the end in a flash and became the first to finish cutting the sweet potato vines. He drank a sip of spiritual spring water to relieve the soreness in his waist. After cutting, hurry up and take the basket and the shoulder pole to carry it away. Do you need others to teach you? Feng Qingjin didn't dig much, straightened her back and directed Lin Weiwan. On the other side, Zhou Rongrong was also being chased by an old lady like a rabbit. Zhou Rongrong was so angry that she cried while cutting the sweet potato vines in the field. Lin Weiwan turned around to change tools, but the difference was that this time he brought the scorekeeper with him. Comradely, I have finished cutting the sweet potato vines. Aunt Feng is too slow today. I am still building a house in my backyard. Can you help me divide my part of the work? Divide it and I will do my part. The scorekeeper was a little surprised when he heard Lin Weiwan's words. This is the first time I have heard of dividing the work when earning work points in the village. It has always been 2 people working together, and it has never been divided like this. Feng Qingjin was happy that Lin Weiwan worked more today, but she saw Lin Weiwan coming back with a basket and bringing the scorekeeper with him again. She quickly put down the in her hand and ran over. As soon as she came over, she heard the 2 people discussing how to divide the land. How can we divide it? We have always worked together. I am so tired from digging the land with A, but she wants to divide it equally after cutting the seedlings easily.
Why?
Feng Qingjin shouted loudly. Many workers looked over here, but they did not react much to what Feng Qingjin said. There are advantages to digging sweet potatoes, but there are also difficulties in cutting seedlings. Many people cannot straighten their backs when bending over to cut such a large area of sweet potato seedlings. Although digging sweet potatoes requires more strength, the advantage is that you do not have to bend over all the time to work. What does Aunt Feng mean? Lin Weiwan looked at Feng Qingjin, who was acting like a rogue. Of course we have to work together. I have been digging the land with my old back bent all morning, and my arms are sore. You cannot divide it equally. If you want to divide it, then you can carry 2/3 of the sweet potatoes back home. Feng Qingjin felt that she was too smart. This must have made the young educated youth cry when he went back home tired. Comradely, Aunt Feng dug up 39-meter-high sweet potatoes. How many work points would this be counted for in previous years? Lin Weiwan asked the scorekeeper beside him. This is usually 3 work points. It's hard work to dig up the sweet potatoes and carry them to the drying yard and warehouse. Then give me all the land. I'll do the rest of the work by myself. Aunt Feng also said that she is exhausted. You can give her another worker to do it. I will definitely complete the task before closing time. Aunt Lu, who came over, was stunned after hearing what Lin Weiwan said. She just taught this little girl to hide her shortcomings, so why is she going against the wind? You're talking nonsense. You're dreaming. Why should I give you the work in the field? You educated youth came to the countryside to my food rations, and you want to take all the work points. No way. Feng Qingjin was angry at Lin Weiwan's proposal. If she could earn all the work points, what would she do? Because you're not good enough, Auntie. Other aunties have almost dug up all the sweet potatoes, but you've only dug up half. If you keep dawdling like this, it will definitely slow down the progress of our group. You have time to work slowly here, but I don't have time to accompany you. I'm going to the countryside to receive re-education from the poorer and lower-middle peasants and build a new countryside. How can I spend my time with someone like you who is not enterprising, digging into the corners of socialism, and has a slack behavior? If people tell others, I'll lose face. So, I took this job with gritted teeth, even though you have decades of experience in farm work. But you can't treat us like fools. I'll be hanging out in the fields with you until night. If you're not afraid, I am. Lin Weiwan spoke a lot of truths. He didn't say explicitly that Feng Yuzhen was bullying, but he also pointed out what Feng Qingjin had done. Bah, who is talking nonsense to you? I am not feeling well today, and I am working slowly, and that's why you say that to me. I usually get 10 work points, and everyone gives me a thumbs up when they see me. Feng Qingjin mentioned her brilliant achievements. Aunt, that's what's wrong with you. You go to work in the fields even when you are not feeling well. You don't cherish yourself too much. You can't hold me back even if you are not feeling well. If you are not feeling well, and you can still get 10 work points by working like this, then I really need to check it out. How can you earn 10 work points by working so slowly? What's the trick? Lin Weiwan blocked Feng Qingjin's words. I just don't feel well. What's wrong with you, a young man, working a little harder? Aren't you here in the countryside to work and receive education? Aren't educated youth and farmers supposed to help each other? Why are you so selfish? Feng Qingjin pinched her waist and looked at Lin Weiwan with dissatisfaction. Auntie, I don't have enough work points and rations. You are old, so please give me some work points and some rations. Isn't it said that we should help each other? We are in the same group. You can't selfishly watch me go hungry. Lin Weiwan looked at Feng Qingjin with a smile. How can I give you rations? Don't be shameless and still want my work points. Feng Qingjin almost jumped up to scratch Lin Weiwan when she heard such an unreasonable request. But when she heard Lin Weiwan's words about the orphan of a martyr, she didn't dare to do it. She knew what the orphan of a martyr meant. There was one in their village, and now he is working in the city and is very successful. Oh, what you mean, Annie? I will help you do more work, and you will get more work points and rations, but I won't get any. Then aren't you bullying the educated youth? Whose power do you rely on to bully the orphans of martyrs and educated youth who went to the countryside? Let's not work today. Come on, let's go to the educated youth office in the city and make things clear. As he said that, he took Feng Qingjin's rough big hand and walked out. Okay, stop it. The village head and the team leader came from the ridge of the field and looked at the members who were in a mess. Go back to work. The team leader shouted and drove away all the onlookers. What are you two doing? Zhao Dezhu looked at Lin Weiwan and Feng Qingjin. Team leader, it's none of my business. It's this educated youth Lin who is looking for trouble. I'm doing my work well, but she insisted on making a big fuss and asking for a division of labor. Feng Qingjin cleared herself of all charges. Village head team leader, it was Aunt Feng who asked me to do 2/3 of the work of picking sweet potatoes. She said she was not feeling well today and could not do much work, so she asked me to do more. I have no objection to this. We are all in the same team. We can work more, and it won't be exhausting. But Aunt Feng said that she wants to divide the work points equally. I cannot agree to this. We all have to make a living. Although I am young, I have to eat even if I work hard. I have never heard of anyone working hard and going hungry. If I go to the countryside to support rural construction, I will die. Lin Weiwan made Feng Qingjin's intentions known. The team leaders naturally understood and looked at Feng Qingjin with unkind eyes. This old woman is looking for trouble instead of working hard. Dongzi, go to your drying yard and call your uncle Erkue. The team leader said to the young man behind him. Li Changgui looked at Lin Weiwan. Shall Li divide half of the land and give it to Lin Jiqing? Tomorrow, transfer Lin Jiqing to the same group as your aunt. Lin Weiwan let go of Feng Qingjin's arm. Thank you, village chief and team leader. I'm going to work. He picked up 2 earthen baskets and a shoulder pole and followed the scorerly down to the field. This section is yours. Remember to call me when you're done so I can keep score. The scorer said, and began to watch the others work. Lin Weiwan started picking the sweet potatoes into the earthen basket from the middle. When it was full, he picked it up directly with the shoulder pole and put the weight on his shoulders. Lin Jiqing, you put too much in. You just started working, so put less at a time, otherwise you will be exhausted after running 2 laps. Aunt Lu said kindly when she saw Lin Weiwan filled 2 large earthen baskets with sweet potatoes. Lin Weiwan put the towel hanging around his neck on his shoulders. Thank you, Auntie, I'm still strong, don't worry. After saying that, he picked up the shoulder pole and walked towards the drying yard. I let you have nothing to do, because you are full. What's wrong with you? I think I'm giving you face. Go Erkue heard about his wife on the way to the village. When he arrived, he took off his shoes and chased Feng Qingjin to beat her. The captain persuaded him a few times, and the matter was resolved. The 2 of them returned to the village office with several team leaders. After discussing the autumn harvest for a few days, Lin Weiwan was walking on the edge of the field carrying sweet potatoes and met Yi Jibai coming back with a shoulder pole. The 2 looked at each other and looked away. Lin Weiwan felt that Yi Jibai's coming to the countryside must not be as simple as going to the countryside. When he first saw Yi Jibai in the Qin family, he felt that he was not ordinary. Thinking of the Qin family, Lin Weiwan remembered that I have been busy for the past 2 days and forgot to write to my aunts and uncles. Writing letters is not enough, so I might as well send some mountain products back to everyone. The heavy shoulder pole pressed on Lin Weiwan's shoulders. She didn't feel it was heavy, but she felt that the pole was a bit uncomfortable. Because of the matter between Lin Weiwan and Feng Qingjin, the women who were originally grinding the new educated youth in the fields also restrained themselves a little. In less than 3 hours, Lin Weiwan only drank spring water twice and carried all the sweet potatoes into the warehouse. Many members saw Lin Weiwan walking back and forth and thought that this girl was really capable. Even the men who were used to working in the fields for many years couldn't do this kind of strength. After finishing his work, Lin Weiwan, who carried a hatchet and a bamboo basket up the mountain, walked into the mountain. Whenever he came across a dry tree, he chopped it and stuffed it into the bamboo basket. He spent the whole afternoon bearing the stress on his shoulders, which was a bit painful. After walking around for a long time, Lin Weiwan finally brought down 3 bundles of firewood from the mountain with the backpack. Before he reached the foot of the mountain, he was stopped by a man. He looked at the dark-skinned man with shifty eyes. His clothes were patched at the cuffs and knees. He was thin and looked wretched, and it was obvious that he had not eaten enough for a long time. You must be Lin the educated youth. Sun Daong looked at Lin Weiwan with a wretched look. What's the matter? Lin Weiwan didn't think that someone liked him after only being in the village for 3 or 4 days. There must be other reasons. My name is Sun Daong. I'll bring you some food. Sun Daong gave his full name and quickly took out 2 wild fruits from his pocket. When he saw the eggshells under his feet at the end of the field, he kicked them twice. He was going to give 2 boiled eggs, but when he was waiting for Lin Jiqing, he was too hungry, so he ate the eggs. He still had 2 sour wild fruits in his pocket. He felt a little embarrassed and quickly took out the wild fruits. Lin Weiwan looked at the 2 sour green fruits in Sun Daong's hand. I don't like them. You can keep them for yourself. Lin Weiwan looked at the tall and thin man in front of him.
Hey.
Lin Jiqing, don't go. Don't go. I just want to talk to you. It's okay if you don't like the fruits. I still have eggs at home. Come with me. Sun Daong blocked Lin Weiwan's way and ignored the fruits in his hand. The moment he saw Lin Weiwan's face, he didn't care that Lin Weiwan's parents were dead. It's good that they died. It's good for an orphan. In the future, all her things will belong to her, and no one will support her when she is angry. What's more, she is so beautiful. He has lived for more than 20 years and has never seen such a beautiful woman. It's true that girls in the city are still tender, unlike those in the village, who are all dark horses. Seeing Sun Deong approaching so shamelessly, Lin Weiwan dropped the burden on his shoulder, pulled out the carrying pole, and wanted to hit him. But before he could do anything, Sun Deong flew out. The familiar figure, Yi Jibai, was standing beside him.
Oh.
You guys are still hitting me. My waist hurts, and I'm injured. You must pay me or you can't leave. Sun Deong immediately fell to the ground, holding his stomach and crying. Why are you here? Lin Weiwan didn't expect Yi Jibai to be here. Why didn't she see him just now? I'm going to chop some firewood. Yi Jibai looked at the wretched man lying on the ground with a gloomy look. You harassed the female educated youth and acted like a hooligan. Do you want me to arrest you and take you to the village chief or report you to the police? Yi Jibai stared at Sun Deong, who was lying on the ground and acting like a rogue, with a cold look. I didn't do anything. What right do you have to say that I harassed the female educated youth? You too, just wait for me. Sun Deong was so nervous under Yi Jibai's gaze that he said a few big words, got up and ran to the village. Yi Jibai narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Lin Weiwan. The mountains are dangerous. Don't go up the mountains by yourself next time. If you want to go, I'll accompany you. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai with a stern face. What does this kid mean? Looking at the slightly red tip of her ears under the setting sun. This kid doesn't mean that. At the age of 2 lives of consciousness, being his grandmother is enough. Well, thank you for your help today. Lin Weiwan felt that she had to say thank you anyway. Although just now she wanted to give Sun Deong, who was about to force her to pull her away, a needle to cut off his fertility. After separating from Yi Jibai, Lin Weiwan returned to the educated youth point, lit a fire, took out the 4 duck eggs given by Yi Jibai, and made sweet and sour poached eggs. The educated youths had already eaten. Some were washing clothes, and some were sitting on rocks chatting. Zhou Rongrong saw Lin Weiwan come back and sit there peacefully, and her brows furrowed. The news had spread, and she also saw that scoundrel go into the woods. What was going on? Just as the 2 grain corn cakes came out of the pan, the door of the educated youth's camp was kicked open. 4 men and an old woman rushed in. Which one is Lin Weiwan? Come out here. The woman started shouting as she entered the door. Zhou Rongrong smiled, and Wang Ping saw one of the men subconsciously hide behind. Shen Shirley came out to pour water and saw several people standing in the yard. Hey, Lin the educated youth, I'm here to see you. Zhao Kaiyong put down the clothes in his hand and looked at Lin Weiwan meaningfully. After putting out the fire, Lin Weiwan took out the kitchen knife next to him and stood up, looking at Zhao Kaiyong, who was smiling weirdly. He walked towards the 5 members of the Sun family who came in with farm tools. What? You haven't been beaten enough, and you still dare to come? Lin Weiwan looked at Sun Deong. You rascal, you took advantage of my family, and you still dare to bully my son. I will beat you to death today. Sun's mother was very strong, with a big face full of flesh and a pair of calculating eyes. Sun Deong came back and told his mother about the matter. Sun's mother rolled her eyes and picked up the door bolt.
Go now.
Such a good condition may be known to the whole village tomorrow. It is not certain that she will be coaxed into going home by some boy. It's better to force her in now. By the time the rice is cooked, how can she, a girl, make a big deal out of it? Let's go. As she said that, she led her 4 bachelor sons and rushed over with tools. You rascal, you ate my eggs and you are my wife, but you dare to bully me with other men. Drag her away. Sun's mother pouted, and she was dissatisfied when she saw Lin Weiwan's devilish face. At first glance, she was born to people. So Lin the educated youth accepted the things given by others. How can things in this village be so easy to take? Don't you know what it means to be grateful for what you have received? Wu Erqiao looked at Lin Weiwan with her eyes raised, her mouth almost grinning to her ears. As she spoke, she did not forget to glance at Zheng Jiangwo. What's so beautiful? She is still a greedy and narrow-minded. Sun Daong said as he rushed towards Lin Weiwan with a few brothers, and Sun Erlai's shovel in his hand also hit Lin Weiwan's arm holding the kitchen knife. Hu Xiaopeng picked up the shoulder pole in the yard and rushed over, and Xin Qingjun also ran over with a. Chun Lei dodged backwards, went around to the side, and ran out of the educated youth point. Da Qing and Feng Yuzhen stood by the well and watched everything indifferently. It's better for outsiders to clean up than to do it yourself. Lin Weiwan bent down to avoid the shovel swung by Sun Erlai, but what Lin Weiwan didn't expect was that Wang Qiaoyan took a rake and fought with Old Lady Sunday. The three Zhou brothers and sisters hid far away and watched the show. Zhou Rongrong smiled without hiding it. Wang Ping looked at the situation that was completely different from her previous life, and the uneasiness in her heart gradually faded. Du Shanshan was so scared that her hands were shaking. She hid behind the door and didn't dare to come out. She had never seen such a fight. After all, Hu Xiaopeng and Shen Minghua had just started working in the fields. They had been carrying the burden all day long during the day. They were obviously no match for them. Wang Qiaoyan was also pinned down by Sun's mother and started to tear her apart. Lin Weiwan was furious and slashed Sun Daong's shoulder with a knife. He turned around and blocked Sun Erlai's shovel with his arm and kicked Sun Erlai out. He ran straight to Sun's mother and swung his knife straight at her head. Everyone was frightened by Lin Weiwan's knife. Sun's mother looked at the kitchen knife flashing with cold light, and her face turned pale. The kitchen knife passed close to her scalp and a lot of hair flew out.
Ah!
Sun's mother fell backwards in fear, rolled her eyes, and fainted.
Mom.
Sun Daong panicked when he saw his mother fall to the ground. He stumbled towards his mother regardless of the knife wound on his shoulder. Sun Erlai saw his mother fall to the ground, got up and rushed towards Lin Weiwan. A figure was faster, and his fist as big as a sandbag hit Sun Erlai's face, one punch after another. Lin Weiwan pulled Wang Qiaoyan up from the ground and pushed her to a safer place, and ran straight to the other two brothers of the Sun family. The men used all their strength to hit each other with punches and kicks. Seeing that his mother had just fainted, Sun Daong rushed to hit Yi Jibai with a pickaxe. The youth house was in chaos. Many villagers who heard the noise squeezed into the gate to watch the excitement, and some even climbed up the wall to watch the melee. Wang Qiaoyan stood up and followed Lin Weiwan to help with the shooting. She would follow whoever was suppressed by Lin Weiwan. The Sun brothers screamed in pain, and Sun's mother woke up. Seeing her son being beaten like a dog, she touched her head, which was cold. She rushed to hit Lin Weiwan without caring that she had no weapons in her hands. Stop it, stop it. Li Changgue lost one of his shoes. Chun Lei followed behind Li Changgue, sweating on his head. Looking at the youth house in chaos, he hurriedly called a few strong men in the village to pull the people apart. The team leader also rushed over, looking at the two injured members. His brows could kill flies. What's going on? Tell the truth. If you don't, we will lose our title of Advanced Collective and send you all to the countryside for reform. We started because the Sun family rushed in, and the female educated youth. Wang Qiaoyan was very familiar with her mother's teachings and was the first to jump out and complain. Captain, it was this educated youth Lin who is dating my eldest son, ate my food and teamed up with the male educated youth to bully my son. That's why we came here. You can't help outsiders bully us orphans and widows. How could Sun's mother suffer this loss? She didn't even want to eat those eggs. Who is dating your son? I've only been in the village for a few days, and I don't even know your son. Lin Weiwan denied it directly. She couldn't afford to lose this reputation. You didn't eat it, so the eggs were fed to the dogs. You shameless little, if you eat my food, you are my family. Sun's mother was not willing to give in. When the wind blew, her Mediterranean-like hair fluttered in the air, like a leaf covering a winter melon. I didn't eat your eggs. Your son was a hooligan and flirted with the educated youth. I haven't complained yet, but you came to my house first to beat him up. If we were not more educated youth, you would have succeeded today. Lin Weiwan looked at the Sun family angrily. Yi Jibai understood the whole story and regretted it immediately. He was too gentle just now. Village chief, the eggs in our family were eaten by that educated youth Lin. She agreed to have a relationship with my son, ate our food, and insulted us. It's a pity that my old son died early, otherwise he wouldn't be bullied like this. Sun's mother said, sitting on the ground and slapping her thighs and crying. It was as if her own mother had died. Okay, Lu Ermiai, don't wail here. If you have something to say, just say it. Li Changwei hated this shrew too much. Old Sun was an honest and good man, but it was a pity that he died early. Because of what happened more than 10 years ago, the village took care of the Sun family. Lin Jiqing, tell me, did you take the eggs? Li Changwei felt that the incident was still caused by the eggs. She took it but hasn't eaten it yet. It's just been cooked and is in the pot. Wu Erqiao didn't know when she rushed to Lin Weiwan's stove and opened the lid of the pot to show everyone. The 2 bowls of sweet and fragrant fried eggs in the pot were fragrant, and many people swallowed their saliva when they saw it. Yi Jibai's face became darker. He kindly gave her duck eggs. Look, village chief, I didn't lie, right? She has cooked it, but she still denies it. There are only a few eggs left in my family, and we can't bear to eat them. It's time for us to come. Otherwise, they will all go into her stomach. Poor my son, he was stabbed by her. Ah. I won't live anymore. It's too bullying. Sun's mother continued to cry, but her eyes were rolling around. Didn't the eldest take 2 boiled eggs? How come they became fried eggs now, and 2 became 4? But she didn't lie about the other things. There were really no eggs at home. She laid those 2 eggs every day, and there were not enough for the people in the family. No matter what, as long as it's an egg, the Sun family will definitely marry her. Thinking of what she heard from the 2 educated youths chatting in the field today, she was moved. Collecting 500 or 600 yuan in rent for half a year, and taking several hundred yuan to go to the countryside, this is like a phoenix falling into a chicken coop. It would be a shame if she didn't have a bite, but she would miss it. Whoever sees the Sun family in the future will be envious. Li Changwei's face was not good either. This educated youth Lin was not a person who lacked money, so he couldn't be so superficial. I said this educated youth is not good. Look at her appearance. She is a foxy woman at first glance. She is from the city, greedy. Mom, I also want to marry an educated youth. Which one do you like? Mom will bring a basket of eggs to propose marriage tomorrow. The voices of discussion outside the door became louder and louder, and the faces of the female educated youths in the educated youth yard became ugly. Many people glared at Lin Weiwan, thinking that she had ruined the reputation of the educated youth site. The eggs in the pot are what I gave to Lin Jiqing. They have nothing to do with the Sun family. Yi Jibai stepped forward. And those are not chicken eggs. I gave Lin Jiqing 4 duck eggs. You said you gave them, and you are together. You lied. Why didn't you say it just now? Sun's mother tore off cloth from her clothes to bandage her son's wound. Wu Erqiao hid behind Zhou Rongrong with her hands covering her pocket. Zhou Rongrong glanced at the sneaky Wu Erqiao and blocked him with her body. Yi Jibai walked towards the stove, but didn't see the eggshell. He turned to look at Lin Weiwan. Where is the eggshell? Lin Weiwan walked closer quickly, and indeed didn't see the eggshell thrown aside. It was just thrown here. He pointed to a corner under the stove. You 2 stop acting. You ate my Sun family's food and dated my son, so you are my Sun family's daughter-in-law. Sun's mother made up her mind today and wanted both the person and the money. From now on, the house in the city will be theirs, and they won't have to worry about their sons getting married, and they'll have eggs for every meal. Zhou Rongrong knew what was in Wu Erqiao's pocket. She turned around and winked at Zhou Weishi, who pulled Wu Erqiao to the back. Lin Weiwan turned around quickly, and the kitchen knife in her hand flew over the crowd with a cold wind. The kitchen knife chopped straight into the wooden window frame along Zhou Weishi's nose, 3 inches into the wood. This is the result of daily practice of flying needles. Lin Weiwan dare not say that the accuracy is 100%, but she can achieve more than 95%. Moreover, she found that at the moment of swinging the knife, her consciousness can control the direction of the knife, just like controlling the flying needles in space to pierce the wooden puppet. Where are you two going? Lin Weiwan looked at the sneaky Wu Erqiao and Zhou Weishi. Can't we go to the toilet? You want to kill someone? Zhou Weishi was so scared that his legs were shaking and his voice was out of tune. He was just 1 point away from being chopped on the head just a little bit, his scalp was numb, and his hair stood up. Hand over the eggshell before going to the toilet. When Lin Weiwan saw that the eggshell was gone, she immediately reacted to Wu Erqiao, the only one who had touched the stove just now. You are sick who would take eggshells for no reason. Zhou Weishi scolded Lin Weiwan directly. Yi Jibai and Hu Xiaobang immediately ran in front of them and blocked their way. Lin Weiwan walked forward and looked at Zhou Weishi, who was showing off, and Wu Erqiao, who was pretending to be nothing. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Erqiao. Lin Weiwan, you lunatic, you are greedy for other people's food. Why are you pulling me? Let me go. Wu Erqiao dodged Lin Weiwan's tearing, and the eggshell in his pocket was exposed. Yi Jibai stretched out his hand and took out the eggshell. You took the eggshell away? That's what we ate just now. I forgot to throw it away. Wu Erqiao continued to be stubborn and could not admit it. Who said that you can eat eggs, but we can't? The eggs were eaten by several of us. Zhou Rongrong took over the conversation, and Zhou Weinan nodded. There were 4 eggs, and we each ate 1. We were embarrassed to be seen eating secretly. Lin Weiwan reached out to take the kitchen knife and did not argue with the others. He walked towards the village chief. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what's going on. I don't get along with the Zhou brothers and sisters and Wu Erqiao, and they framed me. Don't flatter yourself. You can't say that. This egg was given to you by my eldest brother. Sun's mother smiled proudly at this time, and she was about to go into the house to pack Lin Weiwan's luggage. Lin Jiqing, do you have any other evidence? The Sun family was seriously injured, you see. Li Chonggui didn't want to blame the little girl in front of him. After all, she was the orphan of a martyr, and it would be difficult to deal with something in their village. He and the captain had also checked Lin Weiwan's identity with Haisher. Auntie Sun said that her family has no eggs, so she gave me all the eggs she laid today? Is that right? Lin Weiwan looked at Sun's mother. Yes, my son brought them all to you. We couldn't bear to eat them ourselves. Sun's mother answered loudly, fearing that the villagers couldn't hear. That's easy. She handed the kitchen knife in her hand to Yi Jibai. Lin Weiwan grabbed Sun Daong, who was closest to her, and punched him in the stomach one after another. Ah! What are you doing? You're still bullying my son. Sun's mother had never seen such a powerful girl before, and she was a little scared. What if she couldn't beat her after marrying her? Yi Jibai, Hu Jinbao, and Shun Minghua stopped the Sun family members who came to tear them apart. Lin Weiwan hit Sun Daong's body with a heavy fist. Ugh. Ugh. Sun Daong cried in pain, tears and snot, and his stomach churned and he vomited everything. Lin Weiwan walked away a few steps. She could obviously use acupuncture to induce vomiting, but she chose the most relieving method. Village chief, this is the evidence. I have never taken a penny from the Sun family. The eggshells are still at the foot of the back mountain. If you take someone to look, you can still find them. There was a pool of undigested broken eggs on the ground. Li Chonggui took 2 steps back after looking at it, letting the villagers behind him look at it. Village chief, team leader, I didn't want to cause trouble when I came to Dongxing village, but today the Sun family slandered me and came to my house to try to take me away. I want an explanation. Lin Weiwan looked at the village chief and the team leader calmly. If it was her today, any other female educated youth would probably be taken away by the Sun family. Wang Ping's vision had long been blurred. This was how she was dragged away in her previous life. There were so many people in the educated youth center. They said nice things and would take care of them, but when they came to their door, they all acted like turtles. She was taken away like that. By the time the village chief and the team leader came to the Sun family, everything had already been decided. Why were they so indifferent when it was their turn? In the previous life, Yi Jibai and the other 2 were not at the educated youth point. If they were there, would they have helped me like they did today to help Lin Weiwan? Village chief, look at how she beat my son. You must compensate us, otherwise I will not care about my face, and will sue her in the city. How could Sun's mother suffer a loss? Even if Lin Weiwan did not take her eggs, he could not get away with beating her sons like this today. Yes, pay the money, the medical expenses, 500 each, a total of 2,500. Sun Deong covered his stomach with one hand and squatted on the ground, feeling that his stomach was still twitching and painful.
What?
2005? The Sun family is dreaming. We may not even earn 100 yuan a year after working hard in the fields. Is the educated youth Lin really that rich? I know. I've heard other educated youths talk about it. They say that the educated youth Lin has very good conditions.
Tell me more about it.
You don't want to introduce her to your second son, do you? Look at your son's appearance and see if he is worthy of the educated youth Lin. Outside the yard, the old ladies started another round of gossip. What will the village chief and the team leader decide? Lin Weiwan ignored the mother and son of the Sun family. After all, the money was not something they could decide. The Sun family asked for trouble and got beaten. If you want to go to the city to file a complaint, go ahead. We won't stop you. But you will definitely be shot if you force the orphans of martyrs to go to the countryside as educated youth. If you want to go quickly. I will take care of the child and adopt him to Old Sunday. It won't be considered as the end of his family lineage, and it will be considered as doing him justice. Li Changwei knew that Lin Weiwan handed the problem to him just to give him face. Otherwise, according to what the Sun family did today, they would definitely be taken out and shot. There have been many such incidents in recent years. But since the document was issued last year to investigate the educated youth case, many people in the village who robbed were taken away and punished. This time, the incident was largely caused by money blindness. It's just that there are all kinds of monsters and demons in this educated youth camp. Otherwise, how could this matter be spread? Village chief, what do you mean by this? My family has been bullied like this, and you actually help outsiders to bully us orphans and widows. Do you deserve Old Sun? If it weren't for him, you would have been eaten by wolves, and you wouldn't have the chance to bully me. Lu Ermiai, don't talk to me about anything else. Since you feel wronged, dashing, go and hitch up the bullock cart now, and invite the city's police and the director of the educated youth camp. The captain shouted and ordered with a cold face. Village chief, we can't be beaten in vain. Look at how they beat my son. Look at my hair. If it's one more point off, my scalp will be cut off. Sun's mother is not stupid. She naturally knows that she is in the wrong today. If the egg was not eaten by her son greedily, even if she could marry Lin Jiqing today, she could extort a lot of money. Village chief, captain, our educated youth are also injured. I demand compensation from the Sun family. Some of us are seriously injured, and we will definitely not be able to work these days. Lin Weiwan dragged Wang Qiaoyan over. The little girl was thin to begin with, and her hair was messy at this time. Her face was also bruised and scratched by Sun's mother. Hu Xiaobang and Xin Minghua also had swollen faces and torn clothes. The Sun family will compensate the 5 educated youths with 20 yuan each, and each of the 5 of you in the Sun family will be given 30 work points from your work points. The 5 of you will be given 3 days off to rest up. The autumn harvest will come in a few days. The village chief looked at the Sun brothers again. Remember this time. If something like this happens again, I will send you away directly. Our village cannot accept people like you. Sun Deong supported Sun's mother and stared at Lin Weiwan fiercely. It was all her fault. If it weren't for her, the family wouldn't have to pay so much money. Village chief, our family has no money. This is 100 yuan. You know how difficult our family is. Sun's mother burst into tears when she heard that she had to pay money and work points. I'm here. Go home and get it. If you don't pay, I'll let Dashing report to the police. Li Changwei felt that only by making the Sun family suffer would they learn their lesson. Although he said that he would send the Sun family to prison even if they didn't get the award. If this is really done, the educated youth will not be able to move in the village. The matter of the Sun family has been settled, and the village chief and the team leader are about to send the villagers back. Wait, village chief, team leader, wait a moment, our educated youth's work is not over yet. Lin Weiwan called the village chief and the villagers at the door heard that there was more fun to watch, and some people rushed to occupy the front row and climbed up the wall. What else does Lin Jiqing want? The village chief now felt that the things he took from Lin Weiwan were a bit hot. I would not have been greedy earlier, but the cigarettes and alcohol are really good. Lin Weiwan turned around and brought Wu Erqiao and Zhou Rongrong to the village chief. Seeing Lin Weiwan's sudden move, the Zhou brothers and Shen Shirley immediately chased after Lin Weiwan and tried to pull him away. They were afraid that Zhou Rongrong would be hurt by Lin Weiwan. Yi Ji, white-beard, little fat Shen Minghua naturally stopped the three people and stood in the middle of the yard 3-3. The villagers sighed at this posture. These city people are not weaker than rural people in fighting. They said they had just eaten the duck eggs last night, and my eggshells were lost again, so I was slandered by the Sun family, and my reputation was affected. I just want the village chief and the team leader to decide who the egg ended up in. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Zhou Rongrong, stepped on her arm, and punched Wu Erqiao in the stomach with his other hand. He couldn't argue with Wu Erqiao and Zhou Rongrong about whether they had eaten the eggs or not. What if these shameless people said they didn't know they picked them up from the ground? Wouldn't that be a bargain for them? Anyway, everyone heard it. If they said they had eaten it, then they would just do it. Revenge is important. These people are too mean. After 7 or 8 punches, Wu Erqiao vomited up all the overnight meal, and there was only cornmeal steamed bread and some pickled vegetable sour water. But Zhou Rongrong was lying there in misery, and Wu Erqiao sprayed all over her face. Zhou Rongrong was originally screaming, but later she was only retching and crying. After beating Wu Erqiao, Lin Weiwan frowned and pulled up Zhou Rongrong, who was vomited all over her face by Wu Erqiao, and punched her directly. The two people from the Zhou family and Shen Shirley were not calm. How could they watch Zhou Rongrong being beaten? Yi Jibai, Hu Xiaobang, and Shen Minghua followed Lin Weiwan's example and punched several people in the stomach one by one. Zhou Rongrong opened her mouth and screamed, with snot and tears, "I didn't eat it, I didn't eat it. Whether you ate it or not, you will know when you eat out. It's too late to say you didn't eat it now," Lin Weiwan said, but he didn't delay his punches. After a few heavy punches, Zhou Rongrong vomited everything. The village chief's eyelids jumped. He had heard of cutting open the cesarean section to take out the goose, but this was the first time he saw punching to test the eggs. Zhou Weinan wanted to open his mouth and say that it was too much to hit 5 people for 4 eggs. Even if he ate it, he would be the one who didn't eat it. However, under Yi Jibai's fist, he couldn't even say a word. Zhou Weishi was rubbed on the ground by Shen Minghua, but he cursed Lin Weiwan. "Lin Weiwan, you actually let people beat us. I am your brother. You actually dare to let people beat me. You just wait." The louder Zhou Weishi cursed, the harder Shen Minghua hit him. In addition, Yi Jibai kept kicking him. Zhou Weishi couldn't get up even if he wanted to. Shen Shirley was already thin, and he didn't have enough money these days, and he couldn't eat enough. At this time, he was being pressed to the ground by Hu Xiaobang and rubbed hard. There was a wailing in the educated youth point, and the ground was full of. Lin Weiwan became famous in one battle. The ants in the village thought it would be better to marry a more honest wife. Finding a useless person like Lin Jiqing, a useless stomach, a useless life, is unbearable, of course. This is a later story. The 5 people bent over and panted, and Lin Weiwan pushed Zhou Rongrong forward and pressed on Wu Erqiao. "Village chief, team leader, you saw that they didn't eat any eggs at all. They stole my eggshells to make false evidence and framed me. They should also be held responsible. I am a good educated youth orphan of a martyr who came to the countryside to contribute my own efforts to the construction of a new countryside, not to be slandered and framed by these evil-hearted people. Please team leader and village chief to help me and give me justice." Lin Weiwan stood there, looking aggrieved, completely different from the way he beat people just now. The village chief swallowed his saliva, looked at the 5 people who were beaten and couldn't stand up straight, and looked at team leader Zhao. "How about this? Considering that it's their first time and the autumn harvest is coming, each of you 5 people will compensate Lin the educated youth 20 yuan and apologize to Lin the educated youth in front of everyone, and let it go. Otherwise, We will invite the director of the Educated Youth Office, and you must be sent to the farm for reform for disturbing the harmony among the educated youth and framing the orphans of martyrs. Zhao Dezhu felt that this matter was big, and small. It would be better to fine and apologize and let the village digest it internally. It was the end of the year, so it was better to do less than more. After the autumn harvest, the quota for workers, peasants, and soldiers would be announced. With this year's advanced record, I might even be able to bring home a big iron ox. The 5 people looked ugly after hearing Captain Zhao's words. In the past, 4 of the 5 people didn't care about 20 yuan. But things are different now. Something happened to the Zhou family, and Shun Shirley had conflicts with his family. Many people don't have much money. Lin Weiwan, we are all relatives after all. Do you have to do things so absolutely? You also know the situation of our family now. We still have to live and can't afford so much money. Zhou Weinan didn't want to ask Lin Weiwan. I bow my head, but I really don't have much money in my hand. Why didn't you think about the consequences when you teamed up to frame me? If I was found guilty and took something from the Sun family, how would I behave? I might even be dragged away by the Sun family. What you did was to harm me. Now talk about family ties. Why didn't you talk about family ties and say help me before? Zhou Weinan, don't you think your face is ridiculous now? Lin Weiwan's sarcastic eyes passed over the faces of the Zhou family. Shin surely wanted to say a few words. After all, they came from the same place. As for why it was like this, what happened today was really reckless, so he could only admit it and go back to get the money with an ugly face. Zhou Weishi was completely wiped out this time, and he only had more than 1 yuan in his hand. Zhou Weinan had more than 60 yuan in his front pocket when he went to the countryside, but now he only had 40 yuan left. Zhou Rongrong looked at Shin Shirley pitifully, hoping that Shin Shirley would pay for her like last time. After all, she gave her body to Shin Shirley. The 30 yuan in my pocket was something I couldn't spend on anything. However, Shin Shirley was also depressed now. He had no money in his pocket and lacked confidence. Last time, he paid Zhou Rongrong 50 yuan on the train. Now, he could only bite the bullet and pay 40 yuan for the 2 of them, leaving only 40 yuan in his pocket. The bet was less than $50. While giving Lin Weiwan 1 by 1, he also had to say sorry to Lin Weiwan in front of most of the village. The crowd dispersed, the gate of the educated youth point was closed, and Zhao Kaiyong glanced at Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Jiqing, fortunately you are still relatives who went to the countryside together. When something happened, I didn't see you helping, but you actually added insult to injury. Lin Weiwan glanced at Zhao Kaiyong. Was this pervert and indiscriminate attack? Zhou Weishi rushed over and punched Zhao Kaiyong, and the two fought together. Only this time no one started the fight. He took the medicine bag given by Aunt Jean's family from the cabinet, took out the yellow medicine inside, and wiped the scratched area of Wang Qiaoyan by his grandma. Why do you think of coming over to help me? Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Qiaoyan. After all, we have lived in the same house, and you were the first one to stand up last time we broke up. This time I looked at you like this, and I was really overwhelmed by them. It will be difficult for us female educated youths in the future. Not only are we helping you, but also I'm helping myself. Lin Weiwan didn't expect that he was being narrow-minded. It seemed that the world of young people was not all about hate. He turned around and took out the IOU written by Wang Qiaoyan before. I'll give this back to you. Our matter is settled. Wang Qiaoyan looked at the IOU in his hand and felt uncomfortable. I secretly hated myself for doing something like that in a fit of rage. I'm sorry, I was jealous of you and said that on the train. This time I sincerely apologize. Wang Qiaoyan's eyes were red and her face was hot as she bent down to apologize to Lin Weiwan. Seeing that you are so sincere, I accept your apology. Lin Weiwan helped Wang Qiaoyan sit down and continued to wipe the injuries on Wang Qiaoyan's face. Apply medicine to avoid leaving scars. Du Shanshan stood aside awkwardly. Xiaowan, I'm sorry. I was too scared just now. It's okay, it's all over. I'm going to have dinner. Lin Weiwan left the room and heated up his dinner. Yi Jibai was washing the dirty coat he wore today. It looked like he had just taken a shower, and his hair was still dripping with water. Holding 2 corn pot stickers and placing them in a bowl, he also picked up 2 sweet and sour poached eggs and walked towards Yi Jiebai by the well. It's delicious. Do you want to try it? Lin Weiwan saw that there was no one outside and smiled at Little Red Riding Hood, who was seducing the big bad wolf. Big bad wolf. Wanna eat? Little Red Riding Hood, come. Come to my bowl. Thank you for what happened today. I seem to be saying thank you every time I meet.
Lin Yin Tankit Yeibai. Yeibai. Actually, there are many ways to repay.
It's okay, it's easy. I'm afraid the Sun family won't give up. Don't act alone in the future. Yi Jiebai worriedly warned the girl in front of him, who smiled like a little fox. Well, don't worry. The two of them finished their dinner in rare silence. Of course, the late-night meal was not for nothing. Back in the room, Lin Weiwan fell directly on the Kong to sleep. In the dark room, only sporadic moonlight shone through the windows. Zhou Rongrong suppressed her sleepiness and waited for everyone to fall asleep. Lin Weiwan's house was built in a few days. When she moves out, it will be even harder to get the black jade bead. Lin Weiwan had been working for a day today and had 2 more fights. She must have slept well. After 3 days of rest, the chance of doing something on her own would be slim. Thinking of being beaten by Lin Weiwan today, my stomach still hurts, my eyes are full of hatred, and my back molars are almost broken. Wang Ping also thought so. The two of them were standing back to back, not knowing what the other was thinking. Lin Weiwan entered the space consciously, fed the 3 precious chickens, picked the mature vegetables in the field, and replanted some carrots and peas. Then he fell into a drowsy sleep. At night, there was silence in Zakingdian. Just as Wang Ping was about to get up, she felt something moving behind her. Squinting his eyes slightly, he saw Zhou Rongrong, who lived next to him, got up at some point and was already standing next to Lin Weiwan. Holding a pair of sharp scissors in her hand, Wang Ping couldn't help but hold her breath. Zhou Rongrong was crazy. She was going to kill someone after being hit a few times. In her previous life, Zhou Rongrong lived a peaceful life even when she went to the countryside, like a fairy. She was not short of money and was not tired from working in the fields. Could it be that if you are forced to kill people and set fires now, that would be too extreme? Wang Ping was a little nervous, whether she should pretend to scream or not, so that when everyone saw Zhou Rongrong holding the murder weapon, she would be sent away by the village to be reformed. Thinking of this, before she could make a move, Zhou Rongrong had already cut off Lin Weiwan's necklace and successfully obtained the black jade bead. Zhou Rongrong casually threw a black jade bead in her hand to the ground, turned around and lay on the Kong. Wang Ping didn't expect Zhou Rongrong to actually go get Lin Weiwan's black jade bead. In her previous life, when she went to the countryside to meet Zhou Rongrong had always brought the black jade beads with her. Now that Zhou Rongrong had just gotten the black jade beads, it was Lin Weiwan who was exchanged. The real black jade bead was taken away by Zhou Rongrong. Wang Ping waited for a long time to confirm that Zhou Rongrong was asleep, then got down and picked up the black jade bead that Zhou Rongrong deliberately dropped on the ground. The next day, Lin Weiwan got up and found that the rope holding the black jade beads was broken. She slept well last night and didn't know what happened, but before going to bed, she remembered that the beads were hanging on her chest. After changing clothes, everyone in the yard was washing up and preparing to eat. Have any of you seen the beads on my necklace? Lin Weiwan held up the broken black rope. Du Shanshan came over holding the enamel basin. Shaoan, your necklace is broken? Well, I don't know where the beads fell. Lin Weiwan seemed to be searching all over the ground. When Zhou Rongrong came out with a nest of corn buns, she saw Lin Weiwan looking around. When she got up this morning, she specifically took a look at the ground in front of Lin Weiwan, and the fake bead was missing. Zhou Rongrong felt that among the 5 people in this room, except herself, any of the 4 people might have taken the bead. I stayed up so late, and then slept very hard. When I woke up this morning, my whole body ached, and my waist felt like it was broken. Rongrong, why didn't you rest? The dark circles under your eyes are so heavy. Shen Shirley asked with concern, looking at the listless Zhou Rongrong beside him. Brother Shirley, I'm too tired. I want to go home. Zhou Rongrong felt that her calves were hard and her stomach still ached. Yesterday, she spent the whole day cutting sweet potato vines. Later, her third brother came to help her pick the sweet potatoes to the drying area. Then let's ask the village chief today if we can assign you an easier job. Shin surely looked at the blisters on his palms and felt a burning pain in his shoulders. I don't know when Dad will figure out how to transfer him back. Thinking of this, Shin surely looked at Lin Weiwan, who was washing up.
It was all her fault.
Zhou Rongrong looked up and saw Shin surely looking at Lin Weiwan, and her face suddenly turned ugly. Lin Weiwan's existence is an uncertain factor. Hu Xiaobang and Shin Minghua were sleeping in. Yi Jibai took a mouthful of rice, and then left the educated youth's spot, and didn't know where he went. Everyone hurried to work. Lin Weiwan returned to the room and looked at Wang Qiaoyan, who was still sleeping. He took out the bamboo basket and went to the back mountain. On the field ridge, today's task was still to pick up sweet potatoes. Shen surely accompanied Zhou Rongrong to the team leader. Captain Zhao, Zhou Rongrong is weak and lacks strength. Could you please give her a lighter job, such as cutting grass or feeding pigs? Shen surely took out a pack of Dolly Zhu cigarettes from his arms before leaving. Just remembered to do it. Thinking of the high-end cigarettes that used to accumulate at home makes me feel distressed. Zhao Dezhu looked at the silly boy in front of him and smiled. Take it back. Do you want me to make a mistake in broad daylight? You still want to relax, go home and lie down and relax. You are here to receive re-education from poor and lower-middle peasants. Why go to the countryside if you are afraid of hardship and tiredness? Pig grass is the work of the children in the village. If you do it, what are the children doing? I have never seen you so shameless. Get out of here and do whatever you have to do. Shin surely looked ugly after being scolded by Zhao Dezhu and gave him a cigarette. He didn't accept it because he didn't like the cigarette. Captain, I really can't do this job. Zhou Rongrong shed 2 tears in grievance, and the tears hung on her face just right. She raised her hands to show Zhao Dezhu, and there was a layer of blisters on her palms, which were red again.
And swollen. Don't follow me like this.
You think the brigade is run by your family. You can do whatever you want. If you don't go to work, I will ask the scorekeeper to come. Zhao Dezhu despises this girl who cries at every turn. I really thought that hanging a few cats would stop me from working. Shin surely had no choice but to take Zhou Rongrong and leave in despair. On the back mountain, Lin Weiwan was preparing to hunt some pheasants. Last night, chubby Shin Minghua and a few people helped out and said a few words of thanks. It was a bit empty, so it was better to get some meat. I picked up a lot of stones along the way, and when I made sure there was no one around, I also collected some dead trees into the space to be burned in the winter when the house was built. The pheasant didn't see it, but walked farther and farther, and found some fungus and a chestnut tree on the road. After once again making sure that no one was nearby, Lin Weiwan shamelessly took an entire chestnut tree into the space. They even destroyed the bodies and buried the pit. I felt hungry at noon, so I took the steamed buns I bought from the state-owned restaurant from the space and ate them. The autumn wind was blowing, and the temperature in the mountain forest was suitable. Looking at the few dead branches on the ground, Lin Weiwan found another way and walked to the west. The woods to the west seem emptier, but what if there are any traces of pheasants? After walking for more than 2 hours, Lin Weiwan noticed with sharp eyes that a gust of wind blew on the hillside not far away, and it was actually covered with small red dots. I quickly ran up the hillside, and then my feet were empty. I was so shocked that I fell down and entered the space at the last moment. Only then did he feel relieved. When he saw that he was still more than 1 meter away from reaching the ground, and after making sure that the surroundings were safe, Lin Weiwan put the bamboo basket in the space and jumped down. Looking at the cliff that was more than 6 meters long, I was afraid for a while. If there was no space, if I fell from this cliff, I would be dead or injured. After turning around, I found that the red dots I saw just now were no longer visible, and the grass under my feet was half a meter high. After recalling the direction for a while, Lin Weiwan took out a wooden stick and a hatchet from the space, tied them up with a rope, and after taking 2 steps, he used the dagger to plow the grass on both sides. Lest snakes or other things come out. Looking up, The trees at the bottom of the hillside are much taller than the trees above, and the terrain here gives people the illusion that this is a large hillside and dense forest. After walking for more than 20 meters, Lin Weiwan saw the piles of small red fruits again. There are fewer trees in front of the hillside on this side, but the grass is much denser. Sure enough, I saw it right. It is ginseng, and it is a piece of ginseng. No one has visited this area for who knows how many years. When the ginseng seeds mature, they fall into the ground and gradually turn into a piece. If you look closely, you will see that there are many 3-flowered flowers and palms, and even more 5-leaf and 6-leaf leaves. It seems that there are at least 30 or 40 large sticks. Pai means pinyi, as it is called in the northeastern part of Jilin. I don't want to explain it in another way, for fear that you might see a drama, haraha. For such a large area of ginseng, there should be 1 or 2 ginseng kings. Lin Weiwan looked carefully and didn't see anything, thinking that there should be ginseng seeds that fell before in this field. If you just dig out the ginseng on the surface, it would be a bit of a waste. Wouldn't it be better if we moved the entire ginseng field, including the ginseng, into the space? Thinking of this, Lin Weiwan quickly went into the space tool room to look for any larger tools. After looking around, there were either shovels, rakes, big hammers, saws, crowbars, wrenches, pliers. Lin Weiwan walked around the wooden house, looking at the neatly arranged and diverse tools, but couldn't pick out any useful ones. His eyes swept to the ground beside the wall, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Steel plates. Ginseng is generally only a dozen centimeters long, but wild ginseng like this kind does not grow too long, usually only about 10 centimeters, because of the harsh conditions in the wild. Including the beard, it is expected to be no more than 30 centimeters. If the soil next to it is dug up, it is not impossible to squeeze the entire ginseng field into the space. In this way, the seeds originally in the soil will not be wasted. Ordinary people may not be able to do it, but after drinking Lingquan water for so long, I should be able to do it. If I can't take a pinch at a time, I can divide the entire 6 to 7 meters of ginseng into several pinches. All you need is a tool steel plate, a big hammer, and lots of strength. After thinking about it, he acted. He put on his gloves and took a shovel from the space. He put the shovel down 20 centimeters away from the outermost ginseng and started digging a hole. He dug a deep pit 1/2 meter deep before stopping. He drank a few sips of spiritual spring water and took out the steel plate to start. Lin Weiwan touched a few wild ginsengs, closed his eyes, and sensed them. He slowly let out his consciousness and followed the stems and leaves of the ginseng downwards. The appearance of the short and fat wild ginseng in the soil gradually appeared clearly in Lin Weiwan's mind. Make sure there is no damage. Thin and long fibrous roots gradually appeared, and the depth was determined by checking more than 10 ginsengs nearby. After fixing the steel plate, Lin Weiwan swung a big iron hammer and started working directly. Each hammer hit the steel plate accurately, and the steel plate was driven into the soil layer under the ginseng field little by little. When all the steel plates were driven in, Lin Weiwan touched the steel plate and directly put the steel plate, the soil on the steel plate, and the ginseng into the space. When she touched the second ginseng field, Lin Weiwan finally found the 3 ginseng kings hidden in the middle. It is worthy of being a ginseng king. Not only is the whole ginseng thick and strong, but the small fibrous roots that are as high as 100 are more than 80 centimeters long. There is no choice but to empty the position of the 3 ginseng kings and put the small ginsengs next to them into the space first. Finally, dig down to get the ginseng king. Lin Weiwan put the whole ginseng field into the space. Watching the sky getting dark, it did not hinder her vision. Perhaps it was the transformation of the spiritual spring water that allowed Lin Weiwan to see everything clearly at night. After entering the space, he organized the ginseng field into a plot of land, watered it with spiritual spring water, and came out of the space after dinner. If he didn't go back to the educated youth site, people might worry. Lin Weiwan looked around to see where there was gentler and wanted to go back the same way. Yi Jibai didn't see Lin Weiwan when he came back to the educated youth site after coming down from the mountain. He felt a little worried and asked Hu Xiaobang and Xin Minghua, but they both said they didn't see Lin Weiwan. When he saw Wang Qiaoyan, he asked and they both said they didn't know, and he felt a little worried. He asked Wang Xiaoyan which of Lin Weiwan's things were missing, and Wang Xiaoyan took a look and said that the bamboo basket and hatchet were missing. Yi Jibai left the educated youth's sight with a kettle and a small bag on his back. I'll go look for it too. Hu Xiaopeng picked up the firewood stick and wanted to go out, but was stopped by Shin Minghua. You'll just cause trouble if you go. If you get lost, we'll have to look for you too. Shin Minghua stopped Hu Xiaopeng. What should we do? Just wait like this? Hu Xiaopeng's face flushed with anxiety. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Hu Xiaopeng thought that Lin Weiwan was a trustworthy person. It's getting dark now. It won't be dark before we go into the mountains. Lin Weiwan's ability is much stronger than you think. We must trust her and at least wait until dawn. The two of us go together. Shin Minghua analyzed calmly. The two were not familiar with the mountains. Going in rashly would not help but cause trouble. I agree with Shun Jiqing's opinion. I grew up in the countryside. I dare not go into the mountains when it's dark. Let's go into the mountains together tomorrow morning to look for her. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the two people with a firm tone. She herself couldn't tell whether she liked or hated Lin Weiwan. But she couldn't bear to watch Lin Weiwan get into danger in the mountains. On the ridge of the field, Shin Shirley was finishing his work with A, and was stopped by the girl with pigtails in front of him. Hello, educated youth Shin. My name is Li Xiangxiu. Do you have time? I have a few questions to ask you. Is that okay? Li Xiangxiu looked at Shin Shirley with her big eyes. Shin Shirley stopped and looked at the graceful girl in front of him.
He was not disgusted.
Of course. I can never solve this problem. Li Xiangxiu took out the exercise book from her bag, turned to a page, and pointed it to Shin Shirley. You need to substitute a formula for this problem. Shin Shirley said as he walked to the side of the road with the exercise book and picked up a branch to solve it for Li Xiangxiu. The two squatted on the side of the road and talked enthusiastically while looking at the same exercise book. Zhou Rongrong walked to the educated youth point with the help of Zhou Weinan. Not far away, she saw Shin Shirley and a girl in a blue floral top squatting next to each other in an intimate manner. Shin Shirley. Zhou Rongrong shouted in a breath and ran over. What are you doing? Zhou Rongrong looked at the two heads that were about to come together angrily. When Shin Shirley heard Zhou Rongrong's voice and looked up, he saw Zhou Rongrong's ferocious face, and he was immediately displeased. I'm solving two problems for Li Xiangxiu. Why are you so fierce? Shin Shirley didn't think he did anything wrong. He was outside openly, solving problems, and didn't do anything else. Zhou Rongrong's attitude was just throwing dirty water on him. You are Zhou Jiqing, right? Hello, my name is Li Xiangxiu. Don't be angry. I just want to ask Shin Jiqing two questions. Li Xiangxiu looked at Zhou Rongrong with an appropriate smile, looking like she was doing a good job, but it made Zhou Rongrong look unreasonable. Thank you, Shin Jiqing. If it weren't for you, I still wouldn't be able to figure out these two problems. I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. Li Xiangxiu thanked him and left directly, leaving Shin Shirley with only a graceful figure. Zhou Rongrong looked at Li Xiangxiu, who left calmly and generously, and immediately realized that she had failed in this move. Immediately adjusted his mentality and smiled at Shin Shirley, but Shin Shirley turned away without looking at Zhou Rongrong. In the mountains, Yi Jibai held up a flashlight and shouted Lin Weiwan's name. However, there were 3 mountains between Yi Jibai and Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan walked far during the day, without knowing it. The more he gained along the way, the more motivated he was, and he forgot how far he had walked. Like a child who picked up candy, with the blessing of spiritual spring water, Lin Weiwan walked farther and farther without feeling tired. After going around half of the bottom of the cliff, 2 pheasants were startled by Lin Weiwan and flew up and suddenly hid under a vine. Lin Weiwan was naturally happy. In this day, he collected countless trees that were blown down by the wind. Hazelnut trees and pine trees also collected 2 large nuts into the space, not to mention some hazel mushrooms, red mushrooms, mulberry yellow, and various herbs. But the legendary wild boar and bear were not seen, not even a snake. How could he let go of the 2 pheasants that he had been thinking about for a day? He chased after them directly. After pulling apart the vines, he found a different world inside. A large cave appeared in front of him. He took out a flashlight from the space and turned it on. Lin Weiwan was almost scared to death. In front of him were several dead skeletons leaning against the cave. He took a deep breath, pressed down his standing hair, and quickly scanned the cave. He found 2 chickens hiding inside. In the cave, there were only 2 dead skeletons with weathered and tattered clothes hanging at the entrance, and there were piles of things covered with oilcloth inside. He took out a slingshot and directly killed the 2 pheasants squatting on the oilcloth. He took out a stick and lifted the dusty oilcloth. There were piles of wooden boxes inside. Judging from the visual, there were at least 50 or 60 large wooden boxes in the cave. Each wooden box was not only locked, but also a white seal. The seal was all in Japanese. Pulling open a padlock, Lin Weiwan opened the wooden box, and the box was full of porcelain and jewelry. He reached out and took out a large porcelain vase with 2 dragon ears. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the workmanship of the large porcelain vase was very exquisite, and the pattern of the foreign-colored porcelain carving vase was exquisite. There were hollow carvings on the belly of the vase, and the colorful phoenix on it was vividly spreading its wings and flying in the auspicious clouds. The pine trees and rocks are rich in color, and the entire bottle body is made using several firing techniques. Various patterns can be seen in the hollowed-out parts when it is turned, which is extremely delicate. When I put the bottle back, I found that there was not only this rotating bottle in the box, but a pair. Lin Weiwan opened a few more boxes to check, and found a set of Chinese crabapple-shaped cups and plates with a red ground and a porcelain body. Inlaid jade jewelry, a porcelain-colored pen holder with a long history of jiazi, an imperial green jade pen holder, a picture of Song Xianingji, a white-bottomed green bracelet, a gold jar inlaid with oriental pearls and red and blue sapphires, a picture of 2 cranes in the shade of flowers, a pair of imperial purple jade bracelets, a picture of an autumn wind fan, a round brush washer in a sky blue glaze roux kiln, a round vase with fish and dragons on a green ground, a pot with a landscape painting on a brocade ground, a plate with 8 treasure flower patterns, a picture of lotus, a gold gourd inlaid with gemstones, etc. Among the boxes that were opened, the least valuable thing was the neatly stacked gold bars, and most of the rest were various old items. He took out 3 steamed buns and 4 previously made pork and preserved vegetable pot cakes from the space, and filled a pot of spiritual spring water. There were 2 pheasants, a hatchet, and a rope in the bamboo basket, and Lin Weiwan put all the things in the cave into the space. The things entered the space, and the space was the same as before, and it could not be used again. Holding a flashlight, Lin Weiwan carried the bamboo basket and cleaned up all the footprints in the cave and left. After walking for a while, unfortunately, the small light bulb of the flashlight burned out. But it didn't affect Lin Weiwan much. He carried the stick and the bamboo basket on his back and continued to walk towards Dongxing village. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Lin Weiwan realized that he had walked a long way that day. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already past 1 in the middle of the night. He sighed and walked back slowly. Passing through the dense forest, even if he saw a dead tree, he couldn't put it into the space. He could only pick up some hazel mushrooms and put them in the bamboo basket to take back. After passing half of the hillside, he saw a flash of light in front of him, and Lin Weiwan stopped immediately. Just as he was about to hide, the flashlight shone over him. Lin Weiwan, a male voice shouted fiercely and violently. Lin Weiwan subconsciously ran back when he heard the voice, thinking that the other party was not friendly. One ran blindly, and the other chased wildly, with a purpose. It took less than 2 minutes for Lin Weiwan to be caught between himself and the big tree by Yi Jibai. Yi Jibai kept panting, and he felt relieved when he saw Lin Weiwan being held in his arms. The little girl was trembling with fear, and dared not look directly at the man who was so close. "Why do you want to go into the back mountain? I told you last time that it was dangerous." Yi Jibai pinched Lin Weiwan's white and tender chin with one hand. He just wanted to see what was going on in this little girl's head. Now she knew she was scared and didn't dare to raise her head. "I just came to catch 2 chickens, thinking of improving the food for you and Xiaobing. Thank you for your help yesterday." Lin Weiwan stared at Yi Jibai's deep eyes and whispered, and didn't dare to make any big movements, as she would be touched if she shook. Hearing this, Yi Jibai's brows relaxed a little, and then frowned again. I said, if you want to go into the mountain, call me. Are you not afraid of anything and think I'm just scaring people? Yi Jibai looked at the helpless little girl in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but bend up. I still think. There is no
danger.
The word danger slid past Lin Weiwan's round and cute earlobe, and the low voice left a trace of warm breath. Lin Weiwan opened her eyes wide and looked at Yi Jibai's deep eyes through the lens in disbelief. Every time the breath hit her skin, a slight ripple of heat appeared deep in her bones, a warm current surged, and her ears became red and hot. Is he teasing her or threatening her? What should she do? Lin Weiwan couldn't help swallowing her saliva, pursing her lips tightly, and looking at Yi Jibai pitifully with her big peach blossom eyes, like a little rabbit bullied by a big bad wolf. Yi Jibai looked at the beautiful cherry lips under the moonlight and felt a boiling heat coming over him. He couldn't even move his eyes, and his breathing became more rapid. Looking at the slowly approaching black shadow, Lin Weiwan's chin was still pinched by the hot big hand, and he could only watch the oppressive feeling getting closer and closer. Just a millimeter away, the big hand suddenly loosened, and the oppressive feeling was gone. Yi Jibai was already standing 2 steps away. You're scared now. It's too late to go back. After saying that, he picked up the bamboo basket that Lin Weiwan had thrown aside in a panic and put it on his back. The 2 figures walked out of the dense forest one after the other and walked towards the educated youth point. Lin Weiwan walked behind Yi Jibai with her head down and raised her beautiful eyes to look at the tall figure who was less than 2 steps away from her. Her eyes were clear, and there was no longer the panicked look like a rabbit just now. It was almost dawn before the 2 of them rushed back to the educated youth point. When they returned to the house, Wang Qiaoyan woke up before Lin Weiwan lay down. Lin Weiwan, where have you been? If you don't come back, we will all go out to look for you. I went to the mountains to catch pheasants, but I walked too deep and got lost. Yi Jiqing found me and brought me back. I'm sorry to have worried you. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Qiaoyan apologetically. After checking the time, several people had already gotten up and dressed to go to work. Wang Qiaoyan couldn't sleep either, so she sat up. Don't go to the back mountain by yourself. She looked out and lowered her voice. I heard from Lin Huahua that 2 educated youth and a villager died in the back mountain. When they were found, their bodies were eaten by wild wolves, and there was nothing left. It's very dangerous. After this incident, no educated youth came here last year. Wang Qiaoyan felt scared when she said this. The back mountain was so close to the educated youth point. What if the wolf came down the mountain? There were wolves in the forest in my hometown, but it was rare to encounter them attacking people for decades. Lin Weiwan nodded, I know. I caught 2 pheasants. When we have a snack at noon, I'll cook them for you. Thank you for your help yesterday. Lin Weiwan had walked on the mountain road for most of the night. How could he not be sleepy? But he was still thinking about what Wang Qiaoyan said, that someone had died in the back mountain. Yi Jibai was wondering if he was here for this matter. A man like him could not simply go to the countryside to be an educated youth. Lin Weiwan fell asleep in a daze. Then go to sleep. I'll take the chicken out and clean it up later. I'll do it when you wake up, Wang Qiaoyan said, and went out with her enamel wash basin with peeling paint. Zhou Rongrong came back to deliver the wash basin and saw Lin Weiwan sleeping there. She glared at Lin Weiwan and went out. Thinking of what she had said to Shin Shirley yesterday, Shin Shirley felt that she was petty and fussy, and she felt that she was suffocating. Thinking of how she had not been together with Shin Shirley since she went to the countryside, her eyes lit up. Wang Ping was sitting at the dining table and saw Zhou Rongrong coming out with a smile on her face. Last night, she searched all over Zhou Rongrong's body while she was sleeping, but she couldn't find the space bead. She wanted to open the small Kong cabinet under Zhou Rongrong's feet to check, but she was afraid of making too much noise. Lin Weiwan got up and found that it was almost 11 o'clock, so she quickly washed and changed into clean clothes. Wang Qiaoyan had already cleaned and chopped the 2 chickens. Hu Xiaobang was sitting at the door, eagerly waiting for Lin Weiwan to get up. Shun Minghua sat by the well, reading the chemistry book in his hand. When he saw something interesting, he took out a pen from his chest pocket and wrote for a while. Yi Jibai hung his clothes on the rack to dry and saw Lin Weiwan coming out. "Sister Xiaowan, are we eating chicken today?" Hu Xiaopeng still remembered the taste of the 2 chicken feet that Lin Weiwan gave him last time. "Well, I'll do it right away." Wang Qiaoyan hurried over to help, and Hu Xiaopeng took out an axe to chop the remaining firewood of Lin Weiwan. Yi Jibai went back to the room and took out a box of canned meat for a snack. Shun Minghua consciously wiped the table. Seeing that everyone was busy, it would be too ignorant for him not to move. Thinking that Lin Weiwan got lost last night, he decided to keep an eye on Lin Weiwan next time, so that this person would not go to the mountain and could not come back. 2 chickens were added with some fresh mushrooms, and the 5 people ate until their mouths were full of oil. The others who came back for lunch at noon could only envy them. Yi Jibai resumed his attitude of keeping strangers away, as if what happened last night was just a dream. In the afternoon, Lin Weiwan gave some sweet soup and cigarettes to the people in the backyard, and was very satisfied with the house that was about to be completed. In the evening, Lin Weiwan found that the space could be opened. Holding the physics book in his hand, Lin Weiwan's consciousness explored the expanded space little by little in the space. The sea of flowers and grass in the front yard expanded a lot, and the original gold bars and wooden boxes were not so crowded. The mist above the spiritual spring water was lingering, and the water flow was a little bigger. The villa did not change, but the area of the sky and earth behind the house became much larger. The original 1 acre of land doubled to 2 acres. A large area of ginseng was also growing well, and the fiery red seeds were all mature. Lin Weiwan controlled his consciousness to collect the ginseng seeds, collected them all in a large porcelain bowl, and temporarily put them in the villa to keep them fresh, and wait for time to process them and sow them. Lin Weiwan was surprised to find a pond in the space after crossing the fields. The pond was not big, with a diameter of less than 10 meters, but it was about 6 or 7 meters deep. The water was clear, but there were no creatures. It seemed that he had to catch fish himself. A little further away, there was a large mature fruit forest and 3 acres of fruit fields. There were about 60 or 70 fruit trees of various kinds. Some were familiar to Lin Weiwan, and some were seen by him when he was a ghost. It was a pity that he couldn't eat them now, so he could only swallow his saliva and look at them. There was only a small hill and a small bamboo forest in the distance. The space changed a lot this time, which was probably related to the things collected this time. Everyone had almost packed up. Lin Weiwan put away the books and fell down to sleep. "We don't have enough kerosene. Tomorrow is a holiday. Let's pool our money together." After all, kerosene lamps are used by everyone. Du Shanshan has obviously become the leader of the new educated youth these days. She is going to take advantage of the holiday tomorrow to go to the city. The team leader said, "The autumn harvest will start again, so let everyone take a rest tomorrow." She also wanted to build a house after the autumn harvest. She finally had a day off, so she had to go to the black market to sell some rice and seasonings. It would definitely not be her turn to work in the city, so she might as well make plans early and build a house like Lin Weiwan so that it would be convenient for her to have an extra meal in the next 3 years. Otherwise, when she is admitted to university again, she will go to Tsinghua University or Peking University like a country girl, which will affect her right to choose a spouse. If she can find a talented person from a noble family to marry at this time, her life will be stable in the future. Thinking of this, Du Shanshan's mouth curled up, as if she had already seen her own beautiful life in the future. Lin Weiwan's house has been built, but it is still a little damp. It takes a few days to burn the Kong and dry it before she can move in. Thinking that she will have to live there for another 2 or 3 days, Lin Weiwan still took half of the kerosene money. There is no need for these people to talk about her behind her back. It's just a matter of 2 cents. Thinking that the last day of rest is coming soon, Lin Weiwan and Xiaopeng went to the city again. Those who have not gone to the city chose to stay in the educated youth camp and rest for a day. Yi Jibai came out of the black market, looked at the white rice and 2 bottles of soy sauce in his hands, and walked towards a bungalow area with a sullen face. Du Shanshan sold a lot of things again this time. After walking around the factory family compound, she even sold a lot of soap. With more than 80 yuan in her pocket, she felt confident. She bought 2 bags of peach cakes, 2 pounds of egg cakes and kerosene, and got on the ox cart. Lin Weiwan didn't lack anything else, but she and Hu Xiaobeng bought a piece of pork. The few of them went there in a hurry and came back in a hurry. By the way, they sent letters to the Qin family, Hu family, and Wang family and Haisha respectively, and mailed the mountain products they had obtained these days. Back at the Educated Youth Point, Lin Weiwan boiled the fat pork into lard and made green pepper and pork pie with the lean pork. There is not such a long rest time at noon during the autumn harvest. Most families with half-grown children will send food home. Many people make more in the morning and bring it to the fields for lunch. Taking advantage of the good weather without rain for a few days, wheat, corn, and rice must be harvested during this period, dried in the drying yard, and sent to the grain station. The autumn harvest is coming. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sound of gongs has been heard in the village. Lin Weiwan heard the gongs and got up quickly, dressed and washed. At 5 o'clock, all the men, women, and children in the village arrived at the drying yard with tools. The spring in Heilongjiang province was late this year, and the wheat was planted late, resulting in the wheat harvest being nearly a month later than in previous years. This means that the entire autumn harvest must be harvested in one go, including wheat, rice, corn, and soybeans, which is a huge task. This is also the reason why the village gave everyone a day off in advance, so that they could eat well and accumulate enough strength to work. After a few days of study in batches, the educated youths at this time finally returned to the same team to harvest wheat. The male educated youths cut the wheat in front, and the female educated youths tied the wheat in the back, and finally carried it on their shoulders or pushed it all to the drying yard with a cart. In front of you is a golden wave of wheat that stretches as far as the eye can see. If you check in and take pictures, it will be a beautiful scene. But now it is not easy for these young people. In the first year of autumn harvest, they worked under the moonlight until 11 o'clock at night to finish their own area. Back at the Educated Youth Point, both men and women were secretly wiping tears. They couldn't hold chopsticks or lift their arms when eating. In the end, they just grabbed pickles with their hands and drank corn paste from bowls. The next day, everyone got up with the help of each other. Zhou Weishi looked at Lin Weiwan, who was stiffly tying the wheat, and couldn't help but sneer. Zhou Rongrong was in a bad mood these days. After getting the black jade beads, she didn't feel the joy she had been looking forward to for a long time. She always felt that something was missing, and her whole heart was suppressed by a sense of loss. Even when she went out to shake the small tree with Shin Shirley at night these days, she was a little uninterested. He was afraid that Shin Shirley would find out, so he could only cheer up and show a happy expression. When I saw the golden wheat field, I felt that agreeing to Shin Shirley's going out last night was a wrong choice, so I could only endure it with a grimace. The hard wheat ons pricked the exposed skin, causing it to feel hot, itchy, and painful. The educated youth will definitely not be able to keep up with the local farmers in their work, and it is also the characteristic autumn harvest period. The educated youths who were assigned to work together were also divided into 4 teams to work on their own fields. After all, no one wants to work with people who are fighting against each other, and they might end up being dragged into the middle of the night. After some discussion, they were divided into 4 groups. Various areas are divided. A group of Yi Jiebai, Hu Xiaobeng, Shen Minghua, Lin Weiwan, and Wang Qiaoyan. A group consisting of Zhou Weishi, Zhou Weinan, Shin Shirley, Zhou Rongrong, and Wang Ping. A group consisting of Daqing, Zhao Kaiyang, Chen Lei, Feng Yuzhen, and Wu Erqiao. Zheng Zhengwo, Chen Lei, Lin Huahua, Su Xiaohong, Cui Hongying, and Du Shanshan. Zhou Weishi was just embarrassed in front of Lin Weiwan. After 3 years in the countryside, he knew that the skin might be peeling off this autumn harvest. After all, we started land reclamation at the beginning of the year, and just thinking about it makes my eyes darken. Zhou Rongrong looked at herself, who was much more surrounded than herself, and felt that it was a serious mistake for her not to follow Lin Weiwan. He only wore a straw hat and a towel around his neck. Lin Weiwan was indeed fully armed. The trouser legs and sleeves were all tied tightly with cloth strips, and the hat on the head was re-sewn with cotton cloth, leaving only the eyes exposed. I decided to get one myself when I go back tonight. Compared with Lin Weiwan, Wang Ping's body is not much different. In the whole educated youth spot, only Zhou Rongrong's equipment is the lowest configuration. In the past few days, Zhou Rongrong spent most of her time staring at Xin Shirley. Several people in the room were preparing these things, but she naturally didn't see them. Now that she was alone, she felt uncomfortable and isolated. The first person to bear the brunt was Lin Weiwan. Xin Shirley cut the wheat a few times and discovered that Zhou Rongrong had been looking at Lin Weiwan. "What's wrong with Rongrong?" Xin Shirley couldn't help but ask. As for the title, everyone was already used to it. The relationship between the two is tacitly known, and everyone knows it, but it doesn't harm anyone else. "No, I just saw that my little girl's hat is very well made. If I had known, I would have made one too, but it's a pity that I'm not good at needlework." Zhou Rongrong looked envious and admired, which made Xin Shirley, who had been full for the past few days. Momentarily, Xin put down the sickle and walked towards Lin Weiwan. "Lin Weiwan, change your hat with Rongrong. Brother Shirley doesn't want it anymore. I can still hold on." As he spoke, he did not forget to pull Xin Shirley's arm. Lin Weiwan the wheat in his hands and said, "Xin Shirley, take off your head and let me play with it for 2 days. I will return it to you in a few days." "Lin Weiwan, why are you such a person? I owe you. You and Rongrong are still close relatives. Why are you so cold-blooded?" Xin Shirley felt that the little sisters could help each other when they were in trouble, but why was Lin Weiwan so lonely? "Brother Shirley, I don't want my little sister's hat. I can just go back and make one myself." Zhou Rongrong felt that she had oversold her miserably and made Xin Shirley stand up for her. "It turns out they are sisters. Then you are really going too far. You have done so well, but your sister who went to the countryside with you didn't care. You didn't even invite them to eat delicious food." Zhao Kaiyong waved his sickle, while getting angry. Even if you don't want to borrow it, you can help Rongrong make a new one when you go back tonight. That means Rongrong is generous enough not to care about you so much." Xin Shirley arranged directly, which was also Xin Shirley's ultimate goal. When you feel one thing is too much, propose another simple one, and you readily agree. "Xin Shirley, get away as far as you want.
I want to eat my..."
Lin Weiwan decided that after the autumn harvest, he must find a way to send the Shun family's evidence. This guy was jumping around so much. "And you, Zhao Kaiyong, put away your disgusting face." Lin Weiwan stopped talking to the two of them. Yi Jibai's eyes moved from Xin Shirley's face to Zhao Kaiyong's face, and he waved the sickle in his hand quickly. The two people who were having a boring time left chattering away. Zhou Rongrong saw Sun Daong not far away, slowly tying wheat. Among the 4 teams, Lin Weiwan's team is the least favored. There is not a single educated youth in the team, so he is probably going to be at the bottom. Compared with Lin Weiwan's team, Zhou Weixi's 1-for-4 performance was a little better. At least he felt good about himself. The other 2 groups naturally don't need anyone else to worry about them. The old educated youths are waiting to see these stubborn donkeys shed tears. At the beginning, the 2 groups of old educated youths were not slow. As for the new educated youths, both groups were groping around, asking for advice from nearby fellow villagers while working. After waiting for a while, Lin Weiwan's team surpassed Zhou Weixi's group of 4. Wang Ping stared at Zhou Rongrong every time she did something. As slow as Zhou Rongrong was, she was as slow as she was. Even if she was already good at doing things in her previous life, she can now do things well with her eyes closed. It was impossible for her to do all the work of tying the wheat and let Zhou Rongrong take advantage. As a result, the 2 of them more and more slowly. In the end, Zhou Weinan and Xin Shirley could only find time to help them tie up some. Just rushing like this, they were still nearly 20 meters behind Lin Weiwan and the others. At noon, family members can eat hot food when they come to deliver meals. The educated youths all bring their own cornmeal steamed buns and pickles. Lin Weiwan and others brought their satchels over and took out their lunch boxes for lunch. A few people were sitting in the field. The newly educated young people were eating cornflour-steamed buns with minced meat and stir-fried pickles. Lin Weiwan had 3 leftover pies and 2 cornmeal pancakes from yesterday's baking. After lunch, and drinking the spiritual spring water from the kettle, Lin Weiwan felt better. Shen Jiqing, this is the sugar water I sent home. There is still some in the thermos. I'll bring it to you. Thank you for helping me solve the problem last time. Li Xiangxiu walked to Shinshir with a basket on her arm and a thermos in one hand. In front of the body. The distance between the feet is just right, so it doesn't make people feel too close. Shen surely wanted to refuse, but looking at Li Xiangxiu's clear eyes, he couldn't say no, so he handed over the sugar water next. It's so nice of you, Comrade Li, to think of giving sugar water to my fiancé. I wonder how old Comrade Li is, and if he is a partner? There are many educated young people who are single in our educated youth area. Zhou Rongrong stood up as the eldest sister and looked at her. He looked at this little village girl who was about the same height as him, but a little darker. She actually seduced her man in front of her and thought she was dead. Sister Rongrong, I may be 2 years older than you. Don't get me wrong. I just want to thank Shen Jiqing for your help last time. You are so beautiful. Don't think too much about it. Li Xiangxiu looked at her with big eyes innocently. A new educated youth who is tanned a little. So what if they come from the city? They're just digging in the soil like them. How could it be? Comrade Li can ask me if you don't understand anything next time. My homework was all taught by Brother Shirley. I know everything he knows. I just graduated not long ago. There are many things that I know, Brother Shirley. Maybe I forgot. Zhou Rongrong looked at Li Xiangxiu with a smile. The two of them didn't chat much, but they talked like sisters. Lin Weiwan and others naturally saw it. Looking at Shen Shirley's happy expression, they couldn't help showing sarcastic eyes. In the afternoon, several people took the bundled wheat to the drying area one after another. Even if they used towels to pad their shoulders and feet were burning with pain. They probably had blisters that had broken out. It was getting dark, and Lin Weiwan's group was the second team to return to the educated youth point. Several people immediately started to fetch water to wash themselves, and used red-hot needles to pick out the blisters and remove the pus inside. In this way, it will be much better after one night, and you won't have to worry about the blisters being crushed when you work the next day, which will cause more pain then. Lin Weiwan started cooking after cleaning up. Hu Xiaobang was so hungry that he sat next to Lin Weiwan with a chicken cake. Sister Xiaowan, what did you do again? It smells so delicious. Hu Xiaobang looked at Lin Weiwan with bubbling eyes, his round face bulging as he bit into the chicken cake. It's just simple bacon stewed rice. Lin Weiwan simmered the rice over low heat while making prune and vegetable pancakes, preparing to save them for tomorrow morning and lunch. The cabin at the back will be burned for another day tonight, and we can move it in after work is done tomorrow. You don't have to cook today? Lin Weiwan looked at Hu Xiaopeng's greedy look with a smile. Mainly because this kid looks so festive that he really can't be disliked. Today Su Xiaohong, Cui Hongying, and Du Shanshan are cooking. Brother Yi and Brother Shen will cook tomorrow. Hu Xiaopeng looked at the two groups of people who hadn't come back yet and sighed. He estimated that he would be late for dinner today. He took an axe and helped Lin Weiwan chop the firewood on the side. Although he was tired, the smell of pickled cabbage biscuits was his motivation. The cornmeal steamed buns from the old educated youth's side have been baked, and Lin Weiwan's side is also baking the pancakes. The aroma of braised bacon and rice lingers over the educated youth spot for a long time. The door of the educated youth point was pushed open, and Du Shanshan, Su Xiaohong, Lin Huahua, and Zheng Zhangwo came back. Several people looked ugly and didn't seem to get along well with each other. Zheng Zhangwo and the other three returned to the old educated youth's place to wash up and eat directly. Hu Xiaobang had a small piece of prune and vegetable cake in his mouth, looking at the angry people with a colon on his face. Cui Hongying looked even more ugly when she saw that the old educated youth had already eaten and smelled the aroma of bacon all over the yard. Little fatty who you know how to eat but you didn't know how to cook dinner when you came back so early. Cui Hongying felt that they were all together. Now that she comes back from work first, she can cook the food so that everyone doesn't have to eat late and go hungry. Isn't it the turn of the three of you today? Why do you want me to do it? Even if you want to switch jobs with me, you have to tell me in advance. It's not like whoever comes back will do it first. If you talk like this, then what shift will we have? You can't stop working just because you came back late. Hu Xiaobang was innocently bullied, so how could he not fight back? Then just wait. Cui Hongying angrily threw away the water in the enamel basin and slowly scrubbed her face, neck and arms. When Shen Minghua came back carrying firewood, he heard Cui Hongying's words and felt that eating together would be a problem sooner or later. Yi Jiebai came back after Shen Minghua and brought a bundle of firewood for himself and a bundle of firewood for Lin Weiwan. After packing up, Lin Weiwan took out the newspaper, comb, and the cooked batter and walked to the backyard. Wang Qiaoyan saw Lin Weiwan walking back after dinner and followed him. Yi Jiebai and the other three also followed to the backyard and looked at the small adobe house that had been built. Let's help you get all your things. There will be more work every day in the next few days, so why not move them all today? Yi Jiebai thought it would be better to move out. The front yard was too messy and people always took naps. When the time comes, it is inevitable not to be plotted by those few people. Okay, I'll trouble you. Once it's done, we'll heat up the pot tomorrow night. Lin Weiwan thought it was good, and it would be much more convenient to move here. The three of them went to Uncle Dashing's house to pick up things for Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan and Wu Xiaoyan went directly back to pick up their luggage. Lin Weiwan boiled water and filled a thermos, put in the loquat paste he got from home, and when no one was around, he put about 10 milliliters of spiritual spring water in. A few people have been busy for so long, and they have to work tomorrow. This amount will not be discovered, and it can also relieve their fatigue. Yi Jiebai and the others came back, followed by Uncle Dashing. The four grown men put away Lin Weiwan's things in several trips. He also went to the front yard to retrieve Lin Weiwan's big Kong cabinet, and the small newspapers in the house were all posted in a short time. The Kong mat was spread on the Kong cabinet was placed on the Kong table was placed in the corner, and Lin Weiwan's stool was also brought over. Yi Jiebai brought Lin Weiwan's pot over, smeared it with yellow mud, and put it on top. Hu Xiaobang brought all the firewood that Lin Weiwan had chopped before, stacked them behind the kitchen door, and stacked them neatly against the wall. Shen Minghua and Uncle Dashing ran back and forth several times to help Lin Weiwan fill the water tank. Lin Weiwan took out a bowl and poured water for several people. Dashing didn't want to drink it, but Lin Weiwan persuaded him to drink a bowl too. This water is fragrant and sweet, it's so good. Dashing didn't expect that the little girl was willing to take out jam and make water for several people to drink. Uncle Dashing, come over with my aunt to warm up the pot tomorrow. Lin Weiwan invited this uncle, who had helped her several times. You guys eat, your aunt, and I won't come over. I'm going back first. If you need anything, just call me. Dashing didn't want the little girl to waste money. These days, every family has to count the days of food. Sister Xiaowan, your water tastes really good. What did you put in it? Hu Xiaobang has a special liking for delicious food. Wang Qiaoyan also looked at Lin Weiwan curiously. I made some loquat paste today and gave it to Aunt Qi next door. Before I went to the countryside, my house was robbed and everything was lost. When I went to the countryside, my aunt stuffed it into my bag and brought it back. Lin Weiwan I sighed for a while and almost let it slip. Next time I shouldn't take out things recklessly. I thought that adding Lingquan water would make it special, but I was afraid that some people would be suspicious, so I added some loquat paste that I don't often eat. It's better than when a few people went back and drank sugar water and found that it was different from what they drank here. After all, the first reaction after drinking Lingquan water was to moisten the throat. No wonder it tastes so good. I'll get some to drink when I get home. Hu Xiaoping nodded and planned to get some at home. Let's go back first. You can live by yourself and lock the door at night. Yi Jiebai saw that it was getting late and left with a few people. Lin Weiwan inserted the door, locked it, and put 2 wooden sticks on it. I went back to the back room, took out the alarm clock I used at home, and checked the time with my watch. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Put the alarm clock with the adjusted time on the Kong cabinet. After closing the curtains, he went directly into the space, took a bunch of fruits to take a bath, and did not forget to put some spiritual spring water into the bathtub. Leaning in the bathtub, eating fresh watermelon, and taking a hot bath, the fatigue of the day disappeared. He changed into clean clothes and came out, and made himself a pot of white rice in the kitchen, and had a delicious meal with the twice-cooked pork that he had packed back from the state-owned restaurant, and the braised pork that he made himself. He fed the chickens, picked some flowers in the front yard and put them in the bedroom, and then fell asleep on the big bed in the bedroom. The time in the space is still 1 hour in the space, and 10 minutes outside. Lin Weiwan slept until he woke up naturally, and only more than an hour had passed outside. In order to prevent himself from staying in the space for too long and forgetting to go out, Lin Weiwan found 2 alarm clocks, and the alarms went off every 6 hours. After a simple wash, he thought about the more than 60 days of autumn rush in the next 2 months. He went directly into the kitchen, took out cornmeal and white flour, and prepared to make more food. He had only made some white flour steamed buns and a few pots of dumplings before, and some things were not suitable for eating outside at noon. During the 2 months of autumn harvest, there was no holiday at all. Even the bound-foot old ladies in the production team had to work in the fields. Pancakes made of 2-grain flour were baked one after another. In another pot, Lin Weiwan made various meat sauces as side dishes. Egg cakes, egg pancakes, poached eggs, fried bacon, and bacon-stewed rice. He even made more than 10 pots of stir-fried vegetables. Each pot could hold 6 or 7 lunch boxes. Bacon, preserved vegetable-stuffed buns, pies, and sugar cakes. Lin Weiwan was busy in the kitchen for more than 10 hours. When he came out of the kitchen, he was full of flavor. He took a bath and washed his hair. He slept for a long time in the space and started practicing flying needles. The fine needles were inserted into the soap. The soap was the closest to the touch of human tissue. Lin Weiwan stayed in the space for 2 days before leaving. He looked at the time, and it was just after 4 in the morning. The gong sound had stopped. He burned some firewood in the outer room and added a pot of water to the pot. This way, when he came back, he could keep the water in the pot for daily use. The washing machine in the space is just right for washing large coats, so that others will think that you are cooking when they see smoke coming out of the chimney. Lin Weiwan lit the kerosene lamp, sat on the Kong, and put a Kong table to eat breakfast. With 2 lunch boxes in his shoulder bag, Lin Weiwan went out fully armed with a kettle. When in the wheat field, Lin Weiwan's eyes widened, looking at the man in front of him with a bruised face and a pig's head. Zhou Kaiyong, who beat him up. The hand was really ruthless. Due to the space cheat, Lin Weiwan works 1 day and rests 3 or 4 days. He didn't feel that tired, but Zhou Rongrong, who no longer has the blessing of black jade beads to improve her physical fitness and relieve fatigue in this life. It was only the 2nd day of the autumn harvest, but she was already exhausted. Now, with red eyes, she was tying up the prickly wheat stalks bit by bit. Zhou Weinan and Xin Shirley, who had never worked before, didn't have the intention to provoke others at this time. It was good enough that they could breathe evenly while working. While working, Zhou Weishi kept an eye on Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan replaced Hu Xiaobang and was bending over to cut wheat. He was just as good at work as himself. At noon, he ate preserved vegetable pie, drank spiritual spring water, and watched the excitement next door. Today, Li Xiangxiu came again. She made too much soup today, so she sent it to Xin Shirley. She said a few words to Zhou Rongrong and left with her head held high. At 7 o'clock, Lin Weiwan's team finished work. Today, it was the turn of Yi Jibai and the other 2 to cook. The 5 of them agreed to have dinner at Lin Weiwan's place today, and Wang Qiaoyan went back to wash up. After Lin Weiwan washed up, he took out 2 pottery jars and made bacon-stewed rice. He quickly took out the pork that had been marinated for 2 days and made his best braised pork. After calculating the firewood in the stove pit and the water in the pot, he took the homemade simple bamboo pole fishing line and bamboo basket and ran to the river, ready to catch 2 fish to add to the dish. Slow cooking over low heat is not afraid of burning the pot, as long as you come back within half an hour. Arriving at the river, Lin Weiwan found a gentle and walked down slowly. In the river, he could vaguely see fish slightly bigger than his palms swimming quickly. After thinking for a while, He used his consciousness to quickly rub a ball of corn with spiritual spring water in the space. He sank the bamboo basket into the water and threw the corn into the bamboo basket. He waited quietly. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the fish nearby seemed to smell the delicious food and swam quickly towards the bamboo basket. One after another, the fish swam into the bamboo basket. Lin Weiwan bent down to make sure no one nearby noticed. He reached into the bamboo basket and put the fish in the fish pond in the space. Grass carp, silver carp, crucian carp, doghead fish, curtain fish, catfish, willow root fish, toothfish, bighead fish, island fish, and even many loaches came in. Lin Weiwan was not polite. As long as the fish came in, he would collect them. The grass by the river was tall, and if Lin Weiwan didn't squat down and look carefully, he really wouldn't notice that there was anyone here. What did Wu Jiqing ask me to come here for? The man's somewhat excited voice came. Lin Weiwan quickly put all the fish in the bamboo basket into the space, lest there were too many fish splashing and being discovered. Of course, I asked you to come here for a good reason. Haven't you always wanted to marry Lin Weiwan? I'll give you a chance this time. Wu Erqiao looked at Sun Daong with some disdain. You are not lying to me. Are you so kind to help me? You all know what happened at the Jiqing Point last time. We were bullied by her.
What?
You don't want this wife? Then I'll find someone else. Wu Erqiao raised her eyelids and glanced at Sun Daong, who was smiling obscenely. No, I like her. How can I not like Lin Jiqing's delicate skin and tender flesh? How are you going to help me? Sun Daong asked with some concern. Tomorrow, just pay attention. When she asks for leave to go to work, you follow her, and it will be done. Wu Erqiao touched the medicine powder in her pocket. This was what Zhou Rongrong said she secretly got from the pig house today, specially for animals. If this thing is done, how can I thank you for helping me so much? Sun Daong's eyes swept back and forth on Wu Erqiao. Wu Erqiao was disgusted by being looked at. No need to thank you. Just keep your mouth shut and don't tell anyone. The two walked away, leaving only 2 silver carps weighing more than 3 pounds in Lin Weiwan's bamboo basket. Returning to the backyard, she quickly put down the bamboo basket, for no other reason, for people were waiting for her at the door. Lin Weiwan was a little embarrassed. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan with a scrutinizing gaze and found that she did not go to the mountain, but to the river. Did you catch any fish? Hu Xiaopeng looked at Lin Weiwan's bamboo basket. I caught it and thought we would add a dish. Lin Weiwan lowered the bamboo basket to show Hu Xiaopeng. I'll go clean up the fish. Wang Qiaoyan stuffed a bag of candy in her hand to Lin Weiwan. Yi Jibai had already processed the pheasants caught from the mountain, and Xin Minghua took a piece of bacon brought from home. Hu Xiaopeng poured 2 bottles of canned yellow peaches. Lin Weiwan quickly unlocked the door, and as soon as the door opened, the aroma of stewed braised pork rushed to the front. After removing the lid of the pot, the aroma of the braised pork had spread far away. Even Aunt Lu's house, which was closest to the Educated Youth Point, could smell it. People in the front yard of the Educated Youth Point also followed the aroma to the backyard. Put the 2 large and 2 bowls of braised pork on the stove at the door, light the small stove at the door, take out the small iron pot and sit on it, and quickly put the chicken brought by Yi Jibai into the pot to fry. Wang Qiaoyan brought in the cleaned fish, and Lin Weiwan directly divided it into 2 parts, the fish head and the fish body. The fish head was made into spicy fish head separately, and the fish body was directly made into braised silver carp with sauce. Seeing that the pot was not enough, Hu Xiaopeng quickly pulled Xin Minghua back to get the pot, and built a simple stove with stones outside the house. Yi Jibai looked at a pot, and Wang Qiaoyan looked at the chicken stewed with mushrooms. Lin Weiwan was making spicy fish head outside the house, and the aroma of various meats came out one after another. Seeing the whole house full of cooking fumes, Lin Weiwan decided to sleep in the space tonight. Zhou Rongrong pulled the Zhou brothers and Xin Shirley to watch. These meat dishes were not always available even at home in Haishur. Not to mention that they smelled so good, she quickly pulled the 2 back to find some peach candies and prepare to go to Lin Weiwan's house. Du Shanshan saw that Wang Qiaoyan and Lin Weiwan were getting close these days, but she didn't care. Anyway, she was going to build a house. But looking at the steamed bread in her hand and the dishes on the table, she felt bad. Du Jiqing, why are you still here? Aren't you on good terms with Lin Jiqing? Why didn't she invite you to the hot pot? Zhao Kaiyang broke a dry corn cake in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth, his nose trying hard to inhale the aroma. He felt that Daqing and Feng Yuzhen had made a mistake this time. This group of educated youth not only had money but also skills. Before, their educated youth camp could only improve once a month, and each person could only eat 2 bites of meat. The little bit of oil in the soup depends on who can scoop it away quickly. Now the pot is warming up in the backyard. There is chicken, fish, and braised pork. It would be a lie to say that you are not envious. Look at the way they are staring. Their eyes are almost falling into the pot. Du Shanshan glared at Zhao Kaiyang after hearing what he said. She turned around and went back to the front yard, just in time to take out a sausage to satisfy her cravings when no one was around. Zhao Kaiyang did not feel unhappy when Du Shanshan glared at him. Instead, he continued to watch the fun in a good mood. It was okay to see it even if he could not eat it. Before all the dishes came out of the pot, Lin Weiwan quickly took advantage of the fire in the stove to heat up the braised pork so that it would not be unpalatable when it got cold. Zhou, Rongrong, and others came over with peach cakes and 2 cans of food. Xiaowan, this is a gift from us to you. There were many misunderstandings between us, but they are all in the past. I hope that in the future we can support each other and work hard to build a new countryside. Zhou, Rongrong looked sincere. If they didn't know what happened yesterday, everyone might think that what they said was true. There is nothing to talk about between us, and there is nothing to say. Take your things and go. Lin Weiwan thought of Wu Erqiao's conversation with Sun Daong by the river. They were using this to approach her. I wonder how they are going to deal with me tomorrow. Lin Weiwan, Rongrong sincerely apologizes to you. Don't be so unreasonable. After all, we are from the same place. We are fellow villagers outside, not to mention your relationship with the Zhou family. Shin Shirley saw Zhou Rongrong being bullied by Lin Weiwan and immediately stood in front of Zhou Rongrong. If Rongrong hadn't persuaded him, he would not have come over. The 4 of you, take your things and get out of here. Don't pollute my food. Lin Weiwan drove them away directly. Zhou Weixi's face turned ugly when he heard what Lin Weiwan said, and he pulled Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong to leave. Zhou Rongrong didn't want to leave, but with so many people watching, Lin Weiwan cursed them directly. No matter how nice it would be too embarrassing for them to stay. Wang Xiaoyan and others set the table. Fortunately, the night in September was still very comfortable. There was a kerosene lamp on the table, and the 5 people ate happily with white rice. Lin Weiwan still put loquat paste and a little spiritual spring water in the thermos. After a rich dinner, the 5 people ate so much that they were full that they had to pack up and go back. At night, the door was closed, and Lin Weiwan turned off the lights and went into the space. After searching for a long time in front of the bookshelf, he found a book on poisons. Although the handwriting was a little blurry, the details written in it were very detailed. The book is very detailed, and all the symptoms of poisoning are clearly written. But the raw materials of herbs are not easy to find. Thinking of the Zhou family, Lin Weiwan began to look through it and decided to find time to collect the prescriptions and give them a big gift. In the morning when he went to work, Lin Weiwan put the bag in a fixed place. The things that the educated youth brought with them were placed on the stone under this big locust tree. At noon, while the few people were eating, Zhou Rongrong and Zhou Weishi occasionally looked at Lin Weiwan. Yi Jibai was eating the steamed bread in his hand, and he naturally noticed the eyes of the Zhou brothers and sisters. Seeing Lin Weiwan drink the water in the kettle, Zhou Rongrong's mouth twitched slightly. After drinking the water, Lin Weiwan sat on the ground to rest, and less than a few minutes later he stood up and walked out. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan with an ugly face. What's wrong with you? Maybe I ate too much last night, and I feel a little uncomfortable. I'll be back soon. Lin Weiwan responded casually, but his voice was not small. I'll accompany you. Wang Xiaoyan was a little worried when she saw Lin Weiwan like this. Zhou Rongrong felt bad when she heard Wang Xiaoyan say that. If Wang Xiaoyan was involved, it would be difficult to accomplish this matter.
I just have a stomachache.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll bring you a pot of sugar water when I come back. Lin Weiwan rejected Wang Qiaoyun's kindness, so as not to make any mistakes that would implicate her. Wang Qiaoyun nodded and sat back in the field to rest. Lin Weiwan walked through the field to the educated youth point, and Sun Daong followed excitedly. Not long after returning to the house, Sun Daong rushed in and looked at the girl who was sitting on the Kong with a beautiful face and looked uncomfortable. Hee, you still don't obey me this time. As he said that, he rushed towards Lin Weiwan. Go away.
Don't.
The sound of struggling and the sound of bumping into the Kong table came from the small house. Zhou Weishi heard the sound and his face changed again and again. Let's rush in now. Wu Erqiao glanced at the stupid Zhou Weishi. He was really sick. He was still dreaming after getting to this point. Zhou Rongrong grabbed Zhou Weishi. You and I will go and call someone. What did you say? Didn't you say that if we let Lin Weiwan suffer a little, we will go in and save her? Zhou Weishi looked at Zhou Rongrong in surprise, not knowing what this little sister was thinking and suddenly changing her plan. You are stupid if no one else sees it. What if Lin Weiwan doesn't admit that we saved her? What if everyone knows that we saved her and she bullies us like she did last time? How will the villagers look at her? Zhou Rongrong said as she pushed Zhou Weishi away. In there. Zhou Weishi felt that Lin Weiwan was unpleasant and petty, but if she was really bullied by the village rascal, he couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, she was still a member of the Zhou family. Although he and Lin Weiwan didn't get along, he couldn't bear to see a little girl being bullied. Especially since they were the ones in charge of this matter. The medicine was stolen by the second brother, and he was the one who gave the medicine. I'll go knock on the door right now, don't worry, it will be fine. Go quickly. Wu Erqiao hurriedly pushed Zhou Rongrong and the others away. Prepare to leave in a while. Watching the Zhou siblings run away, Wu Erqiao walked towards the door of the hut curiously. Seeing that there was no sound of struggle, she moved closer and put her ear to the wooden door to listen for any movement. Unexpectedly, the wooden door was pulled open, and Wu Erqiao's body flashed and fell inside. She lost consciousness before she could see anything clearly. Lin Weiwan carried Wu Erqiao to the front yard, stripped her, fed her medicine, and threw her on the Kong. It was a pity to see that the person on the Kong was Wu Erqiao. It would have been even better if it was Zhou Rongrong. She also untied Sun Daong, who had been with a rope and had taken a lot of medicine. The medicine in the space was much more powerful than the medicine outside, and the two people caught fire and burned directly. The scene was too disgusting, and Lin Weiwan hurriedly withdrew. I didn't expect that before I found a suitable poison, the other party would give me such a big gift. I walked out of the educated youth site with a thermos, and not far away I saw Yi Jibai jogging over. Why are you back? Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai, who was sweating all over. I was worried, so you came back to check. Yi Jibai saw that Lin Weiwan was fine and took the thermos from Lin Weiwan. Zhou Rongrong and Zhou Weishi ran over with the village chief, the team leader and the villagers, and saw Yi Jibai and Lin Weiwan standing there. Why are you here? Zhou Rongrong screamed when she saw Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan looked at the crowd in front of him with big eyes and an ignorant look on his face. I came back to get some water. Lin Weiwan pointed at the thermos that Yi Jibai was carrying. You're here?
No, that.
Zhou Weishi turned pale and ran quickly to the educated youth point. The village chief quickly led people to the educated youth point, and naturally many villagers followed behind. Let's go and take a look. Lin Weiwan said to Yi Jibai and turned to walk towards the educated youth point. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan with some suspicion and could only follow him back. As soon as they entered the educated youth camp, they heard screams from inside. The voice came from Zhou Weishi. It took 4 or 5 people to separate the two inseparable men and women. Sun Daong was pulled away by 3 farmers, but Wu Erqiao was still reluctant to let Sun Daong go and tried to catch him when he left. The Annie next to them blushed at the 2 men and quickly pressed Wu Erqiao on the Kong and covered her with a quilt. Auntie's son cried and hit Wu Erqiao. I let you my son. I will beat you to death. Why don't you pull them apart? Li Chonggui asked Sister Liu and others to pull Auntie's son away. Zhou Weishi, stared at Lin Weiwan with red eyes. He didn't expect Lin Weiwan to be so vicious that she actually hurt Wu Erqiao. It's you. It's all because of you. Why are you so cruel to destroy her? Why are you so vicious? Zhou Weishi rushed to Lin Weiwan standing in the crowd and yelled. But he was knocked to the ground by Yi Jibai's fist. What are you crazy about? Ask her why the person inside is Wu Erqiao. It should be her. Zhou Weishi was so anxious that he shouted loudly. The village chief held his head and looked at the chaotic educated youth sight. On the other side, the two people who were splashed with cold water calmed down. Sun Daong saw Wu Erqiao looking at him with red eyes. He rubbed his head. Why did he remember that he was holding Lin Jiqing? How did it become Wu Jiqing, who was dark and thin? Seeing so many people, his eyes turned. What are you doing?
I'm dating Wu Jiqing.
Sun Daong said shamelessly. Wu Erqiao hid beside Feng Yuzhen and cried. Looking at the conspicuous bloodstains on the Kong, she felt that everything was over. No, I didn't. I didn't date you. I was harmed by Lin Weiwan. Wu Erqiao shouted loudly for injustice. She didn't want to marry a country bumpkin. She still wanted to go back to the city. Someone was trying to harm her. It was clearly Lin Weiwan who was in the house. How did I harm you? I just came back to get a pot of water. I don't know what happened between you two. Lin Weiwan looked at the few people with innocent eyes in confusion. Zhou Rongrong looked at the mistake in front of her and didn't dare to ask at all. If she asked, it would be a problem. Now she was staring at Zhou Weishi, the idiot, hoping that this guy would stop asking. No, my sister Zhou Rongrong and I came back together. When we returned to the educated youth point, we saw Lin Weiwan and Sun Daong entered the house. I was afraid that something would happen, so I stayed behind. Zhou Rongrong, say something. Wu Erqiao looked at Lin Weiwan fiercely. It must be her who harmed her. I didn't. I just heard a strange noise and ran to call everyone with my third brother. Zhou Rongrong leaned against Shen Shirley in fear. The plain little face was now covered with sweat from running back and forth. The village chief felt that this matter was a bit confusing. He didn't expect that the matter at the educated youth point was so tricky. Zhao Dezhu had a dark face, which looked uglier than his own mother's death. He might not be able to keep the title of Advanced Collective this year. When Wu Erqiao heard what Zhou Rongrong said, she screamed, Ah! Zhou Rongrong, you guys teamed up to harm me. Village chief, it was Zhou Rongrong who put drugs in Lin Weiwan's food and kettle. I came back with Zhou Rongrong and Zhou Weishi, and we saw Sun Daong enter Lin Weiwan's house. I was knocked unconscious and woke up like this. They must have teamed up to harm me. Go and find out and make the decision for me. Wu Erqiao has lost her innocence now, and so many people have seen it. She has decided to throw the jar into the ground. If she doesn't live well, then no one else will live well. Let's die together. Everyone was stunned by Wu Erqiao's words. These new educated youths are more cruel than each other, and they dare to put drugs. The one before was beating people, and now this one dares to put drugs. How do you want me to check, and what do you want me to check? The village chief thought that this educated youth was sick. The educated youth Lin was standing here fine, but he said that he was drugged. Does this look like he was drugged? Who would sit here and watch the fun if they were drugged? Check Lin Weiwan's food and kettle. Check the luggage of the Zhou brothers and sisters. Lin Weiwan is lying. It was her who caused Sun Daong to bully me. She couldn't possibly get hot water. Wu Erqiao casually pointed out the problematic areas. These things couldn't be fake. Zhao Dezhu asked the young man behind him to come over. Go and call Old Man Du at the village head, and ask someone to bring Lin Jiqing's lunchbox and kettle. After saying that, he looked at Lin Weiwan. Lin Jiqing, why did you come back at noon? My stomach is uncomfortable. Maybe I ate too much last night and drank all the water today. I thought I still had work to do in the afternoon, so I hurried back to make a kettle of hot water to bring to the field. I testify that Lin Jiqing's face was not good after lunch at noon. I knew it when she came back.
Well,
my stomach is not very comfortable either. We ate too much at Lin Jiqing's house last night. It was a bit oily. Wang Xiaoyan stood beside Lin Weiwan and said a little embarrassedly, I haven't eaten much meat for many years. Now I can't bear a full meal. You came back to make hot water? Bring the thermos over, open your door, and let's take a look. Zhou felt that he could only use the elimination method. No one would admit what Wu Erqiao said, so he would check the problematic areas. Whoever doesn't match the number and has a problem is the one who did the bad thing. Yi Jibai took the thermos in his hand and handed it to Captain Zhou. Someone brought a wooden basin over, opened the kettle cap, and poured boiling hot water into the wooden basin. It seems that the water was boiling hot not long after it was made. There were many people guarding the front yard, so Lin Weiwan returned to the backyard and opened his door. Zhou Rongrong followed closely. When she heard the noise, the room must have been in chaos. But when a few people squeezed into the house, they found that everything was normal, and there was not even a broken part of the furniture and the table. Zhou stood at the door, looked at the stove near the door, stretched out his hand to touch it, and found that the heat was still there, which proved that he had just finished using it, and he led people out directly. The house is tidy and the stove is hot. Just check the lunchbox on the ground to see if there is any medicine. Several people went in to check the belongings of the Zhou brothers, Shen Shirley, who was close to them, and finally Zhou Rongrong, but they didn't find the medicine Wu Erqiao mentioned. At this moment, Old Man Du, the barefoot doctor in the village, also came and began to examine Sun Daong and Wu Erqiao. On the other side, Lin Weiwan's lunchbox and kettle were also brought back. Wu Erqiao was excited because she saw Zhou Weishi put the medicine in with her own eyes. The faces of the Zhou siblings were ugly. Lin Weiwan's lunchbox and water were found to be drugged, which indirectly proved that what Wu Erqiao said was true. When the time comes, the village will report it to the police, and the matter will become really big. But why was Lin Weiwan okay? The normal amount of medicine would be enough for a cow. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan with some worry. The Zhou brothers and sisters were acting abnormally. He thought it was just a small fight, and was worried about chasing them. Unexpectedly, he dared to drug Lin Weiwan. Old Man Du checked the two people and said to the village chief and Captain Zhou, no medication was found. It was just arousal due to temperament. If you are not worried, you can also go to the big hospital in the city for a checkup. He picked up Lin Weiwan's lunchbox and kettles, and no CQ drugs were found. Zhou Rongrong looked at the lunchbox and kettle in disbelief, then looked at Zhou Weinan, wondering if she had stolen the wrong medicine. He glanced secretly at Lin Weiwan, who was standing there, his eyes full of questions and disbelief. She saw Zhou Laosen take that medicine with her own eyes. How could it be possible? Feeling Zhou Rongrong's gaze, Lin Weiwan tilted her head and smiled at Zhou Rongrong, which frightened Zhou Rongrong and quickly turned her eyes away. Lin Weiwan had a smile on her lips. She would never eat something that was not in front of her. There were not many other things in space, and she had prepared a lot of the same lunchboxes and kettles. No, this is impossible. They are the ones who harmed me, no. Ah. You all harmed me. You will not die well. Ah. Wu Erqiao could not accept this fact. Why was it that both the victim and the victim were fine, but something like this happened to her? Let her see people and survive in the future. Frantically, he pushed aside the restraints of Aunt Lu and others, and grabbed Sun Daong, who was not far away. His fingernails scratched Sun Daong, and blood streaks appeared. Sun Daong screamed in pain. Ah! Ah! If you dare to bully my son, I will beat you to death. Sun's mother could not see her son being bullied. He jumped directly on Wu Erqiao and slapped him one after another. There were several strands of hair tangled between his fingers. Hurry up and pull away. The village chief already felt a pain in his head. It didn't matter. There was no evidence. It would be easier if the educated youth pointed out their own problems and found evidence. Now it is obviously a problem between the villagers and the educated youth. Let me go. I'm going to sue you. Wait. I'm going to report to the police. Wu Erqiao's hair was torn to pieces by his grandma, and his face was red, swollen, and painful. You asked me to come here because of the person you were talking to. How can you turn your back on me now? Sun Daong felt that although Wu Erqiao was not good-looking, but it's okay to marry a wife and go back. It's better than being single. I testify that I saw Wu Erqiao and the boss of the Sun family having a private meeting by the river yesterday. They chatted for a long time before leaving. One of the villagers, watching the excitement, jumped out and said what he saw. Zhou suddenly became energetic, which was a good thing. It's better to say it's voluntary than drugged. Okay, you can explain it to the police later. Zhou patted the other party's shoulder happily, looking back at the crowd of educated youths who were surrounded by water. It's all gone, go back to work. Captain Zhao sighed and drove the villagers out of the educated youth camp. Only a few educated youths from the educated youth point and the Sun family were left in the hospital. Wu Jiqing, look at the current situation. What are you going to do? If you feel aggrieved, I will have someone report it to the police and give you justice. Zhao Dezhu looked at Wu Erqiao. When Wu Erqiao heard this, his face turned pale and he bit his lip fiercely. I won't marry Sun Deong. I was the victim. I was the victim. I won't marry. Bah, you seduced my son. Our family won't marry him yet. Sun's mother looked at Wu Erqiao like this. She instantly felt like it was a slap in the face. What happened to her Sun family? Her son is so good-looking, tall, and decent-looking. He can't marry anyone but an ugly one. I marry Wu Erqiao. Zhou Weishi stood next to Wu Erqiao. Everyone was stunned by Zhou Weishi's words. For a moment, there was silence in Zikingdian. Lin Weiwan was also shocked by Zhou Weishi's words and really wanted to bow to Zhou Laosan. What a great love. Laosan, you're crazy. Zhou Weinan closed his chin and screamed out. Wu Erqiao raised his head in surprise, looked at Zhou Weishi, and then frowned, pretending to be kind.
But now,
I don't want to marry Sun Deong. This is already the case. When she reported it to the police, no one testified for her, so everything was against the other side. Wu Erqiao thought quickly and had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree to marry Zhou Weishi. Zhao Dezhu and others are naturally happy to see the current results, and this issue has been internally digested. If the word doesn't spread, there is still hope for the advanced spots. Under the big tree, at Educated Youth Point, several members of the Zhou family stood arguing. Zhou Weinan disagrees with Zhou Weishi marrying Wu Erqiao. If this happens, how will their brothers behave themselves? If you don't agree, I will tell the police everything you have done before. Wu Erqiao has no evidence, and my words are the evidence. Zhou Weishi had a firm expression at this time, and no one could change his mind. You married a broken shoe. How can we behave as we should? She is like Sun Deong, and everyone in the village has seen it. Zhou Weinan also wanted to persuade Zhou Weishi. Shen surely looked at this uncle in confusion. He was both a man. How could he say that he would marry Wu Erqiao? Do and persuade me. Before I did this, I said, don't really hurt people. Didn't you think about what would happen to the girl who was injured? Don't you want Lin Weiwan to give in and follow us? Make up, you want to kill her. Zhou Weishi felt that she didn't recognize her second brother and little sister. Thinking back to the dead girl, maybe she didn't want to encounter such a thing before she died. Scenes from the past appeared in my mind and couldn't be dismissed. I blame myself for being blinded by lard for a while and doing the wrong thing. Third brother, let's discuss this matter again. We didn't want something like this to happen. This was an accident. Lin Weiwan did everything. You saw it too. It was Lin Weiwan who entered the house with Sun Deong. Why did we? It was Wu Erqiao and Sun Deong who came back to cause trouble. Haven't you ever suspected it? Zhou Rongrong sorted out the matter and felt that Lin Weiwan must have known their plan from beginning to end, which led to the current situation. Fortunately, it was not me who stayed behind. If I had been insulted, would brother Shirley still marry me? Thinking of this, I felt a chill on my back. Fortunately, it was Wu Erqiao. Even if it was Lin Weiwan, your plan was to kill her, not to save her. Let's not talk about it. Wu Erqiao, and I will get the marriage certificate tomorrow, and then we will move out. You are all responsible for this.
Give me 200 yuan.
We will live our own lives in the future and never have any contact with each other again. Zhou Weishi said the purpose of coming out with a few people this time. What did you say? We don't have money. You are really crazy. Zhou Rongrong shouted when she heard that Zhou Weishi actually wanted money. Zhou Rongrong, don't forget, this was planned by you. Zhou Weishi looked at Zhou Rongrong coldly. He glanced at Shundashatsi and his second brother, who shut up when he heard about the money. These two people will be killed by Zhou Rongrong sooner or later. If you don't take it, then tomorrow Wu Erqiao, and I will not go to get the marriage certificate but report it to the police. Think about it yourself. Zhou Weishi threw out a sentence with all his ruthlessness and said no more, just leaning against the big willow tree in silence. We don't have that much money. I'll give you what we have first, and we'll try to get you the rest. Zhou Weinan pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. Second brother. Zhou Rongrong didn't expect that the third brother was confused, and the second brother was also confused. The money in their hands was almost taken out by Lin Weiwan, and he actually wanted to take money. Take out 100. If you can't take it out, our brother-sister relationship will end here. Zhou Weinan took out the momentum of a brother and ordered directly. Zhou Rongrong was so angry that her eyes turned red, and tears were held in her phoenix eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. The next day, Zhou Weishi and Wu Erqiao went to the city to get the marriage certificate. Lin Weiwan still lived a life of autumn harvest with 2 days off and 1 day of work. I heard from the Annies in the village that the Sun family compensated Wu Erqiao with 100 yuan and 20 eggs. The quota for workers, peasants, and soldiers was also given to Wu Erqiao this time, and the villagers did not object. Because Wu Erqiao did not go to the city to make trouble, the quota for advanced collectives was secured this year, and the big iron ox would definitely be in place. Even such a big gossip, the villagers rarely talked about it. If you make trouble with the village, you will make trouble with yourself. On the narrow dirt road, Lin Weiwan pushed a cart full of corn and walked towards the drying yard. The cart was crooked and difficult to push. Lin Weiwan tried several times before he stabilized it and found the technique. The wheel hit the stone again, and the car tilted to one side unsteadily. Lin Weiwan tried hard to hold it, and a pair of big hands covered with calluses pressed down the cart that was about to overturn. Lin Jiqing, I'll help you. A pair of big, bright black eyes looked at Lin Weiwan, who was sweating. Chun Lei, the least aggressive and most talkative educated youth in the educated youth camp. Usually he is almost invisible, and he is also the one who tells the story of the shared meals. Thank you. Lin Weiwan stared at Chun Lei. Is there really such a good person in the world? But his pure eyes and sincere smile are indeed impeccable. I remember that the first time he quarreled with the Sun family, it should be the big boy in front of him who went to find the village chief. He did not laugh at him like the old educated youth because of the shared meals. After unloading 5 sacks of corn to the drying yard, Lin Weiwan pushed the cart back. There are only 2 carts in the educated youth camp, and the 4 teams use them every other day. Are you tired, Lin Jiqing? I can push you back. Chun Lei asked Lin Weiwan with concern while carrying an empty pole. No, I still have strength. Lin Weiwan refused Chun Lei's kindness. Facing Chun Lei, who has a pair of pure and flawless eyes like a boy next door, Lin Weiwan really can't hate him, nor can he say harsh words. The two walked on the ridge of the field, heading towards the cornfield. Lin Jiqing, after the autumn harvest, we can go into the mountains to pick mountain products. This year, there will probably be a lot of mountain products. Many mushrooms are delicious when stewed, and if you pick too many, you can sell them to the community. Chun Lei happily talked about the things that can be picked up in the mountains. Indeed, humans are always excited about picking up things for free. Lin Weiwan thought of the ginseng he picked up last time and the treasure in the cave. The two chatted happily and returned to the cornfield. Yi Jibai took over the cart. I'll push it.
Yes.
Lin Weiwan just wanted to try it. Of course, you have to try everything when you go to the countryside. Life trying is also a kind of fun for people like Lin Weiwan who are not tired. Zhou Rongrong was already exhausted. The autumn harvest not only harvested the crops in the fields, but also the blood of the people who went to the fields. After more than a month, many people have become skinny because they go to bed late and get up early and eat less oil. The female educated youths wore hats and scarves to protect themselves from the sun at first, but when they worked, their clothes were soaked with sweat, and even their underpants could be wrung out of a bowl of water. Many people had already taken off the troublesome scarves because they couldn't breathe without them. Some of the educated youths were even more desperate. They worked in the fields during the day and went up the mountain to pick mountain products at night. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pick much when everyone else was resting. Feng Yuzhen, Zhao Zhengwo, Yi Jibai, Su Xiaohong, and Chen Lei, who knew Daqing, were among those who went up the mountain at night. They packed a big pot of sugar triangles, fried a large portion of vinegar-fried cabbage and shredded potatoes with hot peppers, took out lunch boxes, and packed the dishes, ready to take to the fields for lunch tomorrow. Wang Xiaoyan leaned against the door, watching Lin Weiwan cooking, her eyes full of admiration. "You're amazing. You make the same thing 10 times more delicious than others." Lin Weiwan was used to Wang Xiaoyan's flattery. This girl had automatically come to their side since the last battle. "The front yard is really torn apart now. Do you know that Wu Erqiao fainted in the field today?" Wang Xiaoyan sat at Lin Weiwan's door, picking vegetables for tomorrow morning and lunch. "Well, didn't Zhou Weishi take her away? What happened?" Lin Weiwan handed a sugar triangle to Wang Xiaoyan, who was picking vegetables. He also sat at the door with a sugar triangle, listening to Wang Xiaoyan. Since he moved to the backyard, he knew very little about the front yard. For example, he didn't know why Zhou Rongrong and Wang Ping broke up. Daqing was dating Li Xiaodi from the village. Feng Yuzhen cried all night when she knew about it. Wu Erqiao is pregnant, Wang Xiaoyan said quickly, while eating a brown sugar triangle.
Ah.
Lin Weiwan quickly stood up and poured himself a glass of water to swallow the brown sugar triangle that was choking in his throat. "Is it true?" "Of course it's true. I heard that Sun Daong actually came to the door and said that the child was his. He asked Zhou Weishi to give up his wife, children, and house to him. Otherwise, he could forget about living a stable life." Wang Xiaoyan was talking about what happened at Zhou Weishi's doorstep in front of the Educated Youth Point this evening. The Sun family is really... Lin Weiwan didn't know how to describe it for a moment. "I heard that Daqing is going to pick more mountain products so that he can marry Li Xiaodi after the autumn harvest. He has been working hard in the mountains these days." Wang Xiaoyan felt that there was no normal person in this Educated Youth Point. Can a normal person do such a thing? Lin Weiwan finished the sugar triangle in his hand, clapped his hands, and followed Wang Xiaoyan to pick vegetables. "Daqing and Li Xiaodi, it's really unexpected that these two people can get together. Daqing picked a lot of mountain products. I guess he can sell them for a lot of money," Wang Xiaoyan said with envy. Lin Weiwan frowned slightly. Didn't Li Xiaodi always pester Yi Jibai before? When did she get together with Daqing? Lin Weiwan looked back at Wang Xiaoyan. "You also want to pick mountain products, don't you?" Wang Xiaoyan said nothing and sighed softly. "I received a letter from my brother. Aren't you curious about what he wrote?" Wang Xiaoyan's voice was a little hoarse. Facing Lin Weiwan's silence, Wang Xiaoyan sighed. "My brother said that he is getting married, and there will be more people in the family in the future, so he can't send me money. He told me that I am old and Mom only has 2 children and he is under a lot of pressure, so let me think more about him."
Ha.
Wang Xiaoyan suddenly sneered, turned to look at Lin Weiwan with a beautiful face. Since going to the countryside, only Lin Weiwan is still fair and beautiful. Even Zhou Rongrong, Wang Ping, and Du Shanshan, who pay the most attention to themselves, have rough and dark faces. "At the beginning, I thought of you as my sister-in-law, Lin Weiwan. Our family really doesn't deserve you." Wang Xiaoyan thought of the first time she saw Lin Weiwan. "I wanted to live like that, and now I'm back in the countryside. But look at Lin Weiwan. Even if she went to the countryside, the work in the fields is no worse than what she does. You are too ruthless. I'm so sad, and you don't comfort me." Wang Xiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan, who was sitting there, muttering. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Xiaoyan, who was angry with her. In fact, she wanted to say that no matter what kind of life she had lived it herself. But her position seemed not so firm. After all, she had the cheating device of space, and the gold bars and great unity all over the floor. She could only stand up and take 2 more sugar triangles from the pot to eat with Wang Xiaoyan. "Did you graduate from junior high school?" Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Xiaoyan. "Why do you think of asking this?" "Yeah, sugar triangles are really delicious." "You didn't graduate from elementary school, did you? Who are you looking down on?" "I graduated from junior high school. When my father was alive, he was a teacher in the village. Wang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Lin Weiwan. He raised his head, looking proud. If you want to live a good life, then you should improve yourself, work hard to make money, and improve your knowledge reserve. Lin Weiwan couldn't say it clearly, because the college entrance examination would be resumed in 3 years. Wang Xiaoyan was silent and took a deep breath. Yes, if you rely on the mountain will fall and people will run away, so it's better to rely on yourself. He handed the picked vegetables to Lin Weiwan and prepared to get up with his basket. Well, that's true. I'm just curious about how Yi Jiqing made Li Zhaodi give up pursuing him. Lin Weiwan pouted the green leaves boredly and looked at Wang Xiaoyan standing there stiffly. If you're curious, you can ask me. The man's low voice sounded beside Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan was startled and stood up to look at Yi Jibai, who stood not far from him at some point. This man is so big, and he walks in the aisle without making any sound. Lin Weiwan couldn't help but look at when Yi Jibai turned to his side. The center of the entire backyard is a vegetable garden, and the corner diagonally opposite to Lin Weiwan is a toilet. Didn't Yi Jibai come from there? I'll go back first. Wang Xiaoyan hurried away with the vegetables she had picked all day. Why don't you ask me directly, if you're so curious? Yi Jibai's slender body completely covered Lin Weiwan's thin figure. The sudden sense of oppression made Lin Weiwan unable to help but step back. He tripped on the threshold and fell backwards, waving his hands in the air in fear, hoping to find a foothold. Yi Jibai's slender legs took 2 steps forward, and his strong and powerful arms stopped Lin Weiwan's slender waist, straightened her up, and took another step back. Is it really that scary? Yi Jibai couldn't help rubbing his hands behind his back. Lin Weiwan sighed and glared at Yi Jibai. If you come over and make some noise, I won't be scared. Lin Weiwan couldn't remember what he was thinking just now. It's late, let's go in. It's dark in the mountains at night. Don't go up the mountain. Yi Jibai thought of the conversation between Lin Weiwan and Wang Xiaoyan just now, and thought that the two were going to go up the mountain. The short figure who had been hiding in the dark left quickly, and the two did not notice anything unusual while talking. The new house opposite the Educated Youth Point was the homestead specially approved by the village for Wu Erqiao and Zhou Weishi after Wu Erqiao's accident. Even the house was built by specially selected strong men from the commune, who took 3 days to build the mud brick house. The team leader was desperate for Wu Erqiao's matter, and he must not let the Educated Youth Point make any mistakes. This was also the request made by Wu Erqiao in the later negotiations. Fortunately, Wu Erqiao was busy with farming during the day, but when she returned to the Educated Youth Point, she would inevitably be looked at differently by the educated youth. This feeling would definitely drive a person crazy. The village also agreed. The original workload of 6 people a week was tripled, and it was done in 3.5 days. In the house, Wu Erqiao sat there quietly, looking at Zhou Weishi, who was sleeping in the corner with a quilt wrapped around him. Her eyes were full of hatred. What was this? If he disliked her, why did he come out to marry her in the first place? Now, it was as if he was afraid of getting sick if he touched her. After getting the marriage certificate, they moved into the new house within a week. Zhou Weishi behaved no differently in front of outsiders, but when he returned home, he always kept a distance from her. Although the villagers did not discuss it in person, everyone looked at her strangely. Wu Erqiao was moved at the time, but now she realized that Zhou Weishi said he wanted to marry her because he was afraid that she would make a fuss about it, and then the brothers and sisters of the Zhou family would be arrested and sent to the countryside for labor reform. Looking at her still flat belly, Wu Erqiao's sharp eyes were a bit crazy. She glared at Zhou Weishi, who was carrying her on his back. Then Wu Erqiao turned off the kerosene lamp in the room, climbed onto the Kong in the dark, and lay flat on her back. He stared at the wheat stalks piled densely on the wooden beams of the roof, not wanting to sleep at all. The autumn harvest was in full swing, and even though Lin Weiwan rested for 2 days and worked for 1 day in the space, he still lost a few pounds. He carried 2 baskets of corn to the drying yard, and finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the completed autumn harvest. Lin Jiqing, in 2 days, people from the town will come to show movies. Remember to come early, otherwise you won't be able to get a good seat. Chun Lei pushed a cart behind Lin Weiwan and said enthusiastically, Really? Is it held every year? Lin Weiwan thought about the last time he watched a movie and couldn't remember when it was. Well, every year after the autumn harvest, there will be movies to watch. Chun-Lei worked in the fields during the day these days and had to stay in the mountains for a few hours at night. He was so thin that the wind blew and his shirt stuck to his body, and his ribs were clearly visible. The autumn harvest was busy, and the autumn in the northeast was also particularly cold. After the autumn harvest, the weather was cold, and Lin Weiwan had already put on a sweater inside. After rubbing the corn in the morning, half of the open space in the drying yard was cleared in the afternoon for watching movies. The members went home early to prepare dinner and waited until dark to watch the movie. What Lin Weiwan didn't expect after the autumn harvest was that Wang Ping and Du Shanshan were going to build a house in the backyard. The house was next to his. The weeds next to it had been cleared. If anyone was the happiest about the house, it would naturally be the village chief. This means that the educated youth who were allocated next time would not be afraid of having no place to live. He fried a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, paired it with white rice, and took out a plate of pickled cucumbers. Dinner was solved in a short while. Has Xiaowan finished eating? Let us go. Wang Qiaoyan was the happiest when Du Shanshan and Wang Ping moved out. This made the room of the female educated youth much more spacious, and only she, Zhou Rongrong and Cui Hongying were left. After tidying up, Lin Weiwan drank some spiritual spring water, came out with 2 paper bags, locked the door, and walked out with Wang Qiaoyan. Did you bring food with you? Wang Qiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan carrying a water bottle and paper bags. Of course, to watch a movie, I brought melon seeds. I don't know what movie is playing today. If it's not good, I'll go back and sleep early. Lin Weiwan and Wang Qiaoyan chatted all the way. Zhou Rongrong and the others packed up and walked behind. Looking at the fair and beautiful Lin Weiwan in front of them, Zhou Rongrong's already tanned face became a few darker. Shin Shirley looked at Zhou Rongrong and thought of the Lin Weiwan he had just seen. He was a little bit unbelievable. Lin Weiwan was working in the fields as well, but he didn't get tanned or lose weight. Thinking of the letter he wrote last night, he planned to go to the city to mail it to his family tomorrow. He didn't know what his parents thought. He was the only boy in the Shin family, and they really didn't care about him after going to the countryside. Most of the village members had already arrived, and the children were happily running around in the drying yard. Aunts and sisters also gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to talk about gossip. The location of the educated youth point was naturally allocated in a separate place, not too front or too back, and next to the haystack on the left. Wang Qiaoyan took Lin Weiwan to find a seat and sit down, waiting for the movie to start. Hu Xiaobang and Shin Minghua also came over and sat behind Lin Weiwan. The Zhou siblings and Shin Shirley sat in front of Lin Weiwan. After a while, Zhou Weishi and Wu Erqiao came over with a basket and a thermos and chose to sit next to Lin Weiwan. Feng Yuzhen and Su Xiaohong didn't know where they went, but Daqing was sitting with Li Zhaodi not far away. Lin Weiwan opened the paper bag and grabbed a handful of melon seeds for Wang Qiaoyan. Hu Xiaobang heard the sound of cracking melon seeds and saw Lin Weiwan. He quickly leaned his round head over and narrowed his round eyes, little Wan. Lin Weiwan sent the remaining half bag of melon seeds to the back. Lin Weiwan was not stingy with her teammates, since the water supply for her house was covered by Hu Xiaobang. Lin Weiwan would feed her every few days. Shin Minghua felt embarrassed and would bring an extra portion for Lin Weiwan every time he went up the mountain to chop firewood. Yi Jibai, who often went to the mountains, not only brought back pheasants occasionally, but also paid for half of Lin Weiwan's firewood to improve the food for the 5 people. Since moving out to live on her own, Lin Weiwan can be said to have a very easy life. The movie opened, this time playing The Red Lantern in 1971. Yi Jibai sat next to Lin Weiwan. His tall figure sat upright even when he sat down. Instead, he blocked some of the cool wind for Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan and the other 3 were munching on melon seeds. They saw Yi Jibai sitting there with a dry face, so Lin Weiwan had to share some of the melon seeds in her hand with the big guy. Zhao Kaiyong, who was sitting in front, couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Yi Jibai's cold eyes, he quickly turned his face away. Halfway through the movie, Yi Jibai slipped away without knowing when. Wu Erqiao opened the cloth of the basket, took out a bowl from it, and poured out the malted milk in the thermos. The fragrance immediately wafted out, attracting people nearby to look back frequently. Zhou, Rongrong, and the other two naturally looked back at Wu Erqiao. Malted milk was a rare thing. The three of them had nothing in their pockets during this period, so they were very interested in any food they saw. Rongrong, this bowl is for you.
Ibru tapat.
Wu Erqiao handed the bowl in her hand to Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Rongrong didn't take it, but stared at Wu Erqiao. These days, Zhou Weishi and Wu Erqiao have never spoken to them. Rongrong, take it. After all, we are a family now. You still have to call me third sister-in-law. Seeing that Zhou Rongrong did not refuse, Wu Erqiao directly stuffed the warm bowl into Zhou Rongrong's hand. Zhou Weishi stared at Wu Erqiao in surprise. These days, the two of them were like roommates living in the same room, respecting each other. Zhou Weishi had never treated Wu Erqiao badly. Since he knew that Wu Erqiao was pregnant, he never let her do any heavy work at home. Why are you looking at me like that?
We are all family.
Do we really have to never have any contact with each other? Wu Erqiao glanced at Zhou Weishi shyly. She took out a few more bowls and poured out malted milk, distributing them to Zhou Weinan and Shen Shirley. Zhao Kaiyang almost turned to the back at this time, watching Wu Erqiao distribute malted milk. Erqiao, is there any for me? Wu Erqiao looked up at Zhao Kaiyang and nodded. We are all from the same educated youth point, so of course there is. Then she poured half a bowl for Zhao Kaiyang. She turned around and poured out the last half bowl to Lin Weiwan, who was sitting next to her. Xiao Wan, since I'm married to your third brother, I'm also your sister-in-law. This is for you to drink. What happened before was my fault. I apologize to you. She brought the bowl to Lin Weiwan and looked at him sincerely. Zhou Weinan looked at the two people who were frozen there, frowned. Lin Weiwan, your third sister-in-law has already apologized to you.
Don't be so shy.
It's not easy for us all to go to the countryside as educated youth. It's normal to have some bumps and bruises. How can you not have your tongue touch your teeth? Just let it go. Zhou Weinan's voice was loud. Everyone in the circle looked at Lin Weiwan. After listening to what Wu Erqiao and Zhou Weinan said, Lin Weiwan seemed to be fussy and unreasonable. Zhou Rongrong glanced at Lin Weiwan and drank the malted milk directly. She looked at Lin Weiwan provocatively and put the bowl back in the basket. Lin Weiwan pulled the corner of her mouth and took the bowl handed over by Wu Erqiao. Drink it, or it will get cold. Wu Erqiao looked at the people holding the bowls with a smile and took out a bag of melon seeds from the basket and shared it with them. For a moment, the atmosphere at the educated youth point was harmonious, and everyone had smiles on their faces. Under Wu Erqiao's gaze, Lin Weiwan picked up the bowl and drank it slowly, but secretly sent the malted milk in the bowl directly into the space. The few people put the bowls back in the basket and continued watching the movie. While watching the movie, Zhou Rongrong's heart moved, and she couldn't help but hold Shen Shirley's hand. The two of them clasped their fingers together. Brother Shirley, it's a good thing that I have you with me. Zhou Rongrong's eyebrows were curved, with a hint of affection in her eyes. The dark night covered Zhou Rongrong's tan skin, and only the reflection of the movie reflected Zhou Rongrong has fairly beautiful features. Shen Shirley was so excited when Zhou Rongrong saw him that he pulled her away directly. People on both sides of the seats gradually left. Wu Erqiao packed up his things and said to Zhou Weishi, with a smile on his lips, "Look, first I'll go back for a while. When I came out, I seem to have put the kettle on the stove." After saying that, he stood up with a basket and a thermos and walked to Lin Weiwan. "Xiaowan, I have something to tell you."
Say, can you?
Lin Weiwan didn't expect Wu Erqiao to take her away, without even pretending. How can I sing without leaving this drama? Okay. Lin Weiwan stood up. Wang Xiaoyan also stood up uneasily, but was pressed down by Lin Weiwan again. "You watch first, I'll be back in a moment," Lin Weiwan said, and left with Wu Erqiao. There was no one on the road, and Wu Erqiao walked beside Lin Weiwan. "Xiaowan, do you blame me for targeting you so much before?" Lin Weiwan looked back at Wu Erqiao, who was smiling strangely. "Your name is I came out just to talk about this? I have been punished, and now my reputation is ruined? Can you forgive me?" Wu Erqiao pulled Lin Weiwan forward and moved forward with a purpose. "Okay. I really hate you. So forget about what happened before. Lin Weiwan looked at the dark path away from the educated youth spots and crowded with people. Okay, I'm going back. Lin Weiwan turned around and was about to go back. Wu Erqiao made a sound and touched his pocket. What's wrong? My door key is missing. Wu Erqiao looked a little anxious and pulled Lin Weiwan around to look for it on the ground. But he had no intention of letting go of Lin Weiwan. Xiaowan, please help me look for it. Wu Erqiao looked at Lin Weiwan with some embarrassment. The two slowly lowered their heads to search. Not knowing where Wu Erqiao had led him, Lin Weiwan sat helplessly on the ground. Wu Erqiao saw Lin Weiwan finally couldn't hold on for so long, with a slightly proud look in his eyes. He quickly walked over and gave Lin Weiwan a hand. Xiaowan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Wait a minute, I'll call someone. After saying that, he stopped pretending, turned around and left quickly. A gust of wind blew by, and the smell of the pig pen was much stronger. Lin Weiwan quickly stood up and knocked Wu Erqiao unconscious, threw him directly to the ground, and poured the malted milk that had just been smuggled into the space into Wu Erqiao. I was afraid that the effect of this medicine would not be good, so I added some space-specific ingredients. I really don't know what Wu Erqiao was thinking, and he actually followed the trend and prescribed drugs. After pouring, he quickly hid in a big tree and waited without caring about anything else. Within a few minutes, four people walked over in the dark, and Lin Weiwan could naturally see who they were. It was the Sun brothers. Unexpectedly, Wu Erqiao actually contacted these people to harm him. It's really heartbreaking. The four of them walked to the pigsty and found a woman on the ground tugging at her clothes. Upon closer inspection, they found that it was not Lin Weiwan at all, and the four brothers were confused. Brother, didn't you say it was the beautiful Lin Jiqing? Why is it this person? Sun Erlai glanced at Wu Erqiao with some disgust and asked, I don't know what's going on. I just thought it would be nice to call you. Who knows why Wu Erqiao didn't bring anyone here? Sun Deong glanced at the shriveled Wu Erqiao and sighed. Brother, what should we do? Let's go back. Sun Laosen looked around to avoid being discovered. No matter what, it's here. Sun Deong spat aside and prepared to bend down and pick up Wu Erqiao from the ground. Lin Weiwan looked around to make sure no one was there and found a black cloth from the space to cover his face. Pull out the small stun gun you found in space, which was found in the space's former owner's room. It is also the most lethal weapon in space currently, with a range of 7 meters. Of course, a closer range would be better. Lin Weiwan jumped down from the fork of the tree with a gun in both hands, rolled on the spot, and fired directly when the Sun brothers were surprised. Sun Deong only had time to say FCK before falling to the ground. After confirming that no one was nearby, Lin Weiwan quickly put the stun gun into the space and watched as 4 fainted and 1 was severely paralyzed and delirious. I put on some gloves and did something disgusting. He quickly took off his scarf and left the pig pen. By the way, I added a coat, it will be cooler now. As soon as I walked near the drying area, I found that there was already a mess there. Not knowing the situation, Lin Weiwan squeezed into the crowd and saw Wang Xiaoyan peeking over there with a red face. What's wrong? Lin Weiwan pulled Wang Xiaoyan and asked. Wang Xiaoyan blushed and quickly pulled Lin Weiwan to ask her to keep her voice down. He stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lin Weiwan's ear. I don't know who yelled just now, saying that someone was stealing, and everyone came running. Then he glanced at Lin Weiwan sheepishly. Who is it? Zhao Kaiyong and Zhou Weinan. Wang Xiaoyan took a deep breath and looked at Lin Weiwan. Or you city dwellers know how to play. What else? Lin Weiwan guessed that it was the medicine given by Wu Erqiao. What else? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. Who is that girl? Lin Weiwan couldn't push forward and could only stand on tiptoes. Wang Xiaoyan. He looked constipated. There are no women. At Lin Weiwan's eyes were wide open. That's okay. Stop looking. I'm so embarrassed. Wang Xiaoyan dragged Lin Weiwan, who was about to move forward. A big hand grabbed Lin Weiwan's collar and pulled Lin Weiwan out, who wanted to step forward. Don't look, you have dirty eyes. Yi Jie carried Lin Weiwan out with a black face. So many things happened just after he went out. He paused and looked at the girl in front of him. Did you drink too? Lin Weiwan was a little disappointed because he didn't see the good show. I didn't drink, I don't believe them. Wang Qiaoyan was confused when he heard this. His eyes lit up, and he put his hand to his mouth. What about Xin Jiqing and Zhou Jiqing? Lin Weiwan looked around and shook his head. I don't know if I saw them. In the crowd, the village chief looked at the two separated people with a dark face, feeling that he had been separated for the past few months. It seems that after 10 years of age, when can we send all these educated youth away? Someone, come on, it's bad. Something happened in the pig pen. Someone shouted from behind. As soon as the members heard that something happened to the New Year pig, they quickly ran towards the pig pen. The pigs in the pigsty are not only New Year pigs, but also task pigs that have to be handed over to the commune. Nothing can happen to them. Li Chonggui quickly called a few young and strong men to tie up the two people who were already crazy and unconscious, and followed them towards the pig pen. The pigsty was now full of villagers, all of whom were speechless with shock. The Sun brothers once again refreshed the three views of the simple Dongxing villagers. Many young girls and wives ran home with blushing faces. The pigsty was in chaos, with the sounds of pigs and people. Wang Qiaoyan pulled Lin Weiwan forward, and Yi Jibai followed closely behind them. When they squeezed to the front, Lin Weiwan's jaw almost dropped. Yi Jibai immediately covered Lin Weiwan's eyes. The big palm was abnormally hot, completely blocking Lin Weiwan's sight, without a single gap. This was different from what Lin Weiwan expected. What was going on? This. Lin Weiwan felt that she had to go back and wash her eyes. You. She swore that she did it on purpose, but she really didn't expect the current result. Wang Qiaoyan covered her face with her hands in shock. Today was really a painful day for her. This. The flowers played by city people are not bad for rural people. You. When she turned around, she saw Yi Jibai with a dark face, covering Lin Weiwan's eyes and retreating. Oh, didn't he call me? She sighed. It turned out that people have different fates. Why didn't he treat me as a woman? The other villagers didn't want to leave. What happened just now was only fresh for a few days. This time, the pigpen incident can be said to be a story passed down for 3 generations. People are gone, the story remains, no. It is passed down for thousands of generations. You. Lin Weiwan couldn't help blinking, and her long and thick eyelashes trembled across Yi Jibai's rough palm. Feeling the broad palm covering her face twice a day, Lin Weiwan couldn't help curling the corners of her mouth. Yi Jibai's ears turned red because of the faint itching from his palm. He quickly led Lin Weiwan away from the crowd. The village chief squeezed into the crowd and looked at the scene in front of him. He almost fainted. Tears fell on the spot. His cute little girl in pink underwear. You. What are you looking at? Why don't you pull them apart? Li Shangui Shouta. Village chief, we went in but they are all in a trance. We can't pull them apart. They just pounce on anyone they see. A strong man blushed at the scene in front of him. His coat was torn and had several holes. 3 buttons on his clothes fell off. He had just brought 4 or 5 people in to pull the Sun brothers out. But when they went down, several of them were almost pinned down by the Sun brothers. Not only the servants of the Sun brothers, but also the pigs in the pigsty pounced on them. Several people were attacked from both sides and quickly withdrew to avoid embarrassment and making a fool of themselves. Quick, go to the warehouse to get the lasso, go quickly. Zhao Dezhu looked at the chaos inside and thought of the lasso, and quickly asked someone to get it. He couldn't help but glance at the pigpen. The Sun brothers really know how to play. Sun's mother stood outside the wall, looking at her 4 sons. Now she was anxious and embarrassed. This time, her old face was completely lost. She wanted to go in and pull her sons out. Just now, she was almost knocked down by her sons when she went in. If it weren't for the villagers' help, she would really be in tatters. At that time, her belt was torn, and now she was afraid that her pants would fall off, so she could only hold up her pants with both hands. She didn't dare to go home to find a piece of cloth, so she could only stand here and worry. A group of people at the Educated Youth Point stood outside and watched the villagers inside exclaiming continuously, stretching their necks to see. But they were a little embarrassed, afraid of causing trouble, and reluctant to leave, so they could only stand outside. It took a lot of effort to finally restore peace to the noisy world. Zhou had a dark face, and his cold eyes swept over all the people gathered together. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. If anyone tells anyone, they will be enemies with the entire Dongxing village. Those who married in and those who married out, shut up. If anyone dares to tell anyone, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou's words calmed everyone down. If this matter was told to others, not only would Dongxing village lose face, but all the advanced titles and awards in the future would also be gone. Take these people to the brigade, and take the educated youth who watched the movie there today to the village committee. As soon as Zhou said this, the villagers and the whole village began to recall what was happening at the time. With one person's words, the people were gathered together, and Lin Weiwan and the others were naturally driven towards the village committee. The villagers naturally went to look for the missing people. When all the parties were present, the villagers escorted Xin Shirley and Zhou Rongrong, who were in dishevel. The village chief and the team leader sighed at the same time. What happened? Village chief, we went to the educated youth site to look for them, but we didn't find them. We found these two people in the grove on the back mountain. The small poplar trees as thick as arms were broken. Li Erga pushed the two people who were in dishevel and tied with ropes to the middle. At this time in the village committee office, except for the village elders who were in charge and the village cadres, everyone else was in the yard. Those who were splashed with a few basins of cold well water and given a few injections by the village doctor woke up. Now they all looked at it a little at a loss, not knowing what was going on. From time to time, they lowered their heads and frowned, and the memories of the dead began to reappear, and their faces turned pale and ashamed. Wu Erqiao's face was even uglier at this time. Under Zhou Weixi's scrutiny, Wu Erqiao couldn't raise his head at all, and he didn't dare to look Zhou Weishi in the eye. Originally, this matter would be fine as long as he went back and washed the thermos and bowls. Without evidence, even if she thinks she did it, she has to swallow her bitterness. And Lin Weiwan, shouldn't she be taken away by the Sun brothers? Why did she end up in the pig pen? Wu Erqiao thought about everything carefully and determined that the problem was with Lin Weiwan. Just like last time, it was Lin Weiwan who harmed her. With an angry look, he looked straight at Lin Weiwan. How could she do this to herself? Zhou Weinan was shaking with anger. Not only was he angry, but more because his back hurt too much, and his stomach also hurt, like he had a stomachache, very uncomfortable. He felt like he was about to break apart. His clothes were loose on his body, and the red marks under the rope were so dazzling under the light. Among the people who were, only Zhao Kaiyang was calm and calm. After all, he was not the one below. Don't you want to say anything? Don't say anything, I'll say. Shen Jiqing and Zhou Jiqing are having affairs. Zhou Jiqing and Zhao Jiqing, you two grown men, do you have any shame? You are also sent to the countryside as educated youth you. After scolding here, the village chief didn't know how to continue. Turning his head to look at the four Sun brothers and Wu Erqiao, he felt his eyes go dark and tears fell from his eyes. You rascals, what are you doing? You are harming my little pinky. When Li Chonggui said this, his voice broke, his eyes turned red, and his hands trembled with anger. This time, these little rascals in Dongxing village have made a mess of it. Team leader Zhao Dezhu quickly pulled over a stool and helped the village chief sit down, fearing that the village chief would get angry and do something bad. Village chief Zhou Jiqing and I have been together for a long time. Zhou Rongrong is my fiancé. We will go to the city to get the certificate tomorrow. We have no choice. We may have been drugged to be like this. Shen Shirley rarely smoothed things over. Shen, he immediately understood that this was Wu Erqiao's revenge on them. As for why Wu Erqiao was in the pig pen with the Sun brothers, it was beyond the scope of his thinking. Yes, village chief and captain, you have to make the decision for us. We were murdered because there was something wrong with the malted milk Wu Erqiao gave us. Zhou Weinan looked at Wu Erqiao angrily. He had stolen the medicine he had stolen last time. The rest must have been hidden by Wu Erqiao. When the four Sun brothers heard this, they still didn't understand. They were scared to death when they saw someone jumping down from the tree and shooting at them. I don't know anything after that, but the sporadic memories in my mind are of myself and the pigs in the pigsty. Wu Erqiao had already taken Chinese medicine at that time, so who was that person? The captain looked at Wu Erqiao and clenched his molars. What else do you have to say? Wu Erqiao lowered his head, and his shoulders kept shaking. Haha.
So what if it's me?
Just do it. Why can't I be 15 in the first year of junior high school? Why are they hurting others, and I am the one who is insulted in the end? If everything is ruined, then I can't live well. Wu Erqiao raised his head, his eyes red, bloodshot, with a proud smile on his lips. You madman. When Zhou Weinan heard Wu Erqiao admit it, he was so angry that he wanted to stand up and hit Wu Erqiao, but he forgot the rope on his body and fell back down. A severe pain came from behind, and the whole person screamed in pain, his face twisted, and he gasped to relieve the pain. Aren't you very capable? You picked them clean one by one and acted as if nothing happened. Why should I bear all the consequences alone? If I die, then we all die together. Wu Erqiao shook his head crazily and looked at the Zhou family. I said I will take care of you from now on. Why did you do this? I will always be with you. Isn't that enough? Zhou Weishi looked at Wu Erqiao sadly, wondering why Wu Erqiao did this. You, Zhou Weishi, you still have the nerve to say, do you think you dislike me, but I can't tell? Aren't you just afraid of making things bigger and your brothers and sisters taking the responsibility and being punished? Have you forgotten that you treat yourself every night? It's time to roll it up like a flower roll. After we received the certificate, you disliked me and didn't touch me at all. Why did you want to collect the certificate from me? Wu Erqiao felt that his face and dignity were turned into ashes in the hands of his Zhou brothers and sisters. Zhou Weishi was left speechless by Wu Erqiao. He was married to Wu Erqiao, but he couldn't pass that test, so he didn't sleep with Wu Erqiao for a long time. The village chief and the captain looked at each other and sighed at the same time. It seems that this year's advance quota is not guaranteed. People are arrested now, but they cannot be released. How can they be released after such consequences have been caused? She is also a female educated youth, so she cannot hold it in her hand all the time. After a round of interrogation, the irrelevant people were finally sent back, and only Wu Erqiao and Zhou Weishi were detained. For no other reason, Zhou Weishi took on the responsibility for what had happened before. Naturally, this matter can be kept small. If a large number of people are sent to the city, their old faces will be completely lost. Wu Erqiao naturally had to be handed over to the city. The Sun brothers only said that they were called here by Wu Erqiao. In the end, he was punished and released by the captain. In the police station, Wu Erqiao and Zhou Weishi still had discrepancies under interrogation by the police. As a result, everything about Dongsheng village was revealed. What a police officer was most curious about was the educated youth named Lin Weiwan mentioned by Zhou Weishi and Wu Erqiao. After 3 days of rest after the autumn harvest, Lin Weiwan woke up early the next morning and heard the sound of tinkling outside when he left the space. Today is the day off, and Wang Ping and Du Shanshan have started laying the foundation for their house. What Lin Weiwan didn't expect was that wasteland was also being cleared across the vegetable field. After throwing the water out, Lin Weiwan saw Hu Xiaobang and Shen Minghua pulling up weeds along with several men from the village. Hu Xiaobang stopped to wipe his sweat and saw Lin Weiwan standing there. He quickly ran over happily carrying a sister Xiaowan. Hee, I will also move to the backyard in a while. From now on, I will call you fat brother if I have anything to do, and I will be there at your call. Lin Weiwan glanced at Hu Xiaobang, who had lost some weight these days. Why did you remember to come to the backyard? Hu Xiaobang sighed. Originally, I had some plans to do this, but you saw it last night. Both Zhou Weinan and Zhao Kaiyong did that. Shen Minghua and I lived together with the two of them. We can't sleep well, so the two of us thought we should move out quickly. Lin Weiwan nodded. Now the educated youth spot is really torn apart. Da Qing flew up a branch and turned into a phoenix. He was about to become Accountant Li's son-in-law. Half of the people in Dongsheng village are surnamed Li, and Daqing can be regarded as the backstage of Dongxing Village. Stronger. Now he was not the only one in the backyard, but there were also Hu Xiaobang and Xin Minghua on the opposite side. The house in the educated youth spot was like a place for breakfast. Lin Weiwan was going to go up the mountain today. After returning with some firewood, the weather is cooling down, and it is about to get cold. Waiting until the mountains are covered by heavy snow to cut firewood is asking for trouble. Although my firewood pile is already piled high, there will be a lot of things on the mountain. Mushrooms, fungus, various herbs, chestnuts, hazelnuts, and pine nuts are all good things. Lin Weiwan was about to mail some more to several stores in Haishur when he was blocked by Li Erkue. Lin Jiqing, come with me to the village committee. The town's police comrades are here and need to verify some things. Lin Weiwan was a little surprised. Instead of calling them Zhou brothers and sisters, they called themselves. This is interesting.
Okay.
When we arrived at the village committee and entered the office, there were 2 policemen wearing blue 72-style uniforms with big-brimmed hats on their heads. Village Chief Li saw Lin Weiwan coming in and hurried over. Comrade police, what's going on? That's Lin Jiqing. I just said a lot of good things for Lin Weiwan. I don't know why the police comrades came specially to investigate and ask Lin Jiqing alone. The 2 police comrades couldn't help but open their eyes wide when they saw Lin Weiwan at first sight. So this is indeed the first time I have seen a beautiful female educated youth. Not to mention educated youth, it is rare to find such a beautiful girl in the county, but the 2 of them were just surprised and did not show much expression. We need to ask Lin Jiqing alone. Some questions. Please spare a room for me. One of the policemen looked at Lin Weiwan and asked directly to the village chief. Okay, this house is just right. Li Chongwei has never dealt with the police more than twice in his life, and the fear of the police in his heart naturally surfaced. You are Lin Weiwan and Lin Jiqing, right? There were only 2 police officers left in the room, and Lin Weiwan sitting on a chair.